A somewhat annoyed mature female voice came through. Jing Liangjie looked up blankly, having dozed off after squinting his eyes. Staring blankly at the blonde woman in front of him, Jing Liangjie realized he had become Tsunade's disciple, and that Tsunade, for some reason, had decided to go on a long journey. Most importantly, she actually wanted him to act as the Hokage of Konoha. No, Tsunade Zensei, this problem is too big, and this position is too important. I can't do it. Jing Liangjie waved his hand and said coldly. Tsunade frowned, her fists slowly clenching. Liangjie, I'll give you one more chance. Say it again. Jing Liangjie took a deep breath. Even if you say it again, I still. Host refuses, the village chief position system will unbind and automatically destroy the host's body functions. Jing Liangjie barely swallowed the second half of his sentence. Since coming to the Naruto world, he had obtained a Manga Artist System. Drawing manga could increase his power. Jing Liangjie knew the plot. Not only would Pain attack Konoha, but in the subsequent ninja war, even Kakashi would become cannon fodder. Enhancing his strength was urgent. Liangjie wished he could draw manga every day, but the system's strict requirement forced him to accept the position of acting village chief. Tsunade frowned and asked sharply, Liangjie, go on, you don't what? Hearing the system's voice, Liangjie had no choice but to bite the bullet. I will not refuse, Tsunade Zensei, rest assured I will manage Konoha well. Jing Liangjie squeezed out a smile, speaking with a hint of uncertainty. Tsunade nodded and said happily, good, this is my disciple. I leave Konoha to you. Tsunade Zensei, come back soon. Jing Liangjie waved his hand and said indifferently. Tsunade's face immediately showed a smile, then she turned and walked out of the Hokage building with... Looking at the Hokage cloak on the desk, Jing Liangjie grinned. This Naruto world seemed a little different. He wondered where his original self came from, becoming Senju Tsunade's disciple. But this could be the butterfly effect. This guy happened to have the same name, Jing Liangjie, but in his previous life, he was a proper Chinese citizen. And Tsunade was so irresponsible putting the Hokage position on an elite jonin like him. He wasn't afraid of the subordinates refusing to cooperate. But now things seemed settled. The third Hokage had died at this time, and Naruto was training with Jiraiya. Sasuke hadn't defected yet, and Neji was still alive. It was a relatively peaceful period. No major events, which was a good news. A faint smile curled at the corner of Jing Liangjie's mouth. Since that's the case, there's no other way. I'll just do my best. Thinking this, he started to... Acting Hokage was still Hokage. How to deal with Danzo. Tsunade had definitely gone to the short street, and wouldn't be back for a while. That meant he would have to face Danzo directly. He would have to take responsibility for everything along with the old advisors. All these were troubles. Forget it, take things as they come. Next, he would still have to hold a meeting. That was probably the custom of Konoha. He probably couldn't avoid it. He didn't know if Danzo would make a move. If he had any objections, he probably wouldn't do it at that time, right? Liangjie slowly put on the Hokage cloak. Looking at himself in the mirror. Star-like eyebrows, sword-like eyes, high nose bridge, and his 1.8-meter stature gave off a mysterious authoritative aura with the cloak. He was quite satisfied with his appearance. In the afternoon, the inauguration ceremony officially began. Jing Liangjie slowly walked to the front and said with a serious tone, Tsunade Zensei has temporarily left Konoha for certain reasons. From now on I will act as the Hokage. As he spoke, Jing Liangjie's eyes looked toward Danzo. At this moment Danzo squinted slightly as if he had no opinion on the matter. Jing Liangjie understood that this old man wouldn't cause trouble now. He then looked down and said, I hope that when Tsunade Zensei returns she will see a stronger Konoha. So everyone train hard. That's it. If you have any questions about training, come to me. For other matters, forget it. After saying this, Jing Liangjie suddenly disappeared. The smile on Danzo's face grew brighter. A little brat, this was the best time. Perhaps he could get the Hokage position before Tsunade returned. By the time she came back, everything would be settled. Even Tsunade would be helpless. Meanwhile, below the stage, Sasuke was thoughtful. This Jing Liangjie had never shown his face much. But being entrusted with such a task by Tsunade Zensei, could he be a hidden strong one? In that case, it was still worth staying in Konoha. Back at the training ground, Sasuke began his daily training. But a whole day of training left him unsatisfied. Kakashi stood by with a dead fish, eye saying indifferently, haste makes waste, you need to accumulate now. Kakashi-sensei, I am still very weak. Do you have any other ways to teach me to become stronger? Sasuke said coldly, his face cold. Kakashi rolled his dead fish eyes. Who told you to be so abnormal? And such a strong desire to become stronger? Low-level ninjutsu would only be a numerical accumulation, not... If he really taught those ninjutsu, it would be unnecessary. Even so, Sasuke probably wouldn't agree. Sasuke's combat style was built around the Sharingan. Kakashi really had nothing to teach. Didn't the acting Hokage say? If you have something you don't understand, go ask him. Since you've hit a bottleneck, why not go ask him? Okay. Sasuke nodded and said decisively. Watching Sasuke's figure running farther and farther, Kakashi let out a breath. A truly unlovable disciple. Now it's up to you, Jing Liangjie. Kakashi knew that Sasuke's character was very strong-willed, driven by the sense of crisis from being surpassed by Naruto and the guilt of the clan massacre. This constantly drove Sasuke forward. But he really had nothing to teach. He could only pass the buck. Meanwhile, Sasuke was also nervous, wondering if this Lord Jing Liangjie could meet his— After all, he was an Uchiha. But for the sake of power, Sasuke still stepped into the Hokage building without hesitation. Tap, tap, tap. Sasuke looked at the wide-open office door, knocked lightly, and then walked straight in. Jing Liangjie, buried in documents, slowly raised his head. Uchiha Sasuke, what do you want? While Jing Liangjie was sizing up Sasuke, Sasuke was also sizing up Jing Liangjie. Sasuke couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. There seemed to be an elusive aura about Jing Liangjie. No matter how he looked at it, it felt somewhat mysterious. Sasuke finally felt relieved. Since Master Tsunade had decided to let Jing Liangjie temporarily manage Konoha, he must have extraordinary abilities. Sasuke raised his head slightly and said eagerly, Lord Liangjie, I want to improve my strength, but I don't know the direction. Although Sasuke usually appeared aloof when it came to improving his strength, he was quite passionate. Sasuke wasn't a bad person, though he had some of the Uchiha clan's bad temper. But he was also a genius. Jing Liangjie raised an eyebrow slightly. You don't know the direction. Why come to me? Isn't there Kakashi? Suddenly Jing Liangjie remembered. Kakashi probably had nothing left to teach Sasuke. But if he let Sasuke continue like this, the next step would likely be that wouldn't do. Although Sasuke later returned to Konoha after many twists and turns, even he himself could be subject to the butterfly effect. What if a similar butterfly effect happened to Sasuke? That would be terrible. But Jing Liangjie also knew his own situation. Even to become stronger, he only relied on drawing comics to gain abilities. Let alone teaching others, that would be a half-baked person making a lot of noise. He might lead people astray by accident. But it was his own words that told them to come to him if they didn't understand. With a turn of his eyes, Jing Liangjie thought of a way. First, temporarily stall this guy. Worry about the rest later. Although this age of children were ninjas, their hearts were still passionate. Despite Sasuke's cold pride, it was only because he was consumed by hatred. He slowly looked at Uchiha Sasuke, then said with a dignified air, I feel your heart that yearns to become stronger. Sasuke suddenly looked up coldly, staring at Jing Liangjie, and said impatiently, then acting Hokage, Lord Liangjie, can you give me the possibility to become stronger? Jing Liangjie had no doubt that if he said no, the guy would defect from Konoha in a few days. So he had to stabilize. Of course, but you need to do one thing. Jing Liangjie raised his head with a faint smile. Sasuke's cold face showed a hint of a smile. Lord Liangjie, if you have any mission, please give it to me. As long as I can become stronger, I will complete it. At this moment, Sasuke for revenge and to become stronger. He was willing to even leave the village, let alone complete a mission. It's not that difficult. I just want you to go to my residence. The answer for you is there. He waved his hand, saying easily. Finally, Sasuke left the Hokage's office. But as he walked out, his face was full of confusion. Did he agree or not? How is the path to becoming stronger related to where he lives? He shook his head. Then he put on his usual aloof expression and walked out of the Hokage building. How is it, Sasuke? Did Lord Liangjie agree? Kakashi walked over with his dead fish eyes, also curious. Sasuke nodded, then shook his head. I need to complete a mission. Lord Liangjie told me to go to his residence. Lord Liangjie said that place holds the answer for me to become stronger. Kakashi frowned slightly. He had also looked into Jing Liangjie, but he didn't know much about Master Tsunade's mysterious disciple. Kakashi put away his book, Ika Paradise, and said seriously, I believe Lord Liangjie is a very powerful ninja. Remember the strongman's inch punch? That terrifying technique that can stack with the heavenly guardian force. Could it be? Could this be? Sasuke looked up, his face full of astonishment. Kakashi squinted one eye and said decisively, yes, from what I know, this technique was created by Lord Liangjie. He had witnessed Tsunade using this technique. It was not a technique, but a disaster. In an instant, at close range, power exploded. Even a 1,000-meter boulder could be blasted to pieces. If this was truly created by Lord Liangjie, then he must be a formidable expert. Thinking this, Sasuke became more confident. He set off without hesitation towards Jing Liangjie's residence. The door was unlocked, easy for him to enter. However, even with preparation, Sasuke was still shocked by what was inside. The room wasn't dirty, but it was messy. Everywhere were painting tools. On the bookshelf against the wall were densely packed books, or rather manga. Sasuke took a look around the room but found nothing special. Was I tricked? Black lines appeared on his forehead. Thinking it over, it seemed possible. A bit angry, he turned his attention to the manga on the shelf. Since you love manga so much, this will be the price for tricking me. He started forming hand seals, his lips pursed, about to use the fireball technique. But at the last moment he stopped. Each manga volume had the author's name on it. Jing Liangjie. So many books, all his manga works. Sasuke casually took a manga from the shelf. Battle Through the Heavens. He wondered what kind of content was inside such a resounding title. But wasn't this a bit indulgent? Just one look only. With that thought, he slowly opened the manga. Opening it, he saw Jing Liangjie's signature. This book was indeed drawn by him. Slowly flipping to the first page, the content shocked him. Battle Might 3 levels. He said he would only take one look, but once he looked he couldn't stop. Sasuke was still a child after all. He was very proud, always with an air of defiance. Jing Liangjie had resorted to this trick hoping these manga would keep him occupied. But at that moment Sasuke suddenly put the manga down. No, this manga has a big problem. No wonder Sasuke was so utterly astounded. The combat system depicted in the manga had never appeared in the world of Naruto. Encountering such concepts for the first time, it was only natural that Sasuke was captivated. Yet what truly perplexed Sasuke was the manga itself. When he saw the old man within the ring imparting the burning art to the protagonist, Sasuke seemed to hear a hoarse voice slowly recounting something, growing clearer and clearer. This jolted him into abruptly setting down the manga. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour had slipped away. Sasuke grew puzzled. How can these manga be so engrossing, making me lose all track of time? Regardless, I must not read any further. It seems Konoha has decayed. Even the acting Hokage is so... The Uchiha clan had always been fiercely proud. Even with only a few members left, this remained true. After the clan was annihilated, Sasuke's sole desire was to kill that man and avenge his parents. From that day on he trained day and night. Now Konoha had nothing left to teach him. Even if there were, the name Uchiha would likely render it worthless. He turned his head. Suiju saw the signature on the... Just as I thought, he's a fraud. There's nothing here that can make me stronger. But gazing at the manga in his hands, Sasuke hesitated. Just one glance, the very last one. Sasuke couldn't help but dive into the manga, and once he started, he was utterly absorbed, unable to tear himself away. And that hoarse voice, that mysterious content, once again echoed in Sasuke's ears. This time he heard it with perfect... Burn the fires of heaven and earth for my use, draw chi into the body, let chi enter the spirit and spleen. Forge the body as a vessel, merge with the fires of heaven and earth. Embrace the spiritual platform, clear the mind and calm desires, absorb chi and guide the spirit. The voice grew louder and more abundant, as if forming a complete cultivation method. Sasuke couldn't understand what was happening, but his body involuntarily began to circulate according to the method. With the aid of chakra, a strange chi was born in his dantian. Sasuke couldn't help but open his eyes. His expression was unusually rich. The burning art. How did I learn the burning art? Isn't this from the manga? How could I possibly master it? Yet it was true. Sasuke could feel a faint tiny flame within his dantian. Sasuke stepped out of the room into the courtyard, forming a few hand seals. Then he opened his mouth wide, great fireball technique. A torrent of flame erupted from his mouth. Sasuke could clearly sense that his fire was far more powerful than before. It's real. It's real. I can become stronger. Sasuke let out an involuntary cry of surprise. He had never expected it to be true. And if the manga was correct, the burning art was a growable technique. In the end, burning the heavens and boiling the seas would be but a casual gesture. Sasuke was overwhelmed with excitement, his body trembling slightly. If this is so, then I can kill that man. Sasuke couldn't resist sitting cross-legged and running the miraculous technique. He repeated it over and over until his body ached, then stopped. But to his disappointment, the tiny flame in his dantian had only grown a little. If he wanted revenge, when would it ever come? A gleam of determination flashed in Sasuke's eyes as he looked toward the room. Since he could obtain the burning art from the manga, could he also acquire a different flame? Sasuke rushed back into the room and picked up the manga Zanpakutō to read. This was the hope of becoming stronger. Sasuke's page-turning became cautious. He continued reading. The manga unveiled a magnificent world before him. That young genius had fallen from his lofty heights, even being dismissed as a waste. A simple 3-year period seemed to conceal endless desolation. This time Sasuke felt a resonance. How similar was this plight to his own? Even the dead last was now stronger than him. Hadn't he transformed from a genius into a waste? Don't bully the young man in poverty, how true that is. Sasuke's eyes gleamed as if he had found his purpose. With the help of the old man in the ring, the youth practiced the burning art. Then he regained his drive to move forward. Step by step he defeated his enemies. This was truly a magnificent epic. Sasuke closed his eyes tightly. The person who could draw such a manga could not be as simple as he had perceived. At that moment Sasuke couldn't help but feel a pang of shame. He had misunderstood such a strong person and the fact that he could weave this into a manga and allow him to comprehend it. Could this be a new kind of bloodline limit? Sasuke dared not imagine how powerful the acting Hokage must be. Yet he still furrowed his brow. There was only one reason. Despite understanding that magnificent world and witnessing the thrilling battles, Sasuke still gained no insight. Opening his eyes, Sasuke felt lost, scratching his hair in frustration. If I keep this up, I'll gain nothing. Am I truly a useless person? Even worse than the dead last. No, I am a genius of the Uchiha clan, I cannot give up. Sasuke once again opened Zanpakutō. This time his understanding deepened. But that certain feeling never returned. However, his burning art did grow a little stronger. That was at least some consolation. Sasuke frowned, looking at the surrounding manga. Do I have to seek out different flames across the world like the protagonist in the manga? But this world seems to have no such miraculous things. Damn it, will I, Sasuke Uchiha, really stop here? Sasuke's proud nature could not tolerate failure. So he began another attempt. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Jingliangjie was somewhat surprised. Uchiha Sasuke has learned the burning art. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 energy points. Uchiha Sasuke has learned the burning art. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the burning art. Jingliangjie's body underwent some peculiar changes. The chakra within him was slowly moving along a route it had never traveled before. Chakra had never been cultivated like an internal energy method flowing through meridians. But now it was behaving in such a manner which delighted Jingliangjie. Even more delightful was the flame slowly burning in his dantian. Jingliangjie immediately set down his pen and asked, puzzled, "System, what's happening? Why did I suddenly learn the burning art?" This baffled him. The burning art was a technique from the manga Zanpakutō that he had drawn. Why could Sasuke comprehend the burning art from it, and why had he himself directly mastered it? Soon the system responded as well, reporting to host. Disseminating manga content can yield system energy points. When others learn and comprehend the contents of the manga, the host can directly master them. Jingliangjie abruptly shoved the documents aside. How could you not mention such an important matter earlier? Yet upon hearing that monotonous voice, he decided it was better not to squabble with the system. However, he had drawn so many manga over the years without anyone ever seeing them. Sasuke's arrival this time was an unexpected blessing. Otherwise, he might never have discovered this hidden function of the system. Thinking of the benefits he had gained, Jingliangjie couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. As long as others learned something from the manga, he would obtain energy points and the knowledge they had mastered. Where else could one find such a deal? It was nearly nightfall. Sasuke walked into the Hokage building clutching several books, his face etched with hesitation. At last, he gently knocked on the door. "Sasuke, is there something you need?" Jingliangjie straightened up slightly, his voice carrying an air of authority. Hesitation flickered across Sasuke's face once more, but after a long struggle, he stepped forward. "Lord Liangjie, could I borrow this set of manga?" After careful consideration, lending out the manga meant that if someone learned from it, he would naturally master those skills as well, far better than keeping them locked away in his room. Still, he needed to give a warning, otherwise these manga would seem too cheap. "I believe you found a way to grow stronger, and you know how valuable these are." Jingliangjie raised his head slowly, his tone grave. Sasuke's face darkened. "Is it because of the Uchiha?" "No, it has nothing to do with the Uchiha. I just want you to take this seriously. Take them." A smile appeared on Jingliangjie's face as he spoke lightly. In contrast, ecstasy washed over Sasuke's face. "Really? Thank you, Lord Liangjie." He hugged the manga tightly, his voice brimming with joy. At this moment, these were not merely volumes of manga. They were a path to power, a reliance to slay that man. "Look at you all nervous. Go on." Jingliangjie lowered his head and waved his hand dismissively. Stepping out of the Hokage building, Sasuke couldn't help but glance back. A murmur escaped his lips, as expected. Even as an acting Hokage, his strength is unfathomable, truly worthy of being Master Tsunade's disciple. In Sasuke's eyes, it was extremely difficult to integrate cultivation techniques and power-enhancing methods into a manga. Just as when he first saw such skills, he was utterly awestruck. And then in an instant, that astonishment transformed into admiration. Just like the original Sasuke, at this time, he was desperately craving power. It was precisely for this reason that he had left the village in pursuit of strength. But now Sasuke saw a possibility in these books, an infinite possibility. A terrifying ability that could be acquired simply through learning. Lord Liangjie didn't make things difficult for me. He lent me these precious items without hesitation, even though I am of the Uchiha clan. Clutching these treasures, these tools to boost his power, Uchiha Sasuke couldn't wait to return to the clan compound. Back in his room, Sasuke carefully opened the manga. Yet the result was largely the same. Nothing seemed to change except that the fate flame in his dantian had grown a little larger. What use is this? Such a meager increase is far from enough to catch up to that man. I need to become stronger. But as no new discoveries emerged, Sasuke grew increasingly agitated. To be precise, this behavior lasted an entire day. Most of that day was wasted in frustration born from being unable to learn anything else from the manga. Before resting, Sasuke opened the manga once more, and this time an illusion seemed to appear before his eyes. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully the youth for being poor. The man declared with a furrowed brow, his tone resolute. Sasuke's eyes widened. Wasn't this the scene where the protagonist was humiliated by a broken engagement? Why was he here? Sasuke slowly witnessed the protagonist being jilted, then retreating alone to the back mountain. He followed. Accidentally brushing past a passerby, he realized that he seemed not to exist in this world. Is this really an illusion? Sasuke murmured, frowning in confusion. But in an instant a thought struck him. I can see them, but they can't see me. Doesn't that mean I can learn from the ring old man? The thought made his mouth go dry. He stood to the side, listening intently as the ring old man taught the flame-devouring art. Then the ring old man began refining pills using the bone-chilling flame. Sasuke became utterly immersed in the spectacle. He didn't notice at all that another faint flame was slowly igniting in his dantian. The flame blazed up and the surrounding scene gradually faded away. Sasuke frowned, uncertain what had just happened. But the abruptly appearing flame in his dantian seized his attention. I knew it. I knew it wasn't all for nothing. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully the youth for being poor. Sasuke shot to his feet, his face exuding pride. Still youthful at heart, he slowly extended his finger. Without forming any hand seals, a wisp of flame appeared on his fingertip. As it emerged, the surrounding temperature dropped by more than a notch. Though it was fire, it exuded a bone-piercing cold. The bone-chilling flame on Sasuke's fingertip pulsated, slowly shifting into different shapes under his clumsy control, crude yet still wondrous. Truly worthy of being the bone-chilling flame, such formidable power. At the same time, Jing Liangjie, who had just stepped out of the Hokage building, abruptly halted. A surge of power suddenly emerged from his dantian, and a pale flame grew from a tiny spark into a flicker. Jing Liangjie raised his finger, upon which a pale flame appeared. The temperature around him plummeted instantly, as if a bone-chilling cold had descended. Bone-chilling flame, is it? Jing Liangjie gazed at the tiny flame on his fingertip, a smile slowly curling at the corner of his mouth. And the system's voice chimed in at just the right moment. Uchiha Sasuke has learned the bone-chilling flame. Congratulations to the host for gaining 400 energy points. Jing Liangjie said calmly, just enough. The energy points are just enough. System begin. With the accumulated points from before, it was almost enough. In Jing Liangjie's mind, a dazzling spinning wheel appeared. Though it looked tacky, the rewards on it were quite enticing. The wheel refreshed every so often. And this time the rewards were extremely tempting. If only I could draw that. Jing Liangjie rested his chin on his hand and said with anticipation. He had accumulated 1000 system energy points, just enough for a temple. Taking a deep breath, he said in a low voice, let's begin. An energetic melody played. The spinning wheel slowly came to a halt. Congratulations, host. You drew. Thank you for your patronage. Jing Liangjie's face darkened slightly. System, skip the formalities. Before him, the wheel didn't even spin. Continuous system notifications echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You drew. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You obtained a pair of Byakugan. Congratulations, host. You obtained a pair of ordinary Byakugan. Congratulations, host. You obtained 100 ordinary steel shuriken. Congratulations, host. You obtained a silver note worth 10,000 taels. Congratulations, host. You obtained the famous blade Shuwei. Jing Liangjie felt a bit disappointed. This draw was really unlucky. Most of the items drawn were of little use. The only useful ones were probably the 2 pairs of Byakugan and the Shuwei blade. Would the host like to fuse the 2 pairs of Byakugan? Jing Liangjie's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, fuse them. Instantly his eyes became much, and they seemed to be developing a blue tint. Jing Liangjie slowly looked at the long sword at his waist, and his vision clearer than ever before. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Byakugan activate. In an instant the veins around his eyes bulged slightly. His pupils quietly turned a pale gray. The world seemed to turn into black and white, but he could see farther and at will see through certain objects. Even behind him was perfectly clear. Truly worthy of the Byakugan. Its field of view was a full 360 degrees. Jing Liangji's eyes gradually returned to normal. He slowly sat back down in his chair. System, if I keep drawing Byakugan in the future, is it possible to evolve into the Tenseigan? Reply to host, continuing to deepen the Byakugan has a very high probability of evolving into the Tenseigan. Jing Liangjie nodded and turned his attention back to the official documents before him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sasuke sat under a large tree beside the training ground. He held a comic book and read it meticulously. From time to time, Sasuke could be heard murmuring to himself, "This bone-chilling cold flame is not ordinary powerful, but the flame is too small. I should find a way to strengthen it." Sasuke, looking at the comic, unconsciously entered the world of that manga again. Although he had been there before, he still couldn't help but marvel. This place was like an entirely different world. The clothing and combat methods were vastly different from those of the ninja world. The physical bodies of these people seemed quite strong. But Sasuke had no interest in that. The Uchiha clan had never focused on physical training. What interested him most was the powerful and mysterious strange flame. Soon the figures of the old man from the ring and the protagonist appeared before Sasuke. The old man quietly gave earnest instructions beside him. The protagonist sat cross-legged beside the old man. The old man spoke, "The way of heaven is to diminish the surplus and supplement the deficiency. The burning art derives from this meaning." These words were profound and difficult to grasp, but Sasuke did his best to understand their meaning. He sat cross-legged like the protagonist right beside him, quietly listening to the old man's teachings. He didn't know how long had passed. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, clearly feeling a burning sensation in his abdomen. The flame inside had grown more than 3 times larger. A glint of light flashed in Sasuke's eyes, and he said excitedly, "Indeed, under the old man's guidance, I comprehend things faster. But when will I be able to accommodate another strange flame?" Soon Sasuke faced his second problem. To absorb another strange flame, he needed a sufficiently resilient body. But though the Uchiha clan produced genius after genius, none of them emphasized physical techniques. At best, they were at the level of a chunin, as some stronger ones only reached jonin. Sasuke hesitated. But seeing the scenes unfolding before him, he made up his mind. The protagonist was training his body under a waterfall while the old man whipped him with a special martial technique. Even so, the protagonist never gave up. Sasuke watched all this. He gritted his teeth and said firmly, "If others can do it, then I, Uchiha Sasuke, can too. I swear on the honor of the Uchiha clan." Sasuke also knew that haste makes waste. His current physical strength was far from matching that of the people in battle through the heavens. Without being overly ambitious, Sasuke exited the comic world and began basic physical training, gradually increasing. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Sasuke's training had begun to show results. His body was at least twice as strong as before. But today the training ground seemed different. Kakashi, holding a copy of Ika Ika Paradise, leaned against a tree quietly watching Sasuke train hard. Kakashi had observed Sasuke's training over the past few days. At first he thought nothing of it, but after several consecutive days he realized something was off. During a break in Sasuke's training, Kakashi walked over. Kakashi, with his listless eyes, said seriously, "Sasuke, this kind of training won't yield results. The Uchiha clan has never been a family that excels in physical techniques. And what is this? Every day after training I see you reading this comic." Kakashi picked up the copy of Battle Through the Heavens lying nearby. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, a hint of worry showing on his face. Kakashi realized something. Sasuke cared deeply about this comic. Could it be that his sudden interest in physical training was related to it? Could it be some unscrupulous book merchant selling comics to fool children? In Kakashi's memory, apart from Might Guy, there were no powerful taijutsu ninjas. After all, taijutsu required pure physical strength. For ninjas, it had many drawbacks. Even if one put in several times the effort, they could easily be defeated by ninjutsu or genjutsu. Even Might Guy had some chakra to assist him. In Kakashi's view, Sasuke's approach was like giving up the watermelon for the sesame seed. Sasuke slowly raised his head, his eyes fixed firmly on Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, it's not like that." Kakashi furrowed his brow. Could he have misjudged something? "Sasuke, then tell me why you've been training in taijutsu so obsessively." The Uchiha clan has never relied on physical prowess to determine victory or defeat. At first I thought so too. But ever since I followed your advice and sought out Lord Liangjie, I have found the path to power. A deep bitter hatred surfaced on Sasuke's face as he spoke coldly. Kakashi knew this hatred was directed at Uchiha Itachi. But what did becoming stronger have to do with training in taijutsu? And why was Jing Liangjie involved? Kakashi truly couldn't understand. Seeing this, Sasuke decided to speak plainly. "Kakashi-sensei, let's have a spar. Then you'll know if I'm lying." Kakashi's deadfish eyes grew serious. He slowly extended one hand, and the two of them formed the seal of confrontation, then stepped back to create distance. However, Kakashi still held his copy of Makeout Paradise in one hand, leaving the other free to deal with any threat. Sasuke rapidly formed hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 Sasuke clones charged at Kakashi from different directions. Each clone was Shadow Clone Jutsu, huh? At least you haven't neglected your training during this time. Kakashi pulled out a shuriken and casually slashed through 2 clones. As Sasuke rushed toward him, Kakashi slowly extended his hand. Their shuriken clashed with intense friction. Sparks flew, but Kakashi paid them no heed. Sasuke seemed to be deliberately honing himself, engaging Kakashi solely with taijutsu. Suddenly, Earth-style headhunter jutsu. Kakashi vanished without warning, and a pair of hands emerged from the ground about to grab Sasuke's ankles. But Sasuke had already leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the technique. Not bad. But like this, you're far from Kakashi spoke blandly, still holding Makeout Paradise. Sasuke's eyes grew serious, his 2 tomo spinning rapidly in his pupils. Kakashi-sensei, watch out. A bolt of lightning appeared in Sasuke's hand, growing larger, as if 1,000 birds were chirping within it. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Oh, Chidori. Lightning blade. He pulled down his headband, revealing a blood red eye, clearly taking the matter more seriously. Sasuke dashed toward Kakashi, the lightning blade in his hand growing more violent. That alone won't be enough. Kakashi had already set down Makeout Paradise and spoke calmly. Sasuke was fast, but Kakashi seemed even faster, perfectly evading the attack, leaving only an empty log for Sasuke to strike down. The log was still crackling with lightning, but at least Kakashi had dodged Sasuke's lightning blade. Kakashi frowned. Sasuke, your strength hasn't changed from a few days ago. There's not even a shred of progress. You must have been deceived by someone. Sasuke panted heavily and said coldly, Kakashi-sensei, it's only about to begin. Watch out. He rapidly formed hand signs and exhaled fiercely. A torrent of flames surged toward Kakashi. Fire-style Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The attack was fierce, too fast for even Kakashi to meet Hiden. Most importantly, Kakashi sensed a powerful aura from the flames. If they struck, the consequences would be dire. Kakashi abruptly vanished and reappeared behind Sasuke. Kakashi's voice carried a hint of amusement as he said slowly, Sasuke, your fire style has improved considerably compared to before. But this clearly isn't something taijutsu brought you. With his back to Kakashi, Sasuke curled the corner of his mouth slightly. Kakashi-sensei, is that so? Look at your feet. Kakashi paused, then looked down at his own legs. A pale flame was coiled around Kakashi's feet. Kakashi dared not move. This flame radiated an immense sense of danger, and it was too close to his skin. A smile appeared on Kakashi's face behind his mask. When did you set this trap here? Even I didn't notice. Hearing this, the pale flame slowly dissipated. Kakashi conceded defeat. Though it was a somewhat dishonorable victory, it was a victory nonetheless. The two formed the seal of reconciliation, putting the spar aside. Sasuke slowly extended a finger atop, which a pale flame flickered. Though it was a flame, a bone-chilling cold emanated from it, making Kakashi's expression shift dramatically. This small flame gave Kakashi a tremendous sense of crisis. Sasuke spoke slowly. This is the method of becoming stronger that I obtained from Lord Liangjie. This flame is called the bone-chilling cold flame, one of the strange fires. And what I need to do is continuously strengthen it and absorb other strange fires. But to absorb other strange fires, my physical condition must keep up. That's why I started intensive taijutsu training. Kakashi's face changed. Lord Liangjie, are you saying all this is Jing Liangjie's doing? Sasuke's face showed a hint of reverence as he spoke respectfully. Yes, it was Lord Liangjie who created this. And am confident that with these powers I can kill that man. Kakashi was taken aback, then sighed. Sasuke, sometimes revenge isn't everything. But you'll understand that one day. But what about that manga? Sasuke replied flatly, Kakashi-sensei, you like reading manga too, don't you? You seem to never let it go. Kakashi's face flushed and he hastily tucked away Makeout Paradise. I'm reading Master Jiraiya's work and it's a book, not a manga. Sasuke curled his lip coldly. What's the difference? This is a treasure I obtained from the room where Lord Liangjie used to live. It was precisely because I read these that I learned this way to become stronger. I think Lord Liangjie deliberately wanted me to learn from them. Kakashi looked suspiciously from Sasuke to the manga lying nearby. Learning how to become stronger from a manga. How could that be possible? Thinking of his own copy of Makeout Paradise, Kakashi didn't deny that literary works could cultivate the mind to some extent. But to become stronger from such things seemed too far-fetched. Yet Sasuke's extraordinary abilities were right before his eyes. Kakashi could sense that the strange flame could injure or even kill a jonin who was caught off guard. Could it be that everything Sasuke said was true? Kakashi couldn't help but regard the book in front of him with more importance. Is there really such a magical thing in the world that one can learn something just by reading a comic book? Before witnessing it for himself, Kakashi remained somewhat skeptical. Sasuke hesitated, but after much contemplation, he finally handed over the comic book in his hand. Kakashi could see the seriousness in Sasuke's eyes. This comic book seemed to hold great significance for him. Kakashi solemnly accepted the comic book. Is there really such a wondrous thing in the world? Today I might just get to see it. Kakashi didn't think too much and directly began to read the comic book. Upon seeing the contents, Kakashi raised an eyebrow. The illustrations were quite interesting. However, he still didn't feel the sensation that Sasuke had mentioned. Could it be that I simply don't understand it? This comic is quite lengthy. Kakashi continued to flip through the pages. Yet as he read on, he found the plot to be exceedingly captivating. This comic book had already presented a vast and magnificent world, stirring a sense of ambition within Kakashi, but this only deepened Kakashi's confusion. Indeed, he felt none of the sensation of being taught a technique. Could it be that Sasuke was deceiving him? So, what do you think? Kakashi-sensei, do you feel anything? Sasuke's eyes were fixed on Kakashi, filled with anticipation. Kakashi glanced at the comic book again. It still appeared ordinary in his hands. He shook his head and said, I've been looking closely, but I still don't feel what you described. This is impossible. I felt that sensation the first time I read this comic. Sasuke insisted, shaking his head, and on my second reading I heard the voice of the old man in the ring imparting techniques to me. Thus, I clumsily learned this fiery technique. Upon hearing this, Kakashi grew even more puzzled. Sasuke suddenly lifted his head. Kakashi-sensei, I understand now. I know why you don't feel that sensation. Could it be that this comic wasn't meant for you? After all, I was the one who sought out Lord Ryoji, which is why I got to see this comic. Kakashi rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. He replied calmly, if that's the case, there might indeed be some truth to it. But if so, then this must be something specifically prepared for you by Lord Ryoji. It seems he has high hopes for you, and don't let him down. Sasuke felt a stir in his heart. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, how did I not think of that? A trace of emotion flashed in Sasuke's eyes. The last remaining member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha had often faced judgment from villagers in the past. Whether it was derision or pity, ever since the massacre of his clan, the villagers had regarded Sasuke with disdainful eyes. Now, however, someone was willing to treat him with such respect. To say he wasn't moved would have been a lie. Blinking back tears, Sasuke buried this emotion deep in his heart. After a long while, he raised his head. Kakashi-sensei, since I can obtain what I desire from the comic, what about others? No one in the ninja world does not wish to grow stronger. After all, this world has always revered strength above all else. A flicker of intrigue passed through Kakashi's eyes, but he quickly returned to his usual deadpan expression. Since I couldn't see anything from the comic, it seems this item has no connection to me. As Kakashi dismissed it so Sakura interjected, Kakashi-sensei, how will you know the result if you don't try? What if what Sasuke said is true? At that moment, a clear flicker of interest passed through Kakashi's eyes. However, to consult someone a few years younger than him felt somewhat embarrassing. Kakashi seemed to be struggling with his pride. He fidgeted, unable to speak for a long time, his deadpan eyes darted. Sakura directly said, Kakashi-sensei, this opportunity won't last forever. Kakashi murmured softly, yes, if I miss this good opportunity it will be. In that moment, Kakashi's expression grew resolute. Seeing the determination in Kakashi's gaze, Sasuke fell silent, quietly watching the comic book in his hands under the big tree. That afternoon, Kakashi stood hesitantly at the Hokage building. But in the end, he steeled himself and walked toward the Hokage's office. Kakashi briefly explained himself to the guard before entering. At the entrance, he lightly knocked on the door. Kyō Ryōsuke, who was handling documents, looked up and smiled. Kakashi, it's you. What brings you here? Kakashi slowly sat down, hesitating to speak. A stern look crossed Kyō Ryōsuke's face. If you have something to say, just say it plainly and no need to beat around the bush. Kakashi lifted his head and spoke slowly. Lord Ryoji, let me be straightforward. Sasuke has been carrying a comic book since he came here, and it seems to possess some magical power. Kyō Ryōsuke smiled, nodding for Kakashi to continue. Kakashi swallowed hard, speaking with a hint of expectation. Lord Ryoji, I wonder if this miraculous ability is a new bloodline limit. I don't know if it will be useful for me. Kyō Ryōsuke's eyes flickered. He thought to himself, if Sasuke learned something from reading the comic and am still confused, how could I guarantee its effectiveness for you? However, since he was already here, it would be unreasonable not to do something. After all, this claim had come from Kyō Ryōsuke. Thus Kyō Ryōsuke calmly said, the usefulness can only be determined through practice. You wouldn't believe me otherwise. Kakashi lifted his gaze, focusing on the man who was a few years younger than him. There was an air of mystery about him that was hard to grasp. Yet Kakashi couldn't quite ascertain what had brought about this change in him. After all, they didn't meet often, a truth be told, they weren't familiar with each other. Kakashi pondered for a moment. Indeed, things that one has not witnessed firsthand always carry an air of falsehood. Kakashi's gaze was intense. Seeing this, Kyō Ryōsuke leaned back in his chair and said, "This is the key. It was given to Sasuke before, and now I pass it to you. I believe you will find the answer." Kakashi's heart stirred. Could it be that he has been working quietly for the village all along? For what purpose? Accepting the key, Kakashi's spirits lifted considerably. I wonder what rewards await. Kakashi still harbored a flicker of anticipation, for who could resist such an enigmatic power that promised to enhance one's strength? Moreover, his current circumstances were rather peculiar. In his youth, Kakashi had already attained the rank of elite jonin. This alone testified to his formidable prowess and latent potential. Yet in recent years he had encountered an impasse, unable to achieve further breakthroughs. Though several successive events had contributed to this stagnation, the primary culprit was the ever-present Sharingan. Lacking the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi could not deactivate this eye, which perpetually drained his chakra. This had to a certain extent hindered his progress. Unless resolved, the Sharingan would continue to shackle Kakashi, preventing him from advancing further along the path of power. Yet this eye was a gift from his dearest friend Obito, and Kakashi could not bear to replace it with an ordinary one. The transformation that had taken place in Sasuke filled Kakashi with profound astonishment. For Kakashi perceived that this newfound power was utterly distinct from chakra, a force unprecedented in the realm of shinobi. It was this realization that stirred such fervent longing within him. Clutching the key tightly, Kakashi gently pushed open the door. Much like Sasuke's reaction, he found himself staring at the disheveled room before him, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yet his attention was immediately captivated by the shelves laden with manga. Stacked densely, these comics bore the signature of Jing Liangjie, evidently the fruits of his labor over the past few years. Kakashi muttered in amazement, "How long did it take to draw all this?" He casually pulled down a volume. Skimming through a few pages of this adventure titled Straw Hat Boy's Odyssey, he found it not quite to his taste. Moreover, he sensed no special resonance within it. Kakashi surmised that it might not be intended for him, and thus returned the manga to its place. After a moment's thought, he selected another volume from the side. This time Kakashi found himself engrossed. The reason was simple: the protagonist's battles revolved around the use of blades. This inadvertently reminded him of his father, who had taken his own life. The White Fang of Konoha had always been renowned for his astonishing swordsmanship. There was a time when Kakashi had diligently honed his blade skills, but events had since altered his path. As he delved deeper into this manga titled Bleach, Kakashi gradually became immersed. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour had slipped away. A flush of excitement colored Kakashi's features. It was solely because the protagonist was so fervently passionate that even Kakashi felt his blood stirring with fervor. Yet after finishing this read, a peculiar sensation arose in his heart. Indescribable, elusive, profound beyond words, something that could only be felt, never articulated. Kakashi eagerly began reading again from the start. The manga was extensive, with volume after volume of Bleach densely lining the shelves. It would take many days to finish them all. As the saying goes, one cannot bite off more than one can chew. Sensing that elusive feeling, Kakashi reopened the book, studying it with meticulous care. This time his impression was even more profound. The inexplicable sensation in his heart went without saying. As he turned the pages with focused attention, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. This time Kakashi unmistakably heard a voice. Someone was calling out to him. Yet the sound was faint and unfamiliar. The experience was remarkably strange. Kakashi furrowed his brow, set down the manga, and closed his eyes tightly. He now understood what that feeling was. So this was the insight one could glean from reading manga. Within the pages of Bleach, Kakashi glimpsed a vast, magnificent new world. Yet a question lingered in his mind: what was acting Hokage Lord Liangjie thinking? These two stories were completely different in style, yet he had rendered them both with such vividness and harmony. Moreover, he detected no jarring notes. Kakashi turned his gaze back to the manga in his hands. As he read, a somewhat battered blade materialized at his waist. This sudden transformation instantly stunned Kakashi. Staring at the worn longsword, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was too bizarre, too far beyond his expectations. What kind of Kekkai Genkai could achieve such a terrifying feat? Yet at that moment Kakashi had no time to ponder further. All his attention was fixed on the unremarkable blade, and outwardly it appeared ordinary, even somewhat antiquated. But the sensation of holding this long sword was undeniably real and tangible. The phenomenon was even more intense than what had occurred with Sasuke. This left Kakashi deeply perplexed. No wonder Sasuke had been so astonished and reverent. Even Kakashi, not just Sasuke, now wore an expression of awe. He felt that the shroud of mystery surrounding Jing Liangjie had grown even thicker. This man whom Kakashi could never fully comprehend had become unfathomably enigmatic. Carefully setting down the manga, Kakashi grasped the hilt with one hand and slowly drew the blade with the other. The longsword elongated slightly in his grasp and the edge narrowed. In essence, it resembled an ordinary katana, nothing more. Yet this very simplicity gradually steadied Kakashi. It was not merely a matter of sealing an object within the manga. Kakashi sensed no fluctuation of ninjutsu. The blade had simply materialized abruptly as he read the manga. A longsword now hung at his waist. If he were to recount this miraculous experience, 8 out of 10 people would likely deem him insane. Moreover, when he drew the blade, it underwent subtle alterations. Kakashi finally dared to confirm that his conjecture was correct. The distinctively shaped longsword in his hand was none other than his own Zanpakutō from Bleach. Slowly closing his eyes, Kakashi turned his awareness inward. A chilling energy seeped from his body, rendering the entire room noticeably colder. No mistake, this is the spiritual pressure from Bleach. A smile tugged at Kakashi's lips as he spoke with delight. This power was entirely different from chakra, and in a certain sense, it even nourished that Sharingan. Though the force was still feeble, its mere emergence constituted a revolutionary existence for the entire shinobi world. This was a power fundamentally distinct from chakra. Opening his eyes, Kakashi trembled all over. Does this mean other techniques can also be learned? The arts of demon arts, hand-to-hand combat, footwork, and swordsmanship. I can become stronger too. Tears welled up gradually and his gaze grew resolute. Turning around, he left the room and walked slowly toward the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage building, Jing Liangjie raised his head as if he had foreseen everything. Kakashi looked up at this man who was even younger than himself. There was even a hint of unease in his eyes, a word that had never appeared in Kakashi's dictionary. Jing Liangjie seemed unbothered. A gentle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Kakashi, is there something you need? In truth, he already knew why Kakashi had come. Lord Liangjie, did you draw all those manga? Kakashi asked, holding up the comic in his hand with a puzzled expression. Jing Liangjie did not deny it. He admitted straightforwardly, yes, I drew them. Kakashi, did you perceive anything from them? The truth was that after Kakashi obtained his Zanpakutō, Jing Liangjie had also received one himself along with 100 energy points contributed by Kakashi. He asked again only to avoid arousing Kakashi's suspicion. Kakashi's brows furrowed, slightly unable to conceal the astonishment in his eyes. Considering the sheer number of manga in that room, so many volumes, it must have taken an enormous amount of time to draw them. Moreover, a serious issue arose. The manga contained all sorts of things. If every volume had its own purpose and suitable person, then the room full of manga was no less than a repository of ninjutsu. It was even more powerful. Realizing this, Kakashi was awestruck. Lord Liangjie is truly a genius of unparalleled brilliance. Discovering a single energy system different from chakra is already remarkable. I never expected you to create so many divergent paths to strength, all leading to the same goal. Kakashi's respectful address of Lord Liangjie came from the bottom of his heart. From childhood, Kakashi had been praised as a prodigy by those around him. But now he understood that there is always someone better and the sky beyond the sky. Kakashi had only earned the title of genius within the confines of convention. Jing Liangjie, on the other hand, had broken out of that circle and forged a new one. The contrast was immediate. If Kakashi could be called a genius, then Jing Liangjie was undoubtedly a god. Kakashi let out a wry smile. Isn't someone who creates an entirely new school of thought a god? This is a genius worthy of being compared to the god of shinobi. Kakashi's eyes flickered. His heart stirred with restlessness, but he quickly suppressed it. No matter how great Jing Liangjie's achievements were, Kakashi only knew that at this moment Jing Liangjie was the Hokage of Konoha, the ruler of the entire village. And now everything he did was for Konoha's benefit. If every manga truly was like the one in his hand, then Jing Liangjie would cultivate a revolutionary force. It was only then that Kakashi realized he hadn't yet stated his true purpose. Kakashi's lips moved slightly, then he spoke. Lord Liangjie, may I borrow this volume of Bleach? Without any hesitation, Jing Liangjie replied, of course. Just make sure to take good care of it. After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling Kakashi to leave. Kakashi's lips twitched, his brows lifting with a hint of delight. Clutching the manga, he slowly walked out of the Hokage. Along the way, he kept glancing at the manga in his hands. How did Lord Liangjie come up with such content? And this mystical power? At times it seemed utterly incredible. These things probably don't have much to do with me, Kakashi muttered, shaking his head with a self-deprecating smile as he walked away. Rubbing his nose, Kakashi's eyes lit up for a moment, then he headed toward the training ground. Time passed quickly, yet for Kakashi sitting under a tree reading the manga, it moved slowly. The further he read, the more delighted he became. The Bleach manga was far from simple. The deeper he delved, the more he felt that the world of Bleach was real. Within it, Kakashi could see almost everything. And the more he read, the more captivated he grew. That world was vastly different from the shinobi world. After a while, he shifted his focus. Regardless of everything else, what he sought was the motivation to become stronger. That was his constant goal. So he was intensely interested in the techniques of Zanjutsu Hohokido and Hakuda. Yet to his disappointment, after reading for a long time, he grasped nothing of them. However, Kakashi had grown more patient. His spiritual pressure had increased slightly from reading the manga. But for Kakashi, this improvement was not significant. Meditation could also strengthen his spiritual pressure. The difference in amplification between the two was minor. What Kakashi craved now was more than mere stagnation. He wanted to advance. Sasuke, how did you obtain the bone spirit cold flame earlier? Sasuke slowly raised his head and looked at Kakashi. At that moment, Sasuke was training his physical strength. For a shinobi, Sasuke's physique was already sufficient. Yet, he continued training with a cold expression, stopping only briefly at Kakashi's words. A shadow clone emerged from the left. Kakashi-sensei, after I learned the Finju technique, I wanted to get the bone spirit cold flame immediately, but I read many things to no avail. Then how did you eventually obtain it? Kakashi asked, lifting his head in confusion. Sasuke glanced at his original body briefly before speaking. Actually, even the original is hazy about what happened. But resonating with the characters in the manga is definitely a fact. Kakashi's expression changed. So that's it, resonating with a character greatly enhances comprehension. I see. After saying this, Kakashi lowered his head again and picked up the manga. Now the three-man team was in a peculiar state. Sasuke was furiously training in taijutsu and spent the rest of his time reading manga. And Kakashi even more so. Naruto had disappeared with the Toad Sage Jiraiya, whereabouts unknown. Sakura Haruno was at a loss. What should I do? Sakura also had a desire to grow stronger. According to the original story, she should have been learning medical ninjutsu by now. But perhaps because of Jingliangjia, the butterfly effect had caused drastic changes. Tsunade Senju had already left the village. Sakura's storyline had naturally shifted. Just as she was dazed, something seemed to change in Kakashi nearby. Kakashi's gaze was somewhat dazed. He looked at the manga before him, but his eyes did not focus on the pages. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei. Haruno Sakura called out in confusion, her brow furrowed. Yet this had no effect whatsoever. Kakashi remained in a dazed state. In Kakashi's vision, he saw a youth with orange hair. He was battling a monster 3 or 4 meters tall. The youth's every attack was extremely strenuous. A giant kitchen knife in his hand drew particular attention. Kakashi observed carefully, one eye fixed intently on the massive blade. This is a Zanpakutō. Kakashi finally realized something was amiss. Although the streets here somewhat resembled those of Konoha village. Overall, they were more modern. And the scene seemed familiar from somewhere. Frowning deeply, Kakashi blurted out, "This is the world of Bleach." Everything became clear. This was the world of Bleach, and that orange-haired youth must be the protagonist. The creature he was fighting was a Su. Though he didn't understand how this happened, Kakashi knew this was not the time to ponder. He drew his Zanpakutō and charged. Weapons like shuriken were useless against the Su. Kakashi's physical fitness was not poor, and his swings with the Zanpakutō were sharp. But the blade passed through the Su as if touching nothing. Kakashi was astonished to find that the protagonist standing right before him had no reflection of him in his eyes. I don't exist. No. I entered this world while reading a manga. That means these things are all illusions. Then can I follow the protagonist's growth? At this thought, a smile appeared beneath Kakashi's mask. The youth was still fighting the Su. But the situation looked grim. This Su was far stronger than the common ones. Considering the location and circumstances, Kakashi quickly analyzed that the protagonist was currently at his weakest stage, lacking the power to suppress such Su. Thinking this, Kakashi couldn't help but feel tense. Though it was an illusion, it was incredibly real. What if the protagonist couldn't defeat this Su? Would he never be able to enter the illusion again? At this moment, the usually laid-back Kakashi felt a desire to grow stronger. How could he not worry? Bang! The Zest's arm struck the youth hard, forcing him back several steps. But the youth was not easily defeated. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit, a resolute light that seemed to pierce the heavens. At that moment, the youth raised his blade. Forget the fear, look ahead, move forward. Never stop, retreat only leads to aging, cowardice will bring death. Zangetsu. The long blade slashed, and the once arrogant Su was cleaved cleanly in two from head to body. A grand voice echoed in Kakashi's ear, every blade has a name. Call out to it, call out its name. Only then can you see its true form. The surroundings slowly dissipated. Kakashi opened his eyes to see Haruno Sakura's concerned gaze. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Haruno Sakura asked worriedly, her brow slightly furrowed. Kakashi waved his hand, saying nothing, his eyes fixed on the long sword at his waist. The sword was merely a simple asachi, and a Zanpakutō was special. Only through Shirkai could one see its true form. Now the blade before Kakashi faced this very issue. It was just an ordinary sword, not yet worthy of being called a Zan. Kakashi looked at the long sword thoughtfully. Should I call out your name? But what is your name? Kakashi was lost in thought, gently stroking the blade. Every Zanpakutō was unique, shaped by the soul and state of mind of its owner. Kakashi held the long sword, closed his eyes, and asked his own heart over and over. In a daze he saw a stagnant pool of water. But above the water, drop after drop fell from the sky. A long sword stood at the center of the stagnant lake. Kakashi slowly walked toward it. A slightly elongated katana stood there, as if waiting for Kakashi to call upon it and claim it. So, what? Kakashi gazed quietly at the blade before him. The sword was very ordinary, a silver blade with a somewhat ornate hilt, but nothing more. Kakashi spoke again, then what is your name? A sword would not answer him. But at that moment the stagnant water began to ripple, as if starting to flow. A slow smile spread beneath Kakashi's mask. The sword would not tell him its name, but Kakashi's heart already knew the answer. Kakashi opened his eyes. The exposed eye gleamed with sharp light, and an inexplicable aura emanated from him. Haruno Sakura, standing nearby, involuntarily stepped back. Little did she know it was the spiritual pressure leaking from Kakashi that made her retreat unconsciously. Haruno Sakura was puzzled. Ever since her teammates and teacher had visited Master Ryōsuke, they had been acting strangely, clutching manga books. Now Kakashi Sensei's condition seemed even worse than Sasuke's. Haruno Sakura didn't know what to do. Should she just let it continue? Apart from that, she could find no better solution. She could only watch quietly, uncertain of what changes would come. All Haruno Sakura could do was wait and see. Kakashi slowly extended his hand and gently grasped the hilt of the long sword. His lips moved beneath the mask, and a somewhat hoarse voice emerged, "Scatter Kyōka Suigetsu." A sound like bells rang out. Haruno Sakura's eyes flickered and her expression became dazed. She seemed to smell cherry blossoms, though it was not yet the season for them. Confused, she was certain she smelled the fragrance of Sakura. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Kakashi holding a slender katana. It was completely different from the one she had seen before. Kakashi's blade seemed aimed at her. In an instant, Sakura forgot to resist as the long sword inched closer and closer. Suddenly the world around them rippled like a pond. Haruno Sakura opened her eyes again, utterly dumbfounded. A moment ago Haruno Sakura was deeply enveloped by fear. An immense pressure radiated from Kakashi, rendering her incapable of even offering resistance. As the long blade was about to pierce her body, the spatial fluctuations around her gave Sakura the sensation of opening her eyes. She felt a flicker of confusion. I've always had my eyes open, haven't I? Yet when that sensation arose again, Sakura stared in bewilderment at the scene before her. Kakashi Sensei held the long blade in his hand. But he hadn't moved at all. He hadn't swung the blade toward her as he had done moments ago. Instead, she saw Kakashi sheath the long sword. Sakura was utterly perplexed. Kakashi Sensei, what was that just now? Why did I see you charging at me with a blade? Was it an illusion? Kakashi shook his head. If it were a mere illusion, disrupting one's chakra would break free from it. But what had just occurred was not an illusion caused by chakra. If an enemy mistook it for such, that single second spent disrupting chakra would be the moment of vulnerability enough to inflict a torrent of damage. Though Kakashi wore a mask, the slight crinkle at the corner of his eye revealed he was smiling. Sakura, I just deceived all 5 of your senses. This is arguably the strongest illusion, making your senses perceive a scene as real, even smelling the actual sense. A lapse in concentration during battle could lead to disaster. It seems I need to intensify your anti-illusion training. Sakura was dumbfounded. That was an illusion. But Kakashi Sensei, I didn't detect anything at all. Sakura had seen it clearly. Kakashi Sensei hadn't formed any hand seals or made any extra movements. How could she have fallen into an illusion? Still staring at Kakashi in bewilderment, Sakura said, Kakashi Sensei, I refuse to believe that was just an illusion. After all, I didn't see any hand seals. Kakashi took 2 steps forward, leaned lightly against a tree, and pulled out a manga with one hand. Your disbelief is only natural. Because this is not a technique from the shinobi world. All ninjutsu require hand seals, or even a process for sealless techniques. The slightly more mysterious ones are dojutsu. But the illusion just now falls into none of those categories, so it's perfectly normal that you sense nothing. Yet it is real. This might be the genius of Lord Liangjie. Sakura covered her mouth in shock. Does that mean all these things were developed by Lord Liangjie? Kakashi let up. Though I'd love to deny it, since even a genius has limits, I cannot. There truly exist prodigies capable of such. Indeed, all of this is a new system created by Lord Liangjie. At that moment Sasuke in the training ground stopped and slowly walked toward Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, have you succeeded too? Kakashi looked at Sasuke before him, a completely different person compared to a few days ago. Previously, although Sasuke would occasionally smile, one could still feel the immense shadow in his heart. But now the situation had improved considerably. Perhaps it had something to do with what Liangjie had provided. The manga had helped Sasuke see a path to power. Yet the root cause still seemed to be revenge. Kakashi didn't know how to counsel him, but since things had come this far, the only way was to grow stronger. Brooding over it would serve no purpose. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Sasuke. Sasuke, let's have another spar. Let me see how much you've improved. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing within them. Kakashi-sensei, I was just thinking the same. Let's compare our skills. The battle that erupted between them seemed to be not only about their own strength, but also a contest of whose methods were superior. These two brand new systems were brimming with novelty. Kakashi also wanted to know whether his Zanpakutō or Sasuke's strange fire was stronger. Remarkably, for someone as lazy as Kakashi, such combativeness was a rare sight. The two of them extended their hands, formed the seal of confrontation, and then abruptly distanced themselves. A pale white flame swirled around Sasuke's body and hands. Sasuke's control over the bone-chilling flame had become extremely refined, far more precise than at the beginning. Meanwhile, Kakashi made no other move but to gently draw the long blade from his waist. There seemed to be a phrase scattered in the wind: scatter, mirror flower, water moon. Sasuke watched Kakashi charging toward him with some confusion. His speed grew faster and faster, nearly rivaling that of Chidori. Despite his puzzlement, Sasuke habitually condensed the flame in front of himself. If Kakashi insisted on pressing forward, he would surely be burned by the bone-chilling flame. This highlighted the difference in their combat styles. At that instant, a chilling sensation suddenly appeared behind Sasuke. Twisting his body, he saw a second Kakashi swinging his blade from behind. If Sasuke hadn't detected it or reacted in time, that single strike would have decided the outcome. Kakashi's cold voice drifted over. Not bad. Your perception seems to have improved considerably. The two of them tacitly refrained from using chakra or ninjutsu. If they resorted to those, Sasuke would have virtually no chance of winning. Kakashi was after all an elite jonin verging on Kage level. If he removed his eye patch and activated the Sharingan, Kakashi's strength would be even greater. How could Sasuke, a genin who had just graduated, contend with him? Thus this bout was strictly speaking a contest between the Zanpakutō and the strange fire. Sasuke's face hardened. Kakashi-sensei, I am going to get serious. Sasuke gently stirred the flames with both hands, and soon the pale fire around him condensed into a small ball. The sputtering flames began to frost over Sasuke's hands, and the concentrated fire was several times more ferocious. At this moment, Sasuke was actually condensing the bone-chilling flame using the method for the Buddha's anger lotus, described in the manga. Without a second flame to fuse, Sasuke instinctively made the bone-chilling flame more solid and exponentially more powerful. What a terrifying flame! Kakashi stood still as if strolling leisurely and commented casually. Sasuke's expression changed. This was exactly the same situation as before. Without any hand seals, Kakashi had appeared behind me. Sasuke held the fire lotus in his hand. Could it be an illusion? It seems to be connected to that sword of his. From beginning to end, Kakashi held the long blade in his hand. But Sasuke, who knew Kakashi well, understood that Kakashi rarely used a sword under normal circumstances. Moreover, compared to a sword, Kakashi most frequently employed portable weapons like shuriken. His persistent grip on the long blade today surely hinted at something unusual. The flame within his dantian gradually spread throughout his body. An invisible, intangible aura enveloped Sasuke. Suddenly, Sasuke hurled the fire lotus behind him toward a space that was clearly empty. From that void, a brilliant flash of sword light materialized out of nowhere. The long blade slashed fiercely against the fire lotus. For a moment, the lotus and the sword were evenly matched. Yet gradually the fire lotus gained the upper hand. Left with no choice, Kakashi deflected the fire lotus to the side. The immense force erupted around them, carving a deep, wide crater before the two. Slight wisps of flame still flickered within the charred earthen pit. Kakashi slowly sheathed his long blade, and the two formed the reconciliation seal once more. Sasuke raised an eyebrow slightly and said with some excitement, Kakashi-sensei, I never expected your abilities to be so formidable. Without the enhancement from the strange fire, I might not have been able to perceive where you were coming from. If we're talking purely about offensive power, your strange fire truly reaches a higher level. Kakashi's brow lifted seemingly with a smile. Both were thoroughly satisfied with their current transformations. Meanwhile, Sakura Haruno standing by felt like an irrelevant, transparent figure. Everything they said and did was utterly beyond Sakura's comprehension. More critically, both Sasuke and Kakashi had grown stronger, and Naruto Uzumaki training under Jiraiya was surely improving as well. By the time Naruto returned, Sakura might well be the one left behind. At this thought, a surge of crisis welled up in her heart. No, I can't let this continue. Otherwise the gap between me and Sasuke-kun will only widen and the distance between us will grow. I can't become a burden to everyone. At that moment Sakura gazed intently at Kakashi, her eyes unconsciously drifting to the manga book in his hand. It seems Kakashi Sensei's power increase also has something to do with that manga. After pondering for a while, Sakura, with a determined expression, she said, Kakashi Sensei, could I possibly take a look at that manga? Of course. Kakashi handed over the manga, speaking calmly. Without this incident it might have taken Sakura much longer to awaken. Yet the battle they had just fought using no chakra at all had already caused such tremendous destruction. This was undeniable proof of their increased strength. It also planted a seed in Sakura's heart, a seed seeking power. Sakura carefully accepted the manga and began to slowly flip through it from the beginning. Time ticked by, but after reading half the manga, Sakura still felt no sign of gaining power. This sensation stirred a growing impatience within her. What's going on? Why don't I feel anything at all? Kakashi, standing nearby, seemed to find nothing unusual about this. Even so, Kakashi spoke. It was the same for me the first time. Why don't you try again? Sakura had no choice but to calm her restless heart. She took the manga and started reading from the beginning once more. Yet again it was completely ineffective. Reading from cover to cover, Sakura felt only growing irritation. Even though the manga was quite interesting, it evoked no special sensation within her. No, I don't feel anything at all. Sakura lowered her head, speaking dejectedly. But there was not a trace of surprise on Kakashi's face, as if everything was within his expectations. Sakura looked up, saw Kakashi's expression, and couldn't help asking, Kakashi Sensei, do you know something? Kakashi did not deny it. He nodded directly and said bluntly, I have a guess, though I'm not sure if it's correct. Lord Ryōsuke must have left many hidden measures. You have to find your own way to become stronger. Kakashi Sensei, do you mean I should go see Lord Ryōsuke? Sakura frowned slightly and asked in confusion. What had just happened before her eyes left no room for doubt. Moreover, the undeniable fact remained that Kakashi and Sasuke had grown stronger. They had both learned new combat methods from the manga. This was also an established fact. Sakura raised her head, glancing at Kakashi, then at Sasuke. I understand, Kakashi Sensei. After saying this, Sakura slowly left the training ground. The two watched her walk farther and farther away. They exchanged a glance and, as if by mutual accord, fixed their eyes on the manga in their hands. This seemingly ordinary manga now seemed to possess a different essence. Before long, Sakura arrived at the Hokage's office. At that moment, Kyō Ryōsuke had a long blade at his waist. This blade appeared even more exquisite than Kakashi's Zanpakutō. It was also more imposing. Kyō Ryōsuke dealt with documents while asking in his mind system what's going on. If I remember correctly, Kakashi's Zanpakutō is Kyōka Suigetsu, isn't it? Why is mine turned into a Zanpakutō I've never heard of? Reporting to host. Kakashi's Zanpakutō was obtained through visualizing the Bleach manga, whereas the host's Zanpakutō is generated by the system and possesses the rules of the original Zanpakutō. Kyō Ryōsuke suddenly understood. The Zanpakutō that Kakashi obtained could only be chosen from those that appeared in the manga. His own, however, was a Zanpakutō that emerged from his inner heart. Kyō Ryōsuke slightly drew his long blade. Pray, blade of the burning heaven. Flames. Endless flames surged and roiled along the blade. Kyō Ryōsuke could sense the power of the flames. It was even stronger than the flowing fire blade. Outlined by the fire, he resembled a hellish demon lord. In an instant, a wave of pressure spread outward. Sakura, standing at the doorstep, felt an immense weight pressing down upon her. Her gaze toward Kyō Ryōsuke was filled with terror. This feeling, as if facing a colossal demon god, forced Sakura to lower her head immediately. Beyond fear, she seemed incapable of any action. Fortunately, the sensation vanished in an instant. Sakura, what brings you here? Kyō Ryōsuke said calmly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. At that moment, Sakura hesitated. The courage she had mustered along the way seemed to have hidden itself away in some Sakura Haruno was at a loss. For a moment, she didn't know where to begin. If she had any courage earlier, it had long since retreated and vanished upon witnessing Kyō Ryōsuke's domineering presence. Kyō Ryōsuke slowly sat down, his face still carrying a gentle smile. Feel free to tell me whatever it is, he said calmly, adjusting the haori on his shoulders. Perhaps it was the look in Kyō Ryōsuke's eyes. Sakura Haruno found her courage again. Lord Ryōsuke, I heard something from Kakashi Sensei. Kyō Ryōsuke was not surprised at all. You must have heard about those manga books, right? He was not in the least taken aback by Sakura's arrival. After all, if Kakashi knew, the whole team would know about the manga books, except for Naruto Uzumaki, who was far away. The next member of the team to find out would inevitably be Sakura Haruno. Lord Ryōsuke, I also want to become stronger. I don't want to be a burden to everyone. Sakura Haruno lifted her head abruptly, speaking with some excitement. Kyō Ryōsuke revealed a slight smile. From the original story, it was easy to see that Sakura Haruno was a strong-willed person. When her long hair endangered the team, she cut it off without hesitation. How could someone like that not be tempted when other team members were growing stronger? Although Kyō Ryōsuke's intervention had caused some strange butterfly effects throughout Konoha, Sakura Haruno also lost the opportunity to become Tsunade's disciple. But now things had changed. What goes around comes around after all. However, Kyō Ryōsuke was also uncertain now. Perhaps it was due to individual constitutions. As a result, what Kakashi and Sasuke comprehended were different. But this proved a very critical issue. Everyone excelled in different areas, so their comprehension varied. Even Kyō Ryōsuke didn't know which manga to assign. Fortunately, both Sasuke and Kakashi had miraculously found suitable inheritances, a situation that even Kyō Ryōsuke found unbelievable. Kyō Ryōsuke slightly raised his eyebrows, a gentle smile on his face. Here is the key. Go pick your manga. As she looked at the key placed on the table, Sakura Haruno felt it held profound significance. It looked like an ordinary key, but to Sakura Haruno it seemed more like a key to success. Sakura Haruno bowed slightly, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Lord Ryōsuke, I don't know what to say. I am truly grateful. Sakura Haruno felt extremely excited. Konoha adhered to many old traditions. The inheritance of ninjutsu and such was usually passed from teacher to student. If they were just friends or ordinary superiors and subordinates, there was no necessity or obligation. In other words, Kyō Ryōsuke could have completely refused to teach Sakura any skill. Yet when Sakura came to him, Kyō Ryōsuke agreed without hesitation. To him it was nothing, but to Sakura it was the grace of imparting knowledge. After all, in Sakura's eyes, Kyō Ryōsuke was imparting his unique secret technique to her. Watching Sakura turn and leave, Kyō Ryōsuke curled his lips slightly. He couldn't quite understand why Sakura had such a strong reaction. But now that things had come to this, Kyō Ryōsuke didn't want to interfere further. Although he was a bit curious about what Sakura could learn from the manga, he ultimately concealed that curiosity. After all, he would know soon enough. There was no use in being anxious now. Sakura Haruno, holding the key and carrying the hope of becoming stronger, walked out of the Hokage tower. Looking at the somewhat old and worn residence, Sakura Haruno strode in with the key. The furnishings were still somewhat Sakura Haruno immediately fixed her gaze on the bookshelf. On the shelves were densely packed manga books, clearly of many varied kinds. Sakura Haruno let out a sigh, feeling much relieved. After all, with so many manga books before her, it couldn't be that she couldn't comprehend even one. Sakura Haruno casually pulled out a manga. At first she was curious about the protagonist with a tail and what the story was about, but then, when the protagonist transformed into a Super Saiyan, Sakura roughly understood, but she was disappointed. Reading this manga did not bring any change. It seemed this manga was not suitable for her either. Sakura Haruno felt dejected. Counting the 2 she had read before, she had already gone through 3. Am I really not suited for this path? Sakura Haruno was unwilling to accept it. After all, Sasuke and Kakashi had already become stronger, while she remained stagnant. Their improvement was fast, and if she continued at her current pace, she would be left far behind, unable to even follow in their footsteps. Sakura Haruno slightly raised her head and looked around. She seemed to recall that mysterious acting Hokage, Lord Ryōsuke. Sakura clenched her teeth inwardly. No, how could I give up? I am Sakura Haruno. I must not fall here, not on the path to becoming stronger, or I won't even see a glimpse of Sasuke. Thinking of this, Sakura felt even more distressed, but her gaze became firm at that moment. No matter what, she had to find a manga suitable for herself. Sakura Haruno was now trying every possible desperate measure. One manga after another differed from her expectations. But undeniably, these were rare, excellent manga. Different from any manga on the market, each of these would likely be very captivating if taken out. However, as she went through more manga, Sakura grew increasingly disappointed. Sakura became more and more agitated. With so many manga, why isn't there a single one that suits me? Do I really have no talent for this? I'm so unwilling. I found a way to become stronger, but my aptitude is insufficient to learn. A streak of tears slid down from the corner of Sakura. A feeling of being left far behind welled up in Sakura's heart. Even so, she casually picked up another manga. After glancing through a few pages, Sakura stopped crying. Her eyes were fixed on the content of the manga in her hands. This manga, titled Pokémon, gradually captured her attention. A smile slowly curved on Sakura's lips because this manga gave her a very peculiar feeling. Perhaps she had hope again. A glimmer of hope slowly kindled in Chunai-Ying's heart. Chunai-Ying gently wiped away the tears from her eyes and said firmly, Chunai-Ying, do not give up. I can definitely do it. I will strive to catch up with Suoju's pace. Chunai-Ying's eyes were fixed on the manga, carefully turning the Chunai-Ying gradually became immersed in it. It was a fascinating world. Completely different from the ninja world, though there were battles, it was more about lighthearted and joyful life adventures. Chunai-Ying couldn't help but feel a hint of envy, but what shocked her even more were the creatures that existed there. They all seemed to share a unified name, Pokémon. Chunai-Ying watched as Xiaoji received a Pokémon, and when she saw Pikachu, she instantly fell in love with it, though she felt a bit regretful that this Pikachu seemed to have little potential. As she read more and more, Xiaoji set off on a journey with Pikachu. In the face of enemies, Pikachu saved Xiaoji from danger time and again. The thrilling Thunderbolt also greatly changed Chunai-Ying's impression of Pikachu. A tremor surged through Chunai-Ying's heart. Something or an idea seemed to be taking root. The feeling grew stronger and stronger. Chunai-Ying couldn't help but shift her body, but then she froze entirely. A sphere appeared in Chunai-Ying's hand as if from nowhere. The sphere seemed to be made of metal, red on top and white. The more Chunai-Ying looked at the metal ball in her hand, the more familiar it seemed. She suddenly glanced at the manga in her hand and realized that what she was holding was none other than the Pokeball from the comic. Upon closer inspection of the emblem, there was a Pokemon inside this Pokeball. Faced with the situation, according to the Pokeball's display, having one Pokemon inside meant it was an ordinary Pokeball from the manga. Chunai-Ying clutched the Pokeball excitedly and slowly walked out of the room. If she released the Pokemon in the room and something went wrong, she couldn't bear the responsibility. Not to mention the entire room full of manga books. Then the problem would be no small matter. In the courtyard, a gentle breeze blew. Chunai-Ying nervously swallowed. As she stepped out of the room, her eyes never left the Pokeball. Pressing the button in the center, Chunai-Ying watched carefully. I choose you. The Pokeball slowly opened and streams of golden light seeped out. Golden. Chunai-Ying was somewhat delighted. At least she had her first Pokemon. The light gradually disappeared. A fluffy electric mouse appeared before Chunai-Ying. Its golden fur swayed in the wind, and its round face had two red. There were black stripes on its body. It had a somewhat plump look, but it was more cute. A lightning-shaped tail seemed a bit. Chunai-Ying's eyes sparkled. She slowly lifted her head and said excitedly, Pikachu, it's actually Pikachu. How could she have imagined that an ordinary Pokeball would yield Pikachu, the Pokemon that had accompanied Xiaoji on his adventures, harboring immense power? Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, Jing Liangjie slowly raised his head, a smile appearing on his face. I didn't expect it to be that manga. This took Jing Liangjie by surprise. He had thought she would read about Pokemon and obtain a Pokeball. Jing Liangjie unhesitatingly took out a Pokeball. Come on, Pikachu. Jing Liangjie knew Pikachu's temperament well. Compared to other Pokemon, Pikachu was more special and never liked staying inside a Pokeball. The golden fluffy electric mouse appeared on Jing Liangjie's desk. The moment it saw Jing Liangjie, Pikachu affectionately approached, rubbing its forehead against his. Jing Liangjie smiled, waved his hand, and said indifferently, all right, Pikachu, go play somewhere else. I still have work to do, all thanks to that irresponsible gang. Hearing Jing Liangjie's words, Pikachu wandered around the room alone, exceptionally lively. Pikachu was akin to a summon, but there were differences. In the ninja world, summoning beasts would reverse summon back to their habitats when they reached their physical limits. However, for Pokemon, they were creatures of flesh and blood. If they died in battle, they truly perished. Yet most of their abilities were extremely powerful. It was also a good choice for Chunai-Ying. Right then, Chunai-Ying took her Pokemon and headed to the training ground. Suoju was still training at the ground. Kakashi leaned against a tree quietly reading a manga. Sensing someone approaching Kaka, she raised an eyebrow, but seeing it was Chunai-Ying, he ignored her. Kaka-sensei, I found something suitable for me at Lord Liangjie's house. Chunai-Ying walked up and said excitedly. Kaka's eyes single-eye focused on Chunai-Ying's shoulder. A fluffy golden animal was perched there. Kaka, she had never seen anything like it. Is this what you got from the manga? Kaka, she frowned. Comparatively, Kaka, she believed that obtaining new systems and combat abilities from the manga was more promising. But what could a summoning beast do? Was it exceptionally powerful? The ninja world had its own summoning techniques. Through summoning, one could call ninja beasts. In Kaka's eyes view, this seemed redundant. Pikachu was exceptionally intelligent. Sensing Kaka's eyes reaction, it seemed to know that Kaka, she looked down on it. Sparks of electricity flickered on its cheeks. This was already Pikachu displaying its anger. Kaka, she raised an eyebrow. Xiaoying, if you don't mind, I can help you test the summoning beast's strength. A faint smile appeared on Chunai-Ying's face. She said calmly, Kaka-sensei, if you are willing to help me, you can test. Although she knew Pikachu was strong, Chunai-Ying had no idea just how powerful was Pikachu's current ability. Kakashi gently put away his manga then looked seriously at Tsunade. In my opinion, the manga Lord Liangjie gave us can make us stronger. Of course it might be due to physical constitution, so you didn't get those. But a summoning beast is somewhat putting the cart before the horse. It seems Yushaoing need to practice more taijutsu and ninjutsu in the future. Kakashi felt a mixture of anger and helplessness. As a teacher, he naturally wished for his disciple to grow stronger. Yet now Sakura had stalled in her progress, and all she had gained from the comic book was a single summoning beast. In Kakashi's view, this situation was quite troublesome. However, he also felt a hint of curiosity. What exactly was this summoning beast? Kakashi's face darkened as he said gravely, "Sakura, be careful, I'm coming at you." He did not draw his long blade, but instead formed a hand seal. 3 Kakashis appeared on the spot, charging wildly toward Sakura from 3 directions. Yet Haruno Sakura neither dodged nor made any hand seals. Instead, she fixed her eyes on the summoning beast before her. A faint smile graced her face as she said calmly, "Pikachu, I leave it to you." Pika. Pika. Pikachu wriggled its body, responding enthusiastically. A faint smile appeared on Kakashi's face, and he secretly held back his strength. This summoning beast was too small in size, perhaps not possessing much power. Kakashi had already prepared to go Earth Release Mudrock Spear. One after another spear shot out from the ground, but the turn of events caught Kakashi off guard. Kakashi was surprised. He had not expected this seemingly chubby summoning beast to be exceptionally agile. It deftly dodged the barrage of mudrock spears. But this alone was not enough to test the beast's power. Kakashi's speed increased once more and a glint of lightning appeared in his hand. A sound like the chirping of 1,000 birds emerged from Kakashi's hand, growing louder by the moment. His speed increased and chakra enveloped his body. Kakashi's movements became nearly invisible to the naked eye. The Chidori in his hand had fully formed and he charged toward Pikachu. Haruno Sakura felt a bit nervous, her eyes fixed on the rushing Kakashi. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. The 2 red spots on Pikachu's cheeks began to release a massive surge of electricity. The current grew stronger and in an instant a sea of lightning formed around them. Pikachu's stored electricity was exhausted, but the sheer power unleashed in that moment was unimaginable. Sensing the danger, Kakashi quickly formed several hand seals. Earth Release Earth Wall. Kakashi placed his hopes on the thick earthen barrier. But he had greatly underestimated Pikachu's ability. The 2 shadow clones vanished instantly upon contact with the lightning. Behind the earth wall, Kakashi's expression turned serious. This summoning beast's lightning power is truly formidable. The earth wall offered almost no protection. In an instant the lightning pierced through and struck at Kakashi. At the first moment, Kakashi enveloped his body with chakra and the power gained from training his Zanpakutō. Yet even so, his silver hair stood straight. He collapsed to the ground, seemingly unable to stand. Seeing this, Haruno Sakura panicked instead and rushed over. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei. Are you alright? His lips were still numb, as was his body. Kakashi knew he had temporarily lost the ability to move. Kakashi waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. I just didn't expect your summoning beast to possess such powerful lightning release. How many times can you use that attack?" Kakashi sat on the ground, his body still paralyzed. Although Kakashi had been careless and held back, the main reason was that he had never expected Pikachu's offensive power to be so high. This intelligence error had led to Kakashi's lack of caution and his defeat. A cold energy coursed through Kakashi's body, its gentle waves gradually easing the full body numbness. Only then could Kakashi stand up from the ground. A smile appeared on his face as he said in amazement, "I didn't expect your summoning beast to be so powerful. Most importantly, the lightning it emits is of very high intensity and volume. Taken by surprise, it could definitely..." Haruno Sakura was astonished. She hadn't expected to possess the ability to kill a Jonin already. Although it was thanks to Pikachu, this was still a genuine After all, Pikachu was her Pokémon. Sakura nodded, her eyes slightly moist as she said with emotion, "Kakashi-sensei, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, sensei, I wouldn't have known that Pikachu is this strong." Kakashi shook his head. "Sakura, I must remind you, this is just the summoning beast's strength. Many times you won't be able to use it, and then you'll have to rely only on yourself." Kakashi meant well. In many situations, summoning beasts are useless and one can only rely on one's own. Over-reliance on the summoning beast's power would only put the cart before the horse, and one's own abilities would gradually weaken. Haruno Sakura frowned, stepped forward, and said seriously, "Kakashi-sensei, I must correct your view. This is not a summoning beast, it's a Pokémon and also my companion on the journey ahead." This was the first time he had heard such a thing. A look of curiosity appeared on Kakashi's face. But then he understood. This is something Lord Liangjie created. Judging by his methods, everything was probably prearranged. Kakashi let out a sigh. Regardless, Sakura, keep up the good work. Striving to strengthen yourself is also a form of training. By now Kakashi had gradually come to trust Jingliangjie. After all, facts speak louder than words. No matter how much Kakashi had doubted the existence of geniuses, he had now seen it. He believed that Jingliangjie would not do something meaningless. A look of joy appeared on Haruno Sakura's face. Kakashi's sensuous demeanor indicated that he approved of her actions and acknowledged her achievements. The serious atmosphere gradually dissipated. Kakashi looked at Pikachu on Sakura's shoulder with some curiosity. "Sakura, what is this summoning beast called?" And that technique just now was incredibly powerful. Haruno Sakura took Pikachu from her shoulder and held it in her arms. "It's called Pikachu and it's my partner. It's not a summoning beast. He is a living, breathing being. If he dies for real." As for Pikachu's move just now, Thunderbolt is not a ninjutsu, it's pure lightning, but its quality and quantity are terrifying. Another person joined the crowd reading comics under the tree. Sakura was aware of Pikachu's formidable strength, yet in the world of ninja where techniques were diverse and multifaceted, the power of Thunderbolt alone was far too singular. Sakura had to seek out other Pokémon or enhance Pikachu to fortify her own abilities. Otherwise, once the enemy discerned Pikachu's capabilities, they could devise corresponding countermeasures. This would prove fatal for Haruno Sakura. The afternoon grew tranquil with the faint chirping of cicadas echoing around. Sasuke continued to relentlessly while carrying a log. Sasuke noticed an odd figure beside him. Might Guy, clad in his green tight-fitting walking on his hands in an inverted stance, he ran laps alongside Sasuke, occasionally flashing a brilliant smile. A rough voice escaped his lips. "Kakashi, student, this is the essence of youth. Let us drench this training ground with our youthful spirit." Unprompted, Might Guy accelerated on his own accord. Sasuke, even in the midst of training, had a vein of exasperation appear on his forehead. Not only Sasuke, but Kakashi, leaning against a large tree, also witnessed the scene. The two, Might Guy and Sasuke, ran around the training ground lap after lap in a frenzy. By about the 50th lap, Might Guy was still at ease, though a hint of surprise flickered across his face. "Kakashi, student, your taijutsu is not particularly strong, but your unyielding spirit has moved me. This is youth. Burn my youth." Having said that, Might Guy accelerated once more on his own. By the time they reached the 80th lap, Sasuke stopped exhausted and walked slowly. Meanwhile, Might Guy continued running in his inverted posture unhurried. Finally, at the 99th lap, Might Guy halted, standing before Kakashi without a trace of breathlessness or flushed. "Kakashi, let's have a duel of youth. This time it's not rock, paper, scissors." Kakashi's face darkened, knowing that encountering Might Guy inevitably meant being challenged. But this time Kakashi was also intrigued. His strength had undoubtedly increased, but he himself wasn't entirely sure to what extent. Against Sasuke, Kakashi naturally couldn't unleash his full power. However, against Might Guy, whose level and ability were close to his own, Kakashi could go all out, thereby gauging his own improvement. "Fine, I accept your challenge." Might Guy was somewhat taken aback, never expecting Kakashi to agree so readily, something that had never happened before. Since the challenge was accepted, Might Guy said nothing more, facing Kakashi with full vigilance. Kakashi formed hand seals and several shadow clones appeared before him. For Might Guy, these clones were obstacles to be overcome. Kakashi made no attempt to conceal. A dazzling flash of lightning appeared in his hand, and he shot toward Might Guy like a spear. With a mighty roar, Might Guy shouted, "8 gates released, formation gate of opening open." A green aura enveloped his body and his speed increased to a certain extent. In the nick of time, he dodged Kakashi's lightning-released Chidori. However, Kakashi did not relent. He gently pulled down his headband, revealing a scarlet Sharingan. Might Guy was slightly stunned. He's even using the Sharingan. It seems Kakashi is truly ready for an exhilarating battle this time. At this thought, Might Guy's body trembled with excitement, and he flashed a brilliant smile. "Burn, my youth." Gate of rest open. Their figures intertwined, engaging in pure taijutsu. It was evident that Might Guy had the upper hand, as he was the true master of physical combat. Seizing an opportunity, Kakashi leaped backward, reaching for the hilt of the sword at his waist. Scatter, mirror, flower, water, moon. A sound like the tinkling of bells rang out, and Might Guy found himself frozen in place. His bodily functions shut down completely in an instant. Though his brain commanded his body, it remained unresponsive. He gradually lost his hearing, sight, and sense of smell. All 5 senses were sealed, even touch vanished. Am I dead? But if I'm dead, why can I still think? Is it because of that long sword? Before Might Guy could figure it out, he heard Kakashi's indifferent voice beside him. "Guy, you lose." As his senses returned, Might Guy was horrified to find he could move again. "Kakashi, is it a secret technique passed down in your family? I've never seen you use it before." That feeling of losing all senses was unbearable. It felt like I couldn't unleash my youth anymore, which is the saddest thing in the world. Kakashi's expression darkened, knowing his comrade's temperament well. So he explained directly. The moment I drew my sword, your 5 senses were already confused. This is not genjutsu, so you tried disrupting your own chakra, but it was futile. I took that opportunity to completely seal your senses, causing your body to create the illusion of death. Though your mind knew you weren't dead, your body had already shut down. A look of regret appeared on Might Guy's face. I see. As expected of Kakashi. Did you develop this new jutsu yourself? It seems there's still a long way to go before I catch up to you. I'll have to work harder. Kakashi shook his head and said calmly, this is not a jutsu I created, it was taught to me by Lord Ryōsuke. Might Guy looked astonished, but soon a gleam of admiration appeared in his eyes. Lord Ryōsuke. Isn't he younger than us? So Lord Ryōsuke is such a genius. Looks like I have one more person to catch up to. Might Guy grinned, revealing his bright white teeth exuding a peculiar fighting spirit. Kakashi with his listless eyes slowly sat down on the grass and pulled out a manga to read. Might Guy seemed accustomed to Kakashi's behavior. But upon seeing Haruno Sakura beside Kakashi also reading a manga, Might Guy couldn't help but frown. By then Sasuke had recovered somewhat. He walked over slowly and also took out a manga to read. Might Guy's frown deepened. Kakashi reading Ika was common knowledge, but had this bad habit already spread? No. As Kakashi's comrade, I cannot allow him to continue this mistake. As the blue beast of Konoha, I must find a way to stop it. Although he had no idea what was really going on, even from afar, Might Guy could sense an aura of decadence. As a member of the new generation of Konoha, how could one be so addicted to manga and idle pastimes? Moreover, Might Guy noticed that even Sasuke, who had just finished training, had taken out a manga book and started reading. How could a disciple who should be burning with youth continue to languish in such decadence? Might Guy punched the tree beside him with a heavy fist. Kakashi, there's something I must discuss with you. Kakashi looked up somewhat surprised at Might Guy. What's this guy up to now? But Kakashi was used to Might Guy's sudden outbursts. After all, he was his longtime friend and Kakashi knew Might Guy's behavior very well. Kakashi squinted his eyes and asked with some confusion, what's wrong, Guy? Is there something you need? Might Guy lowered his head abruptly, his bowl-cut hair blown by the wind. Kakashi, this is a very serious matter. Your disciples are the new generation of Konoha. They cannot sink into such decadence. Remember, where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire burns ever brighter. The flame will illuminate the village and make the new saplings sprout. But these saplings are being watered by you with the water of decadence. Might Guy was unusually serious. At that moment, he didn't seem as foolish as usual. Kakashi looked up, glancing at the two beside him, both engrossed in their manga books. No, it's fine. I think they're both working very hard. Kakashi said with a slight shrug, his tone indifferent. That statement wasn't wrong because Kakashi knew they were reading manga to gain greater strength, to become stronger themselves. And their absorbed expressions were proof of their hard work, weren't they? In this situation, they were all diligently learning, which hardly seemed like decadence. Bang! Might Guy slammed his fist into the tree with force. A small crater appeared on the solid trunk. Might Guy's face was red with anger, as if he had opened the 8 gates. Kakashi, I'm not joking with you. Even if you are my best friend, I cannot tolerate your behavior. Open your eyes and see for yourself. A disciple who knows how to burn his youth is now reading such frivolous amusements during his training breaks. How can this be considered hard work? Even if he is a genius, he cannot continue to wallow in decadence like this. Might Guy felt both helpless and heartbroken. Since childhood, Might Guy had known that geniuses existed in this world, but he also knew that he was not one of them. So he could only rely on even more diligent training to become stronger, to catch up with the path of the geniuses. But now the genius had stopped moving forward, only indulging in trivial pastimes, and even his disciples followed suit. This was nothing short of ruining the next generation. Kakashi, as your friend, I am ashamed of you. Might Guy shot a sharp glance at Kakashi and said coldly. Might Guy looked once more at the two disciples who were absorbed in their manga. I will report this to the Hokage. I know Naruto is out training, so it's possible your squad has lost its fighting spirit. But I think you are no longer fit to be the team leader. Might Guy turned and left. This time he was deeply disappointed in Kakashi. He had always regarded Kakashi as his lifelong rival, his lifelong friend. But he never expected that his actions would start affecting others. As Kakashi's friend, Might Guy felt he could not stand by and do nothing. Arriving at the Hokage's building, Might Guy knocked without hesitation. His thick brows were tightly furrowed. Lord Hokage, I have something very important to tell you. Seeing Might Guy's tense expression, Ryōsuke was somewhat surprised. Could something major have happened during this time? But judging from the original story, nothing seemed to occur. This must be the butterfly effect. Ryōsuke composed himself, staring straight at Might Guy. Might Guy, tell me, what is it? Lord Hokage, I hereby report Kakashi in my own name. His state is no longer suitable to be a leading jonin, Might Guy said emotionally, his hands pressing firmly on the desk. Hyaronsuke's expression turned strange, barely suppressing a laugh. How could there be such a scene in the original story? Was Might Guy the kind of ninja who snitched? Hyaronsuke leaned back in his chair and asked with confusion, Might Guy, words are not proof. Do you have any evidence? As far as I know, Kakashi is an outstanding ninja. Might Guy's face was filled with sorrow. As his friend, I should not be saying this, but Kakashi has become addicted to manga, a frivolous amusement, and has indirectly influenced his disciples Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. Therefore I request that you revoke his qualification as a leading jonin. Hyaronsuke suddenly understood. So that was the case. If one didn't know the purpose of these manga, seeing Kakashi and the others like this would certainly make them think they had lost all ambition. And given Might Guy's impulsive nature, he surely hadn't asked about the peculiarities of the manga. Might Guy was a single-minded man. When he saw Sakura and Sasuke indulging in manga just like Kakashi, he immediately assumed that Kakashi had influenced his two disciples. Hyaronsuke rested his chin on his hand and said calmly, How about this, Might Guy? Do you have any problems with your training? Perhaps I can make your youth shine even brighter. It had to be said that Might Guy's nerves were indeed thick. He didn't notice anything strange even after such a clumsy subject change. Might Guy grinned, showing a bright smile, his teeth seemingly sparkling in the sunlight. Lord Hokage, are you affirming my youth? Finally someone recognizes me. But Lord Hokage, I am indeed a bit confused. My strength hasn't advanced for a long time. Hearing this, Hyaronsuke revealed a faint smile. Here, take the key to my house. Go to my room and look at the books on the shelf. Perhaps you will understand more. Might Guy was a little surprised but still reached out and took the key. With a passionate expression he said, Thank you for your recognition, Lord Hokage. Burn my youth. Might Guy took the key and dashed straight out of the Hokage building. Might Guy was extremely single-minded, meaning he was a stickler for rules. Others would at most address Jing Liangjie as Lord Liangjie. Even the most respectful would call him Lord Acting Hokage. But Might Guy, being such a stickler, directly addressed Jing Liangjie as Lord Hokage. Because in Might Guy's mind, Lady Tsunade had appointed Jing Liangjie as the acting Hokage. Therefore, during this period, Jing Liangjie was the true Hokage. That was why Might Guy had such unwavering faith in Jing Liangjie's words. What's more coincidental was that Jing Liangjie went along with what Might Guy said. Thus in Might Guy's mind, Jing Liangjie acknowledged his ninja way. Might Guy always trusted his kindred spirits without reservation. Arriving at Jing Liangjie's residence, Might Guy stopped. Looking at the ordinary key in his hand, he couldn't hold back his tears. Might Guy, do not disappoint the Hokage's appreciation and trust in you. Come on for a passionate youth. Might Guy directly opened the door. Even Might Guy with his thick nerves was startled by the messy scene before him. Could the Hokage's residence have been robbed? Damn it. How dare someone be so audacious? However, at this moment, Might Guy did not forget the task Jing Liangjie had entrusted to him. He carefully avoided the obstacles on the floor to preserve the original crime scene. The books on the shelf should be the ones right. As expected of the Hokage, these books are all his works. Could he be like Lord Jiraiya, not only possessing formidable strength, but also the talent of a great writer? At this moment, these manga books were neatly placed on the shelf so only the spines were visible, not the content. Thus Might Guy still wore an expression of admiration. To Might Guy, Jing Liangjie was undoubtedly another genius he had encountered. Since the Hokage asked me to look, it shouldn't hurt to read a little, right? Might Guy casually pulled out a manga from the shelf. He gently opened the book. His expression turned extremely. The Hokage's work turned out to be a manga, something for children's entertainment, and it came from the Hokage himself. At the same time, Might Guy couldn't help but wonder what kind of manga the Hokage had created. Driven by curiosity, Might Guy slowly began to flip through the pages. Dragon Ball, what a strange name. Might Guy muttered, then continued reading. At first, he was just curious about the identity of the human boy with a monkey tail. Why was he so strange? But the more he read, the more interested Might Guy became. Ryukung ate a huge beast in one sitting, and as a child he single-handedly killed such a massive creature. Might Guy slowly widened his eyes and said excitedly, what a youth that brings tears to the eyes. He wished he could run out of the room, do a handstand, and run around for 300 laps. But the manga's allure was too strong. He continued flipping through. When he saw Ryukung embarking on the journey to find the Dragon Balls, Might Guy frowned in confusion and said, could such a miraculous thing really exist? If only it existed in the ninja world. Muttering, Might Guy continued reading. Ryukung was taken as a disciple by Master Wutian and worked hard to train his physical strength. This resonated with Might Guy, making him tear up. Indeed, there is another kind of genius in this world, a genius who becomes one through sheer effort. This is the taste of burning youth. Such a boy will surely become a powerful figure. Gradually, Might Guy unknowingly became engrossed. When he came to his senses, he realized the sun was already setting. Oh no, it's already this late. But at that moment, a strange throbbing sensation surged through Might Guy's body, growing stronger. Suddenly a powerful force emerged within Mate Kai, strengthening every muscle and every inch of skin. A tail broke through the constraints and grew from. Mate Kai kept his eyes tightly shut. The bodily changes made him extremely uncomfortable. However, soon he opened his eyes and clenched his fists. How is this possible? My physique has increased so much it's already comparable to when I opened the 8 gates. Mate Kai was extremely aware of his own body. He could detect even the slightest improvement, let alone such an earth-shattering change. Mate Kai's eyes were a bit dazed, his lips slightly parted and his thick eyebrows raised high, looking extremely comical. Mate Kai slowly sat down on the ground, but as soon as he sat he noticed something wrong. A furry tail. He spun around abruptly. Only then did he see a tail behind him, and it seemed to be his own. Impossible, why do I have a tail? But just then a brand new energy appeared in Mate Kai's body. Although it was still weak, it was extremely tenacious. Mate Kai clenched his fists in astonishment. Impossible, this is chi. This is the chi described in the manga. Why do I have chi in my body? Could it be this manga? But at that moment an overwhelming hunger surged over Mate Kai. He felt as if he had never been so hungry in his life. Without any hesitation, Mate Kai's body blurred into a streak as he dashed toward the ramen shop. As soon as he sat down he slammed the table. Boss Yao, give me 2 large bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Yao squinted slightly and showed a smile. It seems this customer is very hungry. Aura gradually emanated from Yao as his hands became blurs. Noodles were cut and dropped into the pot in one smooth motion. With Yao's gentle voice 2 large bowls of tonkatsu ramen were placed before Mate Kai. Mate Kai exclaimed, "Ill start." Then, without caring about the scalding hot ramen, he picked up his chopsticks and ate furiously. In the blink of an eye 1 large bowl was completely devoured. Mate Kai then turned his gaze to the other bowl. With the same voracious speed the other large bowl of tonkatsu ramen was also cleaned out. Master Kakashi, is that really Master Mate Kai? Sakura asked in confusion from the side. Kakashi turned his head and said flatly, "I don't know that fool." Mate Kai glanced at Kakashi and shouted again, "Boss Yao, 2 more bowls now." For bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Yao was a bit surprised, slowly rolled up his sleeves and his eyes became focused. What a motivated ninja. At this moment Yao was operating at full capacity. With bowl after bowl of large portions of tonkatsu ramen placed on the table, Mate Kai continued to devour his food with the same voracious speed, his hands never pausing. After finishing another 4 servings of tonkatsu ramen, Mate Kai licked his lips. "Boss, give me another 8 bowls of tonkatsu ramen." At this moment Kakashi also looked at Mate Kai with a hint of confusion. In the ninja world there were not a few shinobi with astonishing appetites. For instance, the Akimichi clan's eating capacity was quite remarkable. However, based on Kakashi's understanding, Mate Kai was not such a shinobi. Moreover, his usual appetite was quite normal. Kakashi sat down beside Mate Kai and furrowed his brow. "Kai, what's going on with you? Is there something wrong with your body?" As Kai's close friend Kakashi was genuinely worried. At this moment Kakashi noticed that Mate Kai's eyes were bloodshot as if he were in a state of extreme rage. Perhaps sensing Kakashi's concern, Mate Kai waved his hand. "Kakashi, don't worry. I'm just too hungry. I'll be fine once I've eaten enough." At this point even the thickhead Mate Kai realized that his body seemed to harbor a mysterious power strikingly similar to the youth in that manga book. It didn't seem to be a bad thing, just sheer hunger for now. Suddenly, Mate Kai turned to Kakashi with a troubled expression. "Kakashi, can I ask you for something? This is a once-in-a-lifetime request." Kakashi frowned slightly. For Mate Kai to speak so seriously, could it really be something grave? "Mate Kai, just tell me what it is. If I can help, I will." Although they sometimes clashed, they were still longtime friends. Mate Kai looked at Kakashi with a pleading expression, then slowly pulled out his wallet. A thin wallet yielded only 2 coins. "Kakashi, my lifelong friend, could you lend me some money? If I keep eating like this, I'm afraid I won't have enough to pay Boss Yao." Kakashi knew that Mate Kai spent a lot of money each month on training equipment due to his rigorous regimen. But now, given Mate Kai's eating habits, he truly couldn't support himself. Though a bit exasperated, Kakashi reached for his own wallet. "Here, take it. But you should go see a medical ninja. Your current condition seems very unusual." Mate Kai took the money from Kakashi and shook his head. "Kakashi, don't worry. This is all normal. Boss Yao, give me another 10 bowls of ramen." Yao was stunned, but his hands moved quickly and soon he was busy. After Mate Kai finished all the ramen, his expression finally calmed. At that moment Haruno Sakura stared at Mate Kai's stomach with a strange look. "Kai-sensei, where did all that food go? Your stomach hasn't even bulged." Mate Kai let out an awkward smile. He walked up to Kakashi and bowed sincerely. "Kakashi, my friend, please forgive me for misunderstanding you earlier. Those manga are not mere entertainment." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. It seemed Mate Kai had learned the truth and had also visited Ryōsuke's residence. "So you've become like this because of the manga too?" Might Kai nodded solemnly. I saw youth in there, I saw burning hope. Such things are not mere pastimes, they are true divine books. Seeing the undisguised admiration in Might Kai's eyes, Kakashi shot him a look of disdain. This guy was acting crazy again. Kakashi-sensei, look. Kai-sensei has grown a tail. Sakura gasped, pointing at Might Kai. Kakashi frowned. A tail. Impossible. But hearing Sakura's words, he instinctively looked in the direction she pointed. When he saw it, he was startled. Behind Might Kai there really was a tail resembling a monkey's tail. Kakashi asked in amazement, Kai, what's this? Might Kai scratched his head, unable to speak for a moment, and upon closer inspection his face seemed tinged with a shy blush. I can't quite explain it right now, but Kakashi, let's go to the training ground. In the past, Kakashi would have avoided such a request, but now things were different. Something had undoubtedly changed in Might Kai that Kakashi didn't understand, and going to the training ground was to figure out that change. This time Kakashi didn't refuse, he followed Might Kai toward the training ground. The two formed a seal of confrontation, and then stepped back a distance. Suddenly Might Kai's state underwent a massive transformation. His muscles swelled instantly. Once well-proportioned, Might Kai now resembled a muscle giant. Kakashi, watch out. Might Kai had realized that after replenishing his energy, the chi in his body had increased dramatically, and he could now initially apply it to his body surface. Watching Might Kai charge toward him at incredible speed, Kakashi's pupils contracted. This speed is almost twice as fast as before. And it seems he hasn't even used the 8 gates. This change made Kakashi even more curious about what Might Kai had gained. Seeing the fist inches away, and feeling the sharp wind emanating from it, Kakashi vanished instantly from his spot, frowning slightly. This feels like pure physical strength, but no. There seems to be a strange energy on the surface. Just then a sense of danger appeared behind him. Kakashi reflexively leaped forward, only to find Might Kai standing behind him, fist already thrown. Kai, how did you find me? Kai's chakra reserves were very low, and he wasn't a sensory-type ninja, so he couldn't have detected his hiding spot so quickly. This was a move Kakashi had used countless times before, but now it failed. Might Kai smiled. Because my chi has locked onto you. Kakashi pondered. Chi? That's strange energy. Might Kai nodded. Yes, Kakashi. Now you need to be careful. A smile appeared beneath Kakashi's mask, and he slowly reached for the Zanpakutō at his waist. Kakashi sensed that Might Kai's power had grown considerably this time. If Guy's combat power was previously 10, it was now 12. This was no small enhancement. Moreover, Kakashi noticed that Might Guy's body seemed even more resilient. Already a master of taijutsu, Might Guy now resembled a humanoid beast. If not absolutely necessary, Kakashi would never wish to be struck by Might Guy even once. Kakashi took a deep breath, slowly gripping the hilt of his blade. Scatter, mirror, flower, water, moon. A faint chime like the tinkling of a bell resonated across the field. Might Guy stared ahead in confusion. That was where Kakashi had stood moments ago, yet now he had vanished. Disappearing right before his eyes. Could it be the body flicker technique? At that moment, Kakashi's voice came from behind. The instant he caught the sound, Might Guy lashed out with a fierce punch. Without a thought for the consequences, his arm twisted in an unnatural angle to strike behind him. His muscles had reacted with extraordinary speed. Bang! A puff of smoke cleared, and where Kakashi had stood now lay a log. But suddenly a small cut appeared on Might Guy's arm. It was a wound caused by a shuriken. This turn of events felt eerie to Might Guy. Though nothing was visible, the attack had come from that direction. What was happening? Might Guy furrowed his brow. This technique of Kakashi's was formidable. It felt exactly like the sensation from before. If caught off guard, he would surely suffer greatly. Yet, thinking this, the expression on Might Guy's face grew even more. Wouldn't this be a better way to test just how much his strength had increased? Might Guy felt a surge of adrenaline, his body trembling slightly before quickly regaining composure. Now Might Guy felt his blood boil. Every muscle in his body cheered. This is the taste of youth burning. Come on, Kakashi, let's settle this. Seeing Kakashi reappear, Might Guy dove forward without hesitation. This strike was utterly merciless. Might Guy's speed was extreme, leaving only the faintest afterimage. Yet his powerful fist slammed into Kakashi's form. Might Guy's face twisted in shock. Something felt wrong. Though Kakashi stood right before him, it was like a phantom. His fist passed through without striking. It was an illusion. Kakashi seemed to vanish in an instant, but his voice drifted over. It's useless, Guy. Right now you can't lock onto my position, so you'll never hit me. Give up. Might Guy grinned, revealing his gleaming teeth. The teeth seemed to sparkle. Kakashi, I won't surrender. Youth won't allow me to give up. Burn my youth. Rest gate open. He activated the 8 gates. Might Guy's power surged dramatically. The pressure he exuded grew even more intense. Now Might Guy appeared like a ferocious beast standing at the apex of the food chain. A mere glance at him evoked a profound sense of danger. But Kakashi's soft laughter echoed from all around. It's useless, I told you. When you entered the illusion, your 5 senses were already deceived by me. Even now you know you're in a genjutsu, yet you still can't break free from the illusions I've created. Might Guy, though somewhat thick-head, understood that being unable to see, hear, or sense the enemy's presence in battle was a fatal flaw. No matter how powerful, he could only defend passively, and sooner or later defeat would come. Now Might Guy was trapped in that awkward position. Though he could feel the immense power surging within him, it was useless if he couldn't unleash it and strike the enemy. Another shuriken flew out. The moment it was released, Might Guy noticed it. With his taijutsu, he effortlessly dodged the incoming shuriken. But Might Guy understood that this was merely a warning from Kakashi. Now Might Guy could not lock onto Kakashi's position. Only in the instant Kakashi attacked could he determine where Kakashi was. But in that single second, given Kakashi's speed, he could easily evade. The situation seemed to have turned into a baffling infinite loop. Might Guy did not consider Kakashi's methods underhanded. Both were shinobi, and assassination and stealth were essential parts of their work. Only Might Guy was not skilled in this area, nor in countering it. Just then he made a startling decision. He faced forward and slowly closed his eyes. With no vision, attacks were easily avoided. Why would Might Guy close his eyes now? Did he think this would prevent Kakashi from deceiving him? Kakashi stood not far away, his finger resting on his chin. This seems to make it easier for me to hit him. No, what is that? Looking toward Might Guy, he saw a milky white substance enveloping his body like a gas, gently undulating with the breeze. Might Guy clenched his fist. This strange phenomenon gave Kakashi a great sense of danger. At that moment, still as a maiden, swift as a startled hare. With his eyes shut, Might Guy precisely locked onto Kakashi's position. A whip-like kick hurtled toward where Kakashi stood. In that instant, the sweat droplets suspended in the air seemed to shimmer with a different luster. Vaguely, Kakashi seemed to understand what Might Guy always meant by you, but thinking aside, Kakashi had no desire to take that blow. He madly sidestepped. Yet Might Guy's eyes closed tracked him like a relentless targeting device. As Kakashi shifted, Might Guy followed like a shadow, attacking again. Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, "Impossible. Guy, how did you do that?" In response, Guy only launched an even fiercer attack. This time, Kakashi's abdomen was grazed by Might Guy's strike. His face, though hidden behind the mask, turned ghastly pale. This attack was terrifying. The surroundings trembled with ripples, but at least they stabilized. Kakashi's voice sounded again. "Guy, how did you do it?" Everything around him seemed to ripple like flowing water. Might Guy regained his normal perspective. The imposing aura had already faded away. It was merely a friendly spar, not a life-or-death struggle, so there was no need to continue. Yet even so, their battle was astonishing. Both of them bore expressions of surprise, more or less. Might Guy flashed a brilliant smile, revealing his neat teeth. "Kakashi, all of this is thanks to you." Kakashi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "I'm curious, how exactly is all this because of me?" Kakashi didn't believe he possessed such remarkable abilities. This was purely a talent for taijutsu. In Konoha, aside from the azure blue beast Might Guy, who else could dominate in physical combat? Suddenly a figure flashed through Kakashi's mind. If it's Lord Ryōsuke, it doesn't seem impossible. Seeing his friend's expression, Might Guy's smile grew even more cheerful. "Kakashi, my friend. You've figured it out, haven't you?" "Yes, all of this is a gift bestowed upon me by the Hokage. I read a miraculous manga at the Hokage's residence, and now my physique has undergone a tremendous transformation." Kakashi seemed to understand why Might Guy had been so ravenous when he first saw him. In an instant, Might Guy's body had the changes seemed to originate mostly from his physique. This was pure muscular power. Physical strength generally increased through training and nourishment. Just as Might Guy had been intensifying his training over the years. Now the situation had become even more extreme. After all the root problem had been solved, the alteration of his constitution consumed immense energy. Kakashi frowned slightly, then let out a long sigh. "But what about this tail? I've never heard of getting a tail as a bonus for becoming stronger." Might Guy then realized that indeed there was an extra tail growing behind him, which was quite abnormal. Yet seeing the tail, a hardworking and passionate youth emerged in his mind. He was still dragging his tail as he strived to become stronger. Although he hadn't seen the rest of the story yet, this tail was definitely not a hindrance. Might Guy took a deep breath and said, "Kakashi, this is a symbol of passion. As the azure blue beast of Konoha, you simply wouldn't understand such things." Kakashi sighed, looking at Might Guy with a hint of suspicion. This passionate fool. Sometimes I can't figure out what's going on in his head. But well, I suppose what Lord Ryōsuke has taught him can't be too bad. Kakashi had already concluded that the manga everyone saw was arranged by Ryōsuke. Therefore the system Might Guy chose was definitely the most suitable for him. This was somewhat of a coincidence. After all, Might Guy had merely picked a book at random. Who would have thought he would become so engrossed and quickly comprehend its contents? Ryōsuke didn't interfere much with all this. Might Guy just happened to choose Dragon Ball. But it was precisely such a coincidence. Who would have imagined that Might Guy would randomly pick Dragon Ball? And Might Guy, being a taijutsu specializing ninja with profound expertise in this area, could glean much from it. Coincidentally, he was able to understand many things from Dragon Ball. Yet, in the eyes of Kakashi and Might Guy, it seemed as if everything had been prearranged by Ryōsuke. At that moment, Ryōsuke sat in the Hokage's office, wearing a knowing smile. When Might Guy gained enlightenment, Ryōsuke immediately received feedback. Might Guy has acquired the Scion Constitution. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 system energy points. Might Guy has learned to use Ki. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 system energy points. At the same time, Ryōsuke could feel a formidable energy transforming his body. Every inch of his flesh and blood underwent earth-shattering changes. Ryōsuke was also a ninja who didn't focus on taijutsu, but at this moment he could clearly sense his physical strength had risen by more than one level. A tail quietly emerged. A faint smile curled at the corner of Ryōsuke's mouth. It seemed he had perfectly integrated the Scion Constitution as well. Overwhelming power surged through his body as if he were invincible in the world. But Ryōsuke knew well that this was merely an illusion brought about by the sudden surge in power. Yet at this moment he suddenly discovered a peculiar phenomenon. Now whenever he wanted, it seemed he could transform into a Super Saiyan at any time. Even if Might Guy was exceptionally gifted, there was no way he could comprehend Super Saiyan so quickly. The corner of Ryōsuke's mouth slowly upturned into a wild grin. System, what's going on? Only the system could explain the situation he was in. Report to the host. When others read the host's books and gain insights, the host automatically masters a higher level of content. A knowing smile appeared on Ryōsuke's face. Not bad. The system has finally done something worthwhile. Ryōsuke was in high spirits. It felt like someone was working for him. Just as the boss's income always exceeds the workers. Might Guy comprehended the Scion Constitution, and Ryōsuke had already mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. If Might Guy could transform into a Super Saiyan, Ryōsuke would already be able to become a Super Saiyan too. Thinking about it, the feeling was truly delightful. Ryōsuke stretched lazily and stood up from the office. That Tsunade left me such a mess to handle. Fortunately, it's all done. After 2 days of hard work, Ryōsuke finally finished the mountain of documents. He hadn't expected such a small village as Konoha to have so many troublesome matters. Ryōsuke could somewhat understand why Tsunade had run off. It was probably inseparable from this pile of administrative affairs. Time to go back and draw manga. Ryōsuke slowly walked out of the Hokage building, muttering softly. But as he walked, his eyes suddenly sharpened. Although Ryōsuke was not a sensory-type ninja, possessing Ki made him in some ways even more perceptive than sensory ninja. Along the way, Ryōsuke had a distinct feeling. Someone was following him. And these individuals seemed to have ill intentions. In an instant he understood one thing. The Umbu were temporarily under his command. Therefore those following him were not Umbu but Root. And only one person could mobilize Root: Shimura Danzo. That guy had indeed set his sights on him. Jingliangjie had long known that this would happen. Now it had finally come. If it were a few days ago, he might have been wary of Shimura Danzo, but now Danzo's men seemed to be arriving rather slowly. Of course, such a matter did not bother Jingliangjie at all. Continuing forward, he deliberately walked to a sparsely populated area. It was now near evening, and this alley had few people. Jingliangjie stopped and said slowly, "Come out. How long will you keep skulking after me?" It seems Lord Danzo guessed wrong. The acting Hokage is also a sensory-type ninja, said a ninja wearing a pig-faced mask, flanked by 2 ninjas with monkey-faced masks as they stepped out from the side, speaking in a sinister tone. Acting Hokage Lord Danzo invites you to discuss some matters, said another ninja with a monkey-faced mask, stepping forward. Jingliangjie stood still and sneered coldly. What a joke. I am the Hokage. Danzo is merely— If there is something to discuss, he should come to see me. Why should I go to him? Besides, it's late now and I don't want to go. The ninja with the monkey-faced mask laughed outright. Acting Hokage, you need to realize that you're merely an acting Hokage. Does such a status really warrant Lord Danzo coming to see you in person? Danzo's intention was obvious. Jingliangjie was well aware that he had always kept a low profile, even to the point of being reclusive. He had no close ties with any of the major clans, so naturally he had no supporters. He was completely a soft target, easy to manipulate. Danzo was precisely after this, to seize control of Konoha while Tsunade was away. By the time Tsunade returned, it would be too late. Danzo would have already taken the seat of Hokage, and there would be no way to make him give it up. Jingliangjie slowly turned around, his eyes fixed on the 3 before him. I think you've misunderstood one thing. "I'm not going to see Danzo because I'm afraid of him, but because he is not worthy." These words were extremely arrogant, especially when spoken in front of 3 Root members. A flash of anger appeared in the eyes of the 3 ninjas. Having been in Root for so long, they had been brainwashed by Danzo and had long deified him in their hearts. They had curse seals placed on their tongues by Danzo, making them utterly loyal. How could anyone insult Lord Danzo so blatantly in front of them? The 3 ninjas drew their kunai from their belts and hurled shuriken as if they were free. Seeing their stance, Jing Liangjie knew that there was nothing left to discuss, only battle remained. This was exactly what Jing Liangjie wanted. Since obtaining these powers, he had never tested them. A pale flame appeared in his hand. It added a touch of eerie coldness to the dim alley. The leading pig-faced ninja sneered. A pretentious trick, nothing but a petty skill. He charged straight at the pale flame. Wind release, great breakthrough. The pig-faced man's chest suddenly expanded many times, and then a gust of wind blew out. He seemed to want to extinguish the flame in Jing Liangjie's hand. However, this was a strange fire from the heavens and earth. How could it be so easily blown out by a mere great breakthrough technique? When fully grown, it could burn the sky and boil the sea. Killing a few people was not a difficult feat. This wisp of flame was extremely tenacious, showing no sign of wavering against the wind release great breakthrough. In fact, as Jing Liangjie increased his energy, the flame grew even fiercer. An unsettling chill emanated from the surroundings. A slow smile curled at the corner of Jing Liangjie's mouth. "Since you want to try, then experience the power of the bone-chilling cold flame." The flame erupted, instantly transforming into a long serpent that flew toward the ninja. The flame came and went quickly. In the air, it seemed to take the form of a silver-white giant serpent lunging to bite the ninja. That man disappeared instantly. But Jing Liangjie showed no panic. He was all too familiar with the attack methods of this world's ninjas. It was merely using the body flicker technique to relocate. Before the fire serpent, nothing could hide. The serpent soared upward, doubling in size, then abruptly shot to the left. Impossible. How could you find me?" A shrill scream suddenly rang out. The ninja who had been hiding by the wall was now covered in pale flames, rolling on the ground in agony. This flame upon contact gave no sensation of burning, instead it felt like being enveloped in ice. Although the pig-faced ninja rolled around on the ground, he was utterly helpless. Now he was nothing but a helpless wretch stripped of his former grandeur. The other 2 looked at Jing Liangjie with uncertainty and fear. In Jing Liangjie's hand, a gleaming broadsword appeared, surrounded by blazing flames emitting an even more scorching heat. "Now it's your turn, you two." Jing Liangjie's eyes fixed on the 2 monkey-faced ninjas. The tip of his blade was already aimed at them. Jing Liangjie vanished from the spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a deep gash appeared on one of the monkey-faced ninjas. Jing Liangjie's Zanpakutō did not possess overly powerful abilities, but it had one thing that could not be ignored: an endless supply of high-temperature flames. In a sense, it was even more terrifying than Ryujin Jaka. That monkey-faced ninja also noticed that from his bone-deep wound came a smell of roasted meat. The cut had been seared shut, the blood congealed before it could even flow. The monkey-faced ninja was horrified. "Impossible. You are a demon. How could Lord Danzo oppose such a demon?" Given the speed of the monkey-faced ninja, he had been utterly unable to dodge or evade that strike. This proved that the time of contact between Jing Liangjie and the monkey-faced ninja was extremely short, and in that brief moment, he had delivered such a swift slash, while also cauterizing the surrounding flesh. The monkey-faced ninja was now stunned, unsure of how to defeat this man before him. At that moment, the fate of the pig-faced ninja was also revealed. He was dead, having died amidst his anguished cries. Strangely, though he had been burned to death, his entire body was covered in frost, as if he had been killed by freezing cold. His body was stiff, his face pale and blue. No matter from which angle one observed, the only conclusion was that this man had been frozen to death. Yet when he died, both of them had witnessed it. He was clearly engulfed in flames and perished, but now his clothes remain intact. How could this be possible? The 2 had already recognized the perilous nature of Jing Liangjie and understood the order issued by Tuanzong. It was likely meant to probe Jing Liangjie's strength and establish an intimidating presence. But the unfolding reality seemed to have surpassed Tuanzong's expectations. The 2 ninjas, caught in a dilemma, were momentarily frozen in place. Snapping back to their senses, both ninjas heaved a sigh of relief. That had been a golden opportunity. If Jing Liangjie had struck, then they would not have been able to react and would have met their end. Yet just now, not only did Jing Liangjie refrain from attacking, he even seemed to be stunned. Such a lack of vigilance could never qualify as a competent ninja. What was there to fear from an enemy like this? One ninja shrugged, sneering dismissively. Looks like he's just a wet Vihinthirs kid who doesn't understand that seizing the moment is what matters in battle. The other ninja remained silent, but the expression on his face conveyed the same sentiment. Having grown cautious due to the death of the pig-masked ninja, they still dismissed the threat posed by a ninja with such scant combat experience. Even if he possessed great power, there would always be a chance to kill him. As long as they seized the right moment to strike, what did his strength matter? Was he not still flesh and blood? In contrast to their relaxed vigilance, Jing Liangjie could not help but let out a laugh. Short-sighted fools. You judge others only by your own standards, don't. Scum like you, I wouldn't deign to strike at that moment. The two exchanged glances, both understanding the other's thought. He was just putting up a brave front, a stubborn denial. The two swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. In an instant the two became six. Each emitted identical chakra as if every single one was real. But their murderous aura posed a formidable test for any ninja lacking extensive combat experience. Perhaps he would lose the ability to react in an instant. The two were convinced that Jing Liangjie had little battle experience and a poor sense of timing. As for the disdain, he claimed they interpreted it as a sign of his bluster. Water-style water bullet. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Two attacks, one from the left and one from the right, sealed off Jing Liangjie's escape routes. Their coordination was seamless, as if they had practiced countless times. But this time Jing Liangjie neither dodged nor flinched, he simply stood there staring at them. A monkey-masked ninja couldn't help but laugh. Looks like Lord Tuanzong overestimated him. This guy has no combat experience whatsoever, he can't even evade. The other monkey-masked ninja also wore a smile beneath his mask, though his gaze toward Jing Liangjie held a hint of confusion. Jing Liangjie's lips were moving as if muttering something. But at that moment the other monkey-masked ninja paid no heed. Then suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Jing Liangjie's entire body. It was as if a top-tier predator of the natural world stood before them. The sheer presence radiating from him was enough to send chills down one's spine, let alone the bulging muscles on his frame. Jing Liangjie's golden hair stood on end, and he spoke with a hint of disdain. How should I explain this to you? Didn't I already say it before? It's not that I can't dodge, it's that I simply have no fear. For the first time Jing Liangjie experienced the power of Super Saiyan. Though it might be overkill, it was still a small test of his abilities. Jing Liangjie clenched his fist. So this is the might of a powerful physical body, truly lives up to its reputation. He could hardly imagine how formidable it would become if he progressed beyond this ordinary Super Saiyan form. The fireball and water orb crashed into Jing Liangjie, but they didn't even breach the aura enveloping his body. The two ninjas were dumbfounded. They had never imagined that ninjutsu could strike a person and have no effect whatsoever. Even a jonin would sustain injuries from ninjutsu. Only someone like the Raikage could withstand some techniques. Yet now two root ninjas witnessed the unbelievable. Jing Liangjie made no effort to defend himself, allowing the ninjutsu to bombard him, yet he emerged unscathed. One monkey-masked ninja exclaimed in horror, "Impossible. Who are you?" Now he was beginning to doubt Jing Liangjie's identity. Although Jing Liangjie had always kept a low profile, being Tsunade's disciple meant that some information would inevitably leak out. Moreover, Root was an intelligence organization. Their knowledge of Jing Liangjie far surpassed that of the outside world. According to the records, wasn't Jing Liangjie just a good-for-nothing who wasted his time? If it weren't for his appointment as the acting Hokage, he might never have been deemed worthy of Lord Tuanzang's attention. The other monkey-masked ninja couldn't help but say, "You've been deceiving us all along. You even fooled Lady Tsunade. The intelligence about you has always been a deliberate facade. You are not a useless good-for-nothing." As he finished, to maintain a single pretense for years, it was nothing but a disguise. He had remained consistent for years, even deceiving Lady Tsunade. All to conceal his own brilliance. Now that Tsunade had left the village, he revealed his true strength. Possessing such immense power yet enduring in silence, his purpose was now crystal clear. The other monkey-masked ninja gasped, "Your goal is to become Hokage, isn't it?" Who would have thought that someone overlooked in daily life would suddenly step up and seize control? A black line appeared on Jing Liangjie's forehead. He had to admit that root ninjas like Tuanzong had a penchant for overthinking. Without him saying a word, the two had already concocted an entire narrative in their minds. But explaining himself to them would be futile. Jing Liangjie acted decisively, using his immense physical power to propel himself forward. Bang! One ninja collapsed heavily. Upon closer inspection, his body was no longer in human form. In the blink of an eye, Jing Liangjie had delivered 5 punches. That one was dead beyond a doubt. Jing Liangjie stood still, coldly staring at the remaining ninja. "Deliver a message to Tuanzong for me, or else death." As he spoke, a pale flame flew from Jing Liangjie's hand and burrowed into that ninja's body. Jing Liangjie's gaze was icy cold, utterly devoid of his usual harmonious demeanor. He seemed to have recovered, now his hair no longer golden and standing on end. Yet a formidable aura still surrounded him. The ninja wearing the monkey-faced mask bore wounds on his body, but at this moment he could not afford to concern himself with his injuries. The Jingliangjie before him was far too powerful, completely different from what the intelligence reports had indicated. It must be as I just thought, this guy has been hiding his true strength all along. Every time he thought of this, the monkey-faced ninja felt a chill run down his spine. Such a situation was truly terrible. An enemy with such deep cunning was something no one wished to encounter lightly. Jingliangjie slowly stepped forward and said coldly, "Go back and tell Danzo that if he tries any more underhanded tricks, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Hearing this, the face beneath the monkey mask twisted in terror. Who was Danzo? He was the shadowy leader of Konoha's route. In Konohagakure side from the Umbu there was Root. And Danzo was the commander of Root. His strength was likely on par with the Hokage himself. How could this man dare to speak such arrogant words? If it were anyone else, the monkey-faced man would have merely sneered or cast a cold glance. But standing before him now was Jingliangjie, who had endured and hidden his power for years. The monkey-faced man's pupils contracted. No, he hasn't revealed his full power at all. This must be only a fraction of his strength. I must report to Lord Danzo immediately. Seeing that this harbinger of doom had allowed him to leave, the monkey-faced man scrambled to his feet. He seemed flustered, as evidenced by the slight trembling of his legs. But when he looked up at Jingliangjie, who still appeared indifferent, he breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and staggered away into the distance. Then with a flicker he vanished from the spot. His speed was also considerable, likely fearing that Jingliangjie might change his mind. Watching the departing Root Ninja, a faint smile curled at the corners of Jingliangjie's mouth. Danzo, that old man'll take care of you sooner or later. Given Jingliangjie's current strength, while he might not be able to slay Danzo outright, he could certainly fight him to a standstill. His purpose today was precisely to pacify Danzo. Otherwise, having someone scheming behind his back in every endeavor would be an uncomfortable feeling. Of course, if he were strong enough now, Jingliangjie would have eliminated Danzo immediately. Unfortunately, his power was still slightly lacking. But there was no rush. In just a little more time his strength would inevitably skyrocket. By then, dealing with Danzo would be a matter of moments. At this moment, Jingliangjie was in a rather good mood, humming a strange tune as he headed home. Meanwhile, the Root Ninja was far from calm. He returned to Root with a heart full of trepidation. In his mind, Lord Danzo was a godlike existence. But now a man named Jingliangjie had appeared, seemingly matching Lord Danzo in every way. Without daring to delay, the Root Ninja immediately requested an audience with Lord Danzo. In the dim light, Danzo sat silently. As soon as the Root Ninja saw Danzo, he knelt down and performed a formal seated bow. "Please forgive me, Lord Danzo, for my incompetence." The Root Ninja was terrified, trembling with fear. Danzo's methods were utterly horrifying, and he had witnessed the fates of several ninjas punished by him. Those men could hardly be called human anymore. Although Root Ninjas were brainwashed, they still retained some autonomy, but those others had become puppets that only obeyed orders. Even a normal life had become a luxury. Danzo, his eyes half closed, looked up, revealing one eye. "What happened? Couldn't you even bring back a single useless man? Is this the caliber of Root's ninjas?" Though Danzo's face remained expressionless, seemingly unangered by the matter, his words were brimming with fury. Having been a Root Ninja, how could he not understand Danzo's temperament? He hurriedly prostrated himself again, pressing his forehead tightly against the tatami. "Please forgive me, Lord Danzo. That man is nothing like the intelligence reports described." Danzo raised his head slightly, his single eye glaring malevolently at the ninja. "Where are your two teammates?" Although it was Root, Danzo still employed three-man squads unless special circumstances required more personnel. But now the entire squad had gone out, yet only one returned. This was hardly reasonable and demanded an Only then did the masked ninja dare to lift his head slightly. Lord Danzo, this acting Hokage, possesses formidable combat ability, and his techniques are bizarre, unlike anything we have ever seen. Moreover, the most critical point is the intelligence error, which led to an underestimation of his combat capabilities. The other two teammates have already died. Danzo paused for a moment, seemingly surprised that the other two ninjas had perished. He knew full well that Root's ninjas were trained by him personally. He was well aware of their strength, and Root was notoriously ruthless, never retaining any useless members. Moreover, these men were all branded with his curse marks, making rebellion impossible. That meant the two ninjas were indeed dead. Danzo was slightly astonished, never expecting such an outcome. His brow furrowed as he took out the intelligence file. It clearly recorded some of Jingliangjie's recent activities. Judging by the dates, these were old records. Danzo stroked his chin, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. How is this possible? Could this not be true? But for years his movements have been this repetitive cycle with no sign of any training whatsoever. The reason Danzo had always underestimated Jingliangjie was precisely because he had monitored his daily routines. The man had stayed here for years without any special cultivation. After several years, it would be fortunate if his strength hadn't regressed, let alone suddenly become so powerful. Danzo slammed his hand on the table. To have hidden his true abilities right under my nose, truly impressive. At this moment, Danzo seemed convinced that Jingliangjie's previous behavior was merely a facade. It was not the real Jingliangjie. Danzo's exposed eye narrowed slightly. His thoughts were far more long-term, naturally encompassing more than his subordinates could imagine. If one could endure for such a long time without revealing their true strength, then that person was indeed a formidable opponent. Moreover, Danzo realized something. What was the purpose of this man hiding his abilities for so long? The answer was already self-evident. That man's goal was none other than the Hokage position Danzo had long coveted. However, Jingliangjie's current situation was vastly different from Danzo's. Danzo was merely an advisor, now possessing considerable power in the shadows, yet lacking official authority and influence. To become the Hokage, the leader of a village's shinobi, one must possess immense strength. This was unquestionable, for this was an era that revered the strong. But one also needed leadership skills and the support of the village's clans. At first glance, the Hokage commanded the village in battle, but a deeper thought revealed a serious problem. The Hokage cannot exist without the clans. Behind Shimura, Danzo was not just himself, but the Shimura clan silently supporting him. Although the Shimura clan owed its existence to Danzo, it had flourished considerably over the past few decades. Though not as renowned as the prestigious clans of Konoha compared to smaller family Shimura, Danzo had ample reason to be arrogant. In an instant, Danzo had contemplated many things, including the available data on Jingliangjie from the moment he entered. But soon Danzo's brow furrowed again. Could it be a coincidence? No, this is definitely no coincidence. Danzo tapped the table lightly, speaking with firm conviction. For years he had been drawing ridiculous, useless comics. Danzo was puzzled. Could such things really increase one's power? However, Danzo quickly dismissed that notion, for aside from a particular clan, there had never been such a peculiar Kekkei Genkai in the ninja world. Jingliangjie's distinctive name and obvious traits proved he had no connection to the Kurama clan. That is, he possessed no possibility of wielding the Kurama clan's bloodline limit. Suddenly, the root ninja, kneeling on the ground, let out a scream. The cry was exceptionally piercing, directly interrupting Danzo's train of thought. Danzo frowned. How dare this fellow interrupt his contemplation? But as he looked up, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. The root ninja had been kneeling motionless, yet suddenly a flicker of flame burst from within his body. Then came his agonizing screams. This drew Danzo's attention. He frowned at the flames on the root ninja, feeling the chilling aura emanating from them. But flames were still flames. Danzo formed a hand seal. Water release water bullet technique. A massive water bullet drenched the ninja from head to toe, yet the next scene stunned Danzo even more. Logically, water overcomes fire. This was an eternal truth. Yet Danzo realized that this truth seemed to... The flames were pale, carrying an eerie cold aura. This presence made even Danzo shudder. Impossible. Such eerie flames are beyond human control. But how else could one explain the scene before him? The flames were clearly controlled by someone. And this ninja had only recently carried out a mission concerning Jingliangjie. This led to only one plausible explanation. The ninja's condition originated from Jingliangjie. Jingliangjie had used some unknown contingency to cause the flames to erupt at this moment. But without a doubt, this method was extraordinarily terrifying, and the flames were immensely powerful. Danzo could clearly... However, even if he knew, what could he do? The ninja was already dead. In Danzo's eyes, the root ninja showed no signs of survival. The room seemed to darken. Danzo leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Jingliangjie is indeed a formidable figure. It seems some precautions are necessary. In Danzo's view, Jingliangjie's goal was likely the same as his own, to seize the Hokage position, hence his long period of patience. Touching his bandaged arm, a sneer appeared on Danzo's face. But I am not so easily defeated. If one wishes to become Hokage, they must first get past me. Becoming Hokage was Danzo's lifelong dream, and he would not allow anyone else to covet it. Yet clearly this was all within Jingliangjie's expectations. Danzo would not trouble Jingliangjie for a while. And during this time, Jingliangjie was confident that his strength would skyrocket. After all, he was no longer trained. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and Might Guy, all four were engrossed in comic books, striving tirelessly for their own growth. As they grew stronger, Jingliangjie could become even stronger through them. Simply by drawing comics, Jingliangjie could now become stronger even while lying down. Time quickly passed to the next day. On the training ground, Tenten looked at Might Guy with confusion. Normally, Might Guy would be sweating under the scorching sun, training hard. But now, contrary to his usual self, Might Guy was sitting under the shade of a tree, seemingly reading something. Could it be some secret scroll? Tenten's curiosity was piqued. Seeing that Might Guy didn't seem to hide it, perhaps it was something noteworthy. She approached. But when she saw the comic book in Might Guy's hands, Tenten's mouth slightly opened, staring at him in astonishment. This was completely different from usual. When had Might Guy become addicted to comics? If it were Kakashi, no one would be surprised, for Kakashi had always been like that. But now it was Might Guy who was engrossed in a comic book. Who was Might Guy? The blue beast of Konoha. He always spoke of hard work and practiced it. Yet now even he was indulging in comics. How terrifying was that? It was akin to a snow-capped mountain collapsing, an extremely rare occurrence, yet it was happening right before Tenten's eyes. Tenten twisted her neck and whispered to Niji Hyuga beside her. What's going on with Might Guy Sensei? How did he become like this? Might Guy, instead of training, was holding a comic book. To Tenten this was something that should never happen. Naturally, she was filled with confusion. Ningxi said coldly. I'm not entirely sure what's going on either, but from this morning Master Might Guy has been like this. Tian realized this situation was deeply abnormal. But at that moment Master Might Guy was becoming more and more absorbed. Unable to hold back, Tian stepped forward and said, Master Might Guy, aren't you going to train today? Aren't you always hailed as the blue beast of my... Indeed, judging from the current state, Might Guy seemed to be playing, all the while not training normally. As Might Guy's disciple, she naturally couldn't allow him to sink into such decadence. Suddenly a possibility struck Tian. It was after the incident during the Chunin exam. Little Lee's arm and leg had been brutally broken. Even Lady Tsunade's medical ninjutsu couldn't restore him to his original state. Could it be that Might Guy was sinking into despair because of Little Lee's plight? With this thought, Tian had no choice but to change her tone. Master Might Guy, we too are saddened by what happened to Little Lee, but it has already occurred. Are you being fair to the hard-working Little Lee by acting like this? Tian understood well that even with his limbs broken, Little Lee's mind was still set on training hard and to have his ninja way acknowledged by others. But what was Might Guy doing now? He was listlessly reading a manga as if avoiding something. But was it really as Tian imagined? Might Guy was bewildered, looking at his disciple with confusion. What on earth was she talking about? The thick-head Might Guy hadn't even realized that Tian, through a series of speculations, had already put together a cause and effect, though it was entirely in the wrong direction. Might Guy scratched his head, let out a puzzled exclamation, and then said, Tian, what exactly do you mean? What decadence? And what about Little Lee? He had only caught fragments of her words, picking up a few key phrases. Tian frowned, but she seemed accustomed to Might Guy's thick-headedness. Master Might Guy, why are you so absorbed in reading manga now? This is a waste of time. We should be training to become stronger at this hour. Isn't this what you've always taught us, to follow our ninja way? To persuade Might Guy, Tian had to resort to using his own logic against him. Her words did have an effect. Might Guy's eyes brimmed with tears. A slow grin spread across his face, revealing a radiant smile. His teeth gleamed under the sunlight. Might Guy slowly extended his thumb. Tian, have you finally grasped the essence of youth? There was no denying that Tian would go to any lengths to persuade Might Guy. At that moment Tian had no choice but to steel herself. That's right, Master Might Guy, I feel youth calling to us. Let's start our weight-bearing run. Hearing this, Might Guy sprang to his feet, carefully stowing the manga into a scroll, and then declared with fiery determination. If my disciples are so full of youthful vigor, then let us burn our youth together. Tian let out a sigh of relief. At least the outcome was good. She had managed to lift Might Guy's spirit. But when Might Guy began training, Tian sensed something was off. He was now wearing weights, and behind him a rope was tied to an enormous ancient tree. The tree's branches dragged on the ground, increasing friction. The weight was far more than just that of a single ancient tree. Moreover, Might Guy wasn't using any chakra. It was purely his physical strength. Tian hadn't forgotten that Master Might Guy was still wearing the weights. Wearing such heavy weights and still able to drag such a massive tree forward while running, he was a monster. And under the sunlight, the swaying tail seemed to confirm Tian's thought. Tian stared at the long tail trailing behind Might Guy, her lips parting slightly, unable to utter a word for a long time. After a while, seeming to accept the fact, she spoke with a hint of fear. Ningxi, look. Master Might Guy has a tail behind him. What's wrong with him? That thing certainly didn't look like a decoration. Its movements were perfectly natural, swaying gently with the breeze like a living tail. After a full 3 hours of training, Might Guy finally stopped, still brimming with energy. Ningxi and Tian, however, had long collapsed to the side, panting heavily as they watched him finish. Both could tell that Might Guy still had plenty of stamina left, yet he had inexplicably halted his training. Everything was too abnormal. In the past, Might Guy would train until he couldn't stand. What was happening now? Might Guy walked over to the two lying exhausted on the ground, a smile on his face. His gleaming white teeth sparkled under the sunlight. Might Guy slowly extended his thumb. This is the taste of youth. I think you must have felt it too. This is youth burning my youth. Seeing Might Guy so passionate, Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least the former blue beast of my had awakened once more. But this thought lasted only a few seconds before she saw Might Guy slowly sit down, then pull out a manga and continue reading. Tian was furious. Though exhausted, she forced herself to stand. Hands on her hips, she said angrily, Master Might Guy, how can you do this? Didn't you just say we were going to bloom our youth? Is your youth all about these manga? Seeing you so decadent really disappoints me. Even Ningxi standing nearby showed a flicker of emotion, seemingly agreeing with Tian. Might Guy indeed looked utterly dejected. Could it really be because of Little Lee? After much thought, only Little Lee could have caused Might Guy to become like this. But how could she persuade him? Tianxin's earlier attempts had been futile. At this point, Might Guy finally understood that his actions had caused a misunderstanding between his two disciples. Might Guy gave an embarrassed chuckle, then his expression slowly turned serious. Meitikai had fully grasped the situation. It turned out that his actions had such a profound impact on his two disciples. It seemed that he needed to be more cautious from time to time. Meitikai said solemnly, what you see may not always be true. For instance, I was reading a comic book, but in fact it's a way to become stronger. Looking at the puzzled expressions of his two disciples, Meitikai knew that words alone were insufficient. Only by presenting the facts before them could they understand. Meitikai slowly removed the weights from his body and looked at them seriously. Since you don't believe me, let me prove it to you. This is a method to become stronger passed down from the Lord Hokage. At this moment, Meitikai did not exactly worship the Lord Hokage Jingliangjie as a deity, but he held deep admiration in his heart. After all, in Meitikai's view, only a genius could conceive such a method, and only a genius could enable so many people to become stronger through it. Meitikai did not pause at all. In an instant, he began his warm-up exercises. However, this unique warm-up routine indeed left his two disciples stunned. Because Meitikai's speed grew faster and faster, leaving only after images visible, a phenomenon usually seen only during the body flicker technique. But that technique relied on chakra. Could it be that Meitikai had discovered a new taijutsu? As far as Tian knew, Meitikai was not a gifted ninja, but had become what he was through persistent effort. It could be said that Meitikai's strength was inextricably linked to his perseverance. Then Meitikai began to sprint rapidly around the training ground, and it seemed as if 1, 2, 3. For Meitikais in total. And each of these Meitikais remained motionless. However, Ningxi standing nearby wore a grave expression. Byakugan activate. Veins bulged around Ningxi's eyes, his pale vacant eyes fixed intently on Meitikai in the field. How could this be? He had already created after images using only ordinary physical strength. With this realization, Ningxi exclaimed, these images of the teacher are all after images. No wonder they are all standing still, and there is no trace of chakra in them. Without the Byakugan, Tian could not see it, but under Ningxi's explanation she immediately understood. These motionless Meitikais on the field were all imprints left by the teachers running. This was utterly inconceivable beyond human imagination. Suddenly Meitikai appeared before the two of them. His speed rivaled the body flicker technique, and it was a body flicker upgraded to Brink. A bright smile appeared on Meitikai's face, and he said with some pride, so, the things the Lord Hokage taught me are pretty good, aren't they? Pretty good. It was absolutely brilliant. If it was really as Meitikai said that these things were taught by the current acting Hokage Jingliangjie, then Jingliangjie was undoubtedly an absolute genius. Meitikai's physical strength was already formidable, and to elevate him even further on that foundation, what else could such a person be if not a genius? Meanwhile, Jingliangjie was completely unaware of all this. He sat quietly in the back looking at the gradually diminishing pile of documents on his desk, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Meitikai sat cross-legged on the grass. He said softly, you have seen it, haven't you? This is my improvement. This is what I learned from the comic book. Though Tian was already somewhat convinced by Meitikai's words, she still had doubts after glancing at the comic book. Being able to learn skills from a comic book, this was simply a feat. However, after Meitikai's repeated explanations, their trust increased a bit more. Tian picked up the comic book with a mix of belief and doubt, but it was obvious that she was not suited for this comic book at all, and she gained no insight from it. Ningxi standing nearby was the same. Seeing this, Meitikai sighed and said, it seems you are not on the same path as me. According to Kakashi, not everyone can gain insight from the same comic. Meitikai looked at the still doubtful pair and said with a smile, since you don't believe me, you can go and see the Lord Hokage first. Tian clearly showed a stir of interest, but Ningxi remained dismissive. Meitikai had already left. Tian and Ningxi exchanged a glance, and it was Tian who spoke first. How about we go to see the Lord Hokage? Maybe we'll really gain something. Ningxi shook his head. Impossible. It's probably an excuse made up by Teacher Meitikai. Though he spoke sincerely, what Teacher Meitikai had said was simply a fantasy. Ningxi felt that this was most likely Teacher Kai's own issue. His becoming strong was also the result of Meidakai's heart. These comics had nothing to do with it, and Teacher Meidakai's unwavering belief in this was because he had been fooled by. At the same time, Ningxi was full of doubts about this Lord Hokage. He waved at Tian and then turned and walked out of the training ground, leaving Tian standing alone in the spot, somewhat hesitant. But she still fixed her gaze on the direction of the Hokage building. Was it really as Teacher Meitikai said? Wouldn't she find out by trying? Tian had always been a bold girl. At this point, Meitikai had spoken with such conviction that Tian was indeed somewhat convinced. Besides, going to the meeting building once wouldn't cause any harm, why not? After more than 10 minutes, Tian stood at the Hokage building looking at the door slightly ajar before her. She gently knocked. Jing Liangjie looked up with some surprise. Who would be looking for him at this hour? Looking at Tian, who was clearly of Chinese style, Jing Liangjie's eyes lit up. This gave him a touch of warmth from his homeland, but that was all. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Meidakai's disciple named Tian, right? Faced with the warm and gentle Jing Liangjie, Tian was taken aback. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. On the way, Tian had thought of many things, but she never expected the acting Hokage to be so kind. Tian nodded hurriedly and said, "Yes, Lord Liangjie. I am Teacher Meidakai's disciple Tian." Jing Liangjie paused his movements and said slowly, "So Tian, is there something you came to see me about?" Tian's eyes flickered, then gradually grew firm. The situation was now quite clear. And Jing Liangjie was also exceptionally aware that Tian could find him at this time was definitely because of cultivation matters. Naturally, there were also some doubts, otherwise appearing to know everything would make him seem scheming. Tian's expression was somewhat dazed. His eyes flickered before he finally spoke. "Lord Jing Liangjie, I have seen many things from Master Mike, but the biggest doubt is about the manga. Lord Jing Liangjie, do you really have manga that can enhance one's strength here?" Although the words were tactful, it was clear that Tian was more anxious than she appeared. Jing Liangjie showed no reaction, his face remaining calm. Jing Liangjie slowly stood up, his eyes gazing out through the window. "Tian, come here. I know what you're talking about, but I really can't answer you well about this matter because even if I tell you, I'm afraid you won't believe it unless you've experienced it yourself, right?" Tian recalled Jing Liangjie's words. The saying might be crude, but the truth was not unreasonable. Seeing is believing, hearing is not. Tian nodded. "Lord Jing Liangjie, if possible, I would like to see for myself." Because of her family and her own circumstances, Tian could only forge her own path. If someone else had said that reading manga could grant powerful strength, she would have dismissed it with disdain in the past. But now the ones saying this were her own teacher and the acting Hokage of the village. Tian did not dwell on whether the matter was as they claimed. If Tian forced a smile, if it were truly as she thought this would be the highest secret of Konoha, how could she possibly see? Suddenly a fair hand appeared before Tian. On it lay a key. Tian slowly raised her head, and Jing Liangjie wore a gentle smile, warm like the April sun. "Go and take a look. Only by seeing for yourself can you know if these things are true. This is the key to my residence, you'll find the answers inside." But the reality was right before her eyes. Tian could not help but believe. Now the opportunity was presented, going to see for herself wouldn't hurt. Tian reached out and took the key, a slight smile curving at the corners of her mouth, revealing 2 brilliant dimples. "I understand, Lord Jing Liangjie." Watching Tian take the key and slowly leave the room, Jing Liangjie sat down with a smile, his divine robe shimmering with brilliant radiance. Tian was very uneasy along the way, because at this moment she was proving something that sounded absurd. Opening the door, Tian walked in without a second thought. The situation inside greatly exceeded Tian's expectations. In her imagination, although Jing Liangjie was a man, the room should still be neat and tidy. After all, the old man at home seemed to have OCD. Everything was perfectly arranged. But clearly Tian was wrong, and very wrong. Jing Liangjie and Tian's father were completely different types. Although Jing Liangjie had tidied up some things, making the room look not too messy, the foundation was there. No matter how much he cleaned, there would still be some clutter. Tian immediately spotted the bookshelf that occupied a huge space in the room. It was stuffed with many manga books. Tian stepped forward 2 steps, looking at the books in surprise. Besides the titles on the spines, these books had a very obvious feature. The author was marked as Jing Liangjie. Could all these books on this wall be written by Jing Liangjie? Tian quietly swallowed. These were probably all manga books, and the terrifying number was already astonishing. Moreover, all these manga books were from the same person. Could such a miraculous thing really exist? Since these were drawn by Lord Jing Liangjie himself, they should have some effect, right? Tian had a good impression of Jing Liangjie. After all, who wouldn't like a leader who is approachable yet occasionally dignified and considerate of others? At this moment Tian was indeed starting to believe. After all, the number of manga books here was huge. If they were truly useless, Lord Jing Liangjie wouldn't have spent so much time on them. Tian randomly pulled out a book, but her luck seemed not so good. The manga she picked was similar to the one in Might Guy. It was clearly the sequel to the one in Might Guy's hands. After thinking for a moment, Tian put the manga back. But her gaze quietly fell on another manga. This manga looked quite interesting. Tian continued flipping through it. This, Chronicle of the Jia Sect, was a manga created by Jing Liangjie based on the primordial Jia Sect. However, Tian's focus when reading this manga seemed a bit different. Tian's eyes were drawn to the various magical artifacts of the characters. After all, in battle, she used all kinds of ninja tools, so naturally she was more interested in these things. At this moment, a person entered Tian's sight. Duo Bao Doran, the senior disciple of Tong Tiandaran. Duo Bao Doran lived up to his name, possessing many treasures. All kinds of strange and exotic artifacts appeared endlessly. Among them were common artifacts like long swords, but their grade was much higher than others. Because she was so interested in the artifacts in this book, Tian didn't notice that she was getting more and more absorbed. Meanwhile, a special chi quietly began to grow within her body. By the time Tian realized it, the chi in her body had already circulated several times around her body, and this initially weak chi had become stronger. When Tian felt that chi inside her, she was completely stunned. Could this be the most basic true chi mentioned in the— Impossible. This is just a manga. How can it make me truly comprehend true chi? This must be an illusion. However, Tian suddenly realized that she might have been overthinking. This chi was real and was circulating on its own, and it seemed that every moment she could feel herself becoming stronger. Although the increase in strength was not huge, it was steadily growing. Tian furrowed her lovely brows. Could it really be true? She had actually learned something from a manga. Tian closed her eyes, trying to see again what was happening. True chi circulation. This was something Tian had never experienced before, never. Although she also used chakra, it was completely different. It was not that she had encountered any particular problem. Rather, this feeling simply made Tian somewhat unaccustomed to it. If she had to put it into words, it was that she had never experienced such a strange sensation before. Gradually, the stream of energy within her body grew stronger. The sensation became increasingly pronounced, and before long her physique began to feel markedly different. She had not felt this way earlier, likely because the true chi within her was too weak, but now everything was entirely different. The true chi mingled with the chakra, and gradually the chakra was assimilated and fused by the true chi. Tian was suddenly thrown into a panic. Even if the true chi within her was as formidable as described in the manga, her current combat system was still built upon chakra. Since the concept of true chi now existed, wouldn't her previous combat system collapse? Clinging to a sliver of hope, Tian formed a few hand seals. Clone technique. Gazing at the shadow clone beside her identical to herself, Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I was worrying needlessly. But this way I seem to have grown a bit stronger. Tian could not wait to sit down on the floor and continue reading. The more she read, the more captivated she became. If only I could see a world like that with my own eyes. The moment she uttered these words, as she took in her surroundings, she was startled by the world around her. Ancient trees encircled the area, and the very air seemed to carry an indescribable essence. Tian took a few steps forward and murmured softly, "Could this be an illusion?" Tian remembered distinctly that she had been in Lord Liangjie's room. How could she have instantly appeared in a completely unfamiliar world? This had to be an illusion. Yet when she disrupted her own true chi, it had no effect whatsoever. The illusion before her remained unchanged. Could it be that true chi and chakra functioned differently, and thus could not dispel this illusion? At the thought of this possibility, a flicker of panic crept into Tian's heart. Frowning anxiously, she said, "When did I fall into this illusion, and who is pulling the strings behind the scenes?" For now she could only take things one step at a time. Tian scanned the area with a furrowed brow, hoping to discover something new through this method. But the more she looked, the more she was startled by her findings. This place seemed utterly different from the ninja world. The surrounding architecture bore a distinct regional style, and no matter how she looked at it, it had nothing to do with ninjas. Yet some vague impressions stirred in Tian's mind. Know this architecture. It looks more and more like the Jiejiao. Tian curiously surveyed her surroundings. The trees, flowers, and grass all seemed to carry an inexplicable spiritual aura. At that moment, a streak of red light shot across the sky and landed precisely into a cave dwelling not far ahead of Tian. That red light turned out to be a person. Tianxin's heart stirred, and she dashed forward without hesitation. The figure seemed to do something at the cave entrance, and soon a shimmering barrier appeared before the opening. The white barrier unsettled Tiantian, but she decided to give it a try anyway. She reached out abruptly, and what happened next caught her completely off guard. Her fingers passed through the entrance, without any hindrance, as if the barrier set at the cave mouth did not exist for Tiantian. Only later did she realize that it was not that the barrier had no effect on her. Everything before her was merely an illusion, albeit a realistic one. Therefore Tianxin's interaction with the objects in the illusion produced no effect at all. Naturally, the barrier did not affect Tiantian. Inside the cave, she saw a somewhat plump figure sitting cross-legged in meditation. He seemed to be muttering to himself, and Tiantian listened closely. The Shangqing Dao art. Isn't this the very art described in the manga? I see. This illusion must be one meant for learning. That man must be Duo Baodaran. With this thought, Tiantian cautiously approached. She listened intently to Duo Baodaran's words, then quietly sat down beside him and began to contemplate. Time passed second by second, unknown how long. Tiantian opened her eyes, and the surroundings had returned to normal. The moment she opened her eyes, she was startled. A pair of warm eyes were gazing at her. When she came to her senses, Tiantian realized that those eyes belonged to Jing Liangjie. Tiantian let out a breath and asked in confusion, "Lord Liangjie, why are you here?" "This is my home, and it was late, so I came back," Jing Liangjie explained with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Tiantian turned her head to look out the window. Indeed, the night had already fallen dark. Tiantian stuck out her tongue and apologized. "I'm sorry, Lord Liangjie, I didn't realize it was so late." Just after she spoke, she frowned. There seemed to be a very strong, strange odor. But when she sniffed carefully, Tiantian was shocked to discover that the smell was emanating from her own body. Instantly, Tianxin's face flushed crimson. She couldn't help thinking to herself, what's going on? Why have I become so stinky all of a sudden? Lord Liangjie must be very angry. Tiantian couldn't help but raise her head and sneak a glance at Jing. Yet she found Jing Liangjie still looking at her with a calm expression. Tiantian felt even more embarrassed, lowering her head without speaking. It was Jing Liangjie who broke the silence. "The bathroom is over there." Hearing this, Tiantian fled the living room like a streak of lightning and rushed toward the bathroom. Tiantian has acquired the Shangqing Dao art. Congratulations, host, for gaining 200 energy points. Tiantian has acquired the magical artifacts Qingxia sword and Qishao sword. Congratulations, host, for gaining the Yuchen sword and Tanxing sword. A strange power also surged within Jing Liangjie's body. In a moment it coursed through Jing Liangjie's entire being. Soon his body underwent a process of marrow cleansing and impurity shedding. But Jing Liangjie moved swiftly, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Within a few minutes, Jing Liangjie reappeared, his impurities already washed away. His hair was still slightly damp, clearly not yet dried. Jing Liangjie searched through the cabinet, then took a set of his own clothes to the bathroom door. He knocked gently and said calmly, "There are no clothes here that fit you, so please use mine for now. I've left them outside the door." With that, Jing Liangjie returned to the living room. Even he had not anticipated that Tiantian would gain enlightenment from reading this manga. Although her realm had not improved significantly for now, once she reached the peak, her combat power would be formidable. At that moment, Tiantian quietly opened the bathroom door, snatched the clothes, and retreated inside. When she returned to the living room, her face was still flushed. It was only then that Tiantian noticed something amiss with her. It was only then that Tiantian realized that in her lower abdomen, besides that mysterious chi, there was something else. Tiantian couldn't quite figure it out, but she always had a feeling in her heart. It seemed that as long as she thought about it, she could summon whatever was inside. Tiantian did not suppress this inner urge, but instead followed her heart and called out. A crisp sword cry rang out. A long sword gleaming with purple light appeared in Tianxin's hand. The sword was about 7 feet long. From its appearance, it looked extremely sharp, with a faint purple glow. Tiantian was utterly astonished. This was not a sword taken from a summoning scroll. It seemed to have suddenly emerged from her abdomen. Tiantian was bewildered, as she had never seen such a thing. How could a sword come out of her stomach? At this moment, Tiantian walked into the living room, still filled with confusion. Jing Liangjie happened to look up, and their eyes met. Tiantian was still a bit nervous, while Jing Liangjie was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Tiantian to be able to summon 2 flying swords so quickly. A smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face as he waved at Tiantian. Only after Tiantian sat down in the living room did Jing Liangjie speak. "It seems you have found a powerful method from within." Tiantian recalled the Shangqing Daoist art that was vividly etched. She nodded involuntarily. The chakra inside her body had also been assimilated by the true qi. However, Tian could clearly sense that her strength had increased significantly compared to before, and for some reason her physical constitution had also greatly improved. But Tian was certain that this was inextricably linked to the comic book she had seen earlier. It was thanks to that comic book that she had grown stronger. Tian raised her head and looked at Jing Liangjie, seeming to want to say something but hesitating. Seeing her like this, Jing Liangjie knew exactly what she wanted. With a hint of amusement, Jing Liangjie placed the comic book on the table. Take good care of this comic book. After you finish reading it, just put it back in its place. Jing Liangjie hadn't gained any insights from his own comic book, so he couldn't fully understand its specific effects on others. But reading it more often couldn't hurt. Perhaps he could gain even more insights. Tian was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the comic book on the table. Lord Liangjie, are you really going to lend me this comic book? In Jing Liangjie's eyes, it was just an ordinary comic book, but in Tianshan's eyes it was a means of enhancement. At the same time, a wave of shame surged within her. Lord Liangjie is so kind to everyone, and yet I doubted him. And Teacher Kai, I doubted him too. What family wouldn't keep their new ninjutsu and secret techniques hidden? If not, there wouldn't be so many schools, but this was also the shortcoming of civilian ninjas. Civilian ninjas had no such learning path unless they were natural geniuses who received help from their families or developed new ninjutsu on their own. Otherwise, the ninjutsu they learned could only be common techniques from mainstream schools. This was a great disadvantage, and although Tianshan's family owned a ninja tool shop, it was a bit better than ordinary ninjas, but it could never compare with those from major clans. After all, the foundations were vastly different. So Tian had always been striving to develop her own combat style and new ninjutsu. Now the comic book Jing Liangjie had brought allowed her to learn even more knowledge. Moreover, Tian was not lacking in insight and could naturally tell how powerful the Shangqing Taoist art taught in the comic book was. Jing Liangjie raised an eyebrow. This girl's gaze was growing stranger and stranger, and it looked like her nose was about to turn red and she would cry. Jing Liangjie had to speak first. Let's not say any more. Take it and read it carefully. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. This time Jing Liangjie spoke with full confidence, for anything Tian had comprehended, he would have an even stronger grasp. Thus he could naturally help Tian resolve her doubts. At this moment Tian had already undergone foundation establishment, and her physical strength was nearly comparable to a jonin. This time reading the comic book had greatly benefited her. However, Tian held two long swords with a puzzled expression. Lord Liangjie, what is going on? Why are there two long swords in my abdomen? Tian slowly released her hands. Under the influence of true chi, the swords actually floated in midair. Moreover, they could swing back and forth according to Tianshan's will. A smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face. I think you already have an answer in your heart, but you're just unwilling to believe it. You have already found that answer in the comic book, haven't you? Tianshan's expression turned serious. From start to finish she had known, but she just couldn't accept it for a moment. The things inside. The things from the comic book. She had actually summoned them. Tian said with a hint of longing, Lord Liangjie, will I become as powerful as those in the comic book? The people in the comic book were extraordinarily powerful. For instance, Taoist duo Bao could effortlessly obliterate 100 mountains, even countless worlds. Not to mention Taoist duo Bao's master, Heavenly Lord Tongtian. Before seeing the comic book Tian couldn't even, but now Tian had actually achieved it, just the beginning, but she could already feel the strength of her body and the power within her. It was only then that Tian noticed Jing Liangjie's gaze seemed a bit strange. She had just taken a bath and was wearing Jing Liangjie's clothes. Although slightly oversized, it gave off a peculiar vibe. Tianshan's face instantly turned as red as an apple, making her look extremely adorable. Seeing her change, Jing Liangjie immediately realized he had been too rude. I've just finished preparing dinner. Why don't you stay and have some? Jing Liangjie looked toward the kitchen and said, Taoist duo Bao's realm was already at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. To reach such a state would require a very long time of cultivation. Jing Liangjie didn't say this directly. Tian said nothing, just nodded. Just then a knock came at the door. Bang. 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 Jing Liangjie looked puzzled at who had come knocking at this hour. Opening the door, Jing Liangjie was slightly startled. Kai, what brings you here? Might Kai was holding a comic book, his expression troubled. After stepping inside, Might Kai bowed deeply and said solemnly, Lord Hokage, I have encountered difficulties in my cultivation of chi. I beg you to help me. So that was it. Given Might Kai's impatient nature, it was only natural that he wouldn't wait when faced with such a problem. Judging by his current state, he must be very anxious. Leading Might Kai into the living room, a smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face. Might Kai was slightly surprised to see Tian in the living room as well. However, his obtuse mind failed to notice the clothes she wore or the faintly bashful expression on her face. Thank goodness, it's just Teacher Guy. Anyone else would have misunderstood. Tian glanced at Might Guy, murmuring to herself. Might Guy entered the room, then abruptly lifted his head and sniffed lightly. What a peculiar scent. What is this? As soon as he spoke, his stomach growled loudly as if his appetite had been instantly awakened. Might Guy's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling disgraced before the Hokage. Jing Lianjie, standing nearby, waved a hand dismissively. There's nothing to be ashamed of, Might Guy. To become strong, one must replenish energy, and the simplest way is through food, he said calmly. Hearing this, Might Guy's expression returned to normal. He stepped forward slowly and Jing Lianjie invited him to. After a day, Might Guy had come to realize just how terrifying his own appetite was. He said apologetically, Lord Hokage, perhaps I should skip it. I eat far too much. Apart from training to grow stronger, he usually ate in the wild or bought cheap food, all of which cost money. And money was exactly what Might Guy lacked. Nearly all the rewards from his missions went toward training and purchasing weights. As if foreseeing his thoughts, Jing Lianjie said indifferently, don't worry, eat as much as you like. Hearing that, Might Guy could no longer resist. Grinning, he sat down at the table. Staring at the dishes before him, he was momentarily stunned. Lord Hokage, what are these? Are they food? He had never seen dishes like this before, exquisitely shaped things resembling steamed buns alongside seasonal side dishes. As a true Chinese, Jing Lianjie sometimes missed his homeland and would cook his native cuisine. By chance, Might Guy had stumbled upon such a meal. Might Guy picked up the chopsticks gently. Excuse me, I'll start. This time, consciously controlling himself, his table manners were not unseemly and his pace was not overly abnormal. He unhesitatingly tasted the strange yet vibrant dishes, an expression of pure enjoyment spreading across his face. Tian's reaction was even more pronounced. Her cheeks flushed as she ate small bites, her face radiant with joy. This is absolutely delicious. I've never tasted anything so. Undeniably, neither of them had ever eaten such exquisite food. And Jing Lianjie's cooking skills were exceptional. Tian was already full, but Might Guy still seemed a bit awkward. Though the meal was delicious, it barely filled half his stomach. There was still plenty of room. Seeing Might Guy's expression, Jing Lianjie paused. I didn't expect you to get full here. Let's go outside and grab some things so we can have a picnic. Jing Lianjie looked at the two meaningfully, implying that some matters were better discussed outdoors. Though Danzo wouldn't dare provoke him now, there were still too many prying eyes. Cooking indoors was risky, but hunting wild beasts for a barbecue, Might Guy was an expert. He had completely forgotten the question he had intended to ask earlier, distracted by other matters. All three were quite capable, so they prepared and headed to the river. Wild boars roamed the mountains, and Might Guy took the initiative to handle them. Soon the boar meat was roasting over the fire. Gradually, Might Guy remembered his original purpose. He had come to seek advice. While tending to the barbecue, Might Guy finally recalled the real issue. Lord Lianjie, I'm having trouble controlling the chi within me. I can't seem to use it like in the manga. Jing Lianjie didn't find the problem daunting. He poked the firewood and said slowly. Might Guy, you must understand that this is an entirely new type of energy different from chakra. You can't simply apply the same chakra. To master its use, meditation is essential. While training your body requires intense physical exercise, controlling the chi demands the practice of meditation. This was a challenge for Might Guy. He could endure grueling workouts, but sitting still for meditation made him restless. Yet driven by the desire to grow stronger, he forced himself to persist. After a long while, Might Guy slowly opened his eyes, having grasped some of the technique. The meat still needed more time to roast, but he noticed Tian standing up. Teacher Guy, I also gained a special power from the manga. Would you be willing to spar with me? A blaze of excitement ignited in Might Guy's eyes. He flashed a wide grin, his face brimming with eagerness, barely restraining himself from leaping into battle. All right, I was just thinking of testing what you've learned and whether you've grown stronger. Might Guy tossed aside his weights, stirring up a puff of dust. Tian's pupils contracted subtly as she cast a sidelong glance at the weights. Their weight had increased again, meaning Teacher Guy's strength had improved. And under Lord Lianjie's guidance, he had made yet another breakthrough. Still, this was merely a spar, there was no need to. Might Guy's muscles bulged, and with a burst of speed, he vanished from his spot, launching a flying kick. The attack was fierce and violent. Tian produced a scroll from which a storm of shuriken shot forth. Unfortunately for her, in the past, Might Guy would have had to dodge. But now a transparent layer of chi enveloped Might Guy's body. The shuriken clattered against it, but none could penetrate the protective barrier. A smile crossed Might Guy's face. Indeed, using internal chi for defense was more effective, though the consumption was also considerable. Tian remained calm. She opened her hand wide and another scroll appeared. Teacher Guy, watch out. Might Guy still remained somewhat indifferent. Tenten's attacks were far too casual for the current Might Guy. His robust physique alone rendered many of her ninjutsu ineffective. Not to mention those ninja tools sealed within scrolls. Perhaps against certain special individuals Tenten's abilities could, but it so happened that Might Guy's physical body completely countered Tenten. At this moment Might Guy had no need to worry about being harmed by her. Might Guy lifted his head, his eyes fixed intently on Tenten. His bowl-cut hair swayed in the breeze, yet an indescribable aura emanated from his entire being. A faint smile curled at the corners of Tenten's lips and a radiant expression appeared on her face. It seems I've underestimated Might Guy Sensei and also underestimated Lord Liangjie. Tenten realized at that moment just how foolish her thoughts had been. Might Guy's strength had likely increased 2- or 3-fold compared to before, and Tenten's own power had also surged dramatically. All of this was thanks to Liangjie, who was observing from the sidelines. Tenten glanced around subtly. When she caught sight of Jing Liangjie, her face suddenly flushed, and she turned her head sharply to face Might Guy, who stood in the center. Lord Liangjie is truly a great and brilliant ninja. If not for him, perhaps my strength would not have advanced so rapidly. Tenten moved swiftly across the field, trying to confuse Might Guy as to her true location. Meanwhile, Might Guy's expression grew serious. He spoke slowly. Tenten, if you're trying to deceive me with such tactics, there's no need. Might Guy was fully aware of the immense chi within his body, and the method of sensing an opponent's presence through chi was a simple application of it. This meant that Might Guy could often ignore shadow clones. Just like the silent killing technique of the mist, it held little effect against him. Thus Tenten's actions were nothing more than child's play in his eyes. Hearing this, Tenten stopped and let out a regretful, I had hoped to use this technique to confuse Might Guy Sensei, but it turned out to be completely useless. Might Guy lifted his head, revealing a brilliant smile. Persevering through failure, that is the essence of youth. His large white teeth gleamed brightly under the moon. Might Guy said with a hint of pride, in a sense I had already locked onto your chi from the start. As long as you weren't too far away, your every move would be exposed. In other words, I have seen through your attack patterns completely. Tenten sighed regretfully. I didn't expect Might Guy Sensei to become so powerful without my noticing. It seems this technique no longer works on you. With one plan failing, she devised another. Tenten produced 2 oversized scrolls, one in each hand. Forming a hand seal, an endless stream of ninja tools shot forth from them. All these tools had a single target: Might Guy standing still. With a loud bang, Might Guy's figure vanished from his spot. There was no trace of ninjutsu. This was purely the result of taijutsu. Tenten, with her rich combat experience, turned around without a second thought. Holding the scroll, she flicked it backward as she spun. Indeed, Might Guy had taken the opportunity to appear behind her. If Tenten had not taken any defensive measures, the battle would have ended right there. But thanks to her lightning-fast reaction, Might Guy's attack missed entirely. Ninja tools continuously struck Might Guy, yet he seemed harder than steel. These tools, kunai and shuriken alike, failed to inflict any real damage. Might Guy looked at his body with great satisfaction. His robust physique rendered these refined iron weapons useless. If he continued to grow stronger, even a chakra-infused long blade might prove ineffective against him. Lost in thought, Might Guy couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Meanwhile, Tenten, standing opposite him, seized the opportunity. The weapons in her hands once again emitted a dazzling. From the scroll in her hands, a torrent of weapons surged forth once more. This time it contained everything, not just kunai and explosive tags. There were also numerous items like meteor hammers. She was going all out. The arsenal within was enough for a live bombardment. But without exception, they were all blocked by Might Guy. Even the explosive tags on which she had placed great hope met the same fate. Might Guy was now akin to a humanoid beast. These weapons could no longer harm him. Tenten seemed to have anticipated this, showing little surprise. Her weapons continued to bombard Might Guy relentlessly. And then amidst the torrent of weaponry, a long sword glittering with an unusual luster appeared. Might Guy's expression changed. The sword was inches away, but fortunately it aimed only at his arms and legs. This time he suffered a setback, perhaps due to momentary pride and complacency. Part of the reason was also Tenten's tactics. Because his body could withstand the steel torrent, Might Guy had grown careless and overconfident. And then, caught off guard, he failed to react in time. By the time he did, his body was already wounded. The 2 long swords, having achieved their purpose, flew back and circled around Tenten, rising and falling in the air. Might Guy stared at Tenten in astonishment. Chakra strings. No. Might Guy dismissed his guess in an instant. There were no restraints on the swords. They could not possibly be controlled by. Moreover, these 2 swords gave Might Guy a very dangerous feeling. One misstep could cost him his life. He gathered his chi and smiled slowly. It seems I have lost. Tenten looked puzzled. Might Guy Sensei, the battle isn't over yet. How can you admit to— Might Guy scratched the back of his head, flashing a bright smile. If you had used those strange swords to strike at my vital points just now, I wouldn't have been able to react. I was too arrogant and complacent. His words held truth, but Tenten frowned. Might Guy Sensei, you haven't used the 8 gates, have you? Might Guy shook his head. I'm not yet fully confident in controlling it, so I won't use it until I can master the 8 gates. His strength had surged dramatically, and the 8 gates amplified his power immensely. This had created an energy imbalance, making it difficult for him to control his striking force. As Might Guy himself said, before he can fully control his power, he will not use the 8 gates again unless it is to resist an external enemy. Tenten nodded with a semblance of understanding. Though she did not grasp everything, one thing was clear: her strength had achieved a significant improvement. It was a clear departure from her previous awkward half-baked state. Before, Tenten was but an ordinary ninja, while her methods were somewhat unique, her attacks remained largely mundane. The difference lay in the numerous sealing scrolls she carried, each storing a multitude of ninja tools. In battle, she could unleash a barrage of projectiles against her enemies. Yet this was not a truly formidable technique. For ninjas who could withstand the onslaught of tools or evade it entirely, Tenten's approach was meaningless. Take Might Guy now, for instance. His body no longer feared such a bombardment, he could easily withstand it. Thus Tenten's technique lost all significance. Without the power of the long swords in her hands, she might not even be able to defeat Might Guy. This was not merely a case of being outmatched, as she could not even break through his defense. The 2 long swords beside her seemed to possess a will of their own, circling around her. The swords moved with extraordinary agility, and the sharp glints that flashed across them attested to their quality. Might Guy watched with growing excitement as the blades danced through the air. He slowly reached out a hand, intending to touch them. At that moment, the swords darted swiftly, and 2 more vicious wounds appeared on his hand. The swords turned into streaks of light and merged into Tenten's dantian. Might Guy stared in astonishment as the 2 sharp blades vanished without a trace. Tenten, what on earth is this? Tenten looked at Might Guy apologetically, not having expected the swords to cut him. After a pause, she spoke. I'm sorry, Master Might Guy. These 2 long swords possess a certain spirit, so they sometimes act on their own. This is an insight I gained from reading the manga drawn by Lord Liangjie. Master Might Guy, you're wounded. Let's first find a medical ninja to treat your injuries. Hearing this, Might Guy waved his hand. No need for now. My wounds are not serious. Strangely enough, after my body strengthened this time, minor injuries like these heal on their own within minutes. It's incredible. Tenten raised an eyebrow. Could the power Master Might Guy obtained be so miraculous? But on second thought, it was only natural. After all, it was created by the genius Lord Liangjie. If it were truly useless, Lord Liangjie would not have devoted so much effort to drawing it. The sound of applause drew closer. Both looked up and saw Jing Liangjie standing nearby watching them. Tenten, rest assured. Might Guy's injuries are not serious. The power he has obtained is called Super Saiyan, and his physique is his greatest weapon. Though his wounds look severe, they will soon heal and vanish completely. Saiyans are a natural warrior race. The more they fight, the stronger they become. After a fierce battle, their strength can even increase further. Tenten's mouth hung slightly open in disbelief. Could such a miraculous race truly exist in this world, standing right before her eyes? Might Guy himself was filled with astonishment. After all, this race sounded incredibly powerful, and he had become— just thinking about it was thrilling. Over the past few days, he had deeply felt that when he injured himself during training, the wounds healed remarkably fast. And they healed completely, no lingering injuries remained. In the past, training often caused injuries, some severe enough to form hidden damage that harmed his health. But after acquiring the Saiyan physique, those hidden injuries seemed to vanish overnight. Might Guy grinned, showing a bright smile. Looks like I'm really in luck this time. At the same time, his gratitude grew even deeper. Without Jing Liangjie, Might Guy would not have his current combatability. A ninja's profession is one that extracts physical energy. Generally, ninjas do not have long lifespans. And Might Guy, being a special taijutsu ninja who constantly trains and pushes his body to the limit, might have an even shorter lifespan than ordinary ninjas. But now the emergence of the Saiyan physique has completely freed him from that tragic fate. Every cell in his body brims with vitality, as if perpetually at its peak. How could this not fill Might Guy with ecstasy? Jing Liangjie then turned his gaze to Tenten, saying softly, Tenten, I suspect you still have some killing moves you haven't revealed. Seeing Might Guy's puzzled look, Tenten hesitated, then nodded. That's right. There are indeed some things I haven't used, but I can't fully control them yet, so I simply didn't use them. Might Guy looked somewhat disappointed and dejected. It seems I can't stop training. Otherwise I'd be too embarrassed to be defeated by my own disciple, especially if Kakashi finds out. He'd surely mock me. This made Tenten a bit embarrassed. Jing Liangjie spoke up, since you haven't fully mastered them, why not demonstrate them? Perhaps we can offer some advice. Tenten thought it over. That made sense. After all, this manga was drawn by Jing Liangjie. If there was anything she didn't understand, she could certainly ask him for guidance. The two long swords once again transformed into streaks of light shooting out from Tenten's dantian and solidifying into physical form. Might Guy watched in amazement, but this time he did not try to touch them. Jing Liangjie chuckled to himself, but did not stop him. In truth, these two long swords were merely low-grade magical tools. However, given the high level of this world, even low-grade magical tools were extraordinarily sharp. Yet the powers of different worlds each have their own merits and naturally their corresponding drawbacks. Jing Liangjie did not find this particularly peculiar. Meiti Kai, however, had never witnessed such things before. He was intensely curious, yet he merely closed his eyes and refrained from asking. A peculiar energy emanated from Tiantian's body. Meiti Kai stood on high alert, clearly sensing the purity of this energy within her. Though it appeared weak now, its growth promised extraordinary achievements. A faint smile crept across Meiti Kai's face. After all, she was his disciple, who would not rejoice in their own students' growing prowess. At that moment, the two swords began to pulse rhythmically as if resonating with the spiritual energy in a strange synergy. A black and a white yin-yang fish interwove in the air. The two long swords served as the array's eyes of the yin-yang diagram. They floated together with the diagram, whose fluctuations grew increasingly intense, as if stirring something between heaven and earth. Regardless, Meiti Kai could foresee that its power was extraordinary, nearly rivaling an rank ninjutsu. A smile appeared on his face. Impressive. Such power even without full mastery. If it continues to develop, it will become even more formidable. A smile also graced Jing Liangjie's face. This was the means of a cultivator. Yet it was a pity that Tiantian's current strength was too low. If she could ascend to a higher level, her sword might command the wind and clouds to change colors. Meiti Kai was deeply astonished. He looked at Jing Liangjie with a somewhat peculiar expression. Lord Hokage, this should be your exclusive secret technique, yet you have directly spread it. Is this not somewhat inappropriate? According to tradition, such secret techniques are usually passed down only to disciples. Strictly speaking, Meiti Kai Tiantian and all who had learned from Jing Liangjie were now his disciples. Jing Liangjie felt a hint of smug satisfaction but still spoke. As the acting Hokage of the entire village, I am naturally responsible for your growth and strength. These are merely things you have comprehended from comic books, nothing significant, so do not dwell on them. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Meiti Kai was moved to tears. With exaggerated tears streaming down his face, he choked out, Lord Hokage, I never imagined you could be so magnanimous. Such techniques in any clan would never be casually disclosed, for they could be treasured as heirlooms, secret arts. Yet Jing Liangjie unhesitatingly imparted these teachings with the sole purpose of making all the villages ninja. This was unprecedented among all the Hokage. How could Meiti Kai not be deeply touched? Meanwhile, Tiantian's two extreme sword array had reached its final stage of preparation. When it matured, it paradoxically appeared simple and unadorned. The two extreme sword array outwardly resembled an ordinary yin-yang diagram, seemingly devoid of any power. Yet when it struck the trees, it silently severed three ancient trunks. The cuts were clean and smooth, and the severed parts crumbled into dust. Although the activation time was somewhat long, its power should not be underestimated. This also depended on Tiantian herself. If her strength were greater, the activation time would correspondingly shorten. Jing Liangjie's keen eyes judged that if he himself were to use this two extreme sword array, the time would likely be reduced by a third or even less. Gurgle. The moment the sound came, Meiti Kai's face flushed red. Meiti Kai clutched his stomach, his face crimson with embarrassment, and said awkwardly, Lord Hokage, I'm terribly sorry. Ever since I acquired this constitution, my appetite has increased tremendously. Jing Liangjie smiled faintly. He did not mind this, knowing it was a trait of the scions. After all, in that world, even a young scion could devour a whole dinosaur in one meal. Meiti Kai was currently at that stage. Jing Liangjie also possessed the same constitution and had experienced the same drawback, but after Tiantian's breakthrough, this drawback naturally vanished. Scions consume vast amounts of food precisely to replenish the energy they need. Tiantian, however, followed the cultivator's system, absorbing energy from heaven and earth, somewhat akin to the sage mode level, though not yet attained. Thus Jing Liangjie no longer needed to frantically ingest food energy like Meiti Kai, for the energy of heaven and earth far surpassed that contained in food. Around the barbecue, Meiti Kai eagerly grabbed an entire wild boar leg. Flashing his white teeth, he took a huge bite without a word. A large chunk of meat, at least half a jean, was gulped down by Meiti Kai. Tian watched in awe. How terrifying. I feel that teacher Meiti Kai is even more gluttonous than the Akimichi clan. Meiti Kai gave an awkward smile, but his hands never stopped moving. Jing Liangjie understood in his heart the Akimichi clan also extracted energy from food, but compared to Maidakai's current method their efficiency was lower, which explained their larger build. Unlike in the forest, only the sound of Maidakkai wolfing down food remained. Tian ate with a ladylike demeanor, while Jing Liangjie, not hungry, merely nibbled casually, mainly keeping Maidakkai company. Finally, Maidakkai polished off the entire wild boar. Staring at the pile of bones, he smiled sheepishly again. I didn't realize I'd eaten the whole boar without noticing. My appetite seems to have grown again. In an instant, Maidakai's expression turned gloomy. If my appetite keeps increasing, won't I have no money left to buy? Hearing this, Tian couldn't help but laugh. Teacher Maidakkai, this must be the downside of improving your strength. It seems you'll have to work even harder from now on. Tianshan's words made sense. Maidakkai lowered his head, his face bitter, unable to offer any dissent. In an instant, he seemed like an eggplant struck by frost, utterly deflated. At that moment, Jing Liangjie slightly turned his head and glanced toward the forest. Tian, being observant, noticed his action and quickly asked, Lord Liangjie, have you detected something? Jing Liangjie nodded, pointing into the forest ahead. Someone or something is spying on us. This was the enhanced perception he had gained from his recent increase in strength. If it were before, Jing Liangjie would never have been able to sense it. But now Jing Liangjie discerned it with utmost clarity. There was indeed a trace of qi within that invisible forest. Might Guy's eyes flickered with astonishment. It seems the Hokage is even more formidable than I imagined. Although my perception was somewhat vague, I did sense the presence of qi. It was not only martial artists who possessed qi. Every living being had its own unique qi, though martial artists could harness it. Ordinary people, however, could not wield this power. Might Guy lowered his voice and leaned in, saying, Lord Hokage, shall we apprehend that individual? It was indeed a sound idea. Jing Liangjie waved his hand lightly and Tian and Might Guy flanked him from left and right. But in Jing Liangjie's perception, that qi was rapidly moving away. Not good, he's fleeing. He's a perception-type ninja. Might Guy frowned, his voice tinged with urgency. What a coincidence, encountering a perception-type ninja lurking in the shadows. The three quickened their pace, and among them Jing Liangjie was the fastest. Might Guy followed behind Jing Liangjie, inwardly marveling. I never expected the Hokage-sama's strength to be so immense, and his speed equally remarkable. At this hour, someone skulking in the forest and spying was likely a spy from another village. Without hesitation, Might Guy activated the 8 gates. His physical prowess doubled, and the surging qi propelled him forward at blazing speed. Leaf-strong whirlwind. Might Guy launched a flying kick toward the fleeing shadow ahead. At that critical moment, a cool voice emanated from the shadow. Rotation. Chakra enveloped the body, forming a hemispherical protective barrier. In the nick of time, Might Guy and the others pulled back their kick. The voice was very familiar, and the hemispherical technique was unmistakably the Hyuga clan's rotation. The darkness receded, and Might Guy finally saw who it was. He furrowed his brow and asked in surprise, Niji, how is it you? Jing Liangjie and Tian stood quietly by, her expression also puzzled. Niji bowed his head, slightly apologetic. Sorry, I didn't mean to spy. Seeing that it was not an enemy, everyone's expression softened. Niji then spoke in a low voice. I was just in the training ground developing a new jutsu, but I didn't expect you all to come here. Since it was far, I activated my Byakugan to see who it was. I didn't expect to be discovered. Might Guy's expression soured. At the very least, it could be dismissed as an accident. At worst, it was an attempt to steal secret techniques. But this was his own disciple. Might Guy frowned and looked at Jing Liangjie, pleading, Lord Liangjie, if this is to be blamed, blame me. I believe my disciple merely happened upon us. Niji's heart was far from calm. Although he had indeed come to this training ground for practice, fate had conspired in this awkward manner. Explaining would only make things worse. His identity was sensitive. A ninja of the Hyuga clan spying on the Hokage's secret techniques was an extremely delicate issue. Seeing the situation, Tian also interceded, Lord Liangjie, I believe Niji just ran into us by chance. He never intended to pry into anything. Suddenly silence fell around them. After all, Niji was still a youth at this time. He clenched his teeth, seemingly anxious and uneasy. Haha. Jing Liangjie laughed outright, his face warm and genial. Why so serious? Did I say anything? Besides, I trust Niji. Might Guy and Tian breathed a sigh of relief, but Niji's eyes were filled with confusion. Though it was a chance encounter, he had witnessed the technique Tian used, a method nearly rivaling a forbidden jutsu. Jing Liangjie waved his hand, showing no airs before them. Alright, this was all a misunderstanding. Besides, if Niji can learn these techniques, let him. Niji stared intently at Jing Liangjie. He nodded, though he found those white eyes a bit unsettling in the dark. Previously, Niji had not taken Might Guy's advice to seek out Jing Liangjie, partly out of disbelief and partly due to clan ties. The clan and the village were one whole, yet often they could not be seen as the same. But now Jing Liangjie had plainly told him that he could teach his secret techniques. The shock this brought to Niji was immense. His eyes flickered and he asked doubtfully, Lord Liangjie, can I truly learn these? Of course. I've said before, if there's something you don't understand, come ask me. You are all welcome to learn these things. Jing Liangjie smiled serene and composed. Then he turned to Might Guy and Tian. Guy Tian, lend me the manga you have for a moment. Hearing this, they knew what was about to happen and handed over the manga without hesitation. Sure enough, Jing Liangjie passed it to Niji. Under the dim light, the three sat on the grass. Niji held the manga, absorbed in reading. After finishing one volume, he shook his head. According to what Might Guy and Tian had said, if one could gain insight, they would feel something special on the first read. Gazing at the Dragon Ball set aside, Might Guy said dejectedly, this doesn't make sense. Why does none of my disciples share the same enlightenment as me? Tian discreetly wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Becoming a muscle-bound freak, what girl would want that? But she couldn't help thinking of someone who, like Might Guy, wore a green jumpsuit and had a bowl cut. Might Guy Sensei, Rock Lee might share your insight. Indeed, Rock Lee and Might Guy were cut from the same cloth, same personality, same persistence. Flames of passion blazed in Might Guy's eyes. Youth seemed to burn in his gaze. Suddenly he spun around and grabbed Jing Liangjie's calf. Lord Hokage, could you let Rock Lee read Dragon Ball? Perhaps he like me will gain insight and obtain the Scion physique. Startled Jing Liangjie had forgotten that Might Guy sometimes had this goofy streak. He subtly pulled his leg free and said, no problem. If he does gain the Scion physique, maybe his injuries will heal on. Maidakai's heart was now brimming with excitement. So if Xiaoli and I comprehend the same essence and acquire the Scion constitution, then his body could recover. Jing Liangjie nodded. Scions possess remarkable recovery abilities and are endowed with an exceptionally robust. An injury like Xiaoli's, though severe in the eyes of a shinobi, was but a trifle before the Scion constitution. Hope ignited in Maidakai's heart and his eyes grew brighter. Wonderful. Lord Liangjie, if you don't mind, I'd like to show this manga to Xiaoli as well. At that moment, Maidakei had developed a peculiar reverence for Liangjie. No Hokage had ever acted in such a manner. Though not selfishly hoarding their secrets, every shinobi was extremely cautious about secret techniques. It seemed simple, but each secret technique could sustain a clan for generations. This was no trivial matter. Who else like Jing Liangjie would selflessly impart what they knew? Even the Ninja Academy taught only basic techniques. Meanwhile, Ningxi was still engrossed in the manga. Perhaps Maidakei was still skeptical that Ningxi could comprehend the essence of Dragon Ball. Moreover, Ningxi himself was reluctant to give up, so he read Dragon Ball once more. This volume was merely a small portion. After all, these were lengthy manga, yet they contained much to be understood. If he truly possessed the talent, he might have gained some insight. Alas, even after reading it again, Ningxi still felt nothing. This proved that he had indeed failed to glean anything from Dragon Ball. In the end, Ningxi reluctantly put down the manga. Dragon Ball was not suited for him. This point was essentially confirmed. Moreover, from every angle, Ningxi hardly resembled a taijutsu shinobi who relied on physical combat. That he failed to comprehend Dragon Ball seemed perfectly normal to Jing Liangjie. Though disappointed, Ningxi accepted the book that Tian handed him. It was yet another unfamiliar system of power. Especially after witnessing the overwhelming pressure of Tianshin's two-sword array earlier, its destructive power was incomparable to many ninjutsu. Perhaps sensing Ningxi's anxiety, Jing Liangjie gently patted Ningxi's shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry. If it doesn't work out, you can come to my place and have a look. There are many ways to make you stronger. In an instant, Ningxi felt the warmth of care, as if the chance to break free from fate was right before him. He sighed, a feeling he hadn't experienced in years. Ever since his father died, he had not felt this way. Ningxi looked at Jing Liangjie with a hint of reverence, though due to his Byakugan it was imperceptible to others. Without another word, Ningxi began reading the manga. Once again, he was stunned by its story. Compared to the world of Naruto, the appearance of the Jia sect and the power of cultivation was an earth-shattering revelation. It was a system of power he had never encountered. Although teacher Maidakai's training method was unique, it still had precedence in the shinobi world. In the end, it was inseparable from the physical body. He could be seen as a peculiar taijutsu shinobi, but what he saw now was entirely different. Only then did Ningxi truly understand why Tianshin's techniques were so powerful and drew upon an utterly foreign force. The story captivated Ningxi immensely. Through the manga, he seemed to witness the grand spectacle of the Jia sect's myriad immortals in the primordial world. Especially the weapons, countless artifacts, and innate divine abilities, they all deeply shook Ningxi. After finishing one volume, Ningxi was still dumbfounded. Tian chuckled on the side, remembering how she had reacted the same way when she first read it. But now she had learned the power within and possessed true chi, so her astonishment had lessened considerably. Ningxi, however, was completely different. In Tianshan's impression, he was rather rigid in his thinking and scrupulous in his actions. He would probably find it hard to accept these things at first. Yet Ningxi's eyes revealed immense joy. Tianshan's heart stirred and she quickly asked, "How is it? Have you grasped any power?" But Ningxi shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. "I don't feel any special power at all. I was just captivated by the plot of this manga. I never imagined such a world existed." Tian sighed. It seemed Ningxi's path was different from hers. The situation was clear now. Neither of the two manga he had encountered suited him, and he would have to choose for himself. The night had grown deep, and the surroundings were pitch black with little moonlight. Ningxi's heart was heavy. "Lord Liangjie, am I useless? I have failed your expectations." At this moment Ningxi was exceptionally dejected. The path lay before him, yet he lacked the qualification to tread it. Having been called a genius since childhood, Ningxi found the sudden fall hard to accept. Jing Liangjie, however, was unconcerned. By now he had figured out the system's mechanism. Simply put, it manifested the contents of the manga into reality. If Ningxi had not found his compatible path from the start, there was no helping it. But now Jing Liangjie had nearly 1,000 manga volumes at home. If not for some being too short, he could have opened a library. What Ningxi and the others had seen was but a drop in the ocean. Jing Liangjie waved his hand and said genially, "It's fine. If these two manga don't work, we can try others. Tomorrow come to my place and take a look for yourself. Perhaps fate will find you." Jing Liangjie wasn't sure which manga to recommend to Ningxi. The few who had come to pick manga before seemed to have stumbled upon theirs by chance. It wasn't easy to say such things directly. So he put on an inscrutable look and said, "Come again tomorrow. Maybe you'll—" Ningxi lowered his head slightly. Seeing this, Meitika spoke up, "Don't worry, Ningxi. Given your state, you'll definitely find what suits you." At this point Niji felt a sense of confidence within himself. After all, if nothing could be discerned from these two comic books, he could simply try several more times with different ones. Surely something suitable for him would appear. Given Niji's current impatience upon hearing such news, he was eager to rush over to Jing Liangjie's home to select the right comic books. However, the night was growing deeper. If he were to go now, it would definitely disturb Jing Liangjie's normal rest. As a prominent family of Konoha, the Hyuga clan, Niji's upbringing was exceptional, truly befitting a noble. He certainly wouldn't want to disturb Jing Liangjie's. Thus Niji slightly raised his head and gratefully said, "Thank you, Lord Liangjie, for giving me this opportunity. I will cherish it and not waste your good intentions." Jing Liangjie merely waved his hand without saying much, and as he walked away, Niji let out a faint sigh. "What's wrong?" Might Guy scratched his head somewhat confused and asked, "Is Niji experiencing something unusual?" Niji took a deep breath and said with some emotion, "Lord Liangjie is truly a remarkable person. If he were to become Hokage, Konoha might be even better." A hint of panic appeared on Might Guy's face. Despite his somewhat blunt nerves and slow reactions, he understood that certain things should not be casually spoken. Especially considering Niji's identity as a member of the Hyuga clan. If someone were to take his words out of context, it could lead to rumors and slander. The difference between the acting Hokage and the Hokage was merely 2 words. If such matters were to spread, it could very well incite the entire village to speculate that Jing Liangjie was about to seize the position of Hokage. People tend to echo each other, which even led to the demise of Konoha's once great genius, the ninja White Fang. Although figures like Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were involved, it cannot be denied that rumors were also the killers of Konoha's White Fang. It's best to avoid saying such things in the future. After all, we don't truly know what Lord Liangjie is thinking. Might Guy said lightly as he looked around. At this moment, Might Guy's heart was also racing. I wonder what Lord Liangjie is truly thinking. Does he really intend to compete for that position? Becoming a ninja's greatest aspiration is probably to become Hokage. However, many are self-aware, knowing they could never become Hokage. But Jing Liangjie's situation was completely different from those individuals. If he really wanted to contend for it, he could very likely become Hokage. At this moment, Might Guy found himself in a dilemma. If that day truly came, should he support him or act as though nothing? Might Guy shook his head, deciding to temporarily set aside these matters. It was still early and the situation was unclear. Worrying too much was of no use. Turning his head, Might Guy noticed that Niji's expression seemed a bit strange, while Ten was nowhere to be found at this time. Might Guy pressed his lips together and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Niji?" Niji was in a daze, pointing ahead. Following Niji's gaze, Might Guy looked over and could only see a somewhat blurred. Niji said in a daze, "Might Guy, I seem to have discovered something serious. It appears that Ten is wearing clothes that don't belong to her, and she should be heading to Lord Liangjie's house." At this moment, Might Guy felt a little uneasy, his expression looking particularly unnatural. It was late at night and Ten wasn't going home, instead lingering at Lord Liangjia's house. Could there really be something going on here? However, upon a second thought, Might Guy understood that this matter seemed inappropriate for outsiders to intervene. Might Guy waved his hand and said lightly, "Alright Niji, it's not convenient for us to get involved in this matter." Saying this, the two turned and left the training ground, heading home. At this moment, Jing Liangjie heard footsteps behind him and involuntarily slowed down his pace. Turning around, he just happened to see a pair of beautiful eyes blinking at him. Ten's face was slightly flushed. Her gaze was evasive, seemingly not daring to directly look up at Jing Liangjie. Sensing her movements, Jing Liangjie curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Ten, do you have some questions you don't understand? Just say it. If I can teach you, I will definitely help." Ten bit her lips slightly and shook her head. "Lord Liangjie, it's already quite late." Jing Liangjie felt even more puzzled, realizing it was indeed late, which made him question why Ten was still following him. Ten shook her clothes and brushed off her sleeves. With her face flushed and a hint of shyness, Ten said, "Lord Liangjie, although I know this request is quite bold, I wonder if I could rest at your home for one night." Jing Liangjie was taken aback, not expecting that after all his thoughts Ten would still bring up such a matter. Yet precisely because of this, he felt even more hesitant. If it were a boy, Jing Liangjie would probably not hesitate at all. After all, it would just mean having one more person. However, now that Ten was a girl and he was a man, it wouldn't sound good if news of a man and woman alone spread. Who knew? Ten pointed at her clothes and said, "Lord Liangjie, it's not intentional. You saw the situation earlier, these clothes are utterly unwearable. If I return in this state, my father would definitely misunderstand." Jing Liangjie realized that he had been overly one-sided in his thinking. Upon reflection, Ten's reasoning was "Alright then, as long as you don't mind that my room is a bit messy, you can stay at my place for the night." The summer night was very quiet, with fireflies dancing between the trees. A soft voice slowly emerged. "Lord Liangjie, I want to thank you again. If it weren't for you, I might have gradually fallen behind everyone else." At this moment, Ten clearly understood that she was just an ordinary ninja, while her teammates included a genius from the Hyuga clan. Another was Might Guy's disciple, whose relentless training of the 8 gates was something Ten felt she could never compare. If things continued like this, Ten would only fall further behind, gradually distancing herself from the team. However, Jing Liangjie's appearance had broken this pattern, and the situation was slowly changing. A warm smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face. Ten's words were immensely gratifying to him. Upon feeling it closely, he realized that the sensation of guiding others was quite pleasant. Jing Liangjie had no ulterior motives towards Ten. After all, they were just a group of young boys and girls. However, at this moment, he was completely unaware that Ten's attitude towards him seemed to be undergoing a subtle change. Tiantian's cheeks flushed slightly as she rested in the guest room that Kyōsuke had prepared. Many people were accustomed to sleeping on futons laid directly on the floor. But for Kyōsuke, this sleeping habit was quite uncomfortable. Therefore, his home had a proper bed. Tian too felt much the same, so she found it quite familiar and welcoming. At that moment, Tian held a manga in her hands, and as she read, her mind unconsciously recalled the smile on Kyōsuke's face. "Really, Tian, what are you thinking? Better get some sleep." After silently chiding herself, Tian slowly closed her eyes. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan's compound, Hayashi Hyuga wore a grim expression. "I understand your training is grueling, but there's no need to return home this late. Your relationship with the family, especially this fatherless household, is far from harmonious." Niji bowed his head slightly and replied respectfully, "Clan head, I encountered the teacher and the acting Hokage at the training grounds." Hayashi Hyuga let out a sigh. Niji was his own nephew, yet at this moment he could only address him coldly as clan head. Although Hayashi felt helpless, such matters could not be changed overnight. Did anything happen? Hayashi was somewhat interested in this acting Hokage. He had heard that the acting Hokage always worked in the Hokage's office. A glimmer of reverence flashed in Niji's eyes, then he hesitated. Sensing his hesitation, Hayashi gently patted Niji's head and said softly, "What else is there to keep from me? After all, I am your own uncle." Niji hesitated once more, but finally spoke. "The acting Hokage seems willing to teach me his secret technique." Hayashi raised an eyebrow. Compared to Niji, Hayashi considered many more things. The first thought that came to his mind was the entanglement of interests. But seeing the clarity in Niji's eyes, a smile crept into Hayashi's gaze. "I've been overthinking things. It seems that living in this clan inevitably makes one like this." Hayashi stepped forward and gently patted Niji's shoulder. "Let me be willful for once. Niji, you're a genius and should not be buried. Go. Pursue what you desire. I, Hayashi Hyuga, will bear all the consequences." Niji was startled. He had imagined many scenarios, but never expected such a situation to occur. Could it be that Hayashi would not stop him? Niji was old enough to understand that certain actions did not represent only himself. Often Niji's deeds represented the entire Hyuga clan even if he was only a branch member. Niji gave a slight nod and turned to walk into the courtyard. Watching Niji walk away, Hayashi's heart was far from calm. Has he been taken as a disciple? What exactly is this Kyōsuke planning? Hayashi pinched his chin, speaking in puzzlement. Having served as the head of the Hyuga clan for so many years, he viewed all issues with thoroughness. The position of Hokage was now held by Kyōsuke as interim while the true Hokage was Tsunade. But it would not be easy for Kyōsuke to ascend as a wolf lurked nearby watching with greedy eyes. Hayashi couldn't help but turn his gaze toward the distant compound of the Shimura clan. If Kyōsuke knew what Hayashi was thinking, he would surely laugh. Kyōsuke had not thought so far. He simply wanted others to view his manga so that he could become stronger. But such a thing, if spoken aloud, would hardly be believed by anyone. Hayashi gritted his teeth. Never mind. No matter how you look at it, Kyōsuke is a disciple of Lady Tsunade, a man of proper lineage. I hope the Hyuga clan has not chosen the wrong side. Niji Hyuga never imagined that in an instant Hayashi had made a crucial decision. The moon set and the sun rose and a brand new day dawned. The first rays of morning light shone into the room. Tian felt a tickle on her face and abruptly opened her eyes. Seeing a dark silhouette, she let out a startled cry. Kyōsuke hurried in from outside, still wearing an apron. Somewhat bewildered, he asked what's wrong. Tian's face flushed slightly. She realized then that she was not in her own home. She had simply been disoriented from sleep. But the incident had given her just awakened a great fright. Biting her lip nervously, she said, "Lord Kyōsuke, is there something unclean in this room? Like a ghost or something?" Kyōsuke chuckled inwardly. This world was curious. Ninjas who could face fierce enemies without fear were just as terrified as ordinary people of things that didn't exist. Kyōsuke reached behind him and retrieved the culprit that had startled Tian. "The dirty thing you mentioned, is it this?" In his hands he held a plump black cat. The cat looked at Tian with an utterly innocent expression. Tian's face reddened. A ninja being frightened by an ordinary black cat, if word got out she would be laughed to. Kyōsuke laughed quietly to himself, but then became lost in thought. The people in the ninja world seemed somewhat Tian wore a hint of languor, but with the black cat's involvement a touch of panic and shyness was added. The combination of these elements created an unusual beauty. However, Kyōsuke restrained his gaze and gently held the cat as he spoke. "This little one is called Dumpling. I found it and it usually sleeps in the corner of this room." A look of understanding appeared on Tian's face. No wonder she had been startled so early in the morning. "Come on. I've made breakfast. Let's go eat." Kyōsuke waved his hand, a warm smile on his face. Tian tidied herself up hastily and followed him downstairs. At the dining table, Tian kept glancing at Dumpling, who was nibbling on a small snack. She also stole a look at Throughout the meal, Tian never grew tired of this. Just then a knock came at the door. Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. Who could be visiting so early? Kyōsuke smiled, but said nothing. Very few people came to his home, and even fewer would call at such an hour. Without even looking, Kyōsuke already knew who was outside. Without thinking too much, he walked straight to the door. He gently pulled the door open. A crisp voice came from the doorway. "Lord Liangjie, I apologize for the intrusion. Please accept this." As expected, the person standing outside was Hinata Niji. Jing Liangjie said with a gentle smile, "Come in, Niji. You didn't have to come so early." Jing Liangjie took the gift from Niji's hand. It was heavy, suggesting it was not from Niji himself, but a token from the Hyuga clan's probing. But Jing Liangjie paid it no mind. Since the Hyuga clan offered it, he accepted it casually. He seemed slightly embarrassed. Yet Jing Liangjie acted more at ease. He performed a simple hand seal and a shadow clone replaced him at the Hokage building while his true self sat quietly on the sofa. This time Jing Liangjie wanted to see what kind of situation would enable one to comprehend the abilities depicted in the manga. After finishing her meal, Tenten also looked at Hinata Niji with curiosity. She cared deeply for her teammate. Though Niji was always rigid, he was a decent person. Niji's gaze fixed on the bookshelf. His eyes were filled with longing. Kai and Tenten had already found their opportunities here, and their strength had improved significantly. It was an obvious fact. For someone craving power, this was an immense temptation. And Niji, who had always sought to prove himself, was no exception. Jing Liangjie chuckled lightly and said casually, "Go ahead if you wish now." With permission, Niji eagerly walked toward the bookshelf. These were not just manga volumes, they were all paths to becoming stronger. Tenten finally understood why everyone considered Jing Liangjie a genius. If not a genius, one would rack their brains just to construct these worldviews, let alone integrate special bloodline limits, and Niji eagerly began reading. However, upon seeing the first volume, he was puzzled. The protagonist wasn't even human. Though strange, Niji continued reading seriously. This biography, titled The Legend of Sun Wukong, stirred great emotions within him. The defiant, heaven-defying posture deeply imprinted in Niji's mind. What of the lofty, heavenly court? Mist from ally, fragrance of flowers and fruit, a single staff strike to summon all demons. Shattering the sky, crushing the earth, such heroic sentiments brewed in his heart. After finishing the short volume, Niji remained in profound shock. It was then that Hinata and Niji noticed Might Guy had also arrived. The three of them sat on the sofa, watching him expectantly, but Hinata Niji lowered his head and shook it, seeming somewhat disheartened. Though Sun Wukong had planted a seed of defiance in Niji's heart, he still couldn't glean anything from it. Niji began to doubt his own ability. Can I truly not comprehend these wondrous teachings? No, everyone is watching me. As the genius of the Hyuga clan, I cannot concede here. Niji was indeed a stubborn person, often persistent. Otherwise, the events of that year would not have lingered in his mind. Niji recalled Jing Liangji's words, if not once then twice, if not twice then thrice. There were many books in the living room to support Niji's selection. Seeing that Niji had not lost heart, a glimmer of joy appeared in everyone's eyes, for the fear was that Niji himself would give up, and then there would be nothing. Thus he picked another volume and began reading. By chance he grabbed the Bleach volume that Kakashi had been reading. Niji held a later volume of Bleach. Though the storyline didn't connect, the powerful abilities within still captivated, but a frustrating thing happened. Despite being engrossed, Niji still didn't resonate with this manga. After finishing one volume, he still comprehended nothing. This time Niji took another manga from the shelf. But this time something felt different. He held a volume titled Tsukihime and began reading slowly. This manga didn't seem as enthralling as the previous two. Yet as he read, a strange feeling stirred within him. He couldn't explain it, but his heart felt inexplicably restless. Having finally had a special reaction, Niji wouldn't give up and continued reading. But he didn't notice that his Byakugan had slowly begun to take on other colors. In Tsukihime, both Shiki and Shiki possessed special eyes. This made Niji involuntarily think of his own Byakugan. But then he touched his forehead. Indeed, that ugly mark was still there. Niji let out a heavy sigh, lamenting his tumultuous fate. Then he refocused on the manga before him, reading quietly. A strange world completely different from the shinobi world unfolded before his eyes. And still Niji hadn't noticed that his Byakugan had acquired some unwarranted hues. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through Niji. Sensing the agony, he covered his eyes. No mistake, the pain radiated from his eyes. Niji had never felt anything like it. It seemed to pierce from his eyes into his very soul. Clutching his eyes, Niji writhed on the floor, trying to alleviate the torment, but to no avail. Might Guy rushed over in panic, but Jing Liangjie blocked him. Guy anxiously asked, Lord Liangjie, what's happening? Yes, Lord Liangjie, what is going on? Tenten asked with a worried frown. A smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face. He seemed completely unconcerned about Niji's condition. Don't worry, I think I know what he has acquired. Upon hearing this, Might Guy felt somewhat relieved. Still, they couldn't bear to see Niji rolling in agony. Niji gritted his teeth, his hands pressed tightly over his eyes. Yet the pain was unbearable. Suddenly, the sound ceased. Niji's breath grew weaker and Might Guy grew more panicked. It looked like something was seriously wrong. Ningx's condition was deteriorating by the minute. His breathing grew increasingly faint, and the stark contrast between his state and Jing Liangjie's assurance of no trouble was impossible to ignore. Might Guy, now on edge, watched as the man began to convulse. Could there really be nothing wrong? A seasoned ninja, Kai recognized the signs of death's approach, the involuntary spasms that heralded the end. Lord Liangjie, is this truly nothing to worry about? Might Guy asked, his voice tight with anxiety as he supported Ningxi, who had all but stopped breathing. Tenten hurried over, her face pale with worry as she looked at Ningxi's lifeless complexion. Words failed her, but her expression spoke volumes of her fear. Jing Liangjie, however, remained unruffled. He rested his chin on his hand, a self-satisfied smile playing on his lips. Have faith in me and in Ningxi. The moment Ningxi had opened the book titled Moon Princess, a premonition stirred in Jing Liangjie's heart. Now Ningxi's reaction only deepened that intuitive certainty. With Jing Liangjie's words, Might Guy could only watch in silence, hoping for a miracle. At this rate, Ningxi might not last another 10 minutes. Suddenly Ningxi's convulsing body came to an abrupt halt. His skin grew cold. Trembling, Might Guy reached. He stopped breathing. Might Guy's voice was heavy. Lord Liangjie, what is this? You said he would be fine. Why is he dead? Tenten stood frozen, memories of their team's shared moments flooding her mind. Tears streamed unbidden down her cheeks. They were more than teammates, they were the closest of friends. Lee had suffered an irreparable wound and now Ningxiai had inexplicably lost his life. How could Tenten remain calm amidst such devastation? The scene before her was grotesque, unfolding right in front of her eyes. She turned to Jing Liangjie, tears glistening. Lord Liangjie, what happened? He was perfectly fine reading that manga just moments ago. Suspicion crept into both Tenten and Might Kai's hearts. Only their trust in him kept them from voicing their doubts outright. Both suspected that the manga had inflicted some fatal harm on. The room fell into a deathly silence, punctuated only by the breathing of the three. A pin drop would have been audible in that confined space. In stark contrast to their grief and anguish, Jing Liangjie remained composed, an air of serene detachment on his face. He slowly settled into a chair and watched. Ningxiai had indeed lost all vital signs. His body grew colder, stiffer. Both Might Kai and Tenten were now convinced he was dead. Even Tsunade herself could not bring back the dead under these circumstances. But then a soft chuckle drew the attention of the grieving pair. Jing Liangjie rose and walked over to Ningxiai. The onlooker sees the game best. Your emotions have clouded your judgment. Might Kai set him down. In a moment you'll understand the truth. Despite Jing Liangjie's calm demeanor, Might Kai should have been furious. His disciple lay dead and another man laughed. In any other circumstance, Might Kai would have risen to fight. But the laugher was Jing Liangjie. Could there be something Might Kai didn't know? Perhaps Ningxiai could still be saved. Might Kai hesitated. His deep respect and trust in Jing Liangjie compelled him to obey. He gently laid Ningxiai on the ground. Yet Ning's appearance remained unchanged, if anything growing worse. Minutes passed like hours. Might Kai and Tenten watched Ningxiai without blinking. Suddenly his finger twitched. Alert eyes caught the movement. Might Kai clapped a hand over his mouth, stifling a cry. What if his own outcry disrupted the process? His heart raced as Ning's entire arm began to stir. Breathing resumed, growing steadier. Tenten and Might Kai stared in disbelief. A miracle, a dead man returning to life before their very eyes. Ning's pallid face regained color tinged with life. Might Kai clenched his jaw, suppressing any sound. Beside him Tenten felt the same. They watched in awe and uncertainty. At last Ningxiai grunted, his whole body stirring. Tenten could hardly believe it. Ningxiai had truly escaped the clutches of death and returned to life. Never had she witnessed such a thing, but it didn't stop the surge of joy within her. Lord Liangjie, did you see? Ningxiai came back to life. Is this truly a miracle? Only then did Tenten notice that Jing Liangjie's expression had not changed. He remained as calm as ever. A bold conjecture formed in her mind. Perhaps only one who foresaw all this could remain so unmoved. Lord Liangjie is not a heartless man, so all of this must have been part of his plan. In an instant Tenten's awe was beyond words. With Might Kai's help, Ningxiai managed to sit up. He was still weak, but his condition had improved markedly. Yet his actions were strange. His eyes remained tight, as if afraid to open them. Jing Liangjie approached and gently patted his shoulder. It's over. That feeling won't return. You can open your eyes now. To grasp such power, Ningxiai had to die once. A pair of eyes, pale purple tinged with pink, were revealed. Might Kai and Tenten recoiled in shock. What had happened? Where was Ning's Byakugan? That was the symbol and weapon of the Rishun clan. Being near Niji every day, Tenten saw his eyes more clearly than others. The eyes in Niji's sockets were now completely different from before. Those lavender eyes tinged with pink seemed to hold an indescribable aura, utterly distinct from the sensation the Byakugan. Might Kai had already noticed the change, but he was more concerned about Niji's current condition. Supporting Niji to sit down, Guy asked anxiously, Niji, how are you feeling? Do you feel any discomfort anywhere in your body? Just moments ago Niji had collapsed, inexplicably losing all signs of life. In Might Guy's eyes, Niji had already died once. At this moment Niji's survival was a true escape from death. It would not be surprising if his body felt unwell in some way. But just then Niji slowly closed his eyes again and shook his head, saying, Sensei, I feel fine, just a bit weak. The system in Jing Liangjie's mind transmitted a mechanical voice. Hyuga Niji has acquired the mystic eyes of death perception. The host automatically masters the eyes and gains the ability to open and close them. Congratulations, host. You have earned 200 system energy points. Jing Liangjie turned slightly and his own eyes abruptly changed. If anyone could see them, they would notice that Jing Liangjie's eyes were identical to Niji's, perhaps even deeper in intensity. Gazing at his surroundings, Jing Liangjie murmured softly, just as I thought. In his field of vision, countless dense lines appeared, intertwining all around. These lines seemed chaotic, yet they were the death lines that could affect everything. As long as one could see them and locate the death points, they could sever them. For instance, the chair beside him had several death lines. Cutting them would cause the chair to truly die and instantly decay. Even human bodies were entwined with countless death lines. This ability was a divine tool in battle. As long as one could see the death lines, even a god could be slain. However, the negative effects of this power were also immense. Now at every moment he could see things collapsing around him. Opening his eyes meant witnessing death. This feeling was extremely unpleasant, and the negative impact was extraordinarily severe. It felt as if a mere touch could bring death. This sensation was hard to accept at first. Fortunately, Jing Liangji's mastery was on a higher level than Niji's. Thus Jing Liangjie could voluntarily close his mystic eyes of death perception while Niji was less capable. Niji had closed his eyes seemingly because he was not yet accustomed to this. Jing Liangjie slowly closed his own eyes and said with a hint of melancholy, "I think you now understand the price of obtaining this power. But later when you can control it on your own it will be fine." Niji stirred his body, struggling to stand up. His eyes fixed intently on Jing Liangjie. "Lord Liangjie, do you mean I can close it?" Jing Liangjie nodded. Since it is an ability, it can naturally be shut off. Otherwise it would only bring more trouble to its owner. So, don't worry too much. Once you get used to the side effects you can try to close this ability. Niji could only open his eyes again. However, Might Guy and Tenten were utterly bewildered. Tenten couldn't help asking, "Lord Liangjie, what exactly is going on?" Jing Liangjie smiled warmly and said, "This is what Niji learned from the comic book." The two turned their gazes to Niji. Just moments ago a perilous scene had unfolded before their eyes, a revival from death. After coming back to life, the iconic Byakugan in Niji's eye sockets had vanished, replaced by a pair of peculiar eyes. This left them greatly puzzled. Perceiving the confusion of Might Guy and Tenten, Niji's expression remained unchanged, but he opened his mouth to explain. "Might Guy Sensei, Tenten, you know that Lord Liangji's comic books are not ordinary. From this comic called Tsukihime, I have also gained something. These eyes I call the mystic eyes of death perception. Their function is to allow me to see the death lines and death points of all things in the world. If I sever them I can theoretically end anything." Might Guy was stunned. What a terrifying ability this was. To put it dramatically, it could be called the end of all things. However, since he was just mastering this power, there were certainly limitations. Moreover, the death points and death lines on humans were merely a few vital acupoints on the body. For Niji, the arrival of the mystic eyes of death perception merely marked the locations of these deadly points. But to strike the death points, he would need more rigorous training. Once Niji severed the death lines and death points, he could directly eliminate his enemies. It could be said that before Niji there was no such thing as defense. If Niji severed the death points and death lines, the enemy was doomed. But looking at Niji, blinking his eyes, Might Guy was the first to react, asking with great concern, "Niji, in your perspective, is the world different?" Niji gave a bitter smile. "Yes, I can't hide it from Might Guy Sensei. In my view, everything in the world has death lines and death points, and I can see the scenes of them collapsing." Might Guy was startled. "So you mean you see all things in the world perpetually hovering between life and death?" "Exact, that's right." Niji rubbed his eyes and nodded. Might Guy also understood why Niji had involuntarily closed his eyes earlier. It was because these special eyes caused Niji to feel repulsion toward the current world. Constantly witnessing the life and death of all things would inevitably take a toll over time. Might Guy paced in the room and said solemnly, "Niji, it seems you need special training from now on, especially in mental fortitude. And of course you should read this comic book more often." Niji nodded. But at that moment he slowly drew out a shuriken. Under the puzzled gazes of Might Guy and Tenten, Niji aimed the shuriken at his own forehead. Might Guy panicked instantly. Could it be that the sudden change had overwhelmed Niji, driving him to suicide? Just as he was about to act, Jing Liangjie stopped him. "Don't worry, Niji is not that fragile." Niji's shuriken approached his forehead bit by bit. Ding! A sound like a thin line being snapped. A relieved smile spread across Niji's face. Might Guy and Tenten were astonished. The hideous caged bird seal on Niji's forehead had shattered. Tenten and Might Guy stared at Niji in astonishment. This was somewhat exaggerated. Tenten pointed at the mark on Niji's forehead, her fingers still trembling. "Could it be that ability you just used?" "Yes," Niji nodded, then said with a relaxed expression, "Theoretically, as long as I can see it I can bring an end to all things." Might Guy finally understood. Niji had just used that special ability to sever the seal of the caged bird. No wonder Jing Liangjie had stopped him. At that moment Jing Liangjie stepped forward slowly and said in a low voice, "Let's go back for now. I think you need some time to adjust." Niji's expression turned solemn. He nodded and walked slowly toward the door. Though he had gained power and broken the caged bird's seal, his heart remained heavy. Niji's heart had gradually closed off due to his father's death, and he had come to believe that protecting the main family was his mission, his destiny. Compared to the caged bird, the shackles Niji had placed upon himself were far heavier. But now he felt those shackles slowly loosening. Because of Jing Liangji's appearance, Niji no longer felt that his fate was as predetermined as before. For the first time, Niji challenged fate itself. Slowly raising his head, Niji gazed at the azure sky. As long as these eyes can see it, even a god I can kill. Niji walked slowly into the compound of the Hyuga clan. As luck would have it, he came face to face with Hinata Hyuga. Lady Hinata, Niji said with his head slightly lowered. Hinata smiled shyly. Nijinii. But after just a brief greeting, Niji continued walking deeper into the compound. Hinata didn't pay it much mind. But after taking a couple of steps, she suddenly realized something. What happened to Nijinia's eyes? Though it was only a brief encounter, Hinata had a good memory. They had merely passed each other, yet Niji's eyes were not the usual. The Hyuga clan, as a prestigious family of Konoha, the Byakugan was their symbol. Members of the Hyuga clan almost always took pride in their Byakugan, and no one would hate their own eyes and wear colored contacts to hide them. So, what had happened to Niji's eyes? Hinata hesitated for a moment, but when she turned around, Niji had already disappeared from sight. Never mind. I'll go find father first and sort this out. Though Niji was very cold toward her, Hinata vaguely understood the reasons. Kind-hearted Hinata immediately suspected Niji was ill. Father. Father. Hinata hurriedly ran toward the room, shouting loudly as she went. Thump. Thump. Heavy footsteps stopped in front of Hinata. Hayashi Hyuga frowned sternly and asked Hinata with a serious face, "Have you forgotten everything I taught you? You are the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. You must mind your demeanor." Hayashi had always held Hinata to strict standards. But Hinata's nature made it difficult for her to meet his expectations. Naturally, Hayashi couldn't help but feel disappointed. Thus he always treated Hinata with a very stern attitude. Perhaps he hoped this would help Hinata grow. Hinata lowered her head slightly and said softly, "Father, I have something very important to tell you." Hayashi raised an eyebrow. Though he was strict with Hinata, he truly loved his daughter. He just didn't show it. "Tell me what has you so flustered." Hinata caught her breath before speaking. "Father, I think Nijinii might be ill." Hayashi was startled. Though Niji was a genius and had drawn some attention in the clan, he was still a branch family member and had always been somewhat aloof. If he were truly ill and no one cared, would something go wrong? Hayashi's feelings toward Niji were complicated, a mixture of guilt and affection. So upon hearing the news, Hayashi grew anxious as well. "Let's go together and see what's wrong with Niji." Hayashi took the lead, walking ahead. Hinata followed closely behind him. When they arrived at Niji's residence, Hayashi hesitated. "Hinata, tell me exactly what happened." Hayashi frowned, uncertain of the situation, so he had to learn the details from Hinata. Hinata recalled the image of Niji in her mind and said softly, "When I met Nijinii earlier, I noticed his eyes seemed different." Hayashi raised an eyebrow. They were all from the Hyuga clan and everyone had the Byakugan, so how could they be different? In Hayashi's shallow understanding, the Byakugan all looked the same. It wasn't like the Sharingan that could evolve. "No, father, that's not it." Nijinia's eyes no longer seemed to be the Byakugan. Hinata stole a glance at her stern father before whispering. Bang! The stone floor beneath Hayashi's foot cracked. What? Hayashi's face darkened as countless possibilities raced through his mind. The commotion Hayashi caused also drew Niji's attention from inside the room. Niji gently opened the door and stepped out. "Head of the clan, is there something you need from me?" Niji's eyes fixed intently on Hayashi. Hayashi's body trembled. Hinata had been telling the truth. Inside Niji's eye sockets were a pair of pale violet eyes tinged with a hint of pink. No matter how one looked at them, they had nothing to do with the Byakugan. At that moment, a possibility struck Hayashi and fury surged within him. Hayashi's face darkened and an oppressive aura emanated from him. Hayashi said coldly, "Did Jing Liangjie make you like this?" Recalling the past events, Niji smiled and replied without hesitation, "Thanks to Lord Jing Liangjie's help, I have become what I am now." Bang! The ground where Hayashi stood cracked like a spiderweb. So it was him. He just became acting Hokage and already dares to meddle with the Hyuga clan. Hayashi looked at Niji with pain and sorrow. "Niji, would you rather lose those eyes just to escape your past and your clan?" Seeing Hayashi Hyuga's current expression, it was clearly a misunderstanding and Niji instantly guessed it, so he began to explain. "Byakugan, activate." The sudden sound immediately caught Hayashi Hyuga's attention. Turning to look, Hayashi Hyuga was full of surprise. Niji Hyuga's eyes seemed to have a hint of white in the pupils, and the blood vessels around his eyes were all bulging. Looking at the characteristics around the eye sockets, these were indeed the signs of activating the Byakugan. Hayashi Hyuga was clearly shocked. Now even he was somewhat confused, was it the Byakugan or not? If it were an ordinary Byakugan, Hayashi Hyuga could make a clear judgment. But now the eyes in Niji's eye sockets were purple. Apart from a little more grayish-white in the pupils, there was no major change. The blood vessels around Niji's eye sockets slowly calmed down, and his eyes returned to the way they were before. Hayashi Hyuga was a bit stunned. Niji, what exactly is going on? The way you looked just now. Niji shook his head. All of this is thanks to Lord Liangjia. These eyes still have some Byakugan functions, but the proportion is already very small. I prefer to call them the true death demon eyes, which is also one of Lord Liangji's secret techniques. And Niji slowly reached up and removed the forehead protector he was wearing. A smooth forehead appeared before Hayashi Hyuga. Hinata, standing to the side, didn't find it strange, but Hayashi Hyuga's mouth was already wide open. You're caged bird, Hayashi Hyuga said in shock, somewhat stammering. Niji nodded and said firmly, I have already removed the caged bird. Hayashi Hyuga's expression turned grim, not because Niji had arbitrarily removed the restraint of the caged bird. Although Hayashi Hyuga was from the main family, his bond with Hisashi was not shallow. Deep down he also detested this system of main and branch families. However, it was precisely because of the preciousness of the Byakugan and those stubborn elders that the branch family system still existed. Niji's current state could be hidden for a while, but not forever. Hayashi Hyuga stepped forward a couple of paces, carefully observing Niji. If the clan elders find out about your current state, there might be trouble. Those stubborn old men will never grant you freedom. Although the caged bird had a certain protective function, its drawbacks were even more obvious. A normal Byakugan had a nearly 360-degree field of vision, while the Byakugan under the caged bird had a fatal flaw, a 1-degree blind spot along the spine. Moreover, the caged bird became a remote control, a time bomb in the hands of the main family. Niji gave a light laugh. From the moment he severed the connection of the caged bird, he had gradually shed the shackles on himself. And when he left, Niji could clearly see the implication in Jing Liangji's eyes. So when Niji returned, he didn't hide anything. Many people along the way had seen Niji's abnormality. But Hayashi Hyuga arrived faster. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of wooden clogs on the floor, and soon a group of elders arrived at Niji's door. The great elder Riengang stared straight at Niji with his Byakugan. The scene instantly became serious. Niji, what exactly is wrong with your eyes? But when Riengang looked more closely, he realized that not only had Niji's Byakugan disappeared, but the caged bird on his forehead had also vanished. The other elders seemed to realize the gravity of the situation and gathered around. Niji, what is this all about? Where is your Byakugan? What about the caged bird? This is impossible. Niji's transformation had stirred everyone's curiosity enough. Niji looked at the crowd and said nothing more. Seeing Niji silence, the faces of several elders instantly darkened. Without giving him a chance to explain, they unilaterally assumed that he had abandoned his Byakugan to escape the caged bird. Riengang stepped forward and said angrily, I want to see what you have left after abandoning the Byakugan. He waved his hand and 2 ninjas from the Hyuga clan stepped forward. The 2 ninjas were not much older, almost the same generation as Niji. The 3 stood facing each other. One of the ninjas attacked first. The attack pattern was very simple, just ordinary gentle fist. Niji's mastery of gentle fist was still very strong. The 2 quickly engaged in combat. Then the other ninja also joined the fight with Niji. It seemed like the 3 were evenly matched. But gradually the 2 ninjas began using the Byakugan and ninjutsu. The Byakugan combined with gentle fist produced far greater effects than using them separately. Even Niji's skills were somewhat stretched. Niji's expression turned cold. Byakugan activate. The blood vessels around his eye sockets bulged one by one, making him look particularly ferocious. 8 trigrams 16 palms. 8 trigrams 17 palms. 8 trigrams 64 palms. One ninja's chakra pathways were sealed, and he fell to the ground powerless to resist. But the other ninja still had strength. By this time Niji was already feeling fatigued. Riengang's expression had softened considerably. Although it was different, Niji's Byakugan was still there. Moreover, among the younger generation, Niji was also an outstanding figure. But even so, Riengang seemed unwilling to relent. He asked angrily, You've changed your Byakugan like this. Is there no special effect? Niji's Byakugan had indeed changed, and Riengang didn't believe there was nothing special about it. But Niji's expression changed. Great Elder, it's not that Niji is unwilling to use it, but I'm afraid that once I do, things will get out of hand. As he spoke, Niji instantly moved to the side. A sharp kunai had already appeared in his hand. Looking at the tall stone rockery before him, Niji slowly extended the kunai and thrust it toward the rockery. The light, gentle movement seemed like a joke. Riengang frowned. Such an attack getting out of hand. What a ding! Like a thread being cut. Riengang stared at the rockery dumbfounded. A 7 or 8 meter rockery turned into powder in an instant. This was solid rock, and with just that light touch it became like this. Ryang looked at the other ninja. After all, they were flesh and blood. If Nichi struck them with such an attack, things would indeed be out of hand. While Ryang was still stunned, a light laugh came from above. Someone was in the sky. Bang! In the Rishiong clan's compound, a figure appeared wearing a black kimono and wooden clogs with bandages wrapped around his hands and face, revealing only one eye, yet exceptionally fierce. I apologize for the abrupt visit. Please do not blame the Rishiong clan head. Tuanzang's words were polite, but his demeanor was anything but. Rishiong Rise's face slightly darkened, but he said nothing, merely offering a faint smile. Instead, Rishiong Gang stepped forward and spoke. May I ask what business Lord Tuanzang has with this visit? A hypocritical smile slowly curled at the corner of Tuanzang's mouth. I was merely curious, hence the abrupt visit. Besides, I noticed something peculiar. Rishiong Gang's face turned dark, realizing that the previous scene had unfolded right under Tuanzang's nose. That fellow had already witnessed Rishiong Ningxi's performance. Rishiong Ningxi was still only a chunin, but his current level was equivalent to a jonin. Moreover, the extreme destructive power he had just displayed was absolutely unmatched by ordinary jonin. Tuanzang took 2 steps forward with a smile, speaking delightedly. Genius of the Rishiong clan, would you be willing to join? I can provide you with the resources you desire and formidable power. Rishiong Rizu frowned deeply. When Yuanfei Risen was still alive, he could at least keep Tuanzang in check. Now that Yuanfei Risen was dead, Gang Ho had taken over and could temporarily balance him. But Gang Ho had already left the village, and no one knew when she would. Tuanzang was likely to dominate my village single-handedly. However, the Rishiong clan, known as the greatest noble family in Mai, was not so easily bullied. A dense aura surged from Rishiong Rise's body as he stepped in front of Rishiong Ningxi. There is no need for Lord Tuanzang to trouble yourself. As my nephew, I will devote resources and effort to guide Ningxi's growth. After all, we all do this for the sake of Mai, don't we? Tuanzang stood still, sneering darkly. Perhaps this child is more suited for the root. Where there is sunlight there is shadow, and our root is the very foundation of Mai. For the prosperity of Mai, we must sink deeper roots to ensure our Mai flourishes with lush branches and leaves. Rishiong Rizu harbored dissent in his heart. Flourishing branches and leaves. I'm afraid the great tree of Mai has long been rotten. While Gang Ho is in charge, things are better. At least she prunes some rotten branches. But you Tuanzang are perhaps the very rot that should be pruned. Rishiong Rizu ultimately did not voice these thoughts. Tuanzang's current power was immense, and it was not the time to openly break with him. Moreover, the Rishiong clan's strength was not weak, so Tuanzang dared not act rashly for the moment. In this stalemate, Tuanzang would not make a move. At this moment, Ningxi, the person in question, spoke up. With a cold expression, he stepped forward and said calmly, Lord Tuanzang, I'm afraid my teacher would not approve of my joining the root. An image of a bowl-cut hairstyle and a green tight suit flashed through Tuanzang's mind, a pervert. Oh, the blue beast of Mai, you mean? Meitikai was simple-minded, and Tuanzang thought he might be able to try. Perhaps he could still get Rishiong Ningxi under his— But Rishiong Ningxi shook his head. It's not Meitike's NCI. The person I refer to is someone else. Tuanzang stared intently at Rishiong Ningxi with his one visible eye. Then who could it be? Perhaps it's because of some unfavorable rumors about me that you refused to join the root. I can explain those to him. A smile appeared on Tuanzang's face. If it wasn't Meitikai, then things seemed much easier. As one of Mui's top powerhouses, Meitikai was naturally immovable. But other ninjas would be much simpler. There had been no news of any clan ninja taking on disciples, meaning Rishiong Ningxi could not have apprenticed himself to another clan. Tuanzang stared fixedly at Ningxi's eyes with his single eye. These were the Baiyan from a branch family member. Moreover, they had already escaped the control of the caged bird, making them the easiest pair of eyes to obtain, albeit somewhat strange. But judging from the earlier situation, these eyes still possessed the effects of the Baiyan. That was enough. A faint smile appeared on Ningxi's face. When Ningxi left, Liangjie had made some pointed remarks. And now Ningxi had more or less understood the meaning of Jing Liangjie's words. What he spoke of was nothing more than the relationship between the two. Although there was no formal apprenticeship or teacher-student title, Rishiong Ningxi had after all learned Jing Liangjie's secret techniques. He could be considered half a disciple of Jing Liangjie. The words spoken at parting were a reminder to Rishiong Ningxi. Besides being Meidikai's disciple, Rishiong Ningxi was also half a disciple of Jing Liangjie. Rishiong Ningxi's identity was very troublesome, and the pair of eyes he carried also represented trouble. As expected, various situations would arise when he returned home. The meaning of Jing Liangjie's words was to serve as Ningxi's backing, allowing him to act recklessly. This matter was not suitable to be hidden. On the contrary, it should be publicized, and the louder the better. Jing Liangjie had already planned for this. Tuanzang had been stirring restlessly recently. However, at this moment Jing Liangjie did not intend to deal with Tuanzang, which required a buffer period. For a fellow like Tuanzang, only absolute power could intimidate him. And the change in Ningxis Baiyan was a perfect. The Rixiong clan, priding themselves as Mui's foremost noble family, possessed one of Mui's major bloodlines, the Baiyan, which was also a coveted treasure for Tuanzang. Jing Liangjie had long anticipated that Tuanzang would appear at this moment, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely ask Ningxi to join the route. This formed a closed loop in the story. At this moment Rixiong Rizu was also puzzled. Ningxi's team leader was Meitikai, which meant his teacher was Meitikai. But now where had another teacher come from? None of the famous ninjas in the village had made any announcement. Rixiong Rizu hadn't expected this, and even Tuanzang was equally baffled. Tuanzang's route had almost monitored the entire movement of Mai. Yet at this moment Tuanzang had no intel on where Ningxi had learned these things. Now Tuanzang was certain that all these things, along with the changes in Ningxis Baiyan, came from that mysterious teacher. Suddenly, Tuanzang's expression changed, and he said angrily, "Now I have reason to suspect that Rixiong Ningxis teacher is the spy who came to Mai. An unknown origin with such miraculous abilities." Tuanzang immediately thought of a point. This way he could take Rixiong Ningxi back to the route for investigation. This was simply a Tobird-Swithin-Estone situation. But at that moment a light laugh came from afar. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Rixiong Ningxi felt a surge of excitement. Danzo's mind also stirred. The one who could provoke such emotion in Rixiong Ningxi must undoubtedly be his teacher. Danzo, with a stern face, turned around solemnly as if to see where this person came from. The laughter continued to echo. Yet the person was nowhere to be seen. Danzo, his face dark, said gravely, "Since you have come, why hide and skulk? Why not show yourself?" Danzo, what a shame to meet for the first time. The voice was neither far nor near, as if right before the eyes, yet the speaker remained elusive. The others, however, cast strange glances at Danzo. This was the Hyuga clan, where everyone possessed the Byakugan. Even without activating it, their field of vision was broader than ordinary people's. A direction Danzo had overlooked was also visible to them. Finally Danzo realized and slowly looked up. After all, he had just leaped in from outside. And now was someone else doing the same as him. But when Danzo raised his head, he found things were not so simple. The newcomer wore a fiery red robe adorned with jade white, a Hokage's ceremonial garment. On his head was a bamboo hat. Such attire was highly distinctive. The Hokage. Only the Hokage would wear such clothes, and now Tsunade had left Konoha. The only one who could don this robe was the acting Hokage Jing Liangjie. Danzo raised an eyebrow, wondering why Jing Liangjie had appeared here. Was his information network so swift? But this time Danzo was mistaken. Jing Liangjie had always been watching Niji. He knew that Niji's return to the clan grounds would not go smoothly. Thus everything that had just transpired occurred under Jing Liangjie's watch. Danzo's shock was beyond words. At that moment Jing Liangjie, without any aid, hovered silently above the crowd. Like a god. Danzo's mouth twitched. He had only leaped in from outside, but this fellow was flying directly above everyone's heads. Danzo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing closely. Yet he still found no trace of any trick. It seemed such an act was utterly ordinary for Jing Liang. The pressure Jing Liangjie exerted on Danzo was immense. This single move crushed Danzo's spirit. Jing Liangjie descended slowly to the ground, stirring not a speck of dust. A warm smile graced his face as he said calmly, "Nice to meet you, Danzo. As the acting Hokage of the village, I've been rather busy. My apologies." Danzo's face darkened. Several Hyuga clan members also wore strange expressions. Who among the major families didn't know Danzo's intentions? Jing Liangjie was not only killing, but also tormenting the soul. He was clearly no simple character. Danzo bowed slightly and said gravely, "What are you saying? You are the acting Hokage, it is I who should pay you a visit." Though reluctant inside, he still had to maintain appearances. But Danzo seemed unaware of the gravity of the situation as he continued coldly. "There is a matter that requires the acting Hokage's attention." Jing Liangjie knew all too well what was on Danzo's mind. He feigned surprise and asked, "What matter troubles you so?" Danzo's face grew darker, but he still spoke. "Niji has learned some strange things from somewhere. I suspect he might be a spy from other villages sent to Konoha. I request that Hyuga Niji be taken to route for interrogation, otherwise he poses a great threat to Konoha." Jing Liangjie sneered inwardly. To you, Danzo, he is probably the greatest threat. But Jing Liangjie did not voice this thought. Still smiling, he said calmly, "I can assure you that Hyuga Niji's teacher is not a villain nor a spy from another village." Hearing this, Danzo grew angry. He had finally found a weak point, and he would not let it go easily. So Danzo pressed on. "Acting Hokage, I wish to believe in our village's ninja, but Niji is still young. I fear he has been deceived by others." Only Hyuga Hayashi and Niji wore peculiar expressions. Others unaware of the truth found Danzo's words quite. But then Jing Liangjie waved his hand smiling. I can confirm that Niji's teacher is no spy from another village because that teacher is me. Only then did the others realize. So Niji was taught by Jing Liangjie. No wonder he could guarantee the teacher wasn't a spy. If the acting Kage of a village were a spy, what future could the village have? Danzo's expression froze. He had never expected Niji to be Jing Liangjie's pupil. No wonder Jing Liangjie was so certain that Niji's teacher wasn't a spy. Yet, even so, Danzo refused to give up. Root was desperately in need of fresh blood, and a Hyuga who had escaped the caged bird seal was a rare prize. How could Danzo easily let go of such a fat morsel? He said darkly, Lord Liangjie, even so Root requires excellent ninja like Hyuga Niji. Danzo's implication was clear, he wanted Niji to join Root. But such a demand was unacceptable not only to Jing Liangjie, but also to any Hyuga clan member. Ordinary villagers might not know what Root was, but it was no secret among the major families. The Root was euphemistically called the Root of Konoha. In a sense, it was Danzo's private army. Every Root ninja bore a cursed seal placed by Danzo. Their lives hanging by a thread at his whim. Such a fate could never be imposed on a clan ninja. Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward, his face dark. Danzo, your request is preposterous. Niji will not join Root. This in a way represented Hayashi's stand. Hyuga Niji shook his head as well. Jing Liangjie with a warm smile said calmly, Danzo, as you can see, it is their own decision. Niji will not follow you into Root. At this, Danzo's face showed a hint of frustration. Both of his demands had been flawlessly refuted. Now it was Danzo who was humiliated. But if one plan failed, he would devise another. By this point, Danzo had come to a clear realization. Mere verbal persuasion would not suffice. He had also taken the time to understand Hinata Niji's habits and the journey of his heart. Naturally, he knew that for someone of Niji's age, and with the hardships he had endured, what he truly craved was immense power. If he could demonstrate a force that would captivate Niji even more, than this matter would be effortless. And in that case, Niji would willingly become a Root shinobi, joining of his own accord. At this thought, a broad smile spread across Danzo's face, yet given his somewhat sinister features, the smile appeared chillingly eerie. Danzo pulled at the corners of his mouth and spoke with a grin, it seems you doubt my strength. But no matter, acting Hokage, would you be interested in a sparring match with me? Since Kyō Ryōsuke was Niji's teacher, Danzo seized the opportunity to challenge him, thereby also probing the depths of Jing's abilities. This was a two-for-one opportunity. Conversely, given the circumstances, the challenge was one that could not be refused. To decline would be tantamount to admitting inferiority to Danzo. Then Danzo's rhetoric would hold the upper hand. In that case, the situation would shift dramatically, and Kyō Ryōsuke would find himself in a passive position. The members of the Hyuga clan watched the scene with bated breath. Some elders were particularly curious. Would this unfamiliar acting Hokage accept the challenge? Most believed that Kyō Ryōsuke would certainly refuse, given that Danzo was a veteran powerhouse. Though Danzo was deeply ambitious for power, power was always built upon strength. Without it, he could not have maintained his arrogance for so many years. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Kyō Ryōsuke agreed without hesitation. His expression remained utterly unchanged, as if he harbored no fear of Danzo whatsoever. This left many of the Hyuga members bewildered. Could it be that Kyō Ryōsuke was truly that formidable? Though many doubted it, a confrontation was now imminent. Then Hyuga Hayashi slowly stepped forward. If the two of you wish to spar, please make your way to the sparring platform. The battle between them would undoubtedly be intense, yet it would not cause too great a disturbance, as one was the leader of Konoha, and the other was the acting Hokage. Even if they held a deep mutual disdain, they would not stir up a major incident. Danzo had no objection and followed Hyuga Hayashi toward the sparring area. The two walked behind the clan head, while Hinata Hyuga, following behind, asked uncertainly, Niji Niai, can Lord Ryōsuke defeat Danzo? Hinata Hyuga had little interaction with Kyō Ryōsuke, yet she felt an inexplicable fondness for him. For every time he appeared, he wore a warm smile and radiated sunshine. That was far better than the gloomy bandaged weirdo. Niji's expression remained unchanged, his gaze firm. Rest assured, my teacher will definitely defeat. Niji had absolute confidence in Kyō Ryōsuke. In his eyes, Jing was an absolute genius. And being able to integrate so many abilities into a manga, his strength must be unfathomably deep. How could Danzo possibly stand a chance? The two stood facing each other, Danzo's gaze dark and sinister. I have long heard of the acting Hokage's reputation, but today I finally have the chance for a face-to-face exchange. Danzo's sinister eyes seemed to wish nothing more than to cut down Kyō Ryōsuke and seize the Hokage position for himself. Yet on the surface, Danzo maintained a perfect facade. Truly the leader of Root, his skill in saying one thing while meaning another was polished to perfection. Jing Ryōsuke remained utterly composed, his gentle smile unchanged. This is indeed our first face-to-face exchange, but Danzo, you should be careful. Danzo nodded, though his eyes were filled with disdain. A veteran cage-level shinobi versus an obscure acting Hokage. The outcome of this battle seemed all but predetermined. Yet at this moment Danzo's expression appeared more solemn, while Jing Ryōsuke remained entirely relaxed. Danzo rapidly advanced toward Jing Ryōsuke, his hands forming seals in quick succession. Two shadow clones appeared instantly, each wielding a kunai. This was clearly a probing attack. Yet Jing Ryōsuke stood motionless, as if frozen in shock. Only Jing Ryōsuke could see the chi within his body slowly accumulating, growing denser, and concentrating into his. This was the unique chi of martial artists, something entirely invisible to Danzo. Even if he could see it, he would likely dismiss it as insignificant. After all, such things had never appeared in the ninja world before. Aside from Might Guy, only Jing Ryōsuke could wield this power. And Guy's application was still crude. For instance, the technique of leading the Hyuga clan through skydancing could only be executed by Jing Ryōsuke. Jing Ryōsuke had a profound understanding of chi stemming from his breadth of vision. In his past life he had seen countless things. Though he lacked the corresponding abilities, he had once carefully contemplated them. Now everything he did was to harness the chi within his body. This chi was as controllable to Jing Ryōsuke as an extension of his own limbs. He paid no attention to Danzo's two shadow clones. Those shadow clones were mere illusions, incapable of causing real harm. But the real Danzo, if he were to land a blow, it could indeed cause problems. Yet in that instant Jing Ryōsuke moved. His speed was twice that of Danzo, and he appeared abruptly before the man. With a fierce palm strike, he slammed into Danzo's chest. The heavy blow forced Danzo back half a step. This was only because Jing Ryōsuke held back, otherwise Danzo would have been injured. Danzo raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not expected Jing Ryōsuke to be so formidable. From this single probing exchange, he could roughly gauge Jing's level of strength. Danzo frowned involuntarily. This would not do. His hands swiftly formed seals, then he took a deep breath, his chest swelling like an inflated balloon before he exhaled violently. Wind release, great breakthrough. The gale lashed toward Jing Ryōsuke like blades. But Jing merely lowered his stance slightly and pushed off the ground with force. Crack. The spot where Jing Ryōsuke had stood was now covered in a web of cracks like shattered glass. The fine marble slab was crushed into fragments. Hyuga Hayashi could not help but exclaim in admiration. I never imagined the acting Hokage was also a taijutsu specialist. His speed and power alone already surpassed those of most jonin. Unlike Hinata Hayashi's astonishment, Hinata Niji had long since formed his own conclusions. After Might Guy acquired the scion physique, Niji had harbored his own suspicions. If Master Might Guy possessed such a bloodline, could it be that Jing Lianjie also wielded this power, or perhaps even surpassed? Today, however, Niji came to understand. Regardless, the power Jing Lianjie now employed was pure physical might, untainted by even a trace of chakra. This offensive style left Danzo somewhat flustered. With a swift flicker, Danzo evaded Jing Lianjie's strike, which landed heavily on the arena floor. Crack. Crack. The terrifying sound of shattering floorboards snapped everyone back to reality. The sheer force of Jing Lianjie's attack was so immense that even Danzo, locked in combat with him, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Could this be the legendary monster strength of Senju Tsunade? So she has imparted all her skills to you. Danzo was well aware of the famed monster strength of Senju Tsunade. He had witnessed it before, but Jing Lianjie's performance clearly surpassed the master. Danzo grew more serious, his movements accelerating until only a blur of motion remained. Danzo hurled a shuriken into the air. In an instant it multiplied into hundreds of gleaming blades. Jing Lianjie raised an eyebrow. If his memory served, this technique was the shuriken shadow clone technique of the late Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now Danzo, growing increasingly earnest, did not relent. He bit his thumb and shouted summoning technique. A thick plume of smoke erupted, revealing a creature the size of an elephant. This beast was unmistakably Danzo's summoning creature, the Baku. Strange ripples emanated from the summoning beast, spreading outward. Jing Lianjie stood close to Danzo, bearing the brunt of the attack. Yet Jing Lianjie dismissed Danzo's assault with contempt. The will of a martial artist was immensely resilient. How could such a trivial hypnotic trick of... Danzo's attacks were relentless, torrents of fire one moment, fierce gales the next. As befitting a disciple of the second Hokage, Danzo possessed a vast arsenal of lethal techniques, gradually forming a cohesive system. These tactics allowed him to subtly gain the upper hand in battle. Indeed, to an observer, Jing Lianjie seemed to be on the defensive, while Danzo firmly held the advantage. If this continued, Jing Lianjie's defeat was only a matter of time. Even Hinata Niji, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but furrow his brow in anxiety. Jing Liangjie had many ways to deal with Danzo, but he couldn't eliminate the leader outright. Revealing too many trump cards would leave him vulnerable. This time Jing Liangjie chose not to display too much. The more formidable he appeared, the deeper Danzo's wariness would become. Such a strategy would be unwise for future confrontations with Danzo. Jing Liangjie's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Danzo. Lord Danzo, from now on be careful. I'm about to get serious. Danzo sneered inwardly. Pretentious. It seems this disciple is mine now. Danzo had previously clashed with Jing Liangjie and sensed no significant threat from him. At best, they were evenly matched when Danzo was in his normal state. With this in mind, Danzo held back no longer. He lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of flames that threatened to incinerate Jing Liangjie. Yet the disparity between them was evident. Danzo was already panting heavily while Jing Liangjie remained completely at ease. The contrast was stark. It was clear that Danzo's strength fell far short of Jing Liangjie's, at least in terms of wind-style vacuum jade. A massive pale green sphere of wind formed in Danzo's mouth, hurtling toward Jing Liangjie with a roar. In that instant, Jing Liangjie sensed the danger of the vacuum jade. He swiftly executed evasive maneuvers. Danzo's eyes gleamed with malice. He followed up with an even faster and more powerful vacuum great sphere. These two attacks sealed off all of Jing Liangjie's escape routes. No matter which direction he turned, Jing Liangjie would be struck. On the sidelines, Hinata Niji's brow furrowed tightly. Danzo's battle experience was formidable, but Jing Liangjie's seemed somewhat lacking. Throughout the fight, Jing Liangjie had been learning Danzo's rhythm. Danzo still appeared to hold the upper hand, while Jing Liangjie's handling seemed far inferior. Hinata Hayashi shook his head, having observed the same. Barring any surprises, Jing Liangjie's defeat was only a matter of time. Hinata Niji clenched his teeth. How could he lose? Jing Liangjie was a genius. With such formidable power, how could he possibly fall to Danzo? Just then Jing Liangjie, who had worn a warm smile all along, showed a flicker of change in expression. Danzo watched. Jing Liangjie's azure pupils underwent a dramatic transformation. It happened in an instant, but Niji and the Hyuga clan below saw it clearly. Hinata Hayashi's body trembled slightly as he pointed at the arena, puzzled. Niji, could this be the eyes you spoke of? The once pale blue eyes had turned into a pair suffused with a faint purple glow with a hint of pink at the pupils. Hinata Niji nodded deeply. Yes, Master's eyes look exactly like mine. That means he has also mastered the mystic eyes of death perception. Hinata Hayashi immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. This ability could be acquired through learning. The image of Niji destroying the rockery earlier was still fresh in his mind. How much power would Jing Liangjie, Niji's master, unleash? But just as he pondered, a deafening roar interrupted. Bang! Danzo was sent flying by a kick from Jing Liangjie. Undeterred, Jing Liangjie leaped into the air, rising even higher than Danzo. Clasping his hands together, he slammed them down toward Danzo. In haste, Danzo could only raise his arms to block. Bang! Another thunderous impact. Hinata Hayashi stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. The floor cracked in layers and blood trickled from Danzo's. This uninspiring strike elicited exclamations of admiration from the surrounding members of the Hyuga clan. Danzo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his one eye fixed intently on Jing Liangjie. His hands moved without pause. Wind released vacuum serial waves. Countless wind projectiles like cannonballs hurtled toward Jing Liangjie. One after another, they compelled some onlookers to instinctively activate their Byakugan. Such an attack was indeed swift and fierce. However, a translucent barrier materialized before Jing Liangjie. The vacuum serial waves struck the barrier, producing a series of resounding thuds. Yet, even so, the vacuum serial waves failed to breach the translucent barrier. Danzo's single eye was filled with shock. Impossible. What trick did you use? Danzo hadn't detected any chakra, yet his attack had been thwarted. This technique was already at the pinnacle of a rank ninjutsu. But even so, it couldn't even break the barrier. Jing Liangjie said nothing, merely offering a cold smile. This barrier enveloping his body was formed by the internal energy within him. Naturally, there was no trace of chakra. In fact, long ago, all the chakra within Jing Liangjie had dissipated, completely transformed into the true chi that now resided within him. This was an inevitable outcome, for the concept of true chi was more elevated than that of chakra. Chakra at best was merely the extraction of physical and spiritual energy from the body. In this way, it ultimately consumed one's life force, which was why shinobi often lived short lives. The Uzumaki clan were a slight exception, blessed with greater vitality. Standing on the platform, Jing Liangjie raised his head slightly, revealing a radiant smile, and spoke slowly. There are probably many things you don't know, but from now on I won't hold back. What? Danzo exclaimed, then snapped, Stop putting on an act. I want to see what means you have to make me yield. The relentless blows had begun to ignite Danzo's fury. The battle between them was fierce, and it was clear that both had begun to fight with genuine intent. In the blink of an eye, Jing Liangjie vanished from Danzo's sight. Danzo didn't even have time to react before Jing Liangjie had disappeared. As a battle-hardened shinobi, Danzo turned around instantly only to see Jing Liangjie right there, but it seemed already too late. Jing Liangjie's eyes shimmered with a faint purple light. Danzo stared into those eyes momentarily frozen, and that brief lapse proved disastrous. Jing Liangjie's move was straightforward and brutal, without any unnecessary flourish. He simply charged at Danzo with a kunai, then suddenly flicked it upward as if plucking at some invisible thread. A crisp sound reached Danzo's ears. An indescribable chill surged through his heart. Then Jing Liangjie's gaze shifted to Danzo's body, and the kunai lightly tapped toward him. Though he didn't understand what was happening, Jing Liangjie's action gave Danzo an extremely dangerous feeling. He had to avoid this contact at all costs. But the distance between them was already short, and Jing Liangjie's speed was extraordinary. Danzo found himself with no room to evade. At this critical moment, Danzo suddenly activated a forbidden jutsu. Jing Liangjie had already severed Danzo's death line. A mere touch upon that death point would have instantly killed Danzo. In an instant, Danzo's body began to disintegrate. Jing Liangjie's kunai pierced through him, and he lunged forward. The onlookers were greatly astonished, unaware that Danzo possessed such a miraculous jutsu. But for Jing Liangjie, victory was already his. Others might not recognize this peculiar technique, but Jing Liangjie did. This jutsu, known as a Tsunade, was unique to the Uchiha clan. For each activation required the sacrifice of a Sharingan. It could record the state of the previous moment in an instant, and then restore it. If Danzo hadn't used his Tsunade, he would now be lying cold on the ground. Jing Liangjie was well aware of Danzo's capabilities, and knew that with his current strength he was far from being able to eliminate Danzo. However, depleting Danzo's resources was still a worthwhile endeavor. One of the eyes on Danzo's arm slowly closed. But this was known only to Danzo himself, as it was concealed beneath thick bandages. Yet, seeing the smile on Jing Liangjie's face, Danzo felt an inexplicable unease, as if his every secret had been. Danzo's single eye burned with ferocity. At that moment, he wished he could eliminate Jing Liangjie without delay. But it was clear that the two were evenly matched, and neither could overcome the other. Moreover, they were both in the public eye, so a life-and-death struggle was impossible, even though Danzo had already died once. The problem was that no one else knew he had experienced death. If they were to fight to the death in such a public setting, it would benefit neither of them. Danzo halted his movements. A cold smile spread across his face. Danzo spoke with a sarcastic tone. The acting Hokage truly has remarkable skills, achieving such mastery at a young age. Lord Danzo, you two are still as sharp as ever. Jing Liangjie replied with a light laugh, echoing the sentiment. Both had now chosen the same goal. They would not tear apart their facade for now. They stepped down from the arena simultaneously, both wearing insincere smiles. The old-timers below understood the situation. That such a fight could occur was unusual. After all, Danzo was a veteran cage-level powerhouse. At this moment, Danzo was still perceived as a formidable shinobi, and if not for Hiruzen Sarutobi having suppressed him in the past, things might have turned out differently. Yet Jing Liangjie, though he had become Tsunade's disciple, had always kept a low profile. As a relatively unknown acting Hokage, it was no small feat to match Danzo with his own strength. Some of the more perceptive elders saw the truth of the matter. In this match, Jing Liangjie had clearly gained the upper hand, while Danzo was the one defeated. But both had chosen to withdraw at the same time. Though the oddity was apparent to a few, they couldn't quite grasp what had happened. Danzo still wore that cold smile, albeit reluctantly, as he said, "The acting Hokage indeed has fine methods. I won't waste any more time here." Jing Liangjie waved his hand, offering a faint acknowledgement. Danzo's expression darkened further. This dismissive gesture was as if he were being treated like a subordinate. But in truth, it seemed that was indeed the case. After Tuanzong left, the situation became much more harmonious. The elders of the Ryōsuke clan did not say much. In the past, it would have been better. Ning Xiai only had the title of the young master of the Ryōsuke branch family. But now the situation had completely changed. Besides being a member of the Ryōsuke clan, Ning Xiai also had another identity, the disciple of the acting Hokage. It might seem like just an ordinary acting Hokage, but Jing Liangjie still wielded the authority of the Hokage. Strictly speaking, Ning Xiai could now be considered the grand disciple of Gangsho. Therefore, the Ryōsuke high-ups naturally had to be cautious in handling Ning Xiai. In the end, Ryōsuke Rizu sighed. "Elder, I think this matter is not something we can suppress. If you truly want to resolve the matter of Ning Xiai, it seems we must take a long-term approach. In any case, this occasion is not suitable for resolving Ning's issue." The elders were not foolish. They made excuses and left one after another. Ryōsuke Rizu gave Ning Xiai a deep look, then turned and left. Now only 3 people remained standing in the courtyard. After a period of silence, Ryuseong Ningxiai couldn't help but speak first. Teacher, what was that just now? Do you also possess the mystic eyes of death perception like me? Jing Liangjie was slightly embarrassed. At this moment could he directly tell Ryuseong Ningxiai that whatever they obtained he could also obtain. But since they had already misunderstood, he might as well let the misunderstanding grow stronger. If he kept hiding it, it would be better to just admit that he possessed this miraculous bloodline limit. Jing Liangjie nodded and said without hesitation, "That's right, I have indeed mastered this miraculous ability. But my mystic eyes of death perception are stronger than the pair I gave you, and I have the ability to control them." Hearing this, Ryuseong Ningxiai couldn't help but get excited. He had thought he was the only one with this special pair of eyes, but now Jing Liangjie also had them. This excitement was difficult to express in words. Moreover, Ningxiai noticed that the mystic eyes of death perception Jing Liangjie had just used were many times more powerful than his own, and his combat ability was also astonishing. Jing Liangjie and Ningxiai entered the room. Ryuseong Chutian, who had been standing nearby, thought for 2 seconds, and then followed. Ningxiai asked with eager expectation, "Teacher, if I practice diligently, will I also be able to master this pair of mystic eyes of death perception like you? The current feeling is truly unbearable." How could it not be unbearable? After all, whenever Ningxiai opened his eyes, he could see everything collapsing and disintegrating before his very eyes. This made Ningxiai himself become jittery, afraid of accidentally harming things around him, especially people. Jing Liangjie didn't think twice about this question, he simply nodded. Rest assured, this is completely guaranteed. As long as you skillfully use the mystic eyes of death perception, there will come a day when you can master them. Ryuseong Chutian beside them had been listening quietly, but her eyes grew wider and wider. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity and confusion, she asked, "Lord Liangjie, what is going on?" Chutian still couldn't understand what had happened to Ryuseong Ningxiai. At this moment, Jing Liangjie smiled and said, "Ningxi's mystic eyes of death perception have not yet been fully mastered. They are quite a burden for him." Jing Liangjie glanced around, nodded slightly to Ningxiai, and then slowly left the Ryuseong clan's compound. But Chutian's heart remained unsettled for a long time. After hesitating for a long time, Chutian frowned and whispered, "Ningxiai, brother, what exactly is wrong with your eyes? If you want to know, you'd better go ask the teacher." Ningxiai glanced at Chutian and said hesitantly. The child knew in his heart that the reason Jing Liangjie hadn't explained clearly was because he wanted Chutian to find the answer herself, meaning he didn't reject Chutian's pursuit of her own strength. Moreover, from the beginning, Jing Liangjie had never stopped others from coming to him to learn these amazing things. After returning to her room, Chutian remained in a daze. Without a doubt, Ryuseong Ningxiai had made a huge breakthrough. He had successfully broken free from the bondage of the caged bird. And, because of the mysterious Jing Liangjie, the entire clan did not pursue the matter. But in the end, it was all supported by strength, otherwise Ningxiai would have had trouble just getting past the clan. Although Chutian, due to her personality, was somewhat weak. However, Chutian's heart still yearned to become strong. Whether it was to gain recognition from Ryuseong Rizu and achieve rankings, or to protect the people she cared about. After hesitating for a moment, Chutian slowly walked out of the Ryuseong clan's gate. Soon she arrived in front of the Hokage building. "Perhaps the answer is here," Chutian said, hesitantly looking at the Hokage building before her. Ningxi's growth in strength was evident to all, and almost all the clan elders had witnessed it. There was no faking this, and the only one who had contact with Ryuseong Ningxiai was Jing Liangjie. Chutian walked to the door of the Hokage's office and gently knocked. A clear voice came from inside the office. "Come in." Chutian took a deep breath and walked in. Jing Liangjie, who had been looking at a scroll, slowly raised his head and revealed a bright smile. "Ah, it's Chutian. It seems you are already prepared." Not sure what was happening, but Chutian still nodded. Only by doing this could she find out what had changed in Ryuseong Ningxiai. Perhaps she could also make herself stronger. Jing Liangjie slowly took out a key. "Take this key. Go to the room where I live and find the answer. When you enter the hall, you will see it." Chutian was completely bewildered by the scene. Why did he give her a key? She instinctively took the key, held it in her hand, but still looked confused. "Lord Jing Liangjie, what is this all about?" Jing Liangjie shook his head and said calmly, "The answers are hidden in the manga books in the living room. No matter how much I say, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe it." Watching Jing Liangjie wave his hand, Chutian slowly walked out of the Hokage's office. Watching Chutian's receding figure, a smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face. With luck, he might gain another ability. Jing Liangjie understood the principle of extremes reversing. Only by doing this could he make Chutian pursue her own power, which was why Jing Liangjie spoke so vaguely. The more he said this, the more curious Chutian became. Naturally, she would read more attentively. Chutian had arrived outside the house where Jing Liangjie lived. The house in front of her seemed no different from any ordinary residence. How could it possibly be a place hiding some great secret? Within the Rixiong clan there were also many forbidden grounds that ordinary clan members could not enter. Yet Rixiong Ningxi possessed a pair of peculiar eyes and eerie, unpredictable ability. Leaving aside other matters, it could be considered a major secret of the village, just like the white eye of Mai, a confidential asset unique to Mai. How could it be placed in such a simple house? At first yesterday, she had thought there would be some hidden ninjas lurking around. But even after walking directly to the door of the house, she still saw no ninja arriving. Logically, if there really was something here, there would definitely be hidden ninjas guarding it, and the moment she approached, someone would have come up. But now none of that happened. Chutian spread open her palm, looking at the ordinary key on her fair hand. She took a deep breath and inserted the key into the lock. With a click, the door opened easily. Taking off her shoes, Chutian slowly stepped inside. Upon reaching the living room, she understood why Jing Liangjie had spoken so casually. Indeed, one glance was enough to see what the most important thing in the living room was. Countless comic books filled the entire. When Chutian approached, she opened her mouth wide. These are all comics drawn by Lord Liangjie. The comics were stacked one after another. Some were standalone volumes while others formed a series. With so many comic books, he must have drawn them all. Recalling the battle between Jing Liangjie and Tuanzong just now, Chutian was even more astonished. The event had happened moments ago and Chutian remembered it clearly. Jing Liangjie and Tuanzong had fought to a standstill. One was a ninja of the younger generation while the other was a cage-level powerhouse who had been famous for many years. Yet at this moment they were evenly matched, which undoubtedly proved that Jing Liangjie was an absolute genius. Setting aside the age difference, which was decades of cultivation. Even disregarding the time spent drawing these comics, perhaps Jing Liangjie had not practiced for many years. Even so, he was still on par with a cage-level veteran. Chutian stared blankly at the comics before her and couldn't help saying, could it be because of these comic books? But as she said it, Chutian herself didn't quite believe it. However, since she was already here, she decided to give it a try first. What if it really worked? Chutian did not randomly grab a volume like the previous few had. Instead, she carefully examined the spines of these comics. Even if she was going to read a comic, Chutian wanted to pick one she liked. Straw Hat Boy. Don't only farmers wear straw hats? It must not be very good. Bleach. Sounds weird. Dragon Ball. How can a dragon have balls? Chutian looked around and was already overwhelmed. There was no denying that the comics placed here were simply too many. When a familiar name appeared before Chutian again, she thought for a moment and pulled out the comic. Dragon. Interested in this peculiar creature, Chutian slowly opened the book's title page. When you are most helpless and lonely, a door will open for you. Chutian was immediately captivated. She opened the comic and quietly read on. Soon she felt a resonance with the protagonist, Lu Mingfei. A world completely different from the ninja world unfolded slowly. And Chutian quickly realized that the comic's protagonist seemed to be a loser kid somewhat similar to herself. The difference was that she was born into a large clan and her daily life wasn't so bad. Still, she was seen as a weak burden in everyone's eyes. Chutian continued reading. Lu Mingfei failed the college entrance exam, but a door opened wide for him, Castle College. Watching Lu Mingfei being picked up by luxury cars and beautiful women at the cinema, Chutian felt a sense of exhilaration. Then the story progressed one link after another, making it impossible for her to stop. From the grand display of power on Free Day to the ordinary life afterward, and then to the confrontation with the Bronze and Fire King. Kishin's resonance with Lu Mingfei grew stronger. At this moment, she hadn't noticed that her own eyes had quietly changed color. She continued reading. The further she read, the more she could grasp the loneliness ingrained in the bones. At this point, Chutian couldn't help but freeze. When she opened her eyes and looked around, she was completely stunned. There was a faint mist all around. Roar. The strange sound made Chutian look ahead involuntarily. The sound came from over there. What is it? Curious, Chutian walked over, completely forgetting that she had been in Jing Liangjie's home just before and not caring why she had inexplicably come here. Ahead, flames seemed to ignite from the horizon, stretching for thousands of miles without end, and in the sky a jet-black dragon was flying toward her. Words seemed inadequate to fully describe the dragon's form. As soon as it appeared, the entire sky turned dark. Its enormous wings were covered in fine scales with sharp claws protruding. Corpses hung from the dragon's body, densely packed, as if it were the embodiment of calamity. Its golden vertical pupils carried ancient majesty and a hint of cruelty. It was as if the dragon had come from the dawn of time. All creatures under the sky would have to bow before it. Only then did Chutian see clearly. As the dragon flew over, there were clusters of human buildings below. The air seemed to play a magnificent solemn melody as if salutes were echoing. Chutian stared blankly at the black dragon, but felt no fear in her heart. On the contrary, a profound sadness welled up within her. This feeling was loneliness. From this dragon, she actually saw a heart-wrenching loneliness. The dragon slowly flew upward, coiling around a gigantic ancient tree. Around it there were traces of humans, shouting, howling, prostrating, as if conducting a solemn coronation ceremony. Tap, tap. Footsteps sounded. A girl who looked 9/10 like Chutian walked over slowly. She was very small, much smaller than Chutian. We are born lonely, aren't we, sister? Chutian stared blankly. Sister. The girl's pupils were as brilliant as gold, like an eternal golden flame. The world around them stopped. The little girl sat playfully on a chair, yet it was as if a lofty king had ascended her throne. That's right, sister. Have you forgotten me? I am Huahua. Hinata stared blankly at the little girl before her. The child bore a striking resemblance to herself. Then Hinata recalled a phrase her father had once spoken. If she had a younger sister, her name would be Hanabi. Hyuga Hanabi, Hyuga Hanabi. Hanabi smiled at Hinata with a mischievous gleam. Hinata shrank back, feeling as if she were being regarded as a prized little toy. Hanabi snapped her fingers. The world around them began to flow again. That's right, sister. You once said, on the day of my return, all traitors shall perish. All who bear the king's blood shall meet their end by the sword. Hinata felt a haze cloud her mind. Did I truly say those words? Hinata gazed at the enormous shadow coiled around the world tree. A profound loneliness etched deep in her bloodline surged forth once more. Hanabi grinned at the dazed Hinata, her expression that of a little devil incarnate. All right, sister, it's time for you to return. Remember our pact. Don't forget that incantation. Oh, and your world seems very dangerous. Consider this my gift to you. When Hinata snapped out of her stupor, she found herself back in an ordinary room. Surrounded by manga, she sat on the floor holding a comic book in her hands. Hinata stared blankly at the manga in her hands, muttering in bewilderment. Was all of that fake? Just then a shout interrupted her thoughts. Hey Hinata, what are you doing here? A man in a tight green jumpsuit with a bowl cut entered, a look of surprise on his face. Hinata trembled slightly, then slowly set down the manga. Might Guy Sensei, I have something very important. Could you help me? Might Guy, just entering the room, looked confused. Just tell me what it is. Hinata spoke solemnly. Might Guy Sensei, I want to test my strength. Hearing this, Might Guy's blood began to boil with enthusiasm. All right, let's head to the training ground. They moved swiftly and soon arrived. In moments like these, Might Guy focused completely. Even though Hinata was weaker, he would treat her with full seriousness. It was then that Might Guy belatedly noticed, Hinata, what happened to your eyes? Why do they look like that? Hinata touched her own eyes in confusion. She pulled a small round mirror from her pouch and saw that her eyes had turned a brilliant gold, as if forged from the metal itself or blazing like golden flames. These eyes. Hinata was stunned. She had seen them in that other space. Weren't they the eyes of that child who called herself Hanabi? But Hinata had more pressing matters. Might Guy Sensei, forget about the eyes for now. Let's spar. Hearing this, Might Guy's gaze sharpened with focus. Hinata assumed the opening stance of the gentle fist. Might Guy said softly, watch out, I'm coming. A sharp crack echoed in the air, and in an instant he was before Hinata. Hinata failed to dodge and took a hit to the shoulder, yet she felt a strange confusion. The attack seemed to have little effect on her, and her own physical strength appeared to have increased by more than one level. Thus Hinata abandoned her current stance and spoke softly, Might Guy Sensei, be careful, I don't know if this move is any. Hearing this, Might Guy widened the distance between them. From the moment he saw Hinata in Kyōsuke's room, he knew something was amiss. Hinata might have acquired some ability from the manga in the living room, which was why she had eagerly dragged him to the training ground. Now it seemed clear. Might Guy decided to treat these strange powers with caution. Hinata might just be a genius who had grasped some formidable ability, and if he were caught off guard, getting injured could be troublesome. So Might Guy widened his eyes, focusing intently on Hinata, ready to receive her attack. At that moment, Hinata's eyes grew even more brilliant, truly blazing like flames. A solemn, majestic voice issued from Hinata's lips, as if uttering a language. Might Guy had never heard such a strange tongue. It was like an emperor proclaiming a decree to his subjects. Following that bizarre language, a flame materialized out of thin air, a brilliant golden fire that blazed fiercely and reached Might Guy in an instant. Might Guy was taken aback, never expecting Hinata to possess such a technique. He now drew upon his full strength to contend with the flames. Fortunately, Might Guy had already grasped the rudimentary use of chakra, allowing him to avoid injury. The chakra and the flames clashed, both dissipating into nothingness. Had Might Guy not reacted in time, he would certainly have sustained injuries today. He let out a sigh of relief. The power Hinata had acquired must be something formidable to possess such devastating force. In terms of sheer destructive ability, she could already be considered a jonin. Though her other skills were still lacking, that was of little consequence. Might Guy couldn't help asking, "Hinata, did you also gain this ability from the manga?" "Yes, Might Guy sensei. Did you as well when you came?" Hinata paused, then asked in return. Might Guy, just as I thought. The two walked back together to Kyōsuke's house. Hinata then realized the child she had seen wasn't that Lumingza, the younger brother of the protagonist in the manga. At this thought, Hinata involuntarily covered her mouth. She had never imagined that by reading a manga she could actually master the abilities within, and such powerful ones at that. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hyuga Hinata has obtained the Black King's bloodline. Congratulations, host has gained the same ability. Due to the system, you have become a unique Dragon King. Congratulations, host has received 200 system points. Unique Dragon King, not a twin. Host wields authority in a half-unsealed state. Kyōsuke froze for a second, then slowly extended his palm. He clenched his fist sharply. Bang! The very act of closing his hand produced a sonic boom. Moreover, under the control of his will, a layer of pitch-black scales covered Kyōsuke's hand. Drawing a shuriken, he slashed it against his own arm. Crack! The shuriken broke in two, but his arm remained unscathed. Most importantly, Kyōsuke could sense the complex dragon language within his mind. But it seemed something had happened to Hinata again. At this moment, Hinata realized that a tremendous transformation had occurred within her body. And this change was evidently brought about by the comic book. But this situation was not necessarily a bad thing. It was merely difficult to accept at first. Hinata furrowed her brows slightly and asked with some confusion, Might Guy sensei, what kind of comic did you read that turned you into this state? At this moment, Might Guy did not differ much from an ordinary person aside from the swaying tail that was somewhat unusual. However, judging by his current demeanor, the tail did not seem to bother him. Might Guy wagged his tail, grasped its tip in his hand, and said with a smile, "Oh, this. Actually, it's a physique I acquired, and the tail is a symbol of it." Then Might Guy carefully pulled out the comic book he had been holding close to his chest. Might Guy cautiously handed the comic book to Hinata. After that he spoke, "It's this comic which I got from the Hokage's bookshelf." Hinata tilted her head to look at the title on the comic. Longju. She took a deep breath as she had seen the name Longju on the bookshelf before but had never opened it. At this moment, Hinata felt a profound sense of relief. She helped pass the comic book back to Might Guy. Hinata patted her chest and said, still shaken, "Might Guy sensei, I'd better return this to you. I feel I shouldn't read such a book." Hinata took a deep breath. If a girl were to grow a tail, how unsightly would that be? Seeing Hinata's frightened expression, Might Guy scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. "I think this is pretty good. Why are you so scared?" Clearly the thickhead Might Guy had no idea what growing a tail meant for a girl. Perhaps for Might Guy a tail was far less important than becoming strong. Might Guy carefully placed the comic book back in its original spot before continuing to browse for another comic. The story of Longju was lengthy, so naturally there was more than one volume. Might Guy found the sequel and a joyful smile spread across his face. He suddenly raised the comic book high and declared with fervor, "This is the taste of youth. Burn my youth." Watching Might Guy's impassioned outburst, Hinata let out a soft chuckle. Having spent enough time together, Hinata had grown accustomed to Might Guy's antics and said nothing more. However, watching his movements, a curious thought arose in her mind. It was merely a sudden whim, but Hinata couldn't help wanting to give it a try. Since every book could impart some understanding, could reading other books also yield results? Perhaps even Jing Liangjia himself had never considered this question, but at this moment Hinata was filled with intense curiosity. The image of that solemn and majestic gaze, those scales, forged like divine iron, seemed to echo in her mind. At this thought, Hinata shuddered. Now that she possessed the bloodline of that creature within her body, could she possibly transform into one? Hinata had observed the body of Hei Wang up close. For a girl who still cared about her appearance, turning into such a colossal monster seemed somewhat hard to accept. But since she had already acquired that bloodline, she could only make the best of it. Suddenly, the world fell silent. It was as if all of existence had come to a halt. From afar came the solemn sound of knocking. A gracefully dressed lady slowly approached. A crimson carpet extended all the way to Hinata's feet. A girl with golden eyes sat quietly before Hinata as if she had always been there. The girl parted her lips like an elegant noble, yet also like a sovereign reigning high above. "Sister, such matters are not worth troubling ourselves over. Remember, we were born to be queens. So go forth and pursue your dreams. You can confidently entrust your future to me." Hanabi spoke with authority, though a sly smile curled at the corners of her lips. Hinata lifted her head slightly, her eyes shimmering like translucent jewels. "You're that little devil from the comic, aren't you?" Hanabi shook her head, a profound sorrow flickering in her gaze. She tapped lightly on the armrest of her seat and replied calmly, "Have you forgotten, sister? We are fundamentally one and the same. Even if the entire world turns against you, I will always stand behind you." Hinata stared at Hanabi's stand. At that moment, she found herself somewhat moved. Admittedly, Hanabi's words held a compelling logic. If things were truly as the comic depicted, then the two of them were originally one, so there was no question of harm. Snap. A crisp finger snap. Everything around returned to normal. Might Guy came into view, and the cicadas chirping filled the air. Hinata slowly extended her palm. A strand of hair remained there. It was a remnant from when she had stroked Hanabi's. The hair was a flaxen color, completely different from her own jet black locks. As for Might Guy's hair was also a short dark. Hinata gazed at the strand in her palm, her expression slightly dazed. Could it be that Hanabi really exists? Perhaps due to Jing Liangji's influence, the ninja world had undergone some subtle changes. Hanabi happened to be among them, yet at this time she had not yet been born. This was what caused Hinata's confusion. Her heart was now wavering with uncertainty. However, before picking up another comic book, Hinata turned to Might Guy and asked, "Might Guy Sensei, may I borrow another comic to read?" This question caught Might Guy off guard. The concept of taking a second book had never occurred to him. On second thought, it should be fine since the Hokage didn't explicitly forbid reading another book. But I have a feeling that a person can only comprehend one thing. Hearing Might Guy's words, Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. At least Jing Liangjie hadn't issued a clear prohibition. And if it didn't work, it wouldn't cause any harm. After a moment of thought, Hinata began to wander along the bookshelf. Her eyes scanned the spines and eventually settled on one comic. Ji Lang. That's an odd name. Might as well take a look. Hinata slowly opened the comic and began to read. The moment she flipped it open, she was struck by the art style. Although it was a comic depicting samurai, upon closer inspection, it was actually about ninjas. This sudden contradiction captivated Hinata, drawing her deeply into the story. Regardless, she decided to continue reading. But as her desire to read further grew stronger, a subtle change began to occur in her body. Absorbed in the comic, Hinata remained unaware of these minute changes. Sitting nearby, Might Guy couldn't help but lift his head. Since acquiring chi, Might Guy had become highly sensitive to his surroundings, almost on par with a sensory-type ninja. In Might Guy's eyes, Hinata now seemed deeply amiss. An inexplicable pressure would emanate from her form, and this unsettled Might Guy. Hinata had always been introverted and shy, yet now this oppressive aura radiated from her. Clearly something was wrong. In Might Guy's perception, every person resembled a mass of chi. The vigor and size of that mass determined. If Kakashi was a large bonfire, then Hinata sitting nearby seemed like the fusion of dozens of such fires. Moreover, for some reason, Might Guy sensed a faint sorrow emanating from Hinata, accompanied by a loneliness ingrained in her very. Though all this aroused his suspicions, Might Guy decided not to intervene yet, as no severe consequences had occurred. But as time passed, Might Guy gradually noticed the anomaly. Hinata's body continuously emitted an aura that seemed to stand in opposition to all living things. The most obvious sign was that the cicadas around them suddenly fell silent, as if fleeing far away, afraid to approach. Yet just then, Hinata's eyes became even more brilliant, like blazing gold. The intense pressure descended once more, forcing Might Guy to step back 2 paces. The situation had clearly exceeded Might Guy's expectations. Forced to act, he could only carry Hinata outside. Throughout this process, Hinata did not wake up, still absorbed in the manga before her. Might Guy's body was enveloped in a thick layer of chi. It was precisely because of this chi layer that Might Guy managed to persist and reach Hinata's side. The situation was now urgent, as something had clearly gone wrong. Without time to think, the image of a certain person flashed in Might Guy's mind, one who always spoke with a warm smile, his words like a spring breeze. Might Guy fixed his direction, then burst forth with chi shooting forward like an arrow. Without a moment's pause, pedestrians on the street hurriedly dodged upon seeing him, and fortunately, after a few steps, he leaped onto the rooftops. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Might Guy arrived at the Hokage building. Standing outside the Hokage's office door, he knocked anxiously. The door slowly opened. Jing Liangjie looked at the visibly worried Might Guy with some confusion. "Might Guy, is something the matter?" "Hinata. She shouldn't be in trouble, right?" Prompted by the system, Jing Liangjie knew that Hinata had already merged with the bloodline of the Black King. But this only added more variables to Hinata. If as described in the Dragon Clan, Dragon Kings were always twins, except for himself. The Black King was a perfect example. The little demon appearing in the Dragon Clan was another manifestation of the Black King. Seeing Might Guy's anxiety, Jing Liangjie knew it must be about Hinata. Might Guy shook his head frantically. "Lord Hokage, please come with me quickly. Hinata seems to be in serious trouble. It's all my fault. If I hadn't told her, she wouldn't have ended up like this." Seeing his urgency, Jing Liangjie decided to talk on the way. He followed Might Guy, leaping onto the rooftops and dashing toward their residence. While running, Might Guy said rapidly, "Lord Hokage, this is entirely my fault. Earlier when Hinata asked, I told her that you hadn't explicitly forbidden reading 2 manga volumes. Who would have thought that because of this Hinata would get into trouble? Now that she's in danger, I cannot shirk the blame." Jing Liangjie was taken aback. "You mean Hinata read one manga then another and gained insights from both?" Might Guy nodded eagerly. Jing Liangjie hadn't anticipated that someone could comprehend 2 different manga simultaneously. But he decided to assess the situation firsthand before acting. If something went wrong, he could step in to contain it. When they arrived, Might Guy was shocked by what he saw. Earlier, Might Guy had placed Hinata on a nearby lawn. Now the grass around her had turned an eerie scorched yellow, arranged in a distinct pattern, all the blades encircling her. The grass farther away remained unaffected. Jing Liangjie's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze on the manga in Hinata's hands. But then he let out a sigh of relief. Not for any other reason, he had finally figured out what was happening. Combined with the manga Hinata was holding, Jing Liangjie understood clearly. It turned out that Hinata had comprehended the power of the dragon's heritage from Sakura, causing the surrounding life to wither. The dragon's heritage was a force of death and ill omen, so such a reaction was normal. Yet in the next moment, Jing Liangjie felt perplexed. He had never imagined that someone could comprehend 2 powers at once. But Hinata had done exactly that, and he wondered what chain reaction this would trigger. For now the priority was to contain the situation. Meanwhile, Hinata was not faring well either. While reading the manga, she had been drawn into another world. The protagonist, wielding a long blade, pursued his own path, slaying enemies, and then embarking on another journey. Scene after scene unfolded before Hinata's eyes. At that moment, a blood-red sword materialized at Hyuga Hinata's waist. As the blade slowly appeared, the peculiar sensation seemed to diminish, but Jing Liangjie noticed a serious issue. The aura around Hinata was receding. Generally, this could only happen in 2 cases: either she had fully integrated the power and established a connection with the dragon's heritage, or she had failed, meaning she had not obtained the dragon's heritage and might even be in danger herself. Seeing the situation, Might Guy grew anxious. "Lord Hokage, what exactly is happening? Hinata is a bright child. Why did this occur? It's all my fault." As one of the 3 youthful, passionate simpletons of Konoha, Might Guy now took all the blame upon himself. But Jing Liangjie waved his hand and said calmly, "Do you remember what happened with Niji before? Just be patient and wait. This time it's likely the same." Meitokai was somewhat dumbfounded. With the situation so dire, Lord Jing Liangjie is still joking. However, he couldn't sense that Lord Jing was joking. After all, this was a matter of life and death. But upon second thought, Meitokai seemed to understand a bit. Wasn't it the same when Ningxi fused with the eyes on his body? Only he himself was anxious and impatient on the side. Back then, Jing Liangjie stood by, still smiling leisurely, so similar to his current smile. Taking a deep breath, Meitokai lay down beside him and began doing push-ups with great effort. Perhaps only this could relieve his tension. Watching the scene, Jing Liangjie found it quite amusing. Meitokai's strength was inseparable from his current efforts. Meitokai often said, "You are also a genius of hard work." The rest was nothing but burning youthful passion. As it turned out, Meitokai was truly a thick-skinned person. The Meitokai who had been anxious earlier was now engrossed in his own muscles. Meitokai was training with all his might. At this moment, Rishiong Chutian blinked her eyes as if she had woken up. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Jing Liangjie's mind. "Rishiong Chutian has fused with the dragon's heritage. Congratulations, host, you have obtained dragon's heritage. Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 system energy points." Jing Liangjie was overjoyed. In Sakura, most of the content revolved around exquisite swordsmanship, and the most valuable among them was this dragon's heritage. It could resurrect the dying. However, the cost was enormous. Resurrection required energy, which was obtained by absorbing the life energy from the surroundings. Jing Liangjie could feel that this power was tightly intertwining with his own dragon bloodline, gradually merging into a single force. At this moment, Rishiong Chutian had also woken up. She looked around confused. "Meitokai Sensei, why did you bring me here?" Chutian had no idea what had just happened. It seemed she had entered a world of illusions. Jing Liangjie, with a warm smile on his face, slowly walked over. "Just now you seemed to have some issues while reading the manga, so Meitokai worried, brought you outside, and then found me." Chutian, now fully awake, blushed and said apologetically, "I'm so sorry, Lord Liangjie. I've caused you trouble." Jing Liangjie shook his head with a smile, thinking to himself, "I'm grateful to you. How could I consider it trouble? If it really is trouble, I'd gladly have it happen a few more times." Jing Liangjie's power had increased again, all thanks to Chutian. Now Chutian felt the power within her body and her face was filled with confidence. Sometimes a weak temperament can be compensated by strength. Just like Chutian, who had just broken through, now possessed a boldness that seemed to trample the heavens underfoot. Kyushin's experience was still lacking. She didn't realize this was just an illusion of breakthrough. But for her, an introverted and shy person, it was an unprecedented event. Chutian stared intently at Jing Liangjie and Meitokai. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. After seeing this manga, I have gained some new... If you don't mind, could Lord Jing Liangjie and Meitokai Sensei test me? Meitokai, who had slowly stood up, asked with some... Do you mean to fight both of us? Chutian nodded confidently. Yes, I want to fight both. Meitokai looked shocked, seemingly because of Kyushin's bold claim. But Jing Liangjie still wore a smile. He slowly extended his hand and said gently, all right, let's go to the three of them leisurely arrived at the training ground. Meitokai still asked incredulously, Chutian, are you sure? Chutian had calmed down a lot now, but since she had already agreed, she could only nod. A faint blush covered her face. Jing Liangjie, who was standing aside, was much more perceptive than Meitokai. At the training ground, Jing Liangjie said, Meitokai, Chutian is just joking with us. You go watch from the side and I'll assess Kyushin's progress. Hearing this, Chutian shot Jing Liangjie a grateful smile. The two stood facing each other. Kyushin's gaze gradually became serious, and then a faint oppressive aura emanated from her. Only in battle would Chutian show such a demeanor, it was usually not noticeable. Jing Liangjie stood quietly watching Chutian, a trace of gratification flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected Chutian to master the dragon's pressure in such a short time. However, Jing Liangjie was unaffected and charged straight at Chutian. Gripping the newly obtained undying/open gate, he rushed toward Chutian. Facing Jing Liangjie's attack, Chutian seemed unflustered as she drew the gracious gift of tears from her hand. Bang! The two blades collided with a resounding boom. The sparks that flew around even surprised Meitokai. Jing Liangjie's high level of skill didn't surprise Meitokai. But since when did Chutian become so proficient in swordsmanship? The two blades clashed repeatedly, producing a sound like blacksmithing. Each precise block was a perilous situation. Kesa slash. Chutian cried out softly. The undying slash in her hand was swift and fierce. However, Jing Liangjie effortlessly blocked the strike. With a backhand flick, he sent the long blade in Kyushin's hand flying in just 2 moves. Jing Liangjie still wore a warm smile. You lose. Meitokai stood aside, utterly incredulous. Although he knew Chutian would lose, he hadn't expected her to lose so badly and so quickly. Chutian lowered her head slightly. When she looked up again, her eyes shone brilliantly like gold. An unknown language flowed from her lips. Flames. Flames spreading everywhere. Her brilliant golden pupils seemed to have turned into sharp vertical slits filled with supreme majesty. But at the same time, an even more powerful pressure emanated from Jing Liangjie. His pupils turned into small scales even appeared on his face. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. The flames vanished. The chirping of cicadas and birds disappeared once more. It was as if they had seen a natural predator they never wanted to encounter in their lives. Jing Liangjie took 2 steps forward, his eyes fixed directly on Chutian. Now you can admit defeat. Chutian was somewhat unwilling. Her face bore a hint of defiance, like a sovereign unwilling to submit. But this emotion came and went quickly. The two gradually retracted their auras and returned to normal. Meitokai watched with a stunned expression. Meitokai couldn't understand a single word of their exchange, as they were both speaking dragon language. Nevertheless, Meitokai could discern certain things, such as the outcome of this match. Clearly Jing Liangjie had emerged. Though the process might have been arduous, it did not prevent Hinata from recognizing her current strength. Meitokai scratched his head and walked forward with a smile. Now that we've finished our sparring match, and we happen to be hungry, how about we grab something to eat? Upon hearing this, Hinata felt a flicker of interest. Hinata harbored some undisclosed secrets. For instance, she was naturally a voracious eater. Now her stomach was growling. Meitokai's suggestion was perfectly timed. Thus the three unanimously decided to visit Ichiraka Ramen. Ichiraku squinted his eyes as he watched Meitokai approaching. Oh, it's that enthusiastic ninja. Shofu, get ready quickly. Shofu took a closer look and recognized the big eater from before. At that same moment, both of them felt a surge of competitive spirit. Meitokai sitting nearby couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Hinata smiled softly. I didn't expect Meitokai-sensei to be such a big eater too. Coincidentally, at that, Tenten and Niji also arrived at the shop. The Ichiraku Ramen had not yet expanded, so they sat together in a row waiting quietly. Ichiraku moved swiftly, his hands almost blurring. His half-closed eyes made it impossible to discern what he was thinking. As several bowls of noodles were served, Ichiraku fixed his gaze on Meitokai. Customer, how many more bowls would you like? Meitokai pulled out his somewhat thin wallet and said pitifully, give me another 10 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Ichiraka nodded and resumed his work. Watching Ikaraku's movements, Jing Liangjie felt a momentary daze. He recalled that people used to joke that Ikaraku's real surname was Otsutsuki. The reason was simple: from Pain's invasion of Konoha to the fourth great ninja war, the Ichiraka ramen shop had always remained unscathed. This led many to imagine that Ichiraku was the mastermind behind the scenes. At this thought, Jing Liangjie couldn't help but laugh. Shofu saw Jing Liangjie's smile and couldn't help but pause. "You seem to be in a good mood, customer." Jing Liangjie then realized his impoliteness and quickly said, "I can feel the happiness in the ramen." Ichiraka ramen truly lives up to its reputation. Shofu raised her head confidently. "Of course, Ichiraka ramen is the fruit of my father's and my hard work." Another question surfaced in Jing Liangjie's mind. Shofu was not old, yet she was not a ninja. Could it be that she lacked the talent for being a ninja, thus becoming an ordinary civilian? But at this moment, Jing Liangjie had a different idea. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Master Ichiraka, the ninja world is turbulent. Would you be willing to learn a few things?" Ichiraka paused, his hands freezing for a brief moment. With his trademark squinting smile, Ichiraka said calmly, "I'm too old for that, I'm afraid. But if it's for Shofu, it might be possible. A girl needs some means to protect herself." At that moment, a thought took shape in Jing Liangjie's mind. If the techniques from those manga could be learned even by ordinary people, then wouldn't that be another way to grow stronger? Jing Liangjie's mind sometimes wondered. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. The Deva Path of Pain hovered solemnly above Konoha. At that moment, Shofu, who had just set down the dough, leaped into the sky and knocked the Deva Path down. The Deva Path looked bewildered. When did Konoha become so strong? This was merely a mischievous fancy of Jing Liangjie's. If it had been Ichiraku himself, Jing Liangjie might have been even more amused. Shofu seemed excited. "Lord Hokage, is this really true? Can a civilian like me learn too?" Jing Liangjie nodded. "You can give it a try after the shop closes." They soon finished their meal. Only Might Guy was still engaged in a fierce battle with his food. Jing Liangjie cast a meaningful glance at Hinata. Others might not know, but Jing Liangjie was well aware of Hinata's secret of being a big eater. Hinata was probably still hungry. She blushed slightly and touched her face. "Lord Hokage, is there something strange on my face?" Jing Liangjie shook his head, offering a warm smile. "Nothing. You can take the manga books home and read them. Maybe you'll find more insights." Hinata bowed slightly. "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Under the setting sun, they parted ways and Ichiraka ramen closed for the day. Shofu, dressed in a traditional kimono, followed Jing Liangjie leisurely as they walked toward his residence. Jing Liangjie walked a little faster. He noticed that Shofu seemed a bit nervous. "It's all right. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. After all, our purpose as ninjas is to protect the village and the ordinary people." Shofu slowly unclasped her intertwined fingers. Long ago, Shofu had heard about a popular dipping noodle dish outside, but without the means to protect herself, she had never ventured out. With strength, one could enjoy much more freedom. How could Shofu not be tempted? Accompanied by the sunset, they reached the door of the house. The door was still open because they had left in such a hurry. Stepping into the entrance, a smile spread across Jing Liangjie's face. "Make yourself at home." Shofu nodded, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She thought to herself, "Lord Hokage is so gentle and handsome." Entering the living room, Jing Liangjie was taken aback. Sasuke was sitting by the bookshelf looking at them with a peculiar expression. Sasuke stood up slowly, his expression stiff. "Sorry, Liangjie-sama. I seem to be intruding." Seeing Sasuke's gaze flickering between him and Jing Liangjie's forehead creased with a dark line. "What exactly are you misunderstanding, kid? By the way, did you come here because you have something you don't understand?" Jing Liangjie failed to notice the shyness on Shofu's face beside him. Sasuke shook his head, twirling the manga in his hand, and said leisurely, "I've finished reading the previous manga, so I came to get the next volume. I saw the door open and I was afraid something might be stolen from your living room, so I waited here." Jing Liangjie beamed a bright smile, reaching out to ruffle Sasuke's hair. Sasuke's eyes turned cold, but he couldn't break free from Jing Liangjie's grasp. He had no choice but to passively endure the head pat. Gradually, a glimmer of warmth appeared in Sasuke's eyes. Jing Liangjie ruffled Suozu's hair, then released his hand. Suozu snorted, turning his head away. Although his expression was sour, a warmth still lingered in his heart. It was merely that hatred had clouded his eyes, burying his true nature deep within. Jing Liangjie cast a glance. Suozu was still reading Zanpakutō, but it seemed he had not made significant progress. A faint smile crept across Jing Liangjie's face. "It appears your physical condition still hasn't met the standard. If you have time, you could train with..." Nadekai's physical training was renowned throughout the entire Konoha village. Suozu narrowed his eyes slightly. Clearly these words had been etched into his mind. In truth, it wasn't that Zhuozhu had gained nothing, it was merely his current physical condition holding him back. With continued training, he would soon be able to accommodate a second type of strange fire. This would elevate Zhuozhu's strength to a new level, and with his enhanced physique, he could hold his own against a top-tier Jiao. After speaking, Jing Liangjie turned to face Changpu. The path to making you stronger lies here. Perhaps you should also pick out a manga to read. Changpu widened her eyes, tilting her head slightly. A look of confusion crossed her face. Lord Liangjie, are these manga special in some way? Changpu herself had no expectations, but driven by an inner obsession, she had followed Jing Liangjie here. Yet now he was saying that the key to becoming stronger lay in these manga. Changpu gazed at the vast array of books before her, bewildered. Still she nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "All right, thank you, Lord Liangjie." There were simply too many manga here. Changpu was at a loss as to what to choose. She could only browse the shelves over and over again. Changpu stopped, her eyes fixed on the shelf. She asked in confusion, "What is this?" The manga before her seemed utterly different from the others around it. Its cover was pure black with gold-gilded edges. It stood out sharply from the rest. Driven by curiosity, Changpu pulled it out from the shelf. Liangjie, sitting nearby, was also somewhat surprised to see Changpu pick out that book. If she could truly comprehend something from it, the benefits for Liangjie would be considered. Changpu slowly opened the title page. There was not a single word on it, yet her eyes widened. Beneath a vast sky, 9 black dragon corpses emerged from the clouds, their colossal bodies forged as if from divine iron. The thick scales exuded an immense pressure. Changpu noticed a small detail: each dragon corpse seemed to be bound. One end of each chain was fixed to the dragon while the other disappeared into the mist. Amid the swirling clouds, an indistinct outline could be discerned. It revealed the shape of a coffin. From the exposed corner, Changpu finally recognized it. It was a bronze coffin. What kind of figure could warrant such a formidable coffin? With dragons as the motive power and immortal bronze as the material. The somewhat aged chains seemed to glow with a faint radiance. What appeared so ordinary now exuded an aura of ancient enduring time. Just an illustration left Changpu awe. Changpu's eyes widened slightly, and she raised a hand to cover her mouth. Isn't this a bit too majestic? She knew at least to some extent that dragons symbolized power even if they were only legends. Yet the title page of Shitian depicted such a scene: 9 colossal dragon corpses hauling a bronze coffin. What lay within might be even more extraordinary. Thinking this, Changpu eagerly began to read. In an instant she seemed to become completely absorbed. From the scenes in the manga, Changpu easily concluded that this world was entirely different from the ninja world. Soon she came across the content of the title page. 9 pitch-black dragon corpses radiating a mighty aura dragged the coffin into this world. They slowly descended upon a mountain peak. Soon the earth began. 5-colored soil started to emit light. A group of young people who had been sightseeing at Mount Tai quickly scrambled into the coffin. Fortunately, the bronze coffin was large enough to hold them all. Initially, they had taken refuge in the bronze coffin only because of the trembling ground. But at that moment the coffin set sail once more. Perhaps some noticed the anomaly, and many events unfolded inside the coffin. Eventually the bronze coffin slowly came to a halt. Gazing at the crimson before them, the protagonist and his companions were stunned. Yet some managed to obtain valuable treasures. Until the colossal mountain-like crocodile ancestor burst forth from the earth. Everyone struggled desperately to enter the bronze coffin, and it set sail again. From then on, countless stories began. Jing Liangjie quietly watched Changpu from the side. He was concerned that she might exhibit some unusual reaction, and he wanted to be sure not to miss it. Jing Liangjie also had another purpose, to see if any peculiar phenomena would occur while comprehending the manga. But from the current situation it seemed that wish would not be fulfilled. Changpu showed no significant change. Her eyes had only slightly glazed over earlier, as if somewhat mesmerized. She held the manga in her hands and slowly turned the pages. By now the protagonist had left the desolate, ancient Forbidden Zone. The group had aged from youth to old age, with only the protagonist and one other retaining their childlike appearance. Then came the subsequent plot. When the protagonist obtained a cultivation technique, Changpu froze. Her mind was stirred with intense emotion. When she opened her eyes again, the room was no longer ordinary. Changpu looked around. On the table were fruits that looked far more delicious than those in the ninja world, their appearance irresistibly tempting. Even more astonishing to Changpu was the man sitting cross-legged in the cave abode. He sat with his legs crossed, palms facing upward. The low murmurs from his mouth fell into Changpu's ears without missing a word. The sound seemed like the origin of the Tao, possessing a powerful allure. Unable to resist, Changpu sat down and began to follow the pattern of the voice. In the endless darkness, Changpu seemed to see a tiny speck of light. A voice in her mind kept urging her break. Without a second thought, Changpu charged fiercely toward that speck of light. Once, twice. She rammed into it again and again, losing count of how many times. Now watching Changpu, Jing Liangjie also noticed something was amiss. It wasn't just Liangjie. Sasuke, sitting beside him holding the manga, also sensed something amiss. At this moment Changpu sat on the tatami, her eyes tightly shut. Her body trembled incessantly. From her facial expression, it was easy to tell that Changpu was clenching her teeth tightly as if enduring some pain. Though Sasuke watched coldly, a hint of anxiety had appeared in his eyes. Turning to Liangjie, he asked with some confusion, "Liangjie-sama, what's wrong with her?" Liangjie kept a smile on his face, but inwardly he was puzzled. How would I know what's going on? Although many people had gained insights from the manga. But this was also the first time Liangjie had carefully observed someone comprehending the manga from the very beginning. He wasn't even sure whether Changpa's current condition was normal or abnormal. If it were good, there would be no problem, but if it were bad, it would be troublesome. Moreover, the most important point was that Changpu was an ordinary person. If she truly failed and something went wrong, the problems she encountered would certainly be more severe than those of a ninja. Liangjie gritted his teeth slightly, but kept a warm smile on his face and said gently, "Don't worry, there's nothing too serious." Alright. Sasuke held the manga in his hands and slowly turned around. However, Liangjie noticed that Sasuke would occasionally glance sideways as if checking on Changpa's safety. Seeing Sasuke's reaction, Liangjie couldn't help thinking to himself, this kid may seem cold on the surface, but he has a warm heart. He's just a bit too tsundere. But as time passed, Changpa's condition grew more severe. She let out a muffled groan and slowly opened her eyes. She looked around dazedly and whispered, "What's happening to me? Where am I?" "You're finally awake." Liangjie stepped forward and said calmly. Only then did Changpu realize she was in Liangjie's home. She touched her arm and asked in confusion, "What just happened to me? Why did I see a small white dot and a patch of darkness?" The white dot was pushed open a bit, but not completely. Liangjie stroked his chin. A smile gradually appeared on his face. It seemed that Changpu had also gained some insight. However, perhaps due to some reasons she hadn't fully comprehended what was needed, it was just a matter of attempt and time. But at this moment Changpu slowly closed the manga. Her face was full of longing and yearning. Liangjie was puzzled. Didn't Changpu also desire power? Why did she close the manga now? Had she given up? Changpa's eyes met Liangjie's and her face bore a smile as bright as spring. She smiled playfully and said with a hint of delight, "Liangjie-sama, could you accompany me for a walk?" Though he was a bit, but it was already night. It seemed unsafe to let Changpu go out alone. So Saobai nodded while Sasuke's expression beside him became even more peculiar. His eyes darted between Liangjie and Changpu, his face showing obvious disdain. Liangjie's expression turned stern. He knew from the situation that the kid had misunderstood. Liangjie reached out and ruffled Sasuke's hair again. "Alright, it's late now. Sasuke, you stay here and wait for us to return." Sasuke glared coldly at Liangjie. "I think it's better for me to leave just to free up this space for you too," he said abruptly. Sasuke's remark drew a few lines of displeasure on Liangjie's forehead, but it made Sasuke seem more human. The two slowly walked out of the room. The moon seemed quite bright tonight, but it was mostly obscured by dark clouds. They walked aimlessly, surrounded by occasional chirping of insects and birds. Liangjie also felt a bit awkward. Changpu was wearing a traditional kimono whose color seemed to match the Yushin robe he wore. Their synchronized slow movements resembled an old couple strolling after afternoon tea. "Liangjie-sama, thank you for accompanying me out. I've always had a dream to become a great ninja." Changpa's face was filled with a yearning smile, her eyes sparkling. Liangjie reached out to block some protruding leaves. Changpu slightly tilted her head and passed through her face full of gentle smiles. "But because of family reasons and my own circumstances, I was destined never to become a ninja. These years I focused on the ramen business." As she said this, a bitter smile appeared on Changpa's face. "But as you know, Liangjie-sama, without strength there will inevitably be many inconveniences. This is still in Konoha, elsewhere it might be even worse." Liangjie didn't respond, just nodded silently. In the ninja world, the most pitiable were the civilians. They had no other choice but to rely on the ninjas. Having no strength indeed meant less voice and many fewer rights. Liangjie stopped, his eyes meeting Changpa's. "So have you made your decision? Are you ready to step into this world?" Changpa's face showed a hint of hesitation. At that moment Liangjie understood that Changpu hadn't failed to comprehend fully. Instead, she had found the method to enter, but hesitated at the last moment. If she crossed that door, she would become a ninja with combat abilities. Though not officially recognized, it was a world entirely different from that of ordinary people. It also meant that Changpu could never return to her former peaceful yet somewhat helpless civilian. Changpu didn't speak. She slowly sat on a low branch ahead. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes as if they could. She glanced at the space deliberately left beside her. Liangji's expression stiffened. Could it be that the brat was right? Seeing Changpa's increasingly meaningful gaze, Liangjia thought for a moment and then sat down. Changpu seemed to emit a citrus scent, and since they were sitting close, Liangjia caught the fragrance. His expression became somewhat unnatural. But Changpu was as calm as ever. Perhaps only by truly mastering power can one decide their own life and the direction ahead. Only then can one love the person they shouldn't love. Changpa's words were pointed, but Liangjia dared not respond. Time passed bit by bit. Amidst the chirping of insects and birds, Liangjia enjoyed the rare tranquility. Changpu sat on the branch, her eyes closed. She saw that small white dot again. As night fell, Liangjia slightly opened his mouth wanting to speak, but noticed something amiss with Changpu beside him. Changpa's eyes were tightly shut. Frowning from time to time, Liangjia understood the situation. Afraid to disturb Changpu, he dared not move. Changpa's soft hair gradually approached, gently resting on Liangji's shoulder. Even her brow seemed to soften. Time passed and Liangjia wore a helpless expression. This matter had turned out just as Zhuozhu predicted. But now Changpa's progress was the most critical issue. In Changpa's consciousness, the small white dot grew larger and larger. Bang! As if the heavens and earth were being created, a tiny water droplet expanded under Changpa's witness. Changpu opened her eyes in delight. She was a little puzzled, but said joyfully, "I succeeded." Only then did Changpu realize she had unknowingly leaned on Liangji's shoulder. In an instant her cheeks flushed. She quickly sat up straight. "I'm so sorry, Lord Liangjia, I was rude." Liangjia waved his hand indicating it was nothing. Then Liangjia gazed at Changpu with burning eyes. The system also sent a prompt in his mind. Changpu has entered the cultivation system. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the golden bitter sea. Congratulations, host, for gaining 200 system energy points. Facing Liangji's intense gaze, a flush of red covered Changpa's cheeks. I succeeded. I feel much stronger, and there's a strange energy flowing in my body." Liangjia understood that Changpu had initially stepped into the Luanhai realm and possessed the ancient holy body, hence the appearance of the golden bitter sea. However, compared to Liangjia, Changpa's bitter sea was merely a few tiny droplets requiring abundant resources or further enlightenment. Liangjia gave a warm smile and said softly, "Then congratulations. It seems you have achieved what you hoped for." Liangjia nodded slightly. But at that moment, a loud roar echoed through the village. Hearing the sound, both of them turned their gazes toward its source. Under the bright moonlight, a towering great ape, its face ferocious and eyes bloodshot, roared skyward. Figures were leaping around, presumably ninjas, closer to the scene. Liangjia took one glance and understood the truth. He looked up. Sure enough, the clouds had parted to reveal a full moon. Clenching his teeth, he muttered, "Why does a full moon appear now?" Liangjia speculated it was a rare astronomical phenomenon, but there was no time to dwell on it. He turned to see panic on Changpa's face. Liangjia jumped down from the branch. "Get on. I'll take you home first." He crouched slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, Changpu gently lay on his back. Soon Liangjia opened the door. As he entered the living room, he caught Zhuozhu's disdainful gaze. But he had no time to explain. He hurriedly said, "Zhuozhu, take care of Changpu. I'll go handle the situation outside." With that, he dashed out of the house and raced toward the giant ape. In just over 2 minutes, Liangjia arrived at the battlefield. The area was already in ruins. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and the nearby houses were sparse, so the damage was minimal. Ning Xiai ran up to Liangjia, his face full of gravity. "Lord Liangjia, I didn't expect you to come too." For some reason, when mate Kaizensai saw the moon, he transformed into this. "I know. Leave it to me." Liangjia looked up at the giant ape, his expression solemn as he replied. Scanning the surroundings, besides Ning Xiai, there were many unfamiliar people wearing animal masks. Liangjia had never seen these people. They were clearly not from the Umbu, but from the root. He guessed that Danzo had sensed the changes nearby and sent them to investigate. Liangjia narrowed his eyes. It seems the plan needs to be moved up. He had already greatly improved his strength, and confronting Danzo would no longer be a problem. He had been holding back dealing with Danzo covertly according to his own plan. But now it seemed Danzo was still thus he had to advance the plan. Other matters could wait. The priority was to deal with the giant ape that Mate Kai had become. Scions on the night of the full moon, if they stare at the moon, transform into massive ferocious apes, their strength increasing dozens. The most terrifying part was losing all reason, attacking friend and foe alike. Thanks to the system, Liangjia, despite having Super Saiyan bloodline, could transform into a Super Saiyan. His bloodline was pure, enabling him to become a giant ape while maintaining control. Mate Kai was different. His bloodline seemed identical to that of Goku from Dragon Ball. With the strengths came the weaknesses. On a full moon night, he would still transform into a giant ape, losing all reason and attacking indiscriminately. As long as he absorbed enough Blutz waves from the moon, he would transform. There were two ways to solve Mate Kai's problem. The first was to cut off Mate Kai's tail, the second to destroy the moon. Jingliangjie looked up at the moon. Destroying it seemed too extreme, and there were people living on the moon. He discarded that plan. Now he had to cut off Mate Kai's tail. The tail was Mate Kai's weakness. Jingliangjie slowly drew the sword at his waist. With a sudden burst of movement, dust exploded beneath his feet and chunks of earth were forced aside by the immense pressure. The powerful aura immediately caught the giant ape's attention. Roar! With a high-pitched howl, the ape's huge palm slammed down toward Jingliangjie's, propelling himself forward with a surge of energy. Jingliangjie shot toward the ape's head. Bang! A fierce punch. Jingliangjie's frame was nothing compared to the giant ape. Yet the impact of his fist on the ape's face was still astonishing. The giant ape crashed to the ground, roaring in fury. At this moment, Jingliangjie's strength was on par with the giant ape. Overall, the ape only possessed Super Saiyan power, while Jingliangjie's body harbored many kinds of energy. Combined, they could match the giant ape. The Super Saiyan transformation was indeed formidable. Despite Jingliangjie's punch, the giant ape rose from the dust. It seemed that after transforming into a giant ape, Might Guy had lost much of the sense of pain. At this moment, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Jingliangjie. The giant ape roared and charged toward him. This fellow truly never learns from his mistakes. He had just suffered such a severe blow, yet now he was using the same approach again. However, this actually made it more convenient for Jingliangjie to act. Perhaps due to the disparity between worlds, the combat prowess exhibited by the Saiyans was far from the planet-shattering feats depicted in Dragon Ball. But even so, Jingliangjie let out a fierce roar. His hair stood on end, turning a brilliant gold. His aura and combat power surged through. A hint of human-like caution appeared on the giant ape's face, but it vanished in an instant. The ape did not stop and continued charging toward Jingliangjie. Niji, who was watching from the sidelines, widened his eyes. At that moment, Jingliangjie moved. All Niji could see was a blur of afterimage streaking past. Bang! The giant ape, dozens of meters tall, was sent flying by a single punch. It crashed heavily onto the ground with a thunderous roar. A thick cloud of dust rose, forcing Niji to release. At that moment, Niji was far too close to the center of the battle. Even a slight misstep could catch him in the crossfire. His current methods of dealing with enemies were not particularly varied. Using the mystic eyes of death perception against Might Guy could probably work, but Niji might get injured, and he could not control the outcome well. All Niji could do now was withdraw from the battle zone to reduce his burden on Jingliangjie. The nearby root ninjas were not so fortunate. They failed to dodge in time and were struck squarely by falling rocks. Several of them sustained minor injuries, but one unfortunate ninja was hit in the chest by a boulder and immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Niji glanced at those ninjas, but did not pay them much heed. Since they had joined the route and chosen to serve Danzo, they must have been prepared for such risks. Retreating to a distance, Niji continued to observe the situation on the battlefield. In truth, he was somewhat worried. Although Niji could not manipulate Chi, he had his own method of judging strength. The mystic eyes of death perception could see the lines and points of death on a target. The more lines of death a person had, the weaker they were. At this moment, the transformed giant ape Might Guy had very few lines of death on his body. That meant the giant ape was extremely powerful. Jingliangjie's expression turned serious. Seizing the moment before the ape could react, he grabbed the giant ape's tail. He lifted the entire giant ape and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Even with the ape's massive physique, this blow left it dazed and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Jingliangjie swung his blade. A sharp flash of sword light shimmered. The giant ape's tail fell to the ground, and the enormous ape began to shrink slowly, eventually reverting to a human form. Looking at Might Guy at that moment, Jingliangjie found it hard to bear the sight. Niji quickly grabbed a tattered cloth. Not long after, Might Guy, draped in the tattered cloth, woke up. He was still a bit dazed, opening his eyes and standing up while clutching the cloth. Youth leaves me no room for slack. Lord Hokage, what brings you here? Jingliangjie did not speak, merely pointed at the surroundings. Because of Might Guy, the area was now in utter disarray. Might Guy scratched his head. Looking at the chaotic surroundings, and then at his location, he suddenly fell to his knees. Tears streamed wildly from his eyes. What happened? Was my house hit by a meteorite? Damn it, looks like my savings are going to be drained. Jingliangjie's mouth twitched slightly. He stepped forward and gently patted Might Guy on the shoulder. Might Guy, can you recall what just happened? Might Guy frowned. What just happened? Oh, I think I looked at the moon and then I don't remember anything else. Suddenly Might Guy jumped up, clutching the spot where his tail used to be. His expression changed drastically. Where's my tail? Where did my tail go? Jing Liangjie sighed. This thick-head fellow seemed to have forgotten everything. Jing Liangjie had to patiently explain, if you've watched Dragon Ball you should know that the tail is a major weakness of the Scions. Might Guy's expression gradually turned serious. Though thick-head, Might Guy was not stupid. Lord Hokage, you mean I saw the full moon just now and turned into a giant ape, so my house was destroyed by me. Niji walked up slowly, a trace of pity on his face. Teacher Might Guy, the situation is more or less as you said. At that moment Might Guy's eyes grew desperate and tears streamed even more fiercely. In the end it was Kakashi who had come to check on the situation that took Might Guy back to the Hokage clan's compound. The Hokage clan compound was empty except for Kakashi. It happened to alleviate Might Guy's urgent need. From Niji, Jing Liangjie learned the full story. It turned out that the two had been training in the woods near Might Guy's house when Might Guy happened to see the full moon overhead. That was when the incident occurred. Although Niji had tried his utmost to stop it earlier, he could not withstand the giant ape's destructive power. Fortunately, Might Guy's house was far from the other residents' homes, so the destruction only affected his own property. Jing Liangjie looked around. The root ninjas from earlier had vanished. Jing Liangjie narrowed his eyes slightly. To arrive so quickly it seems Danzo was prepared. He was certain that the ninjas who had been close to him recently were all under Danzo's surveillance. That explained why the root ninjas had arrived at the battlefield before him. Jing Liangjie leisurely left the ruins, straightened his Hokage robe, and pushed open his own door. Lord Liangjie, you're back. Changpu, holding a pair of slippers, walked up with a joyful expression. Jing Liangjie nodded. I'm home. Only then did he sense something was off. This situation increasingly resembled the scene of a husband returning home late from work. He turned his head slightly and met Sasuke's meaningful gaze. Jing Liangjie's face darkened. What are you looking at? You must be misunderstanding something. By the way, why haven't you gone back yet? Sasuke crossed his arms, his eyes cold, his head tilted slightly. Should I leave then? Just as he was about to nod, Jing Liangjie abruptly stopped himself. If a man and a woman were alone together in a room, it would be troublesome if someone misunderstood. Forget it, since it's already so late you can stay here for the night. Jing Liangjie changed into his slippers and walked inside. At that moment Changpu looked at him apologetically and Jing Liangjie looked back with a puzzled expression. Could it be that something unexpected happened in just a short while? But it was then that Jing Liangjie noticed. Changpu was wearing an apron as if she had just emerged from the kitchen. A faint blush crept across Changpu's face as she said apologetically, Lord Liangjie, I am terribly sorry. Since you had been gone for so long I thought you might be hungry upon your return, so I prepared dinner. Jing Liangjie was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Changpu to be referring to this matter. Connecting the dots, he now understood why Changpu wore such an apologetic expression. A radiant smile spread across Jing Liangjie's face, a hint of delight stirring within him. Thank you. I happen to be a bit hungry. Let's have dinner. Zhuozhu initially refused to eat, but he could not withstand Jing Liangjie's persistent persuasion. In the end, he reluctantly took a seat at the table. The three of them gathered around the table. The dinner was not lavish, yet it exuded a subtle warmth. Rice accompanied by light tofu, a generous portion of enoki mushroom tempura, and prawns. Changpu slowly poured a cup of sake for Jing Liangjie. Jing Liangjie was not particularly particular about food. When at home alone, he would simply eat whatever came to mind. Most of the time he ate Chinese cuisine. He rarely indulged in traditional dishes like these. But now having them occasionally offered a unique charm. A gentle smile lingered on Jing Liangjie's face. He lifted the bowl of rice and began to savor it slowly. Indeed, after going out and engaging in a fight, his stomach felt somewhat empty. In truth, it was merely a craving. Given Jing Liangjie's current physical condition, he could go 3 days without food and still feel no hunger. Zhuozhu let out a soft snort. His face was sullen, yet his hands did not stop. He gently picked up a piece of tofu and brought it to his lips. It seemed to be a taste etched in memory. In an instant it struck Zhuozhu with tremendous force. Zhuozhu could not help but feel his eyes well up. This warmth had not been felt for a long time. Only in the home of his memories had such familiar warmth existed. Yet that warmth had drifted further and further away from the present Zhuozhu. Whenever he thought of it, only hatred filled his heart. Observing the shift in Zhuozhu's eyes, Jing Liangjie let out a soft sigh. He slowly extended a large hand, placing it upon Zhuozhu's head. Gently ruffling Zhuozhu's smooth hair, Jing Liangjie spoke with profound meaning. Don't be too upset. Perhaps things are not as you imagine. Never let hatred cloud your eyes, it will only make you— Zhuozhu's face stiffened. The icy expression on his face seemed to thaw considerably. He reached for the sake as if to pour himself a cup, but Jing Liangjie quickly stopped him. Frowning with a hint of disdain, Jing Liangjie said, "Children shouldn't drink alcohol, it's bad for your health." Tisk. Zhuozhu clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, unwilling to concede. Changpu sitting nearby covered her mouth, struggling to suppress her laughter. Lord Liangjie is truly gentle. The scene resembled a family enjoying a warm dinner together. Changpu's gaze toward Jing Liangjie shifted subtly. No matter from which angle she looked, her face radiated a... The meal soon came to an end. Changpu picked up the used dishes and walked away. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Jing Liangjie's face as he said, "I'm sorry for the trouble. It is my honor to cook for a genius like Lord Liangjie." Changpu turned slightly, a smile of contentment gracing her face. Jing Liangjie did not know what to say, so he could only offer another smile. Turning his head just as he expected, Zhuozhu was staring at him with a look of disdain. With a cold face, Zhuozhu opened his mouth slightly and said, "It seems I shouldn't have come today. I must have interrupted your..." Jing Liangjie extended his hand, and as if guided by precision, it landed directly on Zhuozhu's head. Zhuozhu was utterly speechless at this moment. But he was well aware that with his own strength he could not break free. So he had no choice but to passively endure. Jing Liangjie also noticed something. At this moment, Zhuozhu's heart had opened up considerably. If there had been a distance between them before now, the barrier had significantly diminished. And because of his own circumstances, Zhuozhu always maintained a certain distance in his interactions with others. This was not because Zhuozhu was difficult to get along with, but because the fear in his heart compelled him to adopt such a posture as a defense. But now the defenses within Zhuozhu's heart seemed to have been breached. It was a feeling of warmth which instead left Zhuozhu somewhat at a loss. He informed Zhuozhu of where he would be resting. Jing Liangjie grabbed a bottle of liquor and climbed onto the roof. The sake had long since been misplaced somewhere. Jing Liangjie took a swig of the ergotu he had brewed himself, taking a deep gulp. Leaning against the roof, he quietly gazed at the distant starry sky. For Jing Liangjie, he felt a sense of confusion at this moment. From Zhuozhu's situation, a question arose home. But Jing Liangjie took another swig of liquor and a smile appeared on his face. Why worry about so much? In life one should be free and unrestrained, where is home and where is not. Jing Liangjie had grown accustomed to solitude, having been alone for so long. After crossing over, he had no relatives either. He had never been bound by the constraints of family. And at this moment, Changpu's voice grew closer. "Lord Liangjie, is that you on the roof?" Changpu carefully climbed onto the roof, channeling the energy within her body. However, for an ordinary person, mastering one's own energy requires long-term training. Changpu at this point clearly did not possess such capability. Suddenly Changpu exerted too much force and nearly tumbled down. Though a fall would not cause much harm to Changpu now, at most some minor scrapes. Yet Jing Liangjie swiftly reached out and pulled her back. With a single motion, Changpu was pressed tightly against Jing Liangjie. He glanced at Changpu's face, which had turned a burning crimson like the evening glow. "I am truly grateful." A slight smile curled at the corner of Jing Liangjie's mouth, and Changpu could not help but be captivated. His disheveled shoulder-length hair gave Jing Liangjie a weathered yet agile and carefree aura. His smile was as warm as a small sun. It seemed that no gloom could overshadow this heartwarming smile. Ahem. Zhuozhu stood at the eaves with his hands behind his back, an awkward expression on his face, as he said quietly, "It's too noisy here, so I came to check." Having said that, Zhuozhu retreated back into the room while the blush on Changpu's face deepened. The night grew deeper. The chirping of cicadas and birds mingled with fireflies dancing among the trees. Composing a unique lullaby, Jing Liangjie, lying on the roof, soon drifted into slumber. And Changpu let out a smile. The moon set and the sun rose. In the early morning, Might Guy came looking for him. Upon seeing Sasuke and Shobu in the room, King Liangjie was momentarily taken aback, but it was just a fleeting moment, as the oblivious Might Guy paid no mind. After getting ready, Jing Liangjie stepped out with a cheerful smile. "Might Guy, you came to find me so early, you must have something important to discuss." At this moment, the tension was almost written all over Might Guy's face. Might Guy slowly raised his head and said earnestly, "Hokage-sama, I have come to you for a matter of utmost importance. I would like to know if I can borrow the Dragon Ball for a while for Xiaoli to take a look." As expected, the only thing that could cause Might Guy such concern was undoubtedly Xiaoli, who was lying in the hospital. Xiaoli's injuries were severe, and given the current medical standards, full recovery seemed difficult. If he could obtain the bloodline of a Super Saiyan, Xiaoli might slowly recover on his own. If that doesn't work, he would have to settle for reading other comic books. Perhaps there might still be a chance for recovery. Jing Liangjie strongly supported this idea and nodded in agreement immediately. "Of course you can take the Dragon Ball. Who knows, Xiaoli might just end up possessing the bloodline of a Saiyan like you." Hearing this, Might Guy's face lit up with excitement. He skillfully located the spot where the Dragon Ball was kept. Jingliangjie formed a hand seal, sending a shadow clone to the Hokage building while he followed Might Guy. Everyone had their own matters to attend to. Shobu returned to Ichiraka Ramen while Sasuke continued his training for the day. The group split up once again. After several twists and turns, Jingliangjie and Might Guy finally arrived at the hospital. As soon as they entered the ward, they saw Xiaoli staring out the window. Sparrows flew freely outside the window, and Xiaoli's gaze was filled with longing. At that moment, when Xiaoli turned his head, he realized he was not alone in the ward. He quickly broke into a radiant smile, seemingly unwilling to let others see him in this state. Might Guy's heart felt a pang, a mix of sorrow and an indescribable feeling. Xiaoli slightly raised his head, his white teeth gleaming under the sunlight. Might Guy Sensei, why have you come to see me again? You shouldn't neglect your training. As Might Guy's top disciple, Xiaoli understood that training was essential for improving one's strength. For a taijutsu ninja, it was like rowing upstream. If one didn't advance, they would fall back. If one couldn't guarantee their physical condition through daily rigorous training, then the decline of a taijutsu ninja was quite evident. After saying this, Xiaoli's expression dimmed a little. It seemed he recalled his own situation. Lying in bed every day was exceptionally painful for him. Almost every day, he could sense the decline of his strength, and this outcome was something Xiaoli could not accept. Jingliangjie sighed. Xiaoli had never been a genius. He was merely a diligent ninja who worked hard to get ahead. Due to his physical condition, he could only be a taijutsu ninja. Now, because of his injuries, he couldn't maintain his training and had to stay here for treatment. It was a long and torturous process for Xiaoli. What's worse was that with his current state, he might never be able to be a ninja again. Might Guy gently patted Xiaoli's shoulder. Xiaoli, I know your feelings are probably hard to express, but as a true man, when faced with these difficulties, we must bravely say that challenges cannot defeat us. Xiaoli's dim eyes seemed to brighten somewhat. However, when he looked down and saw his bandaged body, he sighed again. Even if he wanted to recover, even if he wanted to ignite his youth, Xiaoli at this moment understood that he wouldn't be able to heal. However, Might Guy solemnly took out a comic book from his pocket. Xiaoli looked at Might Guy in confusion. Might Guy Sensei, what is this? Isn't it just an ordinary comic book? Might Guy smiled, knowingly realizing that Xiaoli was not as clever as he thought. But thinking about it, it seemed right. If everyone could believe that something could be learned from that book, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Might Guy slowly sat down beside Xiaoli and said with a serious expression, you must not underestimate this comic book. He raised an eyebrow and began to explain to Xiaoli. This comic book was drawn by Jingliangjie himself, and it integrates his unique techniques. One type of scion physiology within it can heal severe injuries. If you could possess a scion's physique, your injuries could definitely be treated. Xiaoli raised an eyebrow, then furrowed it tightly. Might Guy Sensei, it's not that I don't believe you, but this sounds too far-fetched, doesn't it? In Xiaoli's impression, ninjutsu was usually inherited or learned in school. No one had ever heard of gaining insights from let alone understanding some special physique. What made it even more unbelievable was that this special physique could heal his wounds, and that was where Xiaoli's doubts lay. Might Guy chuckled. This was the reaction he had anticipated. To someone unaware, it would surely sound absurd. Just by reading a comic book, how could one possibly gain any insights? There had never been any mention of such miraculous bloodline limits in the ninja world. If what Might Guy said were true, wouldn't the world descend into chaos? Everyone could gain power just by holding a comic book without diligent practice. Might Guy clenched his fist with pride. Xiaoli, although this matter sounds astonishing, it is something I personally experienced. I guarantee this is absolutely effective and real in the name of the blue beast of Konoha. Hearing this, Xiaoli's expression, Might Guy Sensei was serious. No one understood better than Xiaoli how significant the title of blue beast was to Might Guy Sensei. Although it was likely a title Might Guy had given himself, it had been established over the years. Xiaoli was deeply moved and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. No matter what this was Might Guy Sensei's heartfelt intention, Xiaoli felt he should accept it. Thus, with a moved expression, Xiaoli took the comic book from Might Guy's hands. Seeing Xiaoli take the comic book, Might Guy felt a wave of emotion. Just watch, my disciple will soon be on the path to recovery. I'm really looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Might Guy felt a bit anxious. After all, no one knew if it would be successful or what the result would be. Xiaoli initially approached it with a tentative mindset. After all, it was merely a comic book, nothing significant. Even if it failed, it was still a heartfelt gesture from his teacher Might Kai, wasn't it? But soon Xiaoli was captivated by the storyline. Moreover, the intensely dynamic battle illustrations filled him with an eager enthusiasm. As he read on, a faint smile gradually spread across Xiaoli's face. If earlier his smile had been forced, now it was a genuine heartfelt smile. Might Kai's eyes reddened. Since Xiaoli's injury, he had not seen such a sincere smile from him for a long time. At that moment my Teikai felt that, even if this comic could not help Xiao Li recover from his injuries, it no longer mattered. Xiao Li was happy now. Jing Liangjie stood with arms crossed watching quietly. Unlike my Teikai, Jing Liangjie felt that this time Xiao Li might very well succeed. After all, in the entire might only these two individuals could grasp the essence contained within this book. Even a master might fail to comprehend the martial spirit within, and thus could not obtain the bloodline of the three. Soon my Teikai noticed something amiss. Xiao Li's gaze turned vacant, staring fixedly at the comic book. Though his expression and eyes were dazed, his hand movements remained steady. Xiao Li leisurely flipped through the comic. In my Teikai's perception, the aura representing Xiao Li was continuously brewing and growing stronger. A look of joy appeared on my Teikai's face. Excellent. It seems to be working. Though neither Jing Liangjie nor my Teikai knew what Xiao Li had comprehended while reading the comic. But the fact that Xiao Li's aura was growing stronger, meaning his physical condition was also improving, was undeniable. Perhaps he might truly awaken the Scion bloodline like my Teikai. In Xiao Li's eyes, the comic book and the hospital room had vanished. There was only a cross-legged young man with slightly wild hair and a tail. Before the young man sat an old man with a bald head and a white beard. Curious, Xiao Li walked over and sat down beside them. At this moment Xiao Li did not even notice that he was able, and he felt no pain from his injuries. When he drew closer, Xiao Li heard that the white-bearded old man was explaining the application of Qi and the Kamehameha. The old man's explanation was vivid and engaging, simple yet profound, and even Xiao Li grasped the general idea. Only then did Xiao Li come to his senses. Wasn't he injured? Why could he walk so freely? And wasn't this Qi supposed to be content from the comic book? Xiao Li carefully observed the two figures before drawing a conclusion. These two, the white-bearded old man was Kamisenin from the comic, and the wild-haired youth was the protagonist Son Goku. Upon this realization, everything became clear to Xiao Li. He had been reading the comic just moments ago and somehow found himself here. At that moment Xiao Li closed his eyes and sensed the Qi within his body. If this were an illusion, there should be no Qi inside him. But under his perception, he distinctly felt a faint trace of Qi, and he could manipulate it freely. So was this not an illusion, and the people he saw were real? Xiao Li was perplexed by the situation before him. Yet, since things had progressed this far, he wanted to try using the Kamehameha himself. But after much effort, he could only concentrate the Qi in his hands. So he decisively abandoned the attempt. At this moment my Teikai and Jing Liangjie, who were anxiously watching over Xiao Li, also looked over. The Qi on Xiao Li grew more vigorous. Moreover, my Teikai noticed that a furry tail had sprouted from Xiao Li's coccyx. This tail was covered in yellow fur, identical to his own severed tail. It seemed that the guy had indeed obtained the Scion. When Xiao Li fully awoke, he was utterly astonished. His physical strength had already increased considerably. And under my Teikai's prompting, Xiao Li discovered with amazement that a furry appendage had grown from his coccyx, resembling a tail. Xiao Li looked at the newly grown tail with ecstatic joy. This furry tail was quite similar to a monkey's. Now one thing was certain: Xiao Li had also comprehended the Super Saiyan bloodline from the Dragon Ball comic. His injuries might heal soon. Fortunately, Xiao Li was still bedridden due to his wounds, and most of the energy was being consumed to alleviate his condition. At this point there was no shortage of energy, as lying in the hospital had allowed him to absorb a great deal, causing his figure to become somewhat distorted. My Teikai, standing nearby, was moved to tears. Excellent. Xiao Li, you are finally getting better. I await your recovery, waiting to shed the tears of youth together with you. A radiant smile appeared on Xiao Li's face, and he clasped his hands tightly together. The same passion, the same foolishness. Xiao Li spoke with unwavering determination. Yes, teacher my Teikai, I will not let you down. I will recover as quickly as possible. My Teikai nodded with delight, then said solemnly, I will wait for you. This is a pact between two men. Watching the two men embracing tightly, Jing Liangjie curled his lips. At that moment the system's voice echoed in Jing Liangjie's mind. Xiao Li has obtained the Scion bloodline. Congratulations to the host for the Scion bloodline refinement. Xiao Li has obtained the Kamehameha. Congratulations to the host for mastering the complete Kamehameha. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 400 system energy points. Indeed, the system might be late, but it never fails to show up. Jing Liangjie's face was full of delight. What Xiao Li had comprehended from the comic book indeed helped Jing Liangjie. Not to mention that the refinement of the Scion bloodline was a significant boon. The mere fact that the Kamehameha, when fully mastered, could shatter the moon with a single blast. However, due to the difference in worlds, Qi seemed less powerful in the ninja world, and even the Scions were weakened to a certain extent. But destroying a mountain was still within reach. Given Jing Liangjie's strength, he could easily obliterate several large mountains with a full power strike. Seeing the two men embracing endlessly, Jing Liangjie cleared his throat lightly and spoke. I say you two are going too far. This is a hospital after all. By the way, let's first have someone examine Xiao Li's injuries. Maidakai's heart stirred and the expression on his face shifted. He slapped his head and said, right, why didn't I think of that? Let's have a medical ninja examine Xiao Li's injuries first. Soon Maitakai summoned a medical ninja. After a series of tests and instrumental measurements, the medical ninja arrived at a startling conclusion. Xiao Li, who had suffered comminuted fractures and was deemed incapable of further combat, now had his bones healing at an astonishing. Moreover, Xiao Li's physical strength had actually increased. Given that he had been bedridden in the hospital for so long, the fact that his muscles had not atrophied was already a testament to excellent care, let alone the ability to walk freely. But now, disregarding the wounds, Xiao Li was no different from a normal taijutsu specialist, and that was the most terrifying. Witnessing the medical ninja's astonishment, Maitakai felt relieved. At least Xiao Li's injuries were healing, though not yet fully recovered. The speed was already remarkable. With that thought, Maitakai turned his gaze to Jing Liangjie and said earnestly, Lord Liangjie, this time it's all thanks to you. Without you, I might not have known how to help Xiao Li. Ever since his injury, Xiao Li had been in low spirits. Though his heart burned with unyielding desire, his body had become. Now with Jing Liangjie's assistance, Xiao Li had recovered and his mindset had improved immensely. Once he fully healed, he could resume training and once again shed the sweat of youth together. Watching the increasingly sentimental exchange between Maitakai and Xiao Li, Jing Liangjie chuckled softly, then made an excuse to leave the hospital. Stepping out of the hospital and basking in the bright sunlight, Jing Liangjie let out a deep sigh. Good thing I got out of there. Those two master and student are getting more and more mushy. With his shadow clone handling affairs at the Hokage building, Jing Liangjie could leisurely stroll through the entire Huiying village, a rare luxury he seldom enjoyed. Either time was too tight to spare, or he needed to dedicate countless hours to drawing to become stronger. He never had the chance to wander around my village like this. Noticing that Maitakai and Xiao Li were becoming increasingly affectionate, Jing Liangjie felt that an outsider like him had no place to intervene. Staying would only hinder them, so why remain in the hospital? Jing Liangjie wandered aimlessly, his mind now set on a plan. He felt that the matter concerning Tuanzong needed to be dealt with more swiftly. Otherwise, he would never know when he might be stabbed in the back. Tuanzang's existence was like a ticking time bomb, a thorn lodged in his throat. It was utterly disconcerting. Though Jing Liangjie appeared to walk at a leisurely pace, his mind was wholly absorbed in the lottery page generated by the system. The rewards currently visible seemed far from satisfactory. Jing Liangjie had been quite expectant, but soon his face darkened. He couldn't help but ask, System, am I supposed to just waiting like this until the next batch of good items comes? That would take far too long. The host can refresh the lottery page by consuming system energy points. Jing Liangjie's expression shifted. So that's the catch. However, the current lottery offerings were far too poor, forcing him to use system energy points to refresh the content. After refreshing 5 times in a row, the lottery content finally satisfied Jing Liangjie. He said calmly, System, start the lottery. As the stirring sound echoed, the golden roulette wheel began to spin. Jing Liangjie, seeing this, felt a headache coming on and quickly said, System, skip all these unnecessary steps and just show me the results. Congratulations, host, you have received thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host, you have received thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host, you have received a pair of ordinary Sharingan. Congratulations, host, you have received a one-time VT Anshin. Congratulations, host, you have received a pair of ordinary Byakugan. Congratulations, host, you have received a space ring. Jing Liangjie closed his eyes slightly, and the ordinary Byakugan immediately fused with his eyes. Similarly, the Sharingan did the same. Although these two types of eyes were somewhat incompatible with each other under the system's assistance, they fused seamlessly with Jing Liangjie. These two vastly different ocular powers merged into one. Even with Jing Liangjie's physical resilience, he felt sharp stinging sensations in his eyes. Slowly opening his eyes, he was startled by his own reflection in the mirror. His clear irises were suffused with a pale purple glow. Within them, 3 rotating tomo could be seen. Looking deeper, there was a ring of gray-white patterns followed by the intricate texture of the mystic eyes of death perception. His eyes appeared peculiar yet extraordinarily complex. Jing Liangjie closed his eyes tightly again. When he opened them, they were a light sky blue devoid of any previous anomalies. Jing Liangjie breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the eyes could be controlled, otherwise anyone could see through his secrets at a glance. Even if they couldn't discern his exact capabilities, they would sense something unusual about his eyes. After all, in the ninja world, flashy eyes meant flashy abilities. Jing Liangjie slowly withdrew from his mental space. A plain-looking ring appeared on his hand. Not bad, having a space ring to store things will make life much more convenient. Just then Jing Liangjia turned his head and noticed far in the distance 2 root operatives wearing animal masks were in his previous state he would never have detected these stalkers. They were highly cautious and kept a great distance while following him. But now with his fused abilities Jing Liangjia had spotted them. A meaningful smile spread across his face. Perfect timing, I'll take care of Tuanzong while I'm at it. After murmuring softly Jing Liangjia stomped the ground. He vanished. The 2 root ninja trailing him were stunned. They exchanged glances and the one with a dog-faced mask asked, "Did you see where he went?" The dog-faced ninja looked puzzled. "No idea. How did he disappear right before our eyes?" Both had been tracking him diligently yet they had seen nothing and lost sight of Jing Liangjia completely. They had no idea how to explain this upon returning. Just then a faint voice sounded behind them. Both of their eyes were filled with profound astonishment. Exchanging a glance they turned to look behind them just as that faint unhurried voice drifted over. "Are you two looking for me?" Jing Liangjia stood with his arms crossed, his eyes slightly narrowed as he regarded the 2 root ninjas wearing masks. The ninjas with the dog mask and the monkey mask both started in alarm. How had he spotted them? And his speed was incredible. He had reached them in an instant. But they knew better than to panic at a time like this. After all, as root ninjas they understood the importance of keeping their They both bowed slightly. The dog-masked ninja stepped forward and said softly, "May I ask what business the Hokage has with us?" Jing Liangji's face broke into a warm smile, yet that very smile sent a chill through both of them. "Why play dumb? Since you dared to spy on me, you must be ready to face the consequences." The monkey-masked ninja gave a slight shudder, then forced himself to speak calmly. "The Hokage must be joking. We would never dare to spy on you, we were merely passing by." Jing Liangjia tapped his chin and said unhurriedly, "In that case, take off your masks. I want to see who you really are." Both ninjas took a step back. As root operatives, they were always required to conceal their identities. At the critical moment, the dog-asked ninja stepped forward to speak. "Hokage, please do not force the issue. We belong to Root, the very foundation of Konoha. Our identities must remain hidden." But as those words left his mouth, the smile on Jing Liangji's face only deepened. "Oh, Root. So that old fellow Danzo sent you to tail me. In that case, let's settle this with action." Jing Liangjia vanished once more, leaving only a deep crater in the ground with cracks spreading like a spider's web across the surrounding earth. The 2 masked ninjas were startled, but they reacted instantly, evading. "Watch out. Behind you," cried the dog-masked ninja, a kunai in his hand, his voice urgent. He appeared to be a sensory-type ninja. No wonder they had managed to tail Jing Liangjia from such a distance. Jing Liangjia materialized slowly, his smile undiminished. "Not bad. But I won't go easy on you from now on." Jing Liangjia threw a fierce punch at one of the root ninjas. The sheer physical force of the blow with nothing but raw power behind it made the ninja's pupils contract. How is this possible? This is just taijutsu, pure physical strength. According to the intelligence they had gathered, although they knew Jing Liangjia was skilled in taijutsu, no one had expected it to be so absurdly powerful. Under his monkey mask, the ninja's face was a mask of disbelief. How can such terrifying taijutsu exist? Is he some kind of monster? Their conversation made it clear that these 2 root ninjas held no respect for Jing Liangjia. Although Jing Liangjia was only acting Hokage, he still bore the title. In the village, people looked at him with reverence. But these 2 ninjas treated him with contempt, no doubt deeply brainwashed by Danzo. Such people were enemies, not allies. Jing Liangji's fist slammed into the ninja's shoulder and a series of cracking sounds rang out. The ninja's right arm hung limp at an unnatural angle. In the blink of an eye, one side of the battle had already lost its advantage. At this rate, the outcome was only a matter of time. The dog-masked ninja stared intently at Jing Liangjia, trying to predict his next move. Just then a surge of golden energy erupted from Jing Liangji's body, and his speed skyrocketed once more. The distance between them shrank rapidly. The monkey-masked ninja wanted to resist, but his speed was nothing compared to Jing Liangji's. He was sent flying backward before he could even react. A mouthful of blood splattered on the ground. The monkey-masked ninja struggled to support himself, his eyes fixed on Jing Liangjia with a glare of A ninja's primary means of combat is to perform hand seals to release ninjutsu, though some techniques can be executed with one hand or even without seals. Clearly neither of these 2 qualified. For instance, the monkey-masked ninja had lost most of his combat capability once his right arm was broken. Jing Liangjia stood still and let out a scoff. Honestly, ninjas are basically mages. Why do they love getting into close combat? In comparison, taijutsu specialists were more like true ninjas. Their bodies were generally far tougher than ordinary ninjas, and most taijutsu required no hand seals. Ordinary ninjas, on the other hand, neglected their own stealth and insisted on fighting openly. They were nothing but The monkey-masked ninja was already incapacitated. Jing Liangjie turned his gaze to the dog-masked ninja. Now it's just you. The dog-masked ninja's face was a mask of panic, his pupils dilated to the limit. Just then Jing Liangjie moved. As a sensory-type ninja, his combat ability was understandably low. But Jing Liangjie's next action caught the dog-masked ninja completely off guard. Sharingan activate. 3 tomo spun within his eyes. The dog-masked ninja's mouth fell open in shock. How is that possible? How do you have the Sharingan? In the memory of Konoha's people, that clan had been wiped out completely. Aside from a young boy who hadn't yet grown up and a notorious rogue ninja, there should be no other Sharingan users. Yet here it was right in front of them. I told you I won't hold back now. Jing Liangjie stared at the dog-masked ninja, his voice cold. The dog-masked ninja shook his head frantically. Could it be that you're also a member of the Uchiha clan? Jing Liangjie did not answer the question. The 3 tomo continued to spin in his eyes, gradually seizing control. The eyes of the dog-masked and monkey-masked ninjas grew dull and vacant. Jing Liangjie walked slowly up to them. Mission complete. Now return to route. The 2 bowed respectfully and replied in unison, yes, Danzo-sama. In just a few seconds, Jing Liangjie had taken control of them with the Sharingan's Genjutsu. Now the 2 ninjas ran ahead while Jing Liangjie followed leisurely behind them. As the Hokage building grew distant, a smile spread across Jing Liangjie's face. I'm quite looking forward to seeing Konoha's route. Let's see what they're made of. Wait for me, Danzo. I'm coming. The 3 tomo Sharingan possessed formidable control abilities. The illusion it conjured had already made the 2 ninjas perceive Jing Liangjie as Tuanzong. They led him forward, moving farther and farther away from the Hokage building. As an interim acting Hokage, Jing Liangjie had no idea where the route led by Tuanzong was located. Having previously become Tsunade's disciple, he lived a reclusive life, diligently focusing on his painting. Due to his lack of strength, Jing Liangjie had never crossed paths with Tuanzong. Who would have thought that he would now become the actor? His power had skyrocketed all of a sudden. Inevitably, he would clash with Tuanzong. Considering that Jing Liangjie had already killed Tuanzong once before, the enmity between them had been formally sealed. The 2 ninjas picked up speed, increasing the distance between them and the Hokage building. They stopped at an entrance. This turned out to be an underground facility, literally underground. So route was built beneath Konoha, and no wonder it was called the Route of Konoha. Not long after entering, they encountered 2 guards. The masked ninjas showing no surprise at the intruders. But when they saw Jing Liangjie, the 2 guards immediately became agitated. Acting Hokage-sama, this is the route, one of them shouted. Jing Liangjie merely nodded lightly, a carefree smile still on his face. Of course I know. But as the acting Hokage, why can't I enter? After all, the Hokage is the highest authority in the entire village. From any perspective, the Hokage has the right to enter. The 2 guards' expressions flickered with uncertainty. The situation left them at a loss. The masked ninja with a dog-face mask spoke coldly. What's the matter? If Lord Tuanzong finds out, can you bear the consequences? In their eyes, Jing Liangjie following behind was Tuanzong himself. The 2 guards misinterpreted the dog-face ninja's words, thinking that Tuanzong had invited Jing Liangjie here. Thus they dared not obstruct and let him through. This serendipitous misunderstanding allowed Jing Liangjie to enter with ease. The underground structure was reasonably well built. As they ventured deeper, the space expanded. Above their heads lay the residence of the Shimura clan. Jing Liangjie strolled along unhurriedly, showing no sign of entering enemy territory. Rather, he seemed like a tourist. He proceeded leisurely into the depths. Meanwhile, a sensory-type ninja suddenly appeared beside Tuanzong. He spoke respectfully. Lord Tuanzong, I have detected a chakra entering the route. This chakra is extremely unfamiliar, seemingly different from ordinary chakra. Jing Liangjie's body no longer contained chakra, it had all been converted into true qi. The sensory ninja had sensed the true qi, thus detecting Jing Liangjie's arrival. Tuanzong raised an eyebrow. Is that so? It seems we have a guest in the route. A sinister smile crept across Tuanzong's face. With one eye covered, his expression appeared even more menacing. Tuanzong slowly rose and stepped out of the room. He seemed eager to meet this uninvited guest. As the distance closed, Tuanzong also detected the unfamiliar aura. The sensed energy was unlike his own. In fact, it bore little resemblance to chakra at all. Tuanzong frowned, staring into the distance with surprise. Who could it be? This aura is so unfamiliar. He couldn't imagine who would come to the route. Every ninja's chakra carried distinct characteristics, which sensory ninjas could usually recognize. But now even Tuanzong himself couldn't figure out who possessed this strange. Footsteps echoed on a flat stone platform, loud enough for Tuanzong to hear clearly from afar. Someone had Tuanzong had never relaxed the training of the route, deliberately cultivating their stealth and concealment abilities. Thus root members generally appeared grim, and due to the curse seal were essentially puppets of Tuanzong. These root ninjas also seemed more wooden than ordinary shinobi. A person making such noise and speaking aloud could not be a root ninja. That left only one possibility: the guest had arrived. Good. Very good. Truly a hero from a young age. In the darkness, Tuanzong clapped his hands and said coldly. He gradually emerged from the shadows, half his body hidden in darkness, revealing the half of his face not wrapped in bandages. I never expected the acting Hokage to visit my root. This is quite surprising. The uncovered part of his face showed genuine astonishment. Tuanzong was not lying. How could Tuanzong have imagined that Jingliangjie would come to him at this time? Was it because of the previous But so much time had passed. However, seeing the two ninjas beside Jingliangjie, Tuanzong understood why he had discovered the two tracking ninjas sent out. Both were still alive, but their expressions and attitudes seemed. Tuanzong found it odd. He stood right before the two ninjas, yet they completely ignored him. It seems these two useless fools have been put under a genjutsu by the acting Hokage. Truly worthless. The words were blunt, but Jingliangjie showed no hint of embarrassment. A faint smile played on Jingliangjie's lips. Necessity knows no law. Lord Tuanzong, please don't mind. I had a reason for this expedient measure. Tuanzong's face darkened. But since Jingliangjie had said as much, what could he do? Tuanzong forced a stiff smile and asked with some doubt, then may I ask what the acting Hokage wants with an old man like me? Jingliangjie stared fixedly at Tuanzong. I believe Lord Tuanzong knows why I am here. I never expected Lord Tuanzong to be so kind as to worry about my safety and send two people to provide clothes. His tone was heavy. Yet Tuanzong's face showed not a trace of awkwardness, as if he had not been the one to send the two. Jingliangjie's eyes turned slightly cold. He squinted at Tuanzong, saying nothing. After a long silence, Tuanzong was the first to break it. Tuanzong revealed a stiff smile. I wonder what business the acting Hokage has with me. Let's talk as we walk. It's also a good opportunity for the acting Hokage to see the environment of our route. Jingliangjie neither nodded nor shook his head, merely following Tuanzong as they continued forward, his expression unreadable. The environment was extremely gloomy. Jingliangjie also noticed that the passing ninjas were almost all expressionless, with vacant stares. Yet each root ninja looked at Tuanzong with reverence. However, they showed no reaction toward Jingliangjie. These individuals had been brainwashed by Tuanzong into puppets on strings. Perhaps without Tuanzong's control, these ninjas wouldn't even know what to do. Tuanzong stopped, pointing at the room ahead with a hint of pride. Acting Hokage, please have a look. This is the interrogation. Some ninjas suspected of being spies or traitors to the village are sent here, until they divulge the information they hold. Jingliangjie quietly looked ahead. The room before him was clearly a large prison cell filled with many instruments of torture, and the floor was covered with a thick layer of blood scabs. Jingliangjie's gaze turned cold, wondering how many ninjas had lost their lives here. Tuanzong spoke fine words, but in reality, he likely acted differently. For Tuanzong, this place likely served a purpose more important than interrogation. Only those who opposed or threatened Tuanzong would end up here. As if sensing something amiss, Tuanzong stopped introducing the prison and led Jingliangjie further inside. The deeper they went, the more frequently root ninjas appeared. This should be the core area of root, but Jingliangjie believed there were even more secret places. Tuanzong wouldn't put his base here. Moreover, the experimental sites were not shown at all. He hadn't even seen. These were all Tuanzong's secrets, and he certainly wouldn't reveal them so easily. A slow smile curled at the corner of Jingliangjie's mouth. That Tuanzong is quite something, but unfortunately, he can fool others, not me. Familiar with the plot, Jingliangjie often used an omniscient perspective. Although he didn't know the exact location of root, but Jingliangjie's understanding of Tuanzong was profound. Tuanzong still had a whole arm of Shueluan eyes. Without proper maintenance, Tuanzong's body would suffer. Thus these could only be done in hidden places. There were secret rooms en route. Jingliangjie casually pulled a chair and sat down. His face was already full of impatience. Lord Tuanzong, I seem to have warned you before, but you refused to listen. Now you seem to have escalated your actions. You even sent 2 root ninjas to tail me. Jingliangjie's tone grew colder with each word. Yet the smile on Tuanzong's face did not diminish. Acting Hokage, what are you saying? You must understand, I did this entirely for the sake of the village. The acting Hokage also knows how heavy the burden on your shoulders is. If something goes wrong, the entire village might. I did this completely for the sake of my. Jingliangjie was furious, but now he laughed in anger. That Tuanzong always talked about my. It sounded reasonable. After all, for a village to develop, there must not only be a bright side, but also a dark side. Some things that my high-ranking officials, including Yuan Fei Risen, found difficult to handle. That's where Tuanzong's role came in. However, although Tuanzong had some contributions, there were more stains. The deaths of the previous My 8 colors were all closely connected to Tuanzong. To varying degrees, Tuanzong had a hand in them. In summary, Tuanzong's misdeeds far outweighed his contribution. By now, Jing Liangji's patience was nearly exhausted. His face was cold and his eyes were fixed on Tuan. I warned you before, but it seems you didn't care. Do you want to die again? Tuanzong's pupils contracted. Tuanzong was greatly alarmed. How do you know? He had thought his actions were flawless, as he could explain his abilities through some secret techniques. But Jing Liangjie accurately stated that he had already died once. Jing Liangjie definitely knew something. Otherwise, he wouldn't say that. Jing Liangjie took a step forward, saying coldly, if you don't want others to know, don't do it. I wonder how many eyes you have left. Tuanzong slowly raised his hand, his body trembling. His whole state was extremely poor. How do you know about? Who told you? Was it Dashwan? Some things had been buried deep in Tuanzong's heart, unknown even to Yuan Fei Risen. The Xueluan eyes on his body were one of those big secrets. These were his trump cards for survival. How could Tuanzong easily reveal them? Jing Liangjie shook his head, a gentle smile on his face. Stop guessing. No one told me. I've already said if you don't want others to know, don't do it. I'll see just how formidable you are. Tuanzong, however, remained composed, slowly unwinding the bandages on his arm. One after another, crimson eyes emerged from the bandages. I originally intended to spar with you a bit. But it seems we must settle things today. You are too arrogant daring to come here. You should know this is root, my territory. Tuanzong sneered at Jing Liangjie, looking around. The surrounding root ninjas slowly closed in. They seemed unwilling to let this matter end peacefully. Moreover, these root ninjas radiated deep hostility toward Jing Liangjie. Jing Liangjie slowly extended both hands, a mocking smile on his face as he flexed his fingers. Oh, is that so? Then I really must witness Lord Tuanzong's skills. Tuanzong waved his hand and several ninjas charged forward. They formed hand seals in perfect unison. A massive fireball erupted from their mouths and a torrent of flames surged toward Jing Liangjie. Just the sight of it was formidable. Yet in an instant, a violent explosion resounded in the arena. The ground cracked open as if a primordial beast had stomped there. At that moment, Jing Liangjie struck out boldly. These individuals were clearly well-trained, employing combined ninjutsu that produced a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Yet now, before absolute power, even aiming became a challenge for them. Jing Liangjie vanished from sight. Since he didn't use chakra, even the sensory ninjas could not perceive where he had gone. Jing Liangjie relied solely on his physical strength. After several enhancements, his bodily power had transcended the comprehension of these ninjas. At that moment, a frigid voice echoed from behind the ninjas. Are you looking for me? Intense agony erupted through their bodies. The searing pain caused several ninjas to spit blood and collapse to the ground, barely clinging to life. Jing Liangjie had tasted bloodshed before, even after becoming a ninja. After all, this ninja world was never peaceful. A ninja who had never witnessed bloodshed was merely a flower in a greenhouse, unable to withstand storms. These men had been thoroughly brainwashed by Danzo. Leaving them alive would only breed future threats. Soon the fallen ninjas ceased all movement. Danzo stared blankly at the spot where the ninjas had fallen. Their chests no longer rose and all vital signs. In a single exchange, Jing Liangjie had neutralized the combined attack squad of several Chunin. A deep wariness crept into Danzo's gaze. I never expected your strength to be so formidable. You've been hiding yourself all along. I truly underestimated you, but Tsunade couldn't have taught you this. Danzo knew Tsunade well. He had watched her grow up, you could say. Though Tsunade possessed considerable skill and formidable power, she was far from reaching this level. Other ninjas might not see it, but Danzo with his Sharingan saw clearly. At the instant the combined squad launched their attack, Jing Liangjie used pure physical force to vanish from his spot. He simply relied on sheer physical power and blinding speed to dash behind the squad, then dealt a single punch to each. Just one punch was enough to end their lives. Such taijutsu prowess was no ordinary feat. A faint smile played on Jing Liangjie's lips, and he remained silent, pressing an invisible weight upon Danzo. Only Jing Liangjie knew that he hadn't been hiding his abilities before. Back then he was too absorbed in drawing, never noticing the hidden potential of these manga books. At that time Jing Liangjie's strength was modest, barely that of a Chunin. But now his power had soared straight up. He could hold his own against veteran cage-level experts like Danzo. Danzo raised a hand and spoke softly, sealing. A group of ninjas in special attire appeared beside Danzo, their hands forming identical hand seals. A purple sealing formation was set in place. Then chains materialized out of thin air, snaking toward Jing Liangjie to bind him. Jing Liangjie fixed his eyes on Danzo, a grin spreading across his face. If I'm not mistaken, this is a technique of the Uzumaki clan. It seems you've taken it for your own use. A cold smile crept onto Danzo's face. Indeed, the sealing jutsu was extracted from the Uzumaki clan's techniques. But so what? The losers are nothing but dust beneath the wheels of history. At this moment, Danzo indirectly admitted that he had played a role in the Uzumaki clan's extermination. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen might have been complicit. Neither of the old men was a good person. The only difference was that Hiruzen had already descended to the underworld, leaving Danzo alone adrift in this world. The chains slowly crept over Jing Liangji's body, soon completely enveloping him. Worse still, they continued to tighten relentlessly. When the sealing range shrank further and all the chains locked firmly, Jing Liangjie would be fully restrained. But clearly Jing Liangjie had no intention of giving Danzo that chance. A faint aura began to emanate from his body. Suddenly it slammed against the surrounding purple barrier. The barrier rippled and seemed unstable, but it ultimately held against Jing Liangjie's attack. Danzo laughed scornfully, sneering, "How naive. This is a sealing squad composed of jonin. There's no way you can break the seal." Danzo's face brimmed with smug satisfaction, as if he already envisioned Jing Liangjie sealed and defeated. Yet Jing Liangjie still wore an unruffled smile. A sudden chill struck Danzo's heart. Could he still have a way to counter the seal? Even I would have to pay a price to break the seal. How could he possibly do it? Danzo's composure returned. It was precisely because he was certain Jing Liangjie couldn't break the seal that he could view the situation so calmly. Splash! Splash! The sudden sound made Danzo frown. What was that noise? It sounded like a lake. Although Route was based underground, the drainage system was always well maintained. The nearest lake was far away, so how could the sound of flowing water reach here? At first faint, the sound grew louder and louder. It became so loud that every ninja present could hear it clearly. Then behind Jing Liangjie, a vast golden lake appeared. The lake's waters undulated rhythmically, enveloping everyone in this strange phenomenon. Danzo had never seen it, but he sensed something ominous. His eyes fixed on Jing Liangjie, he ordered anxiously, "Increase the pressure. Don't stop." Fear began to stir in Danzo's heart. What was going on with this guy? It was as if a sleeping beast was slowly awake. Danzo didn't know this was merely the tangible manifestation of Jing Liangjie's own power. Yet even so, pressure radiated from Jing Liangjie's body, surging overwhelmingly toward Danzo. Crushed under such immense pressure, Danzo was rendered speechless, staring blankly at the scene before him. The sealing barrier was torn open with a massive gap. In an instant, Jing Liangjie appeared before Danzo. Danzo looked at him with astonishment. How can he move? But the words had barely left his lips when a wound appeared on Danzo's body. He lowered his head, slowly staring at the gash on his chest, disbelief written all over his face. Tuanzang's face twisted in agony as he stared at his chest in disbelief. A massive wound gaped there, blood gushing out unceasingly. He hadn't expected such devastation in the blink of an eye. Jing Liangjie's assault had been devastating. Hastily staunching the bleeding, Tuanzang's gaze toward Jing Liangjie grew increasingly cold and dangerous. "All of you attack." Masked ninjas surged forward against Jing Liangjie. Since the seal was now useless, they might as well overwhelm him with numbers. A faint smile curled on Jing Liangjie's lips as he watched the masked ninjas charge. "Perfect, I'll crush you all at once." A wisp of pale white flame materialized in his hand, swelling gradually to the size of a basketball. With a sudden thrust, he hurled the fireball forward. Under Jing Liangjie's control, the massive fireball split into dozens of smaller ones, each identical in size, landing on the advancing ninjas with impartial fury. The moment the fireballs touched their targets, they began to smolder slowly. Tuanzang stared in astonishment. Thanks to the medical ninja's efforts, the wound on his chest had stopped bleeding, but no one had anticipated Jing Liangjie's lightning speed. One crisis barely resolved, another erupted. No sooner had Tuanzang dealt with the chest wound than a new fireball appeared. Though uncertain of the exact nature of the flames, Tuanzang sensed a hint of peril emanating from them. Whatever the fireball was, evading it was the wisest course. Unfortunately, the other ninjas were not so fortunate. They too wished to dodge, but obedient to Tuanzang's orders, they held their ground. They revered him as a god, becoming mere puppets of that deity. Unquestioningly, they obeyed every word from Tuanzang. This indoctrination had many drawbacks, yet it forged the ninjas into a formidable force under his command. But now the flaw magnified infinitely. Though they sensed the fireball's abnormality under Tuanzang's orders, they could only grit their teeth and attack. The flames landed on the bodies and spread instantly. Blazing infernos consumed the ninjas one after another, becoming human torches. Tuanzang gasped in horror. He had managed to block the fireball aimed at him, but the others were engulfed. Some, the moment the flames enveloped them, lost their bodily functions and collapsed, their fate unknown. Staring at the fallen ninjas, Tuanzang drew a deep breath and exclaimed in shock, "How many tricks have you hidden, you bastard? To Tuanzong, Jing Lianjie seemed to possess an arsenal of concealed techniques, each more insidious than the last. Yet he didn't realize that these were merely Jing Lianjie's ordinary moves, not secret skills at all. He simply hadn't used them against Tuanzong before. Now Jing Lianjie vanished once more. When he reappeared, his hand was clamped tightly around Tuanzang's throat. Under the crushing weight of his own body, Tuanzang's face quickly turned purple. He tried to breathe, but Jing Lianjie's grip obstructed that basic human function. Soon symptoms of asphyxiation set in. Yet even then Tuanzong gritted his teeth and spat, "Making me submit to you. Dream on." If Hiruzen Sarutobi was a successful politician, then Tuanzong was an overbearing warlord. His goal was clear, but on the path to it, he cared not what means he employed. As long as he achieved his objective, he would charge ahead relentlessly. Jing Lianjie fixed his eyes on Tuanzong, a sneer curving his lips. What's the matter? The invincible Lord Tuanzong finds himself in such despair. With his throat seized, Tuanzong thrashed wildly on the ground. Suddenly he roared, "Wind release, great breakthrough." A massive projectile composed of wind elements took shape from his mouth and shot directly toward Jing Lianjie's head. No one had expected Tuanzong to have such a move in reserve. With his throat gripped, he was now extremely close to Jing Lianjie. A ferocious grin spread across Tuanzang's face as he snarled, "This is the price of opposing me." But at that very moment he realized he was gravely mistaken. When the ninjutsu dissipated, Jing Lianjie stood completely unharmed, stunning Tuanzong. "Impossible. How can you have no wounds? This isn't real. I don't believe it." Jing Lianjie had taken the wind release great breakthrough hidden with his skull, yet not even a scratch marred his face. Suddenly Tuanzong felt the hand gripping his throat tighten. A sharp crack. The sound of his neck snapping. In his final moment, Tuanzong stared at Jing Lianjie in disbelief. He hadn't expected Jing Lianjie to actually kill him without any regard for his status in Konoha. No matter how one looked at it, Jing Lianjie murdering Tuanzong would be indefensible to outsiders. This was why Tuanzong had always acted with such audacity. Tuanzong couldn't believe Jing Lianjie would truly strike him down. Only now did he realize that in Jing Lianjie's eyes, he was not that important. Thus Jing Lianjie acted even more recklessly. Tuanzong collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of life. Some of the surrounding ninjas still alive had witnessed Tuanzang's death. Jing Lianjie crossed his arms, his cold eyes fixed on the corpse. Under their incredulous gazes, Jing Lianjie said icily, "Since you don't learn, I'll make you die again. Now, let's see how many lives you have." He glanced at Tuanzang's pale arm where a crimson eye slowly closed. Just as he suspected, at the last moment Tuanzong had used the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique. Tuanzong rose again from the ground, appearing completely unharmed, as if Jing Lianjie's attack had left no mark. But Jing Lianjie knew that if not for another Sharingan on his arm closing, Tuanzong would have truly died. Like a phantom, Jing Lianjie appeared before Tuanzong again. Tuanzong tried to resist, but Jing Lianjie's fist slammed into his chest. The sound of cracking ribs echoed. The force sent Tuanzong flying backward. Seizing the momentum, he turned and fled. He abandoned the surrounding ninjas without a second thought. Many root operatives still remained, but Tuanzong had already— Jing Lianjie stood still, making no move, to pursue, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Danzo had already fled by now. Regardless of the ensuing complications, he no longer posed a threat to Jing Lianjie. The immediate task was to clean up the mess left by the root. Jing Lianjie stood still, pondering. Tsunade would likely be astonished upon her return, for even she had found Danzo a troublesome figure to handle. Jing Lianjie immediately returned to the Hokage building and summoned the Umbu. Unlike the root, the Umbu was an organization directly under the Hokage's command. Their methods were also more transparent than those of the root. More importantly, though these ninjas followed the Hokage's orders, they possessed independent thinking and their own convictions. They were utterly different from the brutal organization led by Danzo. Jing Lianjie narrowed his eyes as he addressed the assembled crowd. Danzo attempted to assassinate me and seize the position of Hokage. I will notify the other nations. Danzo is now in rank rogue ninja of Hidden Fire Village. Take over the root immediately. The faces of the assembled shifted, clearly shocked by Jing Lianjie's words. Those present were all Umbu, better informed than ordinary ninjas. Even so, the news still struck them with awe. Danzo had defected from the village. He had already fled, leaving only small fry to deal with easily. Jing Lianjie paid them little mind. He had been capable of pursuing Danzo earlier, but chose not to. He had other plans. As expected, upon returning home, he found Sasuke waiting. Jing Lianjie reached out and ruffled Sasuke's hair again. Sasuke tried to resist, but to no avail. Watching the boy absorbed in his manga, Jing Lianjie sat down across from him. "Sasuke, why are you so determined to become strong?" At these words, a deep-seated hatred flashed in Sasuke's heart. His eyes turned cold and resolute. Lord Liangjie, thank you for giving me the chance to become stronger. With this power, I will be able to kill that man. Seeing the hatred in Sasuke's face, Jing Liangjie sighed. There are things I didn't want to tell you yet, but your behavior worries me. Sasuke frowned in confusion. Lord Liangjie, what is it? Jing Liangjie chuckled softly. You don't need to be so formal and private. I'm older than you, just call me Liangjie. A warm smile graced Jing Liangjie's face as he gazed intently at Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes flickered and something stirred within him. He opened his mouth and after a long pause finally managed to utter Liangjie. Jing Liangjie's face relaxed into a gentle smile. This was a good sign. It meant Sasuke was opening his heart. Jing Liangjie sighed and began, I'm sorry for what you witnessed back then, Sasuke, but perhaps things are not exactly as you saw them. Sasuke's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with hatred for Uchiha. Impossible. That man did it, I saw it with my own eyes. Jing Liangjie shook his head. All I can tell you is that it's not as simple as you think. Your enemy is not Uchiha Itachi. Your enemy is named Shimura Danzo. Sasuke started, his head snapping up. Liangjie, you mean the Danzo who defected? Jing Liangjie nodded. I let him escape on purpose, but it's for your own good. A flower that never faces storms cannot survive on its own. If you want to know the true mastermind behind your clan's massacre, you must become strong. Then go find Danzo. Sasuke sat there stunned. The turn of events was beyond his expectations. He had never imagined that something as clear-cut as his clan's annihilation could harbor so many secrets. Regardless, the priority now was to become powerful. Only through strength could he gain the ability to seek the truth. With that thought, Sasuke's gaze hardened. Only by becoming strong could he accomplish his goals and take revenge. A smile played on Jing Liangjie's lips. This was precisely why he hadn't pursued Danzo immediately. Danzo was a gift he had left for Sasuke. Perhaps only Danzo could bridge the rift between the two brothers. On the surface, Uchiha Itachi was a rogue ninja, but in truth he was a spy sent by the Leaf. Of course, only the deceased Sarutobi Hiruzen had known this. Jing Liangjie knew it all because he possessed an omniscient perspective and was familiar with the story. Sasuke, sitting nearby, slowly put down his manga. Liangjie, I want to fuse another strange fire now. Jing Liangjie was startled. You can't rush such things. One misstep could lead to disaster. Sasuke. By now Sasuke's cultivation system had completely shifted from ninja to do practitioner. The do-chi within him had fully replaced the chakra. Thus Sasuke's physical condition was steadily improving. Sasuke fixed his eyes on Jing Liangjie and said solemnly, Liangjie, I wouldn't gamble with my own body. I believe I can now withstand two strange fires. Looking at Sasuke's confident and earnest expression, Jing Liangjie finally nodded in agreement. Alright then. Let's go outside. While you fuse the strange fire, I'll watch over you. If anything goes wrong, I'll stop you immediately. Sasuke's eyes shimmered, a hint of warmth creeping into them. Thank you, Liangjie. If Kakashi had witnessed the scene, he would have been astonished. For after that incident, Sasuke had become withdrawn and deep inside he harbored an intense pride. Apart from Naruto and Sakura, he seemed to have no real friends. He was essentially an arrogant, troubled youth. Yet now the bond between Jing Liangjie and Sasuke resembled that of true brothers. This would seem impossible in the eyes of others. The two walked out, manga in hand. Sasuke sat cross-legged on the ground, calming his nerves. He opened his eyes slightly. Jing Liangjie smiled and said softly, Don't worry, I'm here with you. Sasuke then picked up his manga. In truth, Sasuke had already reached the threshold earlier, but his physical condition had held him back from fusing another strange fire. Now the time was right. Sasuke sat cross-legged, palms facing the sky. Pale flames began to burn over his body. Clearly the second strange fire was about to emerge. Zuozu's display suggests that he has comprehended another type of strange flame. His body has now reached the threshold of endurance, allowing direct fusion. Soon another flame appeared on Zuozu's body. A shimmering green flame emerged beside him. However, from this perspective it still seemed somewhat illusory. This flame remained somewhat ethereal, like a fire without a root. Jing Liangjie recognized it at a glance. This was the Green Lotus Core Flame. Compared to other strange flames, the Green Lotus Core Flame was much gentler, making it a suitable choice as the second flame for fusion. Now Zuozu's task was to fully manifest the Green Lotus Core Flame and then fuse it. Jing Liangjie stepped back again to avoid disturbing Zuozu. Looking closely, the Green Lotus Core Flame had already emerged for the most part, and it was nearly solid, a stark contrast to its earlier illusory appearance. This was the most critical step. Success depended on this moment. Jing Liangjie also gathered the power within his body, ready to intervene immediately if anything went wrong. Fortunately, Zuozu's expression remained calm, as if nothing was amiss. The Green Lotus Core Flame's intensity grew stronger. It gradually contended with the Bone Spirit Cold Flame. The flame pulsed, seemingly rising and falling with Zuozu's breath. It was believed that before long the green lotus core flame would be fused into his body. Jing Liangjie quietly observed the surroundings. The situation was still stable. With patience and time it would surely improve. After about half an hour, Zuozhu opened his eyes filled with intense joy. If one were to truly describe it. At this moment Zuozhu could easily defeat several of his former selves. The burn scripture was a low-level technique, yet it was very special. The process of fusing strange flames also elevated the burn scripture's rank. If enough flames were fused, the burn scripture could ascend to an inconceivable level. Zuozhu slowly extended his hands. 2 small flames appeared in his hands. On the left was the pale bone spirit cold flame. Even from a distance one could feel its bow-piercing chill. On the right was the pale green lotus core flame, which was gentler compared to the bone spirit cold flame. The 2 flames were different yet perfectly coexisted within Zuozu's body. However, Zuozu's control still needed improvement. If he truly tried to merge the 2 flames, he likely could not manage, let alone unleashing a technique like the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Nevertheless, Zuozu's strength had risen by a major stage. Zuozhu stood up, his eyes fixed on Jing Liangjie, and said excitedly, "Brother Liangjie, I finally have 2 strange." "Congratulations, Zuozhu. You now have fundamental power," Jing Liangjie said with a gentle smile. The joy in Zuozu's eyes was genuine. At that moment, a mechanical voice of the system echoed in Jing Liangjie's mind. Zuozhu has obtained the Green Lotus Core Flame. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Green Lotus Core Flame. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 system energy points. Feeling his own strength increase again, Jing Liangjie became even more delighted. Growl. 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 Zuozhu looked at his stomach, somewhat embarrassed. Jing Liangjie laughed and said, "No need to be shy, it's only natural. I'm hungry too. Let me treat you to something." Before Zuozhu could refuse, Jing Liangjie led him to the street. He had initially planned to go to a ramen shop, but on second thought there were several famous barbecue restaurants in Konoha. Just then Jing Liangjie spotted an acquaintance in the barbecue restaurant. Chu Tian smiled sweetly at Jing Liangjie and said softly, "Lord Liangjie." Jing Liangjie led Zuozhu inside. Shi Rihong glanced at him with slight surprise and greeted respectfully, "Acting Hokage-sama, would you like to join us?" Beside Shi Rihong sat 2 youths, Chuanjingya and Yuanvi Jinai. It seemed this was a gathering of Team 8. Jing Liangjie glanced at Zuozhu, who appeared aloof, and the decision ultimately depended on him. Unexpectedly Zuozhu nodded, appearing indifferent. Jing Liangjie smiled warmly and sat down with Team 8. "Boss, more barbecue and a bottle of sake." Shi Rihong sat beside Jing Liangjie and asked with a smile, "Acting Hokage-sama, we rarely see you around. You're not as stern as the rumors say." Jing Liangjie chuckled lightly. The matter of Danzo had spread. The ninjas in the village all knew of his reputation. It probably wasn't a good reputation, and he wondered if Tsunade, who was away, would know. Jing Liangjie waved his hand lightly. "As Teacher Hong said, those are just rumors. Since this is a private occasion, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Liangjie." Chuanjingya and Yuanvi Jinai were a bit restrained at first, but soon loosened up. The barbecue at this restaurant was delicious. The meat was rich but not greasy, fragrant but not dry. The sake, however, was a bit too mild. The others occasionally exchanged a few words. Their relationship quietly drew closer. But Shi Rihong's expression suddenly turned serious. Shi Rihong leaned slightly, her eyes fixed on Jing Liangjie. After a long silence, she asked seriously, "Lord Liangjie, there is something I am very puzzled about and must ask." Jing Liangjie turned and nodded, slightly giving her a signal to continue. Shi Rihong took another sip of sake before speaking. "Lord Liangjie, what exactly happened to Chu Tian?" It was clear that Kyushin's recent performance had impressed Shi Rihong. If it were normal progress, Shi Rihong wouldn't find it strange, but Kyushin's transformation was too drastic. Even her eyes had changed. How could Shi Rihong not be astonished? In this situation, Jing Liangjie naturally couldn't pretend to be ignorant. Kyushin's change was too great, and the main reason was that she had acquired the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. This had caused her eyes to change as well. Now Kyushin's abilities were outstanding in every aspect. Shi Rihong had noticed some signs during daily training. After inquiring, she learned that Kyushin's changes were actually due to Jing Liangjie. She had originally planned to find a proper time to ask Jing Liangjie, but unexpectedly encountered him at the barbecue during this gathering. So Shi Rihong simply asked now. Chu Tian glanced at Jing Liangjie apologetically, as if feeling she had failed to keep the secret. However, Jing Liangjie smiled and nodded, not blaming her at all. Hinata was deeply grateful for everything Jing Liangjie had done. After all, her strength had increased considerably, making her a world apart from her former self. Moreover, Hinata had come to realize that since the appearance of that Hanabi, her life and actions had undergone a tremendous transformation. Most notably, she had grown more confident and many things no longer made her fragile. Hinata understood in her heart that this was a positive development, so she had always been pleased with it. However, Shirihong was unaware of all this and often felt that Hinata seemed rather peculiar. Worried, she even suspected that Hinata might have used some forbidden method to suddenly boost her strength. But upon careful inquiry, she learned that it was all thanks to Jing Liangjia, so she now had no choice but to ask him directly. Jing Liangjia stroked his chin, gently rubbing the stubble on it. Since this matter concerns Hinata, I think it would be best if she explains it to you herself. Hinata was startled by his words. Her eyes were fixed intently on Jing Liangjia. He nodded slightly, a gentle smile blooming on his face like a spring breeze. With a cheerful grin, Jing Liangjia picked up a slice of meat and said calmly, "It's all right. This is nothing worth hiding." Hearing this, Hinata felt relieved. Since Jing Liangjia acknowledged that this could be disclosed, she no longer worried as much. Hinata glanced around. There weren't many customers, and both Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino were watching her with keen interest, as was their teacher Shirihong. A blush crept over Hinata's face, but she quickly composed herself. "Actually, I have to thank Lord Liangjia. If not for him, I might never have achieved such strength and opportunity." Shirihong smiled. Her disciple's personality remained the same as before. It was precisely because of this that Shirihong wasn't too anxious. After all, some forbidden techniques could warp a user's character. Hinata's behavior didn't fit that condition. Shirihong picked up a piece of grilled meat, chewed it a few times, and swallowed. Shirihong wore a faint smile and said calmly, "Hinata, just tell us what's going on. Look at Kiba and Shino, they're so curious they can hardly contain themselves." Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino restrained their expressions slightly, but they still couldn't help casting curious glances at Hinata. It truly proved the saying in the ninja world, no ninja didn't long for power. As long as there was even a glimmer of opportunity, a chance to strive for it, everyone would seize it without hesitation. Hinata took a deep breath. "Actually, I received a secret technique passed down by Lord Liangjia. Although my eyes are different now, I can still use the Byakugan. Moreover, the change in my appearance has given me a greater sense of..." Everyone expressed understanding. As a prestigious clan of Konoha, the Byakugan lineage was indeed prominent. Yet at the same time that iconic, I also brought them many dangers. That was why the clan was divided into main and branch families. The caged bird seal on the branch family members' heads not only restrained them, but most importantly protected the eyes. This was to prevent the Byakugan from falling into the hands of outsiders. Now, with Hinata losing that conspicuous mark of the Byakugan, her danger had been reduced. Hearing Hinata's words, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino looked disappointed. So it was a secret technique. Just like the Inuzuka clan's secret arts or the Aburame clan's insect control techniques. These were all secret techniques that were never passed on to outsiders. They assumed that Hinata had been accepted as a disciple by Lord Liangjia and thus received the secret transmission. Shirihong's eyes were filled with relief. She gently patted Hinata's shoulder and said approvingly, "Hinata, since you've become Lord Liangji's disciple, work hard." Hinata shook her head. "Strictly speaking, I'm not yet Lord Liangji's formal disciple. I read a few manga at Lord Liangji's place and my strength soared. That's because Lord Liangjia had infused his own Kekkei Genkai into those manga." Shirihong was stunned. Beside her, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino were also dumbfounded. All three wore expressions of utter disbelief. But soon Shirihong's face stiffened. She forced a wooden smile and said lamely, "I see. So that's how it is. Such a miraculous thing. This grilled meat is quite tasty. Let's eat more." Being an adult, Shirihong thought more deeply. She believed Hinata's explanation was a cover for a secret she couldn't reveal, so Hinata had made up this excuse. Thus Shirihong had no choice but to awkwardly change the subject. Jing Liangjia, sitting nearby, gently set down his chopsticks. "This is not an excuse. Why don't you come to my place and see for yourselves? Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you know whether it's true or not, right?" Since Jing Liangjia himself had spoken, that meant what Hinata said was true. Jing Liangjia was currently the acting Hokage wouldn't lie, would he? And lying about such a matter would be utterly meaningless. At this moment, Shirihong was deeply shaken. If things were really as Jing Liangjia said, then his home must contain something that could make one powerful. Perhaps it really... Though Shirihong was shaken inside, she didn't show it on her face. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Kiba was full of longing. Aburame Shino, on the other hand, kept a cold expression, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Inuzuka Kiba eagerly placed several slices of meat into Jing Liangji's bowl. Jing Liangjia tilted his head slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Inuzuka Kiba, just say what you want directly. No need for this." Kiba's actions were too obvious. Everyone at the table could see his deliberate flattery. Yet, such behavior didn't provoke any resentment. After all, Kiba, much like Naruto, was a hot-blooded simpleton. Kiba scratched the back of his head and said sheepishly, "Lord Liangjie, is what you said true? Can reading manga really make you stronger?" Jing Liangjie shook his head. Kiba's face immediately fell, looking somewhat aggrieved. "But you said earlier that reading manga could make one stronger." Jing Liangjie smiled and explained, "It only provides a path to strength, not instant success." Kiba's eyes blazed with renewed fervor. "I see. Lord Liangjie, can you teach me? I'm going to become Hokage, I need to be really strong." Kiba Inuzuka realized that he had misunderstood earlier. Regardless, Ryōsuke Kyō had a method to make Kiba stronger, and that was enough. Sasuke, standing nearby, was somewhat displeased. His face cold as he stared at Kiba, the Tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly. "Brother Ryōsuke wouldn't bother lying to you," he snarled. Kiba was startled. It was then that he noticed the changes in Sasuke. He seemed more composed than at graduation. Was this still the same arrogant, aloof brat? Wait, what did he just call Master Ryōsuke? It seems Sasuke has grown stronger too. All of this must be Master Ryōsuke Kyo's doing. By now Kiba was beginning to believe. And due to his own nature, his rate of growth was tied to his ninja dog. Kiba abruptly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with intensity as he gazed at Ryōsuke Kyo. He cradled Akamaru, who sat atop his head, and asked anxiously, "Will Akamaru become stronger too?" Ryōsuke Kyo grinned. It was now certain that ninjas who read his manga could grow stronger. But could a dog also become stronger by reading his manga? Ryōsuke Kyo wasn't entirely sure. But this was clearly not the time to complain. He reached out and gently stroked Akamaru's head. "If he has faith in himself, I think it's possible." This way he wouldn't make a wrong judgment, nor would Kiba feel that he was being treated unfairly. In simple terms, it was a non-committal answer. However, Kiba said excitedly, "I believe Akamaru can do it." Ninja dogs were different from ordinary dogs. Take Akamaru, for example. Though he couldn't speak, his intelligence was intact. It seemed Akamaru was an exception. Other ninja dogs and ninja cats could talk. Yet Akamaru remained silent, and only Kiba could understand his barks. But reading a manga shouldn't be a problem for him, and he could grasp the meaning. Who knows, he might even become stronger. Meanwhile, Kurenai Yuhi and Shino Aburame were clearly still in a wait. If Kiba too grew stronger, Ryōsuke Kyo's words would gain credibility. The meal came to an end and Kiba eagerly made an appointment with Ryōsuke Kyo for the next day. After dinner, the two groups exchanged pleasantries and parted ways. Initially, Ryōsuke Kyo had wanted to invite Sasuke to stay at his house. But Sasuke flatly refused. In the end, Sasuke returned to his clan's compound. Ryōsuke Kyo shook his head with a wry smile and went home. Meanwhile, Team 8 did not separate. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Kurenai Yuhi, brimming with enthusiasm, suggested excitedly, "Since Hinata has made such great progress lately, how about we have a test?" Kiba was the first to agree. He was always enthusiastic about such activities. Besides, it was a chance to show off his growing strength, why not? So the group hurried to the training ground. Kurenai Yuhi hung 2 bells from her waist. "The rules are the same as before, take these 2 bells from me." Kiba, brimming with confidence, said, "I want Luz-sensei." "That's not for you to say," Kurenai replied with a meaningful smile. Kiba immediately launched a jutsu, dropping to all 4s. A blue chakra permeated his limbs. His speed surged to its peak in an instant, and he lunged for the bells at Kurenai's waist. But the Kurenai before him turned out to be just a shadow clone. Shino Aburame watched Kiba's back and calmly said, "Behind you." The entire training ground was filled with Shino's insects. Shino naturally acted as the scout. Meanwhile, Hinata had not yet made a move. Instead, Kiba was performing impressively. In the blink of an eye, he executed a jutsu. Akamaru Fang over Fang. Kiba transformed into a drill and spun toward his rear. Kurenai, however, chose to evade at the first opportunity. Seizing the moment, Shino rushed forward, aiming to snatch the bells from her waist. But Kurenai dodged him as well. A smile spread across her face, though she was slightly out of breath. Taijutsu and ninjutsu were not her strong suits. "You two are working well together now, so we'll have to get serious. And Hinata, you should be careful too." Kurenai had been keeping an eye on Hinata, wondering why she hadn't acted yet. But now Kurenai unleashed her genjutsu, enveloping Hinata as well. Kiba immediately grimaced. Kurenai's genjutsu was renowned throughout Konoha. When Kiba came to his senses, all he could see was a pink landscape. Kurenai had vanished. Ahead stood a giant maple tree surrounded by a forest of cherry blossoms. Kiba halted his actions and turned to look at the other two. "What do we do now?" Shino hesitated, then spoke. "The usual method of breaking a genjutsu won't work here, since Kurenai Zensi's genjutsu is extraordinary." Then Shino turned to Hinata. This test had been prompted by her progress. It was precisely because her strength had grown that Kurenai had spontaneously come up with this challenge. Earlier Shino had noticed that Hinata had not made a single move. Could she have a secret weapon? Hinata walked toward Kiba and Shino drawing closer. Shino almost thought he was seeing things. Hinata's pupils grew brighter and brighter. When she stood before them, her eyes blazed like molten gold. A faint pressure radiated from her, spreading outward. Both Shino and Kiba felt it instinctively, lowering their postures. It was obvious. Hinata was nothing like her usual self. Kiba stared at her in astonishment. Her indifferent gaze was like that of a lofty sovereign. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Kiba would never have believed this was the shy, timid Hinata of the past. Hinata looked ahead with an air of dignity and said calmly, "Leave it to me." With that, she gripped the scabbard with one hand and slowly placed the other on the hilt. She assumed a perfect drawing. A unique aura emerged like that of a seasoned warrior. Yet Kiba still doubted that such a stance alone could shatter the entire illusion. But at this critical moment he didn't interrupt. Suddenly a dazzling light erupted like the first rays of dawn breaking through the darkness. The gleam of light was so dazzling. Inuzuka Kiba's limited vocabulary was insufficient to describe that blade's radiance. After pondering for a long while staring at the solemn Hinata, Kiba could only muster a dry utterance, terrifying. If it were an enemy, Kiba felt he would never want to oppose Hinata. That flash of blade seemed to cleave the world in two. The condensed aura appeared on the verge of forming a blade momentum, in a place where samurai were the mainstream. Hinata's skill might have nearly reached the level of a sword master. Aburame Shino stood frozen, speechless in astonishment. Neither of them had expected Hinata to possess such profound swordsmanship. Moreover, the sword technique seemed capable of dispelling illusions. Both watched Hinata with anticipation. Hinata's expression remained as calm as an ancient well. At this moment a thick oppressive aura still emanated from Hinata. Good heavens, if this were to strike a person, one could only imagine how formidable it would be. The entire sky split open, including the ground neatly cleaved in two. Through this rift in the sky the three could clearly see the scene outside. As if cutting through solid matter, the illusion vanished without a trace once the sky was divided. In fact, Yuhi Kurenai stood not far from the three. Kurenai's lips parted slightly, her face filled with astonishment as she gazed at Hyuga Hinata. She seemed unable to believe that her illusion had been broken so easily. Moreover, the aura radiating from Hinata was now overwhelmingly intense. Even Kurenai had to lower her head like a humble subject paying homage to their emperor. Yet this aura came and went swiftly. When Kurenai raised her head again, she found that the oppressive presence around Hinata had vanished completely. This state was Hinata's true self. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Kurenai would never have imagined that Hinata could exhibit such a stark dichotomy. But this event had truly occurred. Kurenai walked over slowly, her face beaming with joy as she said, "It seems you no longer need the assessment." Aburame Shino and Inuzuka Kiba had not improved much, but Hinata's progress was astonishing. Even Kurenai marveled at Hinata's advancement. Most crucially, the methods Hinata employed were not those commonly used by the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan was renowned for its Byakugan and gentle fist. Yet Hinata now wielded a blade. If her face were obscured, Kurenai might have mistaken Hinata for a samurai lineage, because in that instant when the blade was drawn, Hinata's will coalesced into a sword, slashing through the illusion. For those with exceptionally strong willpower, ordinary genjutsu are ineffective. Comparatively, Kurenai believed that, even without this method, Hinata would have found another way to break the illusion she had set. Kurenai clapped her hands and addressed the group. "It's getting late. Everyone should head home and stay safe. Kiba, be sure to mind your manners when you visit tomorrow. Don't be so reckless." Inuzuka Kiba rubbed the back of his head and gave an embarrassed smile. As the three walked away into the distance, a relieved smile appeared on Kurenai's face. Although Shino and Kiba had not improved much, their teamwork was becoming increasingly seamless. Coupled with Hinata's current strength, Team 8 seemed reborn, distinctly different from the fledgling team they had been at the start. Gazing into the distance, Kurenai murmured to herself, could Lord Kyō truly be that formidable? The technique Hinata used was something Kurenai had only heard of. If anyone could truly achieve it, it would be a samurai from the Iron Country, not a ninja of Konoha. Yet the current development caught Kurenai off guard, deepening her astonishment. At this moment, Kurenai couldn't help but feel anticipation. Tomorrow Kiba would be visiting Lord Kyō, perhaps he too could become powerful. As a teacher, Kurenai naturally hoped her students would grow stronger. Summer nights always passed quickly. Inuzuka Kiba woke from his sleep with a start, flinging off the covers and scrambling out of bed. "Oh no, I promised to visit Lord Kyō today. It's late, I'm going to be late. What do I do?" Inuzuka suddenly punched Kiba. "Stop fussing, what a disgrace. Go wash up. Here's a gift, don't forget to take it when you leave." Kiba's face darkened as he rubbed the lump on his head, but he dared not show any displeasure. Only after Tsum turned away did he grimace silently. However, Kuramaru caught the gesture. By the time Kiba left home, 2 lumps had formed on his head. Yet once outside, Kiba's spirit soared. I'm going to be the Hokage. This won't break me. With Akamaru on his head and the gift in hand, Kiba rushed out impetuously. Inuzuka Tsum sat on the roof snickering. That boy's nothing like his mother. But that acting Hokage, huh? Her eyes held a hint of uncertainty. Kuramaru slowly crawled over and said calmly, this Konoha belongs to the younger generation. I think we shouldn't interfere too much. Tsum ruffled Kuramaru's head, her gaze drifting into the distance. You're right. Inuzuka Kiba hesitated outside Lord Kyo's residence. What if Lord Kyō was just deceiving him? What if it wasn't true? But having come this far, he couldn't just turn around and leave. Kiba's heart grew more uneasy. Just then the door opened and Lord Kyō greeted him with a warm smile. Since you're here, why not come in? What are you doing standing at the door? The usually boisterous Kiba now appeared restrained. Excuse me. He slipped off his shoes and stepped inside. Somewhat awkwardly, Kiba handed the gift to Lord Kyō and stammered, my mother made this. Please don't mind it, Lord Kyō. Lord Kyō glanced at the lumps on the boy's head and couldn't suppress a chuckle as he took the gift. Ah, dango. It seems Sister Tsum's skills haven't diminished. Kiba's eyes widened in shock. Sister Tsum. Lord Kyō smiled. I was very young back then. Sister Tsum was a very gentle person. Kiba finally understood why he had been beaten today. Suddenly a skewer of dango appeared before him. A gentle voice drifted over. Come closer. It was only then that Kiba Inuzuka realized that the distance between this Lord Liangjie and himself was not so vast. At that moment, Jing Liangjie slowly led Kiba Inuzuka to the side of the bookshelf. Now Kiba Inuzuka saw that the bookshelf was filled with a dazzling array of manga books, more than he had ever seen in any. Kiba Inuzuka's mouth hung open. He looked left and right, unable to calm his restless heart. At this age, he was still full of youthful energy. To Kiba Inuzuka, these manga books were as enticing as the king's treasure. Jing Liangjie was not surprised by his reaction. If he himself had seen so many manga books at this age, he would also have been astonished. Kiba Inuzuka, trembling with excitement, stammered, Lord Liangjie, did you draw all of these? How much time did it take? Kiba Inuzuka noticed that on the spines of the manga books the author's name was written. All of them were Jing Liangjie. A dense row of the same signature stretched across the shelf. That meant all these manga were drawn by Jing Liangjie. Seeing these manga, Jing Liangjie felt a sense of accomplishment. Although he had borrowed some works from his memories, these were still creations he had poured his heart and soul into stroke by stroke. After a moment of thought, Jing Liangjie said calmly, if you want to become Hokage and grow stronger, you must start with these books. They can make you more powerful. Hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. Kiba Inuzuka, though somewhat stubborn, believed in this principle and hurried, but as he looked around he fell into a common trap. Kiba Inuzuka's eyes were overwhelmed by the choices. If not for Lord Liangjie standing nearby watching him, he felt he might have dropped to the floor. Suddenly a book caught Kiba Inuzuka's eye. Divine King. The very name of the book exuded majesty. He took the manga down from the shelf. On the cover was an emblem of a massive black axe resembling the national crest of some country. It was both solemn. One could tell at a glance that this country likely revered martial prowess. At that moment, Jing Liangjie, standing nearby, wore a peculiar expression. The creation of this manga was quite fortuitous. At the time, Jing Liangjie thought that since drawing manga could make him stronger, then the manga he drew should not be limited to the books and manga from his past life. So he recalled the backstories of characters from some games and drew them. And this Divine King was derived from a popular game in his previous life. With an excited heart, Kiba Inuzuka slowly opened the pages. On the flyleaf 2 lines of large characters were written, when the human king dies, the whole world is shocked. When the Divine King dies, everything begins anew. The moment he saw these words, a rough figure appeared in Kiba Inuzuka's mind, raising a heavy axe to challenge the lofty Divine King and cast him down from the throne. Beside him stood a blood-red lone wolf. Just then Akamaru, perched on Kiba's head, suddenly raised his head and howled, as if awakening the DNA hidden within Akamaru. A deep wolf howl resounded in Jing Liangjie's room. Kiba Inuzuka glanced at Lord Liangjie apologetically. Then he cradled Akamaru in his arms. I'm so sorry, Lord Liangjie. Akamaru must have lost control for a moment. Jing Liangjie didn't mind simply waving his hand to indicate he should continue reading. In truth, Jing Liangjie knew that when Kiba Inuzuka opened this book it would resonate deeply. It was because in the manga the protagonist Darius and the lone wolf by his side were partners. They grew together and became stronger together. From the hand of Noxus, he rose to become a Divine King. The relationship between Darius and the lone wolf mirrored that of Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru. After all, dogs are just a degenerate breed of wolves, aren't they? Perhaps it could even trigger atavism in Akamaru. Kiba Inuzuka, holding Akamaru in his arms, slowly sat down on a nearby cushion. Jingliangjie had redesigned the entire room. It no longer looked cluttered. Beside the bookshelf, he had placed several cushions for readers to sit and enjoy the manga. At that moment, a peculiar scene unfolded in Jingliangjie's living room. Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru, one human and one dog, were completely absorbed in the manga. Occasionally, Akamaru would extend a paw to hinder Kiba's page-turning, as if unable to keep up with his pace. In Kiba Inuzuka's perspective, a vast and magnificent world gradually unfolded. Darius was born in a small town located in Noxus. This was a very peculiar country that revered martial might and conquest. Iron and blood were the only truth. By chance, Darius joined the military, wielding his axe to carve a path paved with flesh and blood. Kiba Inuzuka grew more and more enthralled. Then Darius met the lone wolf. They fought side by side and gradually achieved some success. Those small misfortunes caused Darius to be separated from his brother, and his lover, the lone wolf, never abandoned him. Seeing this, Kiba Inuzuka was startled. The surroundings seemed to change. Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru became alert, their four eyes scanning the scene, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, the kind only found on a battlefield. Then a loud shout caught Kiba Inuzuka's unmatched martial might. The voice was bold and heroic. Kiba Inuzuka exchanged a glance with Akamaru, then slowly walked forward. As he drew closer, Kiba Inuzuka saw more clearly. A massive lone wolf followed behind a man clad in armor wielding a giant axe. One man and one wolf charged toward the army ahead. Unparalleled courage and power were fully displayed by his axe. Gradually became stained red. As for the lone wolf, its fur had also turned completely crimson. But it was all worth it. Only one man remained standing in the vicinity. The heavily armored man raised his axe and shouted, "Those who defy Noxus rise will die without a burial place." As if sensing something, Darius suddenly turned his head, his eyes fixed directly on where Kiba Inuzuka stood. At the same time, a streak of light shot forth and vanished into the foreheads of both Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru. Back in the room, King Liangjie looked at the two beings sitting on the cushions with surprise. Their bodies were enveloped in a thick layer of blood-red light. Jingliangjie was astonished. This was a sight he had never seen before. Could it be that they had acquired abilities completely different from others? Time passed. Akamaru suddenly opened his eyes. The blood-red glow faded away, and his soft fur now carried faint traces of crimson light. Akamaru's body began to swell, its form elongating. Even its visage underwent a drastic transformation. More importantly, a pair of blood-red fur added a touch of murderous intent. Akamaru slowly rose to its feet, its limbs becoming powerful and its fangs sharper. But at this moment, Akamaru looked anxiously at Inuzuka Kiba, who was shrouded in a thick mist of blood. The blood mist seemed to grow denser. Akamaru had not yet awakened. Thump thump. Jingliangjie furrowed his brow and slowly walked. Who could be visiting at this hour? Jingliangjie gently slid the door open. Inuzuka Hana stepped in with Kuro. A gentle smile graced Inuzuka Hana's face as she spoke softly. "How is it? That kid hasn't caused you any trouble, has he?" Jingliangjie shook his head, then pointed toward Inuzuka Kiba, who was sitting beside the bookshelf. "No, but it's still not a good time to disturb him." Watching Inuzuka Kiba enveloped in thick blood mist, Inuzuka Hana's face showed a hint of anxiety. "Is he?" Jingliangjie smiled faintly. "Don't worry, this is something he must go through." Though even he was unsure why it had come to this. But this was after all a process of change. The system wouldn't harm him. Hadn't the previous inheritance of the wolf succeeded? Surely this one wouldn't be worse. Jingliangjie watched quietly. Inuzuka Hana, as if she had visited many times before, casually pulled a stool and sat down. The mist enveloping Inuzuka Kiba grew thicker. Now Kiba was completely hidden from view. Inuzuka Hana's, yet she remained calm enough not to disturb him, for it was clear that Kiba had reached a critical juncture. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Kiba was locking eyes with a man who seemed to have emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Darius, holding a blood-stained axe, strode toward Kiba step by step. The thick scent of blood and an overwhelming aura of intimidation made Kiba involuntarily step back. Darius stood before him. His eyes radiated boundless authority. "Cowardice I will not tolerate." Darius slowly raised his axe, just as Kiba expected him to strike. Something unexpected happened. Darius offered the axe handle to Kiba as if waiting for him to take it. Kiba swallowed hard. Staring at the axe, he felt an irresistible longing and almost involuntarily reached out and took the weapon. At the same time, Kiba felt a surge of power within him, a strange energy he had never known. When he opened his eyes again, the man had already turned and walked away. The figure receded into the distance. Kiba reached out to call him back, but found no words. Looking down, he realized his body was covered in thick armor. It reeked of blood as if stained with the remains of slain enemies. Yet it fit him perfectly. Outside, the blood mist finally dissipated. Inuzuka Hana rushed forward eagerly just as Inuzuka Kiba opened his eyes. She recoiled, mouth agape, startled by the sight before her. A heavy aura of killing intent and blood filled the entire room. Kiba blinked and the intensity vanished as quickly as it had come. Soon the room returned to normal. Kiba grimaced, looking at Inuzuka Hana. "Mom, why are you here too?" A smile appeared on Inuzuka Hana's face. "I was worried about you, so I came to check. But you've really surprised." Now Kiba was clad in heavy armor, wielding a blood red axe. His entire demeanor had changed, exuding an imposing presence that commanded respect. As his mother Inuzuka Hana could tell at a glance that Kiba had grown much stronger. Moreover, a sort of leadership aura now emanated from him. Still somewhat dazed, Kiba looked himself over and realized he was still wearing the armor and holding the axe. The shock in Kiba's heart was immense. But his first instinct was to find Akamaru. The dog came over, nuzzling affectionately against his pant leg. Puzzled, Kiba crouched down and gently stroked Akamaru's smooth fur. "Akamaru, you've changed too." Though wolves evolved into dogs, seeing Akamaru revert from a dog to a wolf was indeed extraordinary. But Kiba looked at his own armor and smiled. If even more astonishing things had happened, why couldn't Akamaru become a wolf? It was then that Inuzuka Hana noticed Akamaru. Pointing in surprise, she asked, "Is this Akamaru?" After confirming several times, Kiba nodded. As a major clan of Konoha, the Inuzuka were deeply bonded with the hounds were their partners. And since Kiba had confirmed it, there was no doubt. This blood-red wolf was indeed Akamaru. Now resembled a young wolf that had not yet fully grown. But its size was already considerable, promising a formidable companion in the future. Inuzuka Hana patted Kiba's shoulder with pride. "Good boy, you didn't let me down." Then she turned and began conversing with Jing Liangjia. Seizing the opportunity, Kiba slipped out with his comic book and Akamaru. He felt too constrained in front of his mother. Meanwhile, a mechanical voice echoed in Jing Liangji's mind. "Inuzuka Kiba has obtained the inheritance of the Hand of Noxus. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the God King's inheritance." Inuzuka Kiba has obtained the inheritance of the Hand of Noxus. Congratulations, host, on gaining 200 system energy points. For now, Kiba's inheritance was merely that of the Hand of Noxus, not yet the full God King's power. It was far from matching the God King's legacy. Only through continuous enlightenment could he obtain the complete inheritance. After all, the one who ascended to the God King throne must have bequeathed a formidable legacy. Inuzuka Hana and Jing Liangjia sat facing each other. A nostalgic look crossed her face. "I remember you were just this small back then, and now you've grown up." Jing Liangjia smiled faintly. "Sister Hana, you're still as young and beautiful as ever, not a day older." Inuzuka Hana waved her hand. "You little rascal, always saying things to make me happy. But you're not that young anymore, aren't you thinking about settling down?" Jing Liangjia broke into a cold sweat. Chuckling nervously, he said, "And still young, isn't it? I'll think about it in a few years." Indeed, no matter which world he was in, the same issues came up. Jing Liangjia felt awkward, but Inuzuka Hana was just getting warmed up. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Kiba, having stepped out of the house, dashed straight toward the training ground like a wild dog unleashed. During this process, Kiba could feel his body becoming stronger. In the past, such intense activity coupled with the weight training would have left him panting for breath. Of course, that was without using. But now Kiba was relying purely on the strength of his physical body. Arriving at the training ground, he saw Yuhi Kurenai's Team 8, along with Might Guy Niji and Tenten. Kiba shouted, "Ms. Kurenai," and ran over excitedly. It was Might Guy who first noticed something amiss. Frowning, Might Guy murmured softly, "Such a heavy, murderous aura." He looked up and saw Kiba clad in armor. Had it not been for Kiba's familiar face, Might Guy would have already assumed a combat stance. When Kiba reached Yuhi Kurenai, she too was astonished. Yuhi Kurenai stared at Kiba's transformed appearance and said in surprise, "Kiba, what happened to you?" Kiba scratched his head sheepishly before speaking. "Ms. Kurenai, you know, I went to see Lord Ryōsuke today. I can feel that I've become stronger." Yuhi Kurenai thought to herself, this is far more than just becoming stronger. His aura has undergone a tremendous change. Such a dense, murderous aura is rare even among veteran battle-hardened shinobi. Now such a transformation had appeared in Kiba. The change was immense. Yuhi Kurenai was also curious to see how much his strength had actually increased. Looking at the others training, she said, "Since we're training anyway, why not test your abilities?" Kiba was thrilled. He could sense his own growth, but didn't know its full extent. Testing himself now suited his wishes perfectly. Without hesitation, Kiba nodded in agreement. Alright. Let's start right away. He slowly tightened his grip on the axe, and at that moment the expressions of both men changed drastically. Earlier it had been subtle, but now Kiba's aura had undergone a complete transformation. He resembled a seasoned general who had weathered countless battles. However, Might Guy did not back down. A bright smile spread across his face and his teeth gleamed brilliantly. With a few weight plates falling to the ground, Might Guy relaxed and said slowly, "Let me be your opponent." Hearing this, Kiba attacked immediately. A loud crash echoed as the ground beneath his feet cracked like a spiderweb, the very spot where Kiba had stood moments ago. Might Guy's pupils contracted slightly. Good. I didn't expect your taijutsu to be this impressive. At that moment he began to treat Kiba with the respect he deserved. Might Guy vanished from his spot, and the two clashed fiercely in midair. Guy's fist met Kiba's axe. Both were pushed back, but it was easy to see that Might Guy only retreated 2 steps while Kiba stumbled back 7 or 8. Yet Might Guy did not let his guard down. A piercing wolf howl drew his attention. A blood-red figure burst into Might Guy's view. The Inuzuka clan was inseparable from their Ninken. Naturally, Might Guy knew that for the Inuzuka, combat always involved a human and a dog. But what met his eyes now was a wolf. Might Guy was taken aback. However, in the heat of battle there was no time to— Akamaru's sharp fangs drew closer. Might Guy suddenly evaded, causing Akamaru's attack to miss. No sooner had one threat passed than another arose. Barely dodging Akamaru's fangs, Might Guy sensed a massive danger approaching. He stepped back again, just narrowly avoiding the axe swung by Kiba. Through this exchange, Might Guy realized that Kiba was now following a pure taijutsu path. It was similar to Might Guy's own style. However, Guy could also feel a strong energy within Kiba's body. With that thought, a faint white aura enveloped Might Guy's body. Might Guy's expression turned serious, and he was clearly committed. Kiba swung his axe again, channeling the mysterious energy within him. A massive phantom axe appeared. With a single hook, Might Guy was involuntarily pulled toward Kiba. Yet the formidable shinobi showed no sign of concern. Riding the momentum, Might Guy threw a punch at Kiba, but it landed on the axe. Kiba stumbled back several steps. Cowardice will not be tolerated. Akamaru. Akamaru howled in response and lunged toward Kiba. Might Guy was slightly puzzled but watched quietly. Then something astonishing happened. Akamaru's body grew increasingly transparent until it floated behind Kiba. Kiba's eyes locked onto Might Guy. Kiba now exuded the solitary pride of a wild wolf accompanied by a chilling murderous aura. He swung the axe fiercely, and the strange energy flowed in harmony. The axe moved swiftly, but Might Guy was undaunted. His speed suddenly multiplied several times. He appeared behind Kiba, evading the fierce attack. Had it not been for that, Might Guy might have been struck by the axe. Even he had to admit that this attack carried substantial force. A radiant smile spread across Might Guy's face. This is the true blaze of youth. Kiba swung. A high-pitched wolf howl resonated across the training ground. Might Guy withstood Kiba's axe blow, but then he frowned. Might Guy could clearly sense something unusual within his body. His movements had slowed, and an inexplicable air seemed to cling to him. Kiba now flashed a bright smile. This was the very reason why the legendary warrior Darius grew stronger with each fight, the existence of this peculiar mark. Once the mark reached 5 stacks, Darius' abilities would surge dramatically, and correspondingly his rage would also escalate. The two clashed again, but Might Guy noticed that Kiba seemed to grow stronger and faster with each exchange. After enduring another axe blow, Guy seized the opportunity to subdue Kiba. Though defeated, Kiba's face still beamed with joy. He looked at his arm and the axe in his hand. I really have become stronger again. At this moment, Kiba Inuzuka finally fully understood what Hinata had mentioned earlier. The sensation of becoming stronger was truly wonderful. The chakra within Kiba Inuzuka's body had now completely transformed into that mysterious runic power. However, Kiba Inuzuka did not weaken because of this. On the contrary, he became even more formidable. Yet something had subtly changed. Previously, Kiba Inuzuka had relied on his family's secret techniques. When used in tandem with Akamaru, they could achieve greater offensive power. But now, under the transformation of this new power after Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru merged, they ended up in this current state. To put it bluntly, the former Kiba Inuzuka was an assassin, but his skills were not top tier, only mediocre. However, the current Kiba Inuzuka has reclassified as a warrior, and a top tier warrior template at that. As long as he continues down this path, Kiba Inuzuka will grow stronger and stronger. Due to the battle, the others have also temporarily set aside their training. Shino Aburame's expression remained unreadable, but the others wore expressions of varying degrees of congratulations. The previous training and the current sparring match. All of these things did not escape Kurina Yuhi's observant eyes. And her confusion grew heavier. Apart from Shino Aburame and herself, it seemed that everyone else's path had deviated from that of a ninja. Yet they had become stronger. At this moment deep bewilderment filled Kurina Yuhi's mind. Although she admired Kyōsuke for being able to create so many different paths completely distinct from the ninja way, Kurina Yuhi couldn't help but worry. Were these paths truly correct? She had never experienced them herself, so it was difficult for her to empathize with the others. Nevertheless, everyone had indeed grown stronger. Akamaru had now returned to his original form, yet still drew exclamations of surprise from everyone. A wolf and a dog are two completely different things. Though they share a bloodline, Akamaru had now atavistically reverted from a dog back into a wolf. Such a phenomenon was quite peculiar, hence their astonishment. Kurina Yuhi stepped forward and said with concern, Kiba Inuzuka, although your strength has increased, I can sense that your attack methods have become somewhat monotonous. Remember, the opponents you face won't all be like. In comparison, Might Guy is not proficient in genjutsu stealth or various peculiar ninjutsu. Kiba Inuzuka's future opponents could be enemies from other ninja villages. They might be cunning rogue ninja. But in any case they will not be Might Guy, such an enemy who only relies on brute force and lacks other techniques. This means that Kiba Inuzuka's singular attack style will lead to difficulties when confronting these enemies in the future. If the enemy investigates his background thoroughly or finds a system to counter him, then Kiba Inuzuka might suffer a great loss. This was a very real possibility. The others fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Comparatively, Kiba Inuzuka's problem was more severe. The others had acquired attack methods that could more or less avoid such. Yet surprisingly, Kiba Inuzuka showed no anxiety at all. He still wore a bright smile. Don't worry, Kirinai Zensei, I've actually already thought of that. But the voice in my mind tells me there's no need to worry because as I grow stronger these things won't be a problem. Kiba Inuzuka was very clear about his own condition. Every time he became stronger his body also grew tougher. For simple ninjutsu and weapon attacks. His robust body could even withstand them hidden without fear. For a warrior, injury was a trivial matter. As long as he didn't die, he could slowly recover. But for a ninja, it was different. The most obvious point was that ordinary ninjas needed to form hand seals with both hands to release ninjutsu, while some talented ninjas could use a single hand or even perform sealless ninjutsu. Therefore, against ordinary ninjas, injuring their hands would render them combat ineffective. In Kiba Inuzuka's impression, as long as he didn't die, he would never lose combat capability. And now Kiba Inuzuka was exactly like Darius. The power within his body could be mobilized without any hand seals, and it could be applied in countless ways. Kurina Yuhi sighed. It's good that you understand this. But I'm growing more and more curious. In truth, Kurina Yuhi had only met Kyōsuke a few times, so naturally she didn't know him well. This lack of familiarity naturally bred a lack of trust. For over a decade, the only paths available were those of the ninja and the samurai. Kurina Yuhi's thinking had become somewhat rigid, but now Kyōsuke had appeared and proposed other paths, even creating several different ones. This inevitably stirred confusion in Kurina Yuhi's heart. It was only natural that she found it hard to accept at first. Watching Kiba Inuzuka's radiant smile, Kurina Yuhi had no choice but to suppress her concerns. Seeing that things were spiraling beyond her imagination, she decided to pay a special visit. If she didn't experience it herself, any advice she might offer could be unreliable. After all, the systems that had emerged so far were all quite comprehensive. To be honest, Kurina Yuhi felt a hint of envy. If not for her worries, she might have already been unable to contain her excitement. In this world where wars frequently erupted and conflicts between villages large and small, where constant strength was the only true authority. Only with sufficient power could one's influence grow. Even if one didn't crave power, protecting what they cherished required strength. No one would ever complain about being too. The change in Kiba Inuzuka was evident to all. Kurina Yuhi felt a certain joy because of it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kyōsuke was also having a hard time keeping his composure. Sister Claw, I can handle these matters myself. No need to trouble you. A helpless expression appeared on Kiba Claw's face. Forget it, I won't bother with you. But I still have to trouble you with my son. Though Kiba Claw was usually boisterous in matters like this, she was undoubtedly a qualified mother. Kyōsuke nodded, and the look on his face showed relief. At least he had managed to steer the conversation away. If not for that, Kiba Claw might have talked for another hour. But her expression suddenly turned serious, and she said in a low voice, Danzo's defection, was it you're doing? Yes, what's the matter? Kyōsuke frowned and asked with confusion. Kiba Claw did not conceal anything and directly said, someone has already spotted traces of Danzo near the Land of Snow. Kyōsuke narrowed his eyes slightly, already forming a plan in his mind. With a slight nod, Kyōsuke spoke. Sister Claw, I understand. By the way, would you like to pick one of these books to look at? Hearing this, Kiba Claw was taken aback. Inuzuka-san was taken aback for a moment. After a brief deliberation, she shook her head and declined. I'll pass. I've already reached my peak with no room for further. Kyō Ryōsuke let out a faint sigh of regret. Though he said nothing more, he could see that Inuzuka-san preferred to remain. After all, having become a parent, she valued a stable life above all else. Yet the opportunity was not entirely lost. Once this matter gained wider recognition, she might yet change her mind. Kyō Ryōsuke nodded, offering no further persuasion. It was her choice to make. Since Inuzuka-san had no desire to peruse those manga for now, he would not force the issue. Perhaps the most crucial factor was that there were simply too few manga that suited her tastes. Some of the manga he had yet to drop, and legacies like Darius were undoubtedly exceptional. Now that Inuzuka Kiba had inherited Darius' power, that manga might have become ordinary. Moreover, while Darius could resonate with the fervent Kiba, it might not align with Inuzuka-san, who is now a parent. She rose to her feet, a smile crinkling her eyes. Little Ryōsuke, if you have time, do visit the Inuzuka clan. You love ninja dogs, don't you? I'll give you one. Watching her retreating figure, Kyō Ryōsuke murmured to himself, ninja dogs. But I suppose I have no need for that. His gaze shifted to a pitch-black wolf cub that trotted up to him looking like a Pikachu. Nearby, a cat bared its teeth, clearly displeased by the two uninvited guests. Kyō Ryōsuke glanced at the darkening sky and stretched. Ah, it's getting late. I should start cooking. A gentle smile on his face, he rolled up his sleeves and began preparing the ingredients. Under the glow of the sunset, the entire room, bathed in sunlight, took on a warm golden hue. Pikachu and the lone wolf named Dahe sat quietly by his side, occasionally eyeing the meat on the cutting board with the cat stretched lazily, lying still on the shelf. A sudden knock at the door made both Pikachu and Dahe prick up their ears. The cat on the shelf cast a brief glance toward the door, its languid movements and disdainful expression seeming to mock the two excitable newcomers. Kyō Ryōsuke frowned slightly. Don't you dare sneak a bite. I'll get the door. Pikachu and Dahe exchanged a look. An unspoken understanding flickered between the two creatures who had only recently met. With lightning speed, Pikachu swiped two large chunks of meat. Kyō Ryōsuke, hearing the commotion, turned around. A knowing expression crossed his face, but he didn't make a fuss. He opened the door gently, and upon seeing the visitor, he was somewhat surprised. Please come in. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Aburame Shino, correct? Aburame Shino nodded slightly and adjusted his sunglasses. I apologize for the intrusion. He held a small bag of gifts in his hand, his expression unreadable. Kyō Ryōsuke's face lit up with a warm smile as he waved dismissively. You've come at just the right time. I was feeling a bit lonely eating alone. He led Aburame Shino to the living room, served hot tea, and resumed preparing the meal. Soon everything was ready. In truth, Kyō Ryōsuke often mused about how skewed the technological tree of this ninja world was. Some aspects seemed modern while others appeared ancient. He began cooking. He poured some oil into the pot, then added onions. The ingredients were set aside, and he waved. You haven't eaten at this hour, have you? Kyō Ryōsuke asked. Aburame Shino, looking a bit constrained, nodded slightly. I'm truly sorry for the disturbance, Lord Ryōsuke. Kyō Ryōsuke brought out a glass of juice and placed a jar of his homemade baijiu in front of himself. You're still young, so no alcohol. How about juice? Aburame Shino didn't refuse. Kyō Ryōsuke was making sukiyaki. The marbled beef under the heat began to curl slightly. The living room was filled with the tempting aroma of food. Aburame Shino couldn't help but swallow. Kyō Ryōsuke chuckled softly and said again, Don't be shy. Make yourself at home. Aburame Shino's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but think Lord Ryōsuke is so approachable, truly a gentle soul. The distance between them seemed to shrink. Though Aburame Shino didn't show it, he began to help with the ingredients. After a sip of juice, his expression turned serious. Lord Ryōsuke, I came here today to ask for your help. Kyō Ryōsuke's face broke into a smile. If I'm not mistaken, it's about Kiba, isn't it? Aburame Shino nodded. Kiba has grown stronger. As his partner along with Hinata, I cannot afford to fall behind. Otherwise, it'll only become a burden to them. Aburame Shino was well aware that although the Aburame clan was a major house, their inherited techniques had always restricted them to reconnaissance roles. They possessed no extraordinary combat talents. But now the changes in Hinata and Kiba had stirred a sense of crisis in him. Relying solely on clan techniques would clearly never bridge the gap. So he knew that one day he would have to visit Kyō Ryōsuke. Since it was inevitable, coming sooner was better than later. Kyō Ryōsuke rested his chin on his hand and smiled. I wonder if Kiba or Hinata mentioned it to you. The path to greater strength you seek lies over there. He pointed to the bookshelf. Aburame Shino followed his gaze. The bookshelf occupied a large portion of the living room, but due to his earlier restraint, he hadn't paid it any attention. Now he turned his focus to the shelves. His eyes swept over the densely packed volumes. From their covers, they were all manga. The most striking detail was the signature of Kyō Ryōsuke. Every single one of these manga was drawn by him. Aburame Shino was astonished. Could Lord Ryōsuke be like the legendary Sannin Lord Jiraiya? Kyō Ryōsuke shook his head, downing the baijiu in his cup. He muttered under his breath, how could I be compared to that lecherous old man? Driven by curiosity, Aburame Shino, he slowly approached the bookshelf, picked out a manga without much thought, and pulled it out. Yet after watching for a while, Shino Aburame found it difficult to immerse himself. His temperament made him indifferent to many things, unlike the fervent nature of his peers. This also meant that even reading passionate manga failed to engage him. At that moment, Kyō felt a headache coming on just looking at Shino. The only thing certain was that to comprehend the abilities within the manga, one must have a sense of immersion. Without it, there would likely be a state of mismatch. Thus, naturally, there would be no ability to grasp. Shino flipped through several books in succession, but after browsing, he could find no manga that interested. Somewhat puzzled and disappointed, Shino returned to the table. Silence spoke louder than words. Kyōsuke tapped his fingers on the desktop. He too fell into deep thought. The sheer number of manga he had created made it impossible to recall some of them. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Kyōsuke. I know a book that will suit you perfectly. Come, I'll show you. He led Shino to the farthest corner of the bookshelf. From a corner, he pulled out a manga. Looking closely, one could see that the same type of manga occupied an entire in the prominent spots were usually hot-blooded manga. These, however, were dark and grim, so they were placed in the corner. But Shino possessed a maturity beyond his years, and due to his family's secret techniques, his system was also exceptional. Most importantly, it should be perfectly compatible with these manga. Shino took the manga and focused his gaze. Chronicle of the Zerg. The title alone was enough to captivate Shino. After all, his system was quite special within the ninja world. And Shino's greatest skill was using insects. Yet, even so, he had never imagined that insects could be the subject of a manga. With curiosity, Shino began to read the manga. And at that moment, he slowly turned the pages. This manga was an impromptu creation by Kyōsuke. It incorporated the template of the Zerg from a certain interstellar setting, branching out into many storylines. Many parts were also Kyōsuke's original innovations. At this point, Kyōsuke was uncertain whether Shino could gain abilities from it. But since things had reached this stage, he could only wait quietly without interfering. Shino gradually became engrossed in the manga. Following the perspective of the broodmother, he seemed to witness the rise, fall, and resurgence of the Zerg. What intrigued him even more were the peculiar combat units within the Zerg. The insects owned by the Aburame clan were all Pikachu. These insects could gain different abilities depending on how they were raised. But overall, only certain special insects had combat capabilities. Most were used for reconnaissance or special functions. However, the insects in the Chronicle of the Zerg were entirely different. There were numerous species, and even the weakest possessed combat abilities. Most crucially, these insects obeyed commands without training. Moreover, the cost of raising them was minimal. Suddenly, Shino's mind buzzed, and he involuntarily closed his eyes. When Shino opened his eyes again, he saw a massive nest. The plump broodmother loomed like a mountain before him. One after another, eggs hatched. Low-level Zerglings, slightly more capable drones, and countless other insects whose names Shino could not even recall. These insects were diverse, each with distinct functions. Shino couldn't help but step forward to observe them closely. He studied their movements and approximate combat abilities. At that moment, Shino was like a professional entomologist scrutinizing the Zerg with rigorous attention. During this process, Shino gained a general understanding of the Zerg. At the same time, a doubt arose in his mind. These insects were completely different from the ninja system. If he were to follow this path, it would inevitably conflict with being. At that moment, Shino hesitated. If others knew of his current state, they would be utterly astonished. Those who had gained abilities before had undoubtedly resonated with the manga's content, accepting it in a daze. But Shino was entirely different. Even now, he remained calmly independent, unlike his previous desperate desire. Precisely because of this, the reconstructed world grew clearer and more vivid. The sounds of insects crawling and chewing echoed around, as if calling out to Shino affectionately. His gaze gradually steadied. Then why not give it a try? Hesitation will never accomplish great things. Shino was never an indecisive person, nor did he lack courage. At this moment, he chose to embrace the Zerg. He closed his eyes, gently recalling the first time he encountered Pikachu. As a child, his first sight of them filled him with fear and unease. Gradually, he accepted them, sensing the unique emotions of insects through their every movement. And insects possessed a loyalty that other creatures lacked. Most of the time, Shino spent his days with insects. Seeing the ferocious forms of the Zerg, he felt not discomfort, but a hint of delight. Unbeknownst to Shino, Kyōsuke, standing beside him, quietly took a step back. Because around Shino, one after another, insects began to appear. Without receiving any command, they circled around, as if protecting Shino's safety. Kyōsuke knew something of Shino's situation. The Kakashi unique to the Aburame clan often served well for reconnaissance. Their relationship with the clan was more like partners or master-servant. But now the situation had changed completely. Even though Kyōsuke could not understand the emotions or language of the Kakashi, he could tell from their actions. This feeling had surpassed friendship and bonds, resembling a deeper familial connection. And at that moment a bizarre creature half the height of a human slowly appeared beside Shino. It had green skin resembling a nutrient tank or culture vessel, but with a faintly visible mouthpart. Wasn't this a miniature version of the brood mother? Kyōsuke was startled, realizing that Shino had indeed grasped something. However, it was clear that the Zerg Shino had obtained were a scaled-down version. Perhaps with Shino's nurturing they would grow stronger. But why hadn't Shino woken up yet? Having experienced the incident with Quan Zhengye, Jing Liangjie appeared much calmer. However, the current situation was entirely different. After all, compared to that, the power system possessed by Yuanvi Jinai was extremely unique. However, Jing Liangjie had not anticipated this situation. Time ticked by second. His eyes remained fixed intently on Yuanvi Jinai. If any anomaly occurred, he could forcibly interrupt. Suddenly, a somewhat mechanical voice appeared in Jing Liangjie's mind. Yuanvi Jinai has acquired mind control, obtained the identity of Insect Mother. The host automatically masters and gains a legendary unit. Congratulations, host. You have earned 400 energy points. Hearing the system's voice, Jing Liangjie breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. A doubt stirred in his heart. It seemed that these special comics manifested power in very unique ways. If not for that, there would be no need for such concern. At that moment, Yuanvi Jinai slowly stood up. He looked at his own arm with some surprise, or more precisely, his gaze fixed on the parasitic insects in his palm. These parasitic insects were exceptionally lively. This was unprecedented in Yuanvi Jinai's memory. Usually only when fed with chakra would these insects show some interest. Now all this was quite strange. To put it plainly, these parasitic insects had likely undergone something resulting in some mutation. Only this could explain why the parasitic insects had become like this. And Yuanvi Jinai could clearly sense that. These parasitic insects seemed to be conveying an emotion called joy. Although in the past Yuanvi Jinai could also sense some faint emotional fluctuations. At this moment what he felt was much more real. A look of astonishment crossed his face, as if his body had changed. At this point Yuanvi Jinai finally realized that he seemed to understand the joys and sorrows of these parasitic insects. The insects' emotions and thinking capacity were very simple, so he could only perceive that much. Of course, such an ability was the dream of the Yuanvi clan. Understanding this, his face was filled with joy. Regardless, today's trip had been well worth it. At this point Yuanvi Jinai's attention shifted from himself to the object beside him. This thing resembling a nutrient pot was clearly a special insect. Yuanvi Jinai cautiously touched the insect mother. A peculiar sensation rose in his heart, a sense of obedience from the insect mother. It was as if he had instantly become the master of the insect mother. With just a single command, the insect mother would obey without hesitation. This feeling was unprecedented, as the insect mother before him seemed to become a part of his own body, as easily controlled as his own arm. Yuanvi Jinai raised his head in extreme shock, only to see Jing Liangjie's calm face. Lord Liangjie, what? Jing Liangjie chuckled lightly. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Why ask me again? Yuanvi Jinai fell silent. The scenes he had witnessed earlier, like a fantasy, seemed to have granted him something special. And now this pet resembling a nutrient pod and the special ability akin to telepathy were likely the fruits of reading. Yuanvi Jinai was overjoyed. Although he had imagined it countless times in his mind, now this fantasy had become reality. The feeling was beyond words. Yuanvi Jinai was speechless for a long time. Jing Liangjie smiled and waved his hand. Keep the book for now. I suppose there are many things you want to read. It's getting late now. Be careful on your way home. Yuanvi Jinai nodded gratefully. I've troubled you. I'll take my leave now. With that, Yuanvi Jinai picked up the comic book and the insect mother and walked out. He did not stop along the way, fearing any mishap. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful and he finally returned to the clan compound. Only when he reached the door did he notice that the lights inside were still on. Yuanvi Jinai sat quietly on the porch. You're back. What is that? For the object in Yuanvi Jinai's arms was quite eye-catching. Yuanvi Jinai had noticed it immediately. His eyes were fixed intently on the thing in Yuanvi Jinai's arms. He furrowed his brows slightly. Having spent years with insects, Yuanvi Jinai's ability to identify them was very strong. In an instant he recognized what it was. Although it looked peculiar, it was definitely a gigantic insect. Yet this seemingly bloated creature gave Yuanvi Jinai a very strong sense of danger. This was what puzzled Yuanvi Jinai. The insect didn't seem very powerful, so why did it give him such a strong sense of crisis? Jinai carefully placed the insect mother aside before speaking. Father, look. One after another parasitic insects swarmed around him like loyal subjects guarding their sovereign. Jinai raised an eyebrow and gave a heavy pat on Jinai's shoulder. Good boy, well done. I didn't expect you to have fully mastered it. At this moment regarding what this mysterious insect was, Jinai no longer harbored doubts. His attention was completely shifted to Jinai. But Jinai shook his head. Father, it's not that I have fully mastered the parasitic insects. Rather, I can understand their meanings, and they will unconditionally obey my command. Hearing this, Jinai furrowed his brows again. What nonsense was this child talking? But seeing Jinai's earnest appearance, a deep doubt arose in his heart. Could it be that Jinai was telling the truth? Yet, even Jinai himself could not fully comprehend the emotions of insects. In his view, this was basically impossible since some of the insects' behaviors were completely meaningless. Moreover, their brain capacity was very small. Jinai, however, looked at his father seriously and said, Father, it's far more than that. I learned all these abilities by reading a comic. I suppose you don't believe it either. Jinai's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Jinai in disbelief. This kid had always been more mature than his peers. Could he have gone mad, just as he thought that Jinai picked up the insect mother? His gaze once again shifted to this peculiar insect. There was not a trace of chakra fluctuation on the insect, yet it gave Jinai a strong sense of crisis. Full of questions about this strange insect, he still watched quietly. At that moment, Jinai suddenly spoke up. Father, I need to go to the forbidden area once. Jinai's eyes turned to his son, and his expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Shibi's expression was unprecedentedly grave as he spoke calmly. Do you even know what the Forbidden Land is? Entering it is no simple matter. Shino, however, nodded and replied with exceptional resolve, I am fully aware of what that place is, and I must enter it regardless. At this moment, Shino's resolute attitude took Shibi by surprise, yet it also stirred a deep confusion within him. What could possibly be so urgent? Nevertheless, since it was his own son, Shibi hesitated for a moment before giving his consent. Shibi walked ahead with Shino following closely, still cradling the somewhat bloated insect mother in his arms. Walking in front, Shibi wore a puzzled expression. Judging by the way Shino held that object, he seemed extremely tense. This meant that the object was of utmost importance to Aburame. Yet if it was so important, why had Shibi only seen it today for the first time? The thought only deepened the confusion on his face. However, this phase did not last long before Shibi led Shino to the clan's forbidden land. This place was simultaneously the safest and most dangerous area of the entire clan. The clan would cultivate insects tailored to their needs. Some attempts succeeded, others failed, but most yielded uncontrollable insects. And these insects now lay hidden deep within the clan's forbidden land. Yet there were both advantages and disadvantages. Although the insects here were uncontrollable, their constant conflicts sometimes gave rise to superior breeds. It was akin to raising goo. Hence Shibi himself would occasionally enter the forbidden land. Carrying his pet, Shino approached the forbidden land, carefully placed the insect mother on the ground, and let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Shino like this, Shibi chuckled softly before speaking. Now can you tell me what's going on? And this insect is exceptionally peculiar. Your anxiety must have a reason, right? Shino nodded. Then he looked up, his face stern as he gazed at Shibi. Father, there is something I wish to tell you, and I hope you won't be angry with me. Though the Aburame clan appeared gloomy, their interactions were not as somber as outsiders perceived. Yet at this moment Shino was unusually serious, had something truly grave occurred. But the past few days in Konohagakure had been tranquil and no major incidents had been reported. Could it be that Shino was simply overwrought? After a moment of thought, Shibi finally spoke. Tell me, what is this important matter? Taking a deep breath, Shino said, Father, the path of our clan stretches before us with a clear end. I wish to try a different way. Hearing this, Shibi's expression changed. Then came a stern refusal. No. You may be young and unaware of what you're saying, but I can tell you, I had the same thoughts when I was your age. Yet I failed. Do you have any idea how arduous it is to forge a new path? Especially for our Aburame clan, which is already unique. Changing course at this point is an extremely unwise decision. But seeing the determination in Shino's eyes, Shibi sighed. He had harbored the same ambition in his youth, only to be thoroughly humbled by reality. He never imagined such a notion would surface again. And it was happening to his own son. Shibi spoke earnestly, unless you are a genius, creating a new path is not something one can accomplish merely by wishing. Aburame Shino, however, shook his head. Father, I think you misunderstand. I am not the one forging a new path. At these words, Aburame Shibi's face changed. So you mean you have taken a master and wish to abandon the clan's traditional path? But that is entirely unnecessary. Our clan's cultivation system is highly compatible and will not hinder your Aburame Shino pointed to the insect mother on the ground. My path lies within this creature. It was a gift from Lord Liangjie, otherwise I would never have dared to conceive such an idea. Aburame Shino was a man of reason, not given to hot-headedness like Inuzuka Kiba. In most matters he preferred to plan carefully before acting. But the emergence of the insect clan had shattered his composure. This was an unprecedented opportunity, a monumental leap forward. How could a young Aburame Shino resist the temptation to try? Aburame Shibi furrowed his brow, staring at the insect mother on the ground. I can tell this insect is unusual and possesses considerable destructive power given the intense sense of danger it radiates. But it is still an ordinary insect with no potential for growth. Aburame Shino smiled, knowing his father was judging the insect by outdated standards. Father, how about we make a wager? Hearing this, Aburame Shibi grew intrigued. What do you propose we wager? Aburame Shino pointed to the insect mother on the ground. Father, since you believe this creature has limited potential, why not witness it with your own eyes? I bet it will make you see it in a new light. Aburame Shibi pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Fine, let's make the bet. If you lose, you bury this idea deep in your heart. If you win, I will allow you to follow this path. Hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Aburame Shino's face. A great clan came with conveniences, access to ancestral wisdom and resources to draw upon. But it also meant a certain loss of freedom. Such were the drawbacks and benefits of a large clan. Generally speaking, everything Aburame Shibi had said was correct. Yet the opportunity before him was too rare to ignore. Thankfully, the wager was now set. If he won, Aburame Shino could embark on this new path. Aburame Shibi looked at the insect mother and gestured for Aburame Shino to proceed. Aburame Shino said nothing, merely giving the insect mother a glance. Through their mental link, the insect mother understood his intention. Gurgle, gurgle. The insect mother writhed as if uttering something. Aburame Shibi watched bewildered. But Aburame Shino comprehended the insect's meaning. Resources needed. Without hesitation, he killed 2 low-level insects with a kunai and placed them before his pet. The insect mother devoured the meat ravenously, quickly consuming both low-level insects. 2 milky white eggs stood beside it. Aburame Shibi raised an eyebrow, surprised. Did you make this insect lay eggs? There was a clear interaction between Aburame Shino and the insect mother. Aburame Shibi observed it all. Now that the insect mother had laid eggs in an instant, it was likely Aburame Shino's doing, barring any unexpected developments. Yuanvi was utterly perplexed at this moment. Even if this insect mother could lay eggs, so what? The process from oviposition to hatching requires a certain growth period. So Yuanvi spoke. Even if we were to test it, it's not now. It seems our bet will have to be postponed. Hearing this, Yuanvi stepped forward and waved his hand in refusal. Why postpone? Father, what you speak of is merely normal biological creatures in nature, but what you see is not so. Yuanvi raised an eyebrow. Could it be that this thing could hatch immediately? But what happened next caught Yuanvi off guard. In just a minute or two, Yuanvi saw something moving and struggling within the egg. Could it be that Yuanvi was right, and this was not an ordinary... After another 2 or 3 minutes, cracks appeared on the egg and green fluid spilled onto the ground. Along with this fluid emerged 2 bizarrely shaped creatures. More akin to a human palm than an insect, the 2 little creatures dashed swiftly in a direction after emerging from the egg. Their movement speed was remarkable. They advanced almost as if leaping, then suddenly pounced onto 2 enormous insects. The 2 little ones clung firmly to the heads of the giant insects like a pair of hands. Though astonished by their agility and speed, Yuanvi was not optimistic about their actions. These 2 frenzied insects were quite formidable. In comparison, the newly hatched ones seemed far more fragile. As expected, it would not take long for them to kill those 2 insects. Things seemed to align with Yuanvi's expectations. In just a minute, the newly hatched little ones fell to the ground, torn in half. The gruesome sight of the corpses was witnessed by both Yuanvi and Yuanvi. Yuanvi said, "Don't be discouraged. At least there is some benefit. The greatly accelerated hatching speed from the egg is a terrifying change. This was a completely unheard-of situation before. It's also a point worth studying." Hearing this, Yuanvi smiled mysteriously. "Father, you don't think those 2 little ones are dead, do you?" Yuanvi's heart jolted. Was there some hidden trick? Now with Yuanvi's words, Yuanvi had to focus his attention on the 2 giant insects. Soon he noticed something amiss. The 2 insects were in terrible condition. They shook their heads and collapsed to the ground. Soon changes occurred in their flesh and blood tissues. It seemed something was inside them. Soon their bodies split eerily in half. Two pitch-black insects emerged from within, possessing streamlined bodies. A pair of black compound eyes provided excellent vision. Their sharp scythe-like legs also offered a degree of combat capability. Yunvei stepped forward excitedly, saying nervously, "Could this be parasitic insects?" Soon he confirmed that the two hatched creatures were indeed parasitic insects. For the two black insects were quietly lying beside Yunvei. Their bodies were large, almost the size of a half-grown youth. Their thick black armor and scythe-like legs were quite intimidating. Yunvei raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a clever idea, obtaining different types of troops through parasitism. Although both black insects had emerged from the giant insects. But Yunvei could sense some differences between them. Perhaps due to different hosts, the hatched creatures were slightly different. Now some clues could be seen. These insects possessed remarkable adaptability. Moreover, from these two strange black insects, Yunvei sensed a faint sense of danger. Before Yunvei could speak, the two insects darted out. Their sharp scythe-like forelegs began reaping lives. The cultivated insects were as fragile as tofu, sliced to pieces under the attack of these two strange insects. Soon one insect stopped while the other continued its slaughter. The insect that stopped was not doing so for any other reason. It lowered its body, seemingly collecting the scattered pieces. Then it pushed the pieces of flesh before the insect mother. The insect mother chirped softly, then lowered its head to feast. For a moment, only the sound of the insect mother chewing was heard. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp compound teeth like a meat grinder. The flesh was swallowed and turned to powder almost instantly. Yunvei stared in astonishment. If not for the insect mother's appearance, he would have thought it some kind of bizarre creature. But now Yunvei noticed that the insect mother's body seemed to have grown larger. It observed the scene with a satisfied expression. At this moment, Yunvei finally showed an expression befitting his age. "Father, I wonder if you now think this proves what I said. And I can tell you clearly what you have seen is not all of their abilities." At this moment, Yunvei was deeply shocked. This was almost unbelievable. In Yunvei's understanding, bugs were not like this. These creatures were more like large mammals. Moreover, they had a very complete system. Just then the insect mother laid another cultivation egg. Different from the previous one, this egg was larger. As the insect mother's body had grown, this cultivation egg was now nearly the size of a child. Finally, regarding the bet, Yunvei had to admit defeat. Yunvei stepped forward 2 paces and quickly stopped. "Stop. I don't want any trouble now." With the slaughter by the black insects. The insects locked deep in the forbidden area had become enraged. They were growing increasingly restless. If this continued, it might trigger an insect tide. This was no joke. Over the years, the Yunvei clan had some reserves. These insects, if they erupted in an instant, the impact would be extremely severe and devastating. Yunvei waved his hand. Without many commands, the 2 insects had already returned to his side. Their mouths still dripped with transparent saliva. After approaching Yunvei, they displayed a kind of affectionate demeanor. Yunvei rubbed his eyes. He was not mistaken, this was definitely affection. It seemed Yunvei had become a part of the insect clan. Their relationship was as if it were meant to be. And at that moment, the insect mother made another unusual move. Yunvei turned his head to look. At this moment, the insect queen was no longer a mere bug. It was the path to Yunvei's strength, the top priority. Any sign of abnormality Yunvei would treat with utmost seriousness. And just at this moment, the egg beside the insect queen hatched. A strange-looking insect half the size of an adult human appeared. Strictly speaking, its appearance was more akin to that of the. However, what was strange was that its forelegs were more like 2 drills, while its sharp pincers were somewhat flat. It was right beside the insect queen. But at this moment, it turned its head toward Yunvei. Its raised antennae seemed to be conveying some information. A strange expression appeared on Yunvei's face. Yunvei watched from the side, utterly confused. The communication between insect and human, he who had spent decades with insects couldn't understand it. After a minute, Yunvei nodded and said, "Okay, but be careful." After receiving Yunvei's command, this construction drone began its work. It started digging downward. In an instant, sand and stones flew. A huge opening appeared before Yunvei. Yunvei sighed, thinking it was some major action. So it was just building a nest. That way there was no need to worry. As if noticing Yunvei's reaction, Yunvei walked over with a strange expression and said blankly, "Father, it told me it wants to build a nest down here and the area might be quite large." Yunvei smiled and waved his hand. Just a nest, how big could it be? He clearly didn't care much about it. After all, in his impression, some insects lived underground and their nests wouldn't be too big. The insect queen hatched 2 more eggs of construction drones. The 3 insects moved separately. The sandstorm around them grew stronger. Yunvei couldn't help but pull Yunvei back. But just as he reached out and touched Yunujinai, two pitch-black insects instantly vanished from their spot. Yunujiwei's pupils contracted. Amid swirling smoke, only a piece of wood remained where Yunujiwei had been. At the critical moment, Yunujiwei narrowly saved his life with the substitution technique. Looking again at Yunujinai, Yunujiwei now realized that the two insects were guarding Yunujinai like attendants to their king. Yunujinai waved his hand, looking somewhat uneasy. Go protect the insect queen. Only then did the two insects filled with cold-killing intent stop attacking Yunujiwei. Yunujinai said with a full face of apology, feeling embarrassed, I'm really sorry, father. Because these insects now only recognize me. In their understanding, you showed some hostility toward me just now, so they followed the first priority in their minds and tried to kill you. Yunujiwei's mouth twitched slightly. Jinai, I think something seems off. Yunujinai stepped forward and said, seriously, father, strictly speaking, I am now a part of the insect race, so nothing is impossible. As he spoke, Yunujinai slowly took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes. Seeing this, Yunujiwei was greatly alarmed. The Uniclan had always used their bodies as vessels to raise these parasitic insects. During battle, they had to maintain absolute calm, or the insects inside would go berserk. For this reason, the Uniclan wore sunglasses. Through the sunglasses, they could only see a gray world, reducing sensory stimulation. This made it easier for the Uniclan to control their emotions. Yunujiwei said sternly, Jinai, put your sunglasses back on now. Yunujinai shook his head. Around him, countless parasitic insects appeared. These were the bugs stored in his... However, they were not out of control at this moment, which surprised Yunujiwei. They circled around Yunujinai, and from their orderly movements one could almost discern joy. Yunujiwei sighed. Maybe you're right. Perhaps you can really forge a different path. Boom. Boom. The rumbling beneath his feet diverted Yunujiwei's attention. What was going on? But within seconds, two construction drones pushed a huge boulder out of the ground. Yunujiwei's mouth slightly opened. These insects were incredibly strong, and they had excavated such a large... Only then did Yunujinai speak. Father, I forgot to tell you. The insect queen's reproduction rate is very fast, and there are also some special unit types. So the territory needed is roughly the entire underground of the Uniclan. It was probably the day the school beauty had been shocked the most times. But he had already agreed just now, so it seemed bad to go back on his word now. Yunujiwei could only grimace and agree. Yunujinai sat aside, quietly watching the insects expand their territory. Yet a thought slowly emerged in his mind. These insects were undoubtedly powerful, but all of his chakra had been converted into mental energy. It was enough to control these insects, but where was the power for self-defense? As he thought, Yunujinai's eyes lit. It seemed he needed to visit Lord Liangjia once more. Throughout the night, Yunujinai rested quite well, but Yunujiwei, fearing that these insects would cause trouble, kept a close watch. Fortunately, with his sunglasses on, his dark circles were invisible. When Yunujinai was about to visit Liangjia again, Yunujiwei became agitated, and the parasitic insects inside him seemed ready to go berserk. Jinai, you still want to go? Isn't this enough? In Yunujiwei's view, the appearance of these insectoids was both power and trouble. It was a double-edged sword. If not handled properly, it would cut oneself. But then he heard Yunujinai say seriously, Father, my current power is still too meager. My mental energy is completely insufficient for self-defense. At this moment, if I'm separated from these insectoids, I'm equivalent to an ordinary person. Yunujinai had not only gained power, but also had his body indirectly modified. At this moment, he was more like the brain of these insects, their master. His own power had been greatly weakened. In Yunujinai's view, the only solution was to seek out Liangjia. Yunujiwei sighed. Yunujinai could sense it himself, and how could Yunujiwei not detect it? He just hadn't spoken it out. Now that Yunujinai had brought it up as a father, he naturally couldn't stop him. On the other side, Liangjia quietly gazed at the strange creature before him. The Blade Queen. Every part of her body was the sharpest weapon. She seemed like a born war machine. Just like Yunujinai, Liangjia also possessed what Yunujinai had obtained, and even better. But after hesitating for a moment, Liangjia did not accept it all. Fortunately, as the host of the system, he had that right. And the Blade Queen was the legendary combat unit obtained yesterday. Knock, knock, knock. It seemed someone was knocking at the door. Liangjia cast a glance at the Blade Queen. From existence to nothingness. A subtle transformation occurred on the Blade Queen's body. Gradually, she faded from sight. Opening the door, a hint of surprise appeared on Liangjia's face. Standing at the entrance was an unexpected person. Liangjia stepped aside, allowing Yuanvijinai to enter. Yuanvijinai walked in no longer as restrained as before. The two entered the living room. Liangjia, however, felt somewhat puzzled. According to his original expectations, Yuanvijinai should not have come to him directly at this moment. Could something have gone wrong? With this thought, Jing Liangji's gaze involuntarily fixed on Yunvejinai, as if sensing Jing Liangji's look and perceiving his confusion. Yunvejinai spoke directly. Lord Liangjie, I came here to seek your help. The insect clan was extremely special. This Jing Liangjie knew as well. He surmised that Yunvejinai must have encountered some difficulty. A faint smile appeared on Jing Liangji's face. Don't rush, take your time, and tell me what exactly happened. Yunvejinai picked up the hot tea and took a light sip. Lord Liangjie, although the insect clan's abilities are formidable, my combat power has diminished many times over as a result. So Lord Liangjie, could you think of a way to help me? Hearing this, Jing Liangjie found himself in a predicament. As the master of the insect clan, Yunvejinai could only wield some simple spiritual energy at present. When facing danger, this would indeed pose a significant problem. As time progressed, these issues would diminish or even disappear. And this stage was precisely the most difficult period for Yunvejinai. After pondering, Jing Liangjie turned his gaze to the bookshelf beside him. Among so many comics, surely there was one that could solve Yunvejinai's problem. Jing Liangjie stood up and led Yunvejinai to the bookshelf. Here, I think you can try, perhaps you will find what you seek. Yunvejinai raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of joy in his heart. It seemed there was indeed a solution, but judging by the current situation, he would have to search for it himself. However, Yunvejinai believed that he would surely find a satisfactory answer here. Because of the insect clan, Yunvejinai could no longer follow his old path. The energy within him had changed. This was part of the reason why Yunvejinai was unwilling to tread the old road. Yunvejinai slowly stopped before the bookshelf. He casually pulled out a book from the shelf. It was quite obvious that Yunvejinai was not a chosen one. He had already read half of the book, but still showed no particular reaction. Thus Yunvejinai realized that this book could not offer him anything. So he closed the book carefully, placed it back on the shelf. Indeed, there were many comics here. Yunvejinai continued searching around the room, but after much searching he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Jing Liangjie walked over slowly and patted Yunvejinai's shoulder before speaking. Don't worry, I believe you will surely find a path suitable for yourself. The abilities of the insect clan were not exceptionally strong. What mattered more were quality and quantity. In the initial stage, the enhancement to Yunvejinai was negligible, even making him weaker. However, as the quantity and quality of the insect clan continued to develop, Yunvejinai's abilities would become increasingly powerful. That was why Jing Liangjie was not at all worried when Yunvejinai came here. Even if Yunvejinai found nothing in the end, once the feedback from the insect clan accumulated later, it would be enough to make him strong. Nevertheless, Jing Liangjie had also heard that dual ability users were highly anticipated, so upon hearing Yunvejinai's words, he agreed to his request. At this moment, Yunvejinai seemed to have become much more resolute. Of course, if I can find something that would be better, if not, then it's my own problem. Yunvejinai appeared very calm. In the eyes of others, the process of comprehending power might seem somewhat muddled, but Yunvejinai was completely different. Throughout the process, Yunvejinai remained relatively rational and clear-headed. He also naturally understood that to gain insight from a comic, one needed resonance and a certain degree of similarity. Or perhaps there were some unknown reasons. Yunvejinai's information was limited and he could only discover these things. But just then Yunvejinai picked up another comic and quietly began reading. Seeing Yunvejinai sitting on the meditation cushion, Jing Liangjie was greatly surprised. How did he find that book? The book in Yunvejinai's hand truly astonished Jing Liangjie. As far as he remembered, that book had been placed in a corner. How did it turn up here? However, Jing Liangjie sighed. I suspect Yunvejinai won't grasp anything from this book either. Maybe I'm overthinking. A trace of confusion lingered on Jing Liangjie's face. Compared to Yunvejinai's calm expression, Jing Liangjie seemed somewhat expectant. He also seemed to want to confirm whether Yunvejinai could actually obtain something from the comic. And after Yunvejinai opened the comic, he saw an entirely new world depicted in the illustrations and scenes. This book, titled Mechanical Ascension, had a completely different opening and narrative approach from other books. The protagonist in the comic seemed to live in the outer world, a galaxy whose name sounded very unfamiliar. More importantly, the creatures of this galaxy lived in a way vastly different from the ninja world. This left Yunvejinai in awe. He marveled at the richness of Jing Liangjie's imagination, not knowing how he came up with such ideas. After all, these concepts were entirely novel. No one had ever proposed them before. In other words, these worlds were all fictional constructs of Jing Liangjie. However, Yunvejinai quickly became engrossed. In this world there seemed to be more than one path. Yet the protagonist chose a rather extreme one. Perhaps it really echoed the title of the comic, Mechanical Ascension. Watching Yunvejinai's current reaction, the corners of Jing Liangjie's mouth slowly curled up. It seems this matter is settled, but why this particular book? Jing Liangjie clicked his tongue. It was not that the content of this comic was bad. It was just that no matter how he thought about it, the style did not match the ninja world. Jing Liangjie chuckled softly, rolled up his sleeves, and turned to walk into the kitchen. I doubt he'll be too deeply immersed. Pikachu Dahe, you must not sneak a bite. Dahe and Pikachu huddled together and let out a soft whimper. Dahe tilted his head, his eyes fixed on Unvg Nai sitting on the meditation cushion. Time passed slowly. The spicy aroma of tofu filled the entire room. Meanwhile, Unvg Nai's expression changed, his pupils lost focus. He appeared completely dazed. From Shino Aburame's perspective, the world had become entirely different. Thick fog blanketed the entire space, and he furrowed his brow. This must be like what I experienced before. Having encountered a similar situation once, Shino realized this was likely the illusion constructed by the manga. Shino's eyes lit up with curiosity as he observed the surrounding environment and the dense fog. It was strange, the entire world seemed shrouded in mist obscuring the sun above and the distant land. Fortunately, he could see clearly within a radius of about 1 meter. Choosing a direction, Shino began to walk forward. Now Shino was deeply perplexed. Based on his previous experience, if this was indeed an illusion spawned by the manga, it should have been bustling with life. But what was happening now? Bang! Shino suddenly collided with a massive piece of scrap metal. Pulling up his pants, he saw a bruise forming on the impact site, and for a ninja, however, such an injury was negligible. Shino continued walking, but after just a few steps he halted. How is this possible? Isn't this supposed to be an illusion? Shino muttered, his brow deeply furrowed. In the previous illusion of the interstellar Zer, although all the insects were right before his eyes, even within reach they were intangible. Earlier Shino had tried to touch those insects. The grotesque creatures paid him no heed, and his touch never actually landed on them. But just now he had been injured. His calf still ached, and this was undeniably real. A sense of crisis washed over him. Even when facing those terrifying insects, Shino had felt no fear, knowing they were mere illusions that couldn't harm him. Now the situation was entirely different. This fog-filled world might harbor countless dangers, and Shino couldn't even ascertain their source. Often the unknown is the most terrifying. Shino stood still, hesitating between pressing forward or staying put. Gritting his teeth, Shino steeled himself and continued onward. The air carried a peculiar odor, foul yet tinged with a strange sweetness. This contradictory sensation pricked at Shino's heart. Following the strange scent, he pressed on. Ahead lay a pile of garbage, or rather mechanical debris. It seemed these fragments had once been parts of some machine. Shino paid it no mind, glancing briefly before moving on. Yet something puzzling soon occurred. The mechanical parts grew more numerous, some indescribably broken. The strange odor in the air also intensified. Shino halted. The ground around him was nothing but mechanical wreckage, as if he stood in a colossal steel jungle. Suddenly 2 figures emerged from the thick fog ahead. They were exceptionally tall, moving in a direction that caught Shino's eye. Silently drawing a kunai, Shino approached cautiously. But the figures moved swiftly, and he chased them for a long time. Only then did Shino see their true appearance. They wore large black cloaks, their attire exceedingly bizarre. The most striking feature was the large X mark on their chests. Suddenly the 2 figures stopped. Shino's heart leaped. Had he been discovered? He had already left the area littered with mecha fragments, and visibility had improved. Shino's tension mounted. His strength had not yet fully recovered, and if these 2 enigmatic figures detected him, trouble might ensue. With that thought, Shino changed direction toward the denser fog. Only then did he realize this place was indeed a massive garbage dump. Below lay a vast circular pit with a mountain of debris towering impressively. Shino had been groping through it earlier, which explained why he hadn't recognized the terrain. Suddenly a piercing alarm blared. Heretic detected, enforcer proceeding to eliminate. The 2 strange figures jerked their heads up, staring directly at Shino's location. Shino also heard the warning. He had seen no one else here, so the heretic undoubtedly referred to him. Without a second thought, Shino lowered his head and sprinted forward. The fog ahead was thicker, visibility lower, an ideal place to evade pursuit. Having briefly surveyed the junkyard's layout, he chose a direction and dashed ahead. Fortunately, his direction and memory were correct. A natural pit concealed Shino's position. At that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Shino spun around, slashing at the figure with his kunai. Crack. To his astonishment, the kunai snapped in 2, yet his supposed enemy remained unscathed. Shino was overwhelmed by unprecedented shock. The face of this being was entirely made of steel. 2 glowing crimson tubes connected to the back of its mechanical head, and the hand gripping Shino's arm was also forged. This was a complete mechanical construct. The machine's crimson eyes emitted beams of light, scanning Shino up and down before it spoke. Don't make a sound. Follow me. The machine's body moved like a fish swimming through water. It lifted a door-like piece of debris, revealing a tunnel built from discarded mechanical parts. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Shino didn't hesitate and followed the machine into the tunnel. The stench of garbage surrounded Shino followed behind the machine, observing its fish-like movements and the rhythmic vibration of its mechanical components. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. In the ninja world there were also cyborgs, such as the puppet techniques of the Sand Village. But those puppets were more like weapons controlled by chakra threads. Even so, they were far from reaching the level of this mechanical being. Every motion of its body, every subtle tremor of its intricate parts seemed to propel it forward. This creature was both twisted and perfect. After traversing the labyrinthine tunnels, the space ahead finally broadened, illuminated by a dim, murky light. Shino Yun gazed with some astonishment at this crude miniature sanctuary. Strangely enough, 2 nutrient pods stood here. The ragged, cloaked mechanical figure sat beside them as if relieved of a great burden. Where did you come from? Why are you human? Shino Yun's pupils contracted. Human? Are you not? The machine emitted a hoarse chuckle. We were once human. A deep voice echoed from the side. Another machine emerged. Around its neck hung a steam-made rosary resembling a monk crafted from metal. Shino Yun stared at the scene, utterly disoriented. These beings appeared far from human. Moreover, he noticed that the exposed parts of their bodies bore no skin, only mechanical components. The monk stepped forward, a glint of rainbow light in his eyes. I am Lao, and his name is Ko. Come with us, boy. Shino Yun had no choice, but to comply. He had no right to refuse. Whatever the situation, at least these 2 harbored no hostility, unlike the enforcers outside. He lost track of time in the tunnels. The air was thick with the scent of wasteland, but thankfully the fog dissipated. Thump. The dull resonance instantly seized Shino Yun's attention. It sounded like a bell. Scattered machines slowly approached an ancient chapel. The crowd seemed to swell. Yet Shino Yun noticed that all of them were machines. Could gently tugged at him. Shino Yun followed the procession inside. The figures were solemn, eyes raised toward a hovering mechanical chip. Devout prayers echoed from all sides. Flesh is weak, machine ascends. Ring the great bell once. Push the lever, start the pistons and pumps. Ring the great... Press the button, ignite the engine, fuel the turbine, infuse life. Ring the great bell thrice. Sing in unison, praise the god of 10,000 machines. The solemnity unsettled Shino Yun, yet a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. After the crowd dispersed, Ku approached him. For millennia, human psychics and we coexisted in harmony. Until they initiated the psychic project. They preached that the mind triumphs over matter, attaining transcendence. Our very survival was eroded further. Now the time for counterstrike has come. Will you join us? Shino Yun froze, uncertain how to respond. Must he transform his body into that of these machines? Shino Yun shuddered. A partial conversion might be acceptable. But a full transformation into a machine was beyond his tolerance. Ka seemed to perceive his hesitation and spoke. You need power now, and this is the only way. For now you can enter a state of a flesh and blood shell. Part of your body tissues will be replaced by more powerful mechanical components. Time passed, and Ka watched him silently. After long deliberation, he finally said fine. The cleared room exuded a strange odor. Flesh was cut open and nanochips were implanted beneath the skin. Shino Yun felt no pain. Anesthesia had taken effect. A mechanical eye quietly emerged in his left socket. A faint azure mechanical pattern slowly crept across his left cheek, and his arm was encased in thick armor. Yet it granted him far greater strength. As his fingers flexed, the whirring of mechanical sensors echoed incessantly. Shino Yun looked ahead and murmured, scan and analyze. His left eye flickered, scanning every object before him and transmitting the data deep into his brain. K's face broke into a smile as he extended a hand. Welcome aboard. Just then Shino Yun's vision blurred and everything around him grew indistinct. In a daze, a voice drifted in K's voice. I believe you will return. Shino Yun snapped awake with a start. Jingliangjie sat before him, a gentle smile on his face. You're finally awake. I was starting to worry. Shino Yun nodded apologetically. My apologies for worrying you, Lord Liangjie. He felt as if roused. Anxiously, he examined his own body. Sizzle. The sound of electromagnetism thrilled him. Jingliangjie's gaze also fell upon him. Shino Yun's eye had become an electronic one with a faint azure cybernetic pattern beneath it. His left hand had transformed into a mechanical arm. Apart from the lack of skin, it resembled a human limb. The system's mechanical voice chimed again. Shino Yun obtains preliminary qualification for mechanical ascension. Congratulations, host, for mastering the controllable state of the flesh and blood shell. Congratulations, host, for gaining 400 system energy points. A brilliant smile curled on Jingliangjie's lips. He hadn't expected Shino-yun to actually glean something from that. At that moment Jing Liangjie sensed that his own body had entered a controllable state. With a mere thought, parts of his organs could transform into mechanical forms, freely switching back. If he advanced to the next stage, uploading consciousness data, he could achieve immortality even without breaking through his physical lifespan extended indefinitely. But judging by Shino-yun's current state, that goal seemed distant. Shino-yun stared blankly at his transformation. Had it not been for the cold sensation from his arm, he would have doubted it was a dream. Slowly, he raised his eyes and fixed them on Jing Liangjie. Lord Liangjie, would you test me? Jing Liangjie chuckled and pointed toward the kitchen. Aren't you still bound by this flesh? Don't you feel hunger? Growl. The sound came at the perfect moment. A flush crept over Shino-yun's face. My apologies then, I'll gladly accept your hospitality. Just then a knock came at the open door. A head poked in. Jing Liangjie glanced over and waved. It's Changpu. Come in. Changpu was dressed in a classical floral kimono, seemingly carefully adorned. Changpu nodded slightly, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Yet, she still walked forward slowly. She was slightly surprised when she saw Shino Aburame. Her gaze lingered on Kyō Ryōsuke. It seemed that even the mechanical arm and the electronic eye on Shino Aburame could not capture Changpu's attention. The three of them took their seats. Shino Aburame and Changpu looked at the food on the table with some surprise. Mapo tofu and yuseong shredded pork, these ordinary home-cooked dishes were something they had never tasted before, and now they seemed exceptionally novel. Changpu sat down and slowly handed over the small bag she had brought. Kyō Ryōsuke took it casually. Through the gap one could catch a glimpse of several skewers of three-colored dumplings. Kyō Ryōsuke raised an eyebrow. The three-colored dumplings from Jichuan's, there are always so many people there. It must have been quite exhausting, right? Changpu looked at him with a very tender. The moment their eyes met, Changpu immediately lowered her head. It wasn't crowded today, so it wasn't hard at all. Kyō Ryōsuke smiled faintly, knowing that this girl was lying. The three-colored dumplings from Jichuan's had always been a bestseller, with many people coming to buy them every day. If you arrived late, you wouldn't be able to get any stock. However, Kyō Ryōsuke was somewhat puzzled as to why she had suddenly become so nice. He had also visited Yale, but back then Changpu didn't seem like this. On the other hand, Shino Aburame, who had been a bit restrained, now showed no sign of nervousness. He picked up his chopsticks and softly said, "Itadakamasu." Then he buried his head in his meal. The fragrant and delicious rice paired with some mapo tofu coated in sauce was a delight. After just 2 bites, Shino Aburame felt as if he had discovered a new continent. His eyes lit up. He picked up a small portion of yuseong shredded pork, mixed it with the rice, and found it to be a uniquely delightful taste. Shino Aburame had never eaten anything so delicious. Perhaps it was the novelty at play, but regardless, the sight of him devouring his meal with gusto was unmistakable. Even Changpu, who was beside him, looked a little puzzled. After taking 2 bites herself, she immediately understood why Shino Aburame had become like this. Kyō Ryōsuke set the 3-colored dumplings aside and said softly, "I haven't prepared any dessert for after the meal, so we'll use these 3-colored dumplings to entertain you as a borrowed offering." Then, as if recalling something, Kyō Ryōsuke added, "Changpu, I have a special secret noodle recipe called Dan Dan noodles. I'll teach it to you another time." Changpu's face flushed. Her speech became a little stammered. "Lord Ryōsuke, are you really going to teach me?" Kyō Ryōsuke was a bit puzzled. Wasn't it just a noodle recipe? Why was she so nervous about it? Little did he know that such secret recipes were usually passed down only within the family, especially under the guidance of Yael. Changpu had deeply ingrained this concept. Kyō Ryōsuke was a bit confused, but he lowered his head and began to eat. Meanwhile, Changpu's mind started to wander into all sorts of fantasies. Could Lord Ryōsuke be responding to me with these words? What should I do? I'm not ready yet. The meal came to an end. The 3 of them savored the 3-colored dumplings, each with a different expression on their faces, but all carried a faint sense of happiness. Shino Aburame looked up at the 2, then very self-consciously picked up his bowl and chopsticks and headed to the kitchen. Soon the sound of water came from the kitchen, as if he was washing the dishes. Kyō Ryōsuke was a little puzzled. Wasn't Shino Aburame feeling constrained just a moment ago? Now he acted as if he were at home. Moreover, every time Kyō Ryōsuke looked up at Changpu, she would shyly lower her head. Kyō Ryōsuke felt perplexed. Can anyone explain what just happened? Time passed bit by bit. Finally, Shino Aburame emerged from the kitchen and said somewhat eagerly, "Lord Ryōsuke, let's set off." Changpu was taken aback. "Lord Ryōsuke, where are you 2 going?" Kyō Ryōsuke pointed at Shino Aburame's arm and said, "To test the power he has gained." At that moment, Changpu looked at Shino Aburame in astonishment. "Is this mechanical? Like the things in those stories?" Shino Aburame's face twisted into a wry smile. So she had only just noticed this unusual arm. Changpu placed the manga she was holding back on the shelf, then took a sequel, and said with a sweet smile, "Lord Ryōsuke, if you don't mind, I'd like to come along and see." Kyō Ryōsuke seemed indifferent. "What's there to mind? Since you want to come, let's go together." After leaving the house, Shino Aburame was no longer in a hurry, perhaps for other reasons. Changpu followed just behind Kyō Ryōsuke, half a step behind. At this moment their posture resembled that of a couple out for a stroll, while Shino Aburame trailed far behind. The summer breeze was gentle, lifting Changpu's loose hair. She would occasionally steal a glance at Kyō Ryōsuke. Then, as if guilty, she would quickly lower her head. Changpu let out a startled cry. It seemed she had tripped while walking and accidentally bumped into Kyō Ryōsuke's back. Changpu rubbed her slightly reddened forehead. Kyō Ryōsuke turned around, a hint of apology on his face, and slowly extended his hand. Changpu watched in silence as his slender fingers brushed aside her disheveled hair. A faint green glow appeared at the tips of Kyō Ryōsuke's fingers. Changpu's eyes were filled with shyness. Lord Ryōsuke's hand is so warm. Unfortunately, this feeling did not last long, and his fingers soon withdrew. Kyō Ryōsuke wore a gentle smile. There, it shouldn't hurt anymore, right? As a disciple of Tsunade, Kyō Ryōsuke had some knowledge of healing techniques. Changpu looked at Kyō Ryōsuke, her gaze somewhat enchanted. But good times always pass quickly. The three of them strolled leisurely to the training ground. A creature resembling a kappa standing on its hands whizzed past them. Its shouts drifted away with the wind. "This is youth. If you don't finish within 20 minutes, you'll do 1000 frog jumps." A vein bulged on Kyō Ryōsuke's forehead. That Might Guy sure was full of energy. Looking closer, it wasn't just Might Guy on the training ground, were also Niji, Tenten, Sasuke, and Hinata, all seemingly present. Soon these people came over one by one, greeted Kyō Ryōsuke, and then all turned their gazes to Shino Aburame. Although everyone had changed to some extent during this time, none had undergone such a dramatic transformation as Shino Aburame. He had literally changed from a carbon-based life form to a mechanical one. Everyone seemed a bit unaccustomed to the Shino Aburame, who had removed his sunglasses and gained a mechanical arm. And Shino Aburame himself was equally uncomfortable with so much attention. Shino Aburame's presence had always been very low, but today he experienced what it felt like to be the center of attention. However, it wasn't a pleasant feeling. Kyō Ryōsuke didn't mind. He told everyone to stop fooling around, and then stood opposite Shino Aburame. With a serious expression, he gestured to Shino Aburame. "Come on, use all your strength. Otherwise, we won't be able to gauge your progress." Yunu Jinai drew a deep breath. Facing Jingliangjie, he still felt the pressure, and it was no ordinary. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yunu Jinai's arm began to pull slowly, piece by piece of mecha parts emerging upon his arm. The combat capability of his entire arm seemed to have ascended more than one level. Scan. Yunu Jinai's electronic eye abruptly lit up. This eye could scan and gather intelligence during battle, then feed it back to his brain, enabling him to make the most accurate judgment under the circumstances. But at this moment, Yunu Jinai's expression grew increasingly astonished, all due to the results from the electronic eye scan. Scan shows no obvious flaw. Hidden flaws cannot be triggered. That is to say, Jingliangjie had flaws, but for Yunu Jinai they were equivalent to none. Given his overall strength, he simply could not strike at those flaws. Yunu Jinai swallowed hard. Though he knew he was no match for Jingliangjie, he could not accept it so quickly. Meanwhile, Jingliangjie stood quietly on the spot without much movement. It was Yunu Jinai who launched the first attack. The roar of a small engine echoed across the training ground. The push rod was pushed to its limit. It seemed more like the arm was dragging the body along. Jingliangjie stood still, neither dodging nor evading, and suddenly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. 3 identical Jingliangjie appeared on the spot. At that moment, Yunu Jinai, with a calm expression, abruptly struck backward. It turned out that Jingliangjie had already used the shadow clone substitution and body flicker techniques in a flash. He moved to Yunu Jinai's rear without anyone noticing. If not for Yunu Jinai's sense of danger, he might not have detected it at all. However, this punch still missed. The fist slammed heavily into a nearby tree. Bang! A loud crash. The crowd looked up. On the tree's bark there were some cracks, and where the fist had struck, a large hole appeared, allowing one to see through the tree from one side to the other. The power and penetrating force of this punch were formidable. Moreover, its speed was so swift that it caught one off guard, making it a lethal move in battle. Yunu Jinai's arm seemed to open and close like scales, wisps of heat dissipating from the pores that opened on his arm. Yet after this unusual display, the arm continued to pulse wildly. And those around noticed that his arm appeared to be growing redder. Jingliangjie raised an eyebrow, his face still bearing a composed smile. forcing the mechanism into overload to enhance kinetic energy. A very clever idea. Jingliangjie had to admit that Yunu Jinai had some control over his abilities. At least in just a few hours he had already explored these applications. However, it was a pity that too few parts of his body were mechanized, so the disparity in strength was too great. Facing the incoming punch, Jingliangjie grew serious this time. One after another pitch-black scales covered his left hand. Jingliangjie suddenly opened his left hand. Hinata covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise, "Lord Liangjie is using his bare flesh to block that punch. But the scales on his hand give me a very familiar feeling." "Humph." Sasuke raised his chin slightly and said disdainfully, "How could such an attack possibly defeat Brother Liangjie?" Kakashi, leaning in the shade of a tree, gently adjusted his forehead protector and put down his manga. Has Zainai's strength improved so much in just one day? What Kakashi saw was different from what others saw. Knowing Jingliangjie's formidable strength, Kakashi focused his attention on Yunu Jinai. Others only saw Jingliangjie's power, but not the speed of Yunu Zainai's progress. Kakashi sighed silently and murmured, while looking at Jingliangjie's calm expression. This is the true genius. Bang! As expected, Jingliangjie caught Yunu Zainai's punch steadily, and no injury could be seen on his hand. Yunu Jinai seemed unsurprised by this result. Having failed in one attack, he swiftly retreated, watching Jingliangjie with caution. At this moment, Jingliangjie did not press the advantage. He lowered his hand and said calmly, "Rest assured, since I told you to use your full strength, I will let you unleash all your abilities." Others were puzzled, but Yunu Jinai shot a grateful glance at Jingliangjie. The two stopped moving and the atmosphere grew strange, leaving the surrounding crowd bewildered. Might Guy's words broke the awkward silence. How passionate. This is youth. I can't wait to burn with passion. After saying this, Might Guy actually did a handstand on the spot and started doing push-ups. Kakashi used his manga to cover his face, as if signaling that he didn't know this guy. While everyone was puzzled, a strange sound came from beneath the training ground. Kakashi took his manga away and looked ahead with a serious expression. What is this? Could it be some special technique? But when he looked up, neither of the two in the field seemed surprised. Kakashi understood immediately, this must be the work of either Yunu Jinai or Jingliangjie. But why did it take so long to activate? Was it a very powerful jutsu? Kakashi's doubt did not last long. A hole appeared beside Yunu Jinai. Though somewhat large, Kakashi concluded it was just a hole. 4 worker bees crawled out from it, followed by 4 builder drones and 3 black xenomorphs. The 4 builder drones stood at the front while the worker bees stayed at the back. The 3 black xenomorphs, upon receiving Yunu Zainai's command, lunged forward. Jingliangjie glanced to the side abruptly. Just then the Queen of Blades had conveyed her desire to attack to him, but Jingliangjie stopped her. This was also because Jingliangjie had suppressed his own aura as the Zerg overlord, otherwise these creatures would not have dared to attack. Whoosh! The black xenomorphs started over with incredible speed. Their scythe-like forelegs cut through the air, producing a grating sound. This type of unit was indeed a good choice for ambush. The 3 black xenomorphs coordinated perfectly. One aimed at Jingliangjie's head, while the other 2 focused on his. They attacked in an orderly fashion, occasionally using their bodies to shield their comrades. Jingliangjie glanced at. Such precise movements must have been silently directed by Yunu Jinai from behind. Jingliangjie nodded almost imperceptibly. This time Yunu Jinai had performed quite well. Just then the 4 defense drones also began their actions. They advanced with great commotion, their bulky frames making them rather clumsy. The 4 worker bees also made their move. 4 worker bee insects flew out, seemingly rushing towards Jingliangjie. 3 black anomalous creatures moved swiftly, and they were extremely dangerous. Yet Jingliangjie remained at ease, and it was evident that he was not fully focused on the confrontation. Yunu Jinai's expression gradually grew serious, perhaps unexpectedly. Amidst the encirclement of so many insects, Jingliangjie still remained relaxed. Looking at the surrounding insects, Yunu Jinai elegantly said, "Go for it." All the insects surged forward. They were all part of the insect race, although Yunu Jinai's insect faction had not yet taken shape. But for the insect race this was significant. Every insect had its own role. However, under special circumstances, they would employ swarm tactics. The most terrifying aspect of the insect race is their numbers and fearsome abilities. Currently, Yunu Jinai was effectively becoming a constraint on the insect race. If they were allowed to develop unchecked, the ninja world would undergo drastic changes in a few years. The insects charged forward without a moment's respite. Up to this point, Jingliangjie had not halted his movements. To the spectators around, every move Jingliangjie made was incredibly concise and agile, appearing as smooth as flowing water. Like a top-tier dance artist performing their most skilled dance despite facing numerous insect attacks, he remained composed. There was a strange beauty to it. Naturally, such a scenario did not escape Yunujinai's eyes, and she quietly— This battle was meant to test Yunujinai's strength. She knew in her heart that she could not win, but she wanted to see where her limit— Seizing an opportunity, Jingliangjie was momentarily preoccupied with the attacks of several insects, and at that moment Yunujinai struck fiercely. Bang! Her fist struck him, yet a faint smile remained on Jingliangjie's face. An inexplicable pressure erupted from Yunujinai. Alright, this battle has gone on long enough, I think it's time to stop. After saying this, a strange sense of obedience arose within Yunujinai. The insects, sensing their master's aura, were somewhat puzzled, but still halted their actions. Thus the battle ended without— Of course others understood as well, although this duel had no winner, it was clear that Jingliangjie was the victor. Jingliangjie's strength was far superior to Yunujinai's. Moreover, Jingliangjie had a long knife hung at his waist. Throughout he had not used any weapons, fighting Yunujinai with bare— It was clear who was stronger. Yunujinai commanded the insects to burrow into the tunnel, quickly disappearing from sight. The entrance of the dugout cave was blocked by construction workers. A few curious onlookers approached. I didn't expect you to be like this without your sunglasses, Jinai. Inuzuka Kiba's eyes were fixed on Yunujinai, grinning as he spoke. After removing her sunglasses last time, Yunujinai had not worn them again. Everyone was also surprised to find that Yunujinai, usually quite inconspicuous, actually had a certain charm. Moreover, the lines under her eyes added an inexplicable mystique. Yunujinai scratched her head, seemingly taken aback by the crowd's attention. It was said that Yunujinai had a very low— Sometimes she would even be forgotten by her friends. Now that she had become the focus of everyone's interest, it was natural for her to feel out of place. Jingliangjie smiled as he walked over. He patted Yunujinai's shoulder and said with some appreciation, "Well done. Although it's just the initial grasp of these abilities, your adaptability is quite fast." Yunujinai's face broke into a smile, her eyes filled with an indescribable glow. Perhaps receiving Jingliangjie's approval was a matter of great honor for her. Seeing that the matter had concluded, the previous onlookers returned to their training. Meanwhile, Yunujinai found a shaded spot under a tree with a comic book. She furrowed her brow lightly, though her attention was not on the comic book. It seemed she was contemplating something. Jingliangjie noticed her condition and chuckled as he approached. What's the matter? Is there something you don't understand? To his surprise, Yunujinai actually nodded. Lord Liangjie, I understand my current combat power, and due to the implants in my body, I also have a lot of mechanical theories in my mind. I have a bold hypothesis, but am not sure if it will work. Jingliangjie wasn't surprised. After all, Yunujinai's thoughts were very clear, and she remained calm about many matters. After encountering these new things, it was normal for her to apply what she learned. Jingliangjie raised an eyebrow. Then what ideas have you come up with? Perhaps I can provide some assistance in certain aspects. Hearing this, Yunujinai hesitated. But after pondering for a moment, she spoke. Lord Liangjie, my current strength is still very weak, and the insect race initially relies on numbers. Yunujinai was very clear that she could not expand their numbers recklessly. After all, nothing had happened in the village, nor had war broken out. Blindly increasing numbers would only lead to ecological destruction. Moreover, the life strength and adaptability of the insect race are remarkably strong. If they were allowed to develop unchecked, they would soon become a natural disaster. Although these insects all obey commands and Yunujinai could perfectly control them, the emergence of such things could very likely trigger a war. Jingliangjie furrowed his brow. So, what is the hypothesis you mentioned? A glimmer of light flickered in Yunujinai's eyes. Extending her arm, Yunujinai's body had reached the stage of flesh and skin, with her left arm and eyes replaced by mechanical components. Knocking on her left arm, Yunujinai looked intently at Jingliangjie. I want to merge the insect race with mecha. The insect race's assimilation and adaptability are formidable. Perhaps we can create a mechanical insect race. Jingliangjie rested his chin on his hand, pondering slightly. Yunujinai had gained a wealth of mechanical knowledge from this experience. In fact, Jingliangjie had obtained even more than Yunujinai. Upon reflection, the insect race represented biological technology, while mechanical ascension represented mechanical technology. The fusion of the two might indeed spark a significant breakthrough. After hesitating for a moment, Jingliangjie spoke. Since you already have such a concept in mind, go ahead and pursue it boldly. Jingliangjie was also curious whether Yunujinai could successfully accomplish this task. Perhaps it could lead to a breakthrough in combat power. After receiving Jingliangjie's affirmation, Yunujinai's gaze became resolute. So this means there is a certain feasibility. I will try to carry out this work. Yunujinai had already shifted her thinking, as since quantity was not feasible, she would focus on quality. Such a proposal was excellent. Even Jingliangjie had to admit that it was extremely rare for Yunujinai to conceive such an idea at this point in time. Moreover, judging by Yunujinai's current demeanor, it seemed he was not merely paying lip service. He had clearly entered the preparatory phase. Time slipped away imperceptibly. In the blink of an eye another day had passed. Seated in the Hokage's office, Jing Liangjie took out a scroll. He stood up and gazed out the window. Perhaps this is also the butterfly effect. How did the timeline of the Shueji ninja scroll shift to this point? Jing Liangjie had a faint impression of this plot. It seemed to be related to the affairs of Snow Country. Jing Liangjie furrowed his brow slightly. In the original storyline, this movie event was handled by Team 7 consisting of Naruto and Sasuke. However, Naruto was still away on a mission and had not returned, leaving Team 7 incomplete. Jing Liangjie hesitated at this moment. Should he accept this commission? Nevertheless, Jing Liangjie ordered the Umbu to summon Kakashi. He sat quietly in the Hokage's office awaiting Kakashi's arrival. Before long, Kakashi appeared at the window. A vein popped on Jing Liangjie's forehead. Don't you people know how to use? Are all Umbu members so unruly? Judging by Kakashi's demeanor, he seemed a bit embarrassed. However, the mask covering the lower half of his face obscured most of his expression. Jing Liangjie waved his hand and said slowly, "Never mind. There's a mission here. I need your Team 7 to handle it. The matter seems somewhat troublesome, so I've decided to go with you." Kakashi was startled. "Lord Liangjie, this is no joking matter." After all, Jing Liangjie was the current Hokage of Konoha. Even if he was merely an acting Hokage, he was still a Kage. How could he so easily venture elsewhere? A faint smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face as he waved his hand. A somewhat strange woman suddenly appeared beside Jing Liangjie. Kakashi was greatly alarmed, even shifting his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. This woman who had appeared so abruptly was extremely dangerous. Kakashi could sense an inexplicable aura emanating. It seemed that with a single move this woman could kill Kakashi. Jing Liangjie's reaction was completely different from Kakashi's. He gave the woman a casual, indifferent glance. "Activate biological mimicry. Handle my daily affairs. If any situation arises, inform me immediately." The woman knelt on one knee. With a humble expression, she said, "Yes, Lord Master." Right before Kakashi's eyes, the woman's body gradually transformed, eventually becoming an exact replica of Jing Liangjie. Kakashi was stunned. This transformation was vastly different from the bodily changes caused by the transformation technique. If one were not intimately familiar with the original, they might be completely unable to tell the difference. A brilliant smile spread across Jing Liangjie's face. "See, now it's fine. Besides, Tuansang is also active near Snow Country. To be cautious, it's better for me to—" Kakashi fell silent this time. After all, the woman's disguise would not be seen through and her strength was not what variables could arise in the time it takes to complete a single mission? Kakashi lowered his head slightly. Since Lord Liangjie has already made arrangements, then so be it. Jing Liangjie reached out and handed the scroll on the desk to Kakashi. "Take a look. This is our mission objective." At this point, Kakashi had no choice but to accept it, taking the scroll and reading it. However, after reading for a short while, Kakashi frowned and asked with confusion, "Lord Liangjie, this seems like an ordinary mission, and it's only an rank mission." Kakashi saw nothing dangerous in the scroll. Such a mundane task was not worth Jing Liangjie's personal involvement. Strictly speaking, it was at most a rank mission. But Jing Liangjie shook his head and said, "Kakashi, I have to tell you, this is not an ordinary mission. You'll know the specifics when we get there." Although Kakashi was full of doubts since Jing Liangjie had said so much, he could not press further. He could not say anything more. Kakashi could only nod in agreement. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. At the designated meeting point, Kakashi leaned against a tree, idly reading a comic book, while Sasuke sat on the grass nearby. Haruno Sakura looked puzzled and asked in confusion, "Kakashi-sensei, our Team 7 is short of personnel. Are we still going to take on a mission? And who are we waiting for if we haven't left yet?" Kakashi stared with a deadpan eye, feeling that today Haruno Sakura was particularly noisy, chattering like a sparrow. "Just wait patiently." A few minutes passed. Jing Liangjie, carrying a backpack and accompanied by a black wolf, slowly walked over. A hint of a smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face. "Sorry I'm late. It's all this rascal Dahe's fault." Dahe, following beside Jing Liangjie, let out a whimper. Originally, Jing Liangjie hadn't planned to bring Dahe, but when he was leaving, Dahe insisted on following, which caused the delay. Sasuke's eyes lit up. "Liangjie, does this mean you're coming with us on this mission?" This was not a secret, and they would be acting together as a group. There was no need to hide anything. So Jing Liangjie said straightforwardly, "That's right. I'll be executing the next mission together with Team 7. However, just in case, I won't use my real appearance outside." After saying that, Jing Liangjie formed a hand seal. His skin turned wheat-colored and his facial features became relatively more rugged, making him look more like a member of the Inuzuka clan. Kakashi nodded on the side. "It's perfect that Lord Liangjie brought a wolf. This way he can disguise himself as a member of the Inuzuka clan." The four of them set off. However, this mission made Haruno Sakura somewhat puzzled. It seemed more like a leash. Throughout the journey, Haruno Sakura was full of enthusiasm. I never thought our mission target would be the Snow Princess. I must get her autograph. Jing Liangjie nodded thoughtfully. Fenghua Xiaoxu's portrayal of the Snow Princess seemed quite famous in the ninja world. What outsiders knew was her stage name Fuji Shiwehue. They were completely unaware that this renowned Snow Princess had a hidden identity. The atmosphere among the four of them was harmonious throughout the journey. Finally, after some effort, they arrived at their destination. However, upon reaching this place, a vein popped on Jing Liangjie's forehead, and he turned to look at Kakashi. This isn't where we're meeting the client, is it? Jing Liangjie hadn't had time to read the scroll carefully, and he was now utterly confused. Unexpectedly, Kakashi nodded. It seems this is exactly where we were supposed to meet the client. And they even threw in 4 movie tickets for us. We can use this time to rest and learn more about our mission objective. The mission was a simple escort task. The specifics were to escort Fenghua Xiaoxue, the actress, playing the Snow Princess, to the Snow Country for a film shoot. Holding the tickets, they walked inside. Sasuke seemed uninterested, and Kakashi also looked rather bored. However, Jing Liangjie was intrigued by the Naruto-themed movie, so he appeared keen. Haruno Sakura, like an obsessed fan, entered the cinema and waited with great anticipation. Time passed minute by minute until the film finally ended. They strolled along the streets, leaving the cinema. Since it was still early before the appointed time, they could relax and unwind from the journey. Just then a white horse galloped through the street. On the horse sat a woman in a traditional kimono. The woman had bright eyes and a faint smile on her crimson lips. Draped in the traditional kimono, she resembled a runaway princess, a hint of panic on her face, as if fleeing from something. Sakura became wildly excited, shouting, "Look, everyone! Kakashi-sensei, look!" Kakashi gazed at the woman and frowned slightly. Her face seemed familiar. Did he know her? Sakura could no longer contain herself. She exclaimed excitedly, "It's the Snow Princess. We just watched." She resembled the character from the Snow Princess movie perfectly. Kakashi finally realized. He raised an eyebrow. So she is our mission target. Sakura nodded eagerly, then her expression turned to worry. Is the Snow Princess being chased by someone? Sasuke spoke coldly from the side. It seems she's trying to evade pursuers. Someone is after her. Sakura hesitated, but still spoke. Since she's being chased, let's help her. Without delay, Sakura led Kakashi and Sasuke toward her. Jing Liangjie smiled faintly but did not intervene. The white horse drew closer. They could now see who was chasing Fenghua Xiaoxue. Behind her were riders in armor, their faces masked. From any angle, they did not look like good people. Fenghua Xiaoxue galloped faster ahead, and the pursuers gradually increased their speed. Jing Liangjie stood by without speaking, but he already recalled the details of this incident. The pursuers appeared to be ordinary people, so Sakura and Sasuke only used basic taijutsu. Kakashi followed beside them without intervening. After crossing several streets and alleys, Sakura and Sasuke successfully subdued a few pursuers. However, after some explanation, Kakashi stood awkwardly as the client Sandai apologized before him. Sakura and Sasuke seated nearby also wore odd expressions. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Sandai with his beard felt somewhat embarrassed as well. After clearing his throat, he said, "I'm truly sorry. You must be the ninjas dispatched from Konoha, right? This mission is simple, you just need to escort us to the Snow Country for filming." Kakashi was quite polite to the client. Kakashi nodded slightly. In that case, the 4 of us accept this mission. But when he turned around, Kakashi was surprised to find Jing Liangjie nowhere in sight. He had to look at Sasuke. Sasuke shrugged. We lost him. Liangjie probably followed the target. Sakura, standing nearby, broke into a smile. Uncle, don't worry. One of our companions is protecting the Snow Princess. Sandai sighed, but felt considerably relieved. Regardless, Fenghua Xiaoxue was no longer simply out of contact as someone was watching over her. Sandai breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jing Liangjie followed Fenghua Xiaoxue into an izakaya. As soon as he entered, he saw her drinking beer at a corner table. Jing Liangjie chuckled softly and walked toward her seat. Boss, give me a glass of rum. Carrying the rum, he approached Fenghua Xiaoxue and sat down beside her. Fenghua Xiaoxue frowned, glaring at Jing Liangjie angrily. This seat is all ready. Before she could finish, she noticed the large black wolf. She then looked at the headband on Jing Liangjie's forehead. You must be the ninja Sandai hired. Please tell Sandai I don't want to go back. Jing Liangjie took a sip from his glass. This rum is quite good. I think you might want to try it too. Jing Liangjie did not follow her lead. Instead, they conversed like old friends. His easygoing attitude made Fenghua Xiaoxue frown slightly, but in the end she said nothing. Jing Liangjie ordered some snacks. The edamame paired with the aroma of rum seemed even more delicious, and the crispy fried tofu was exquisite. Jing Liangjie quietly savored the izakaya's snacks, finding them quite delightful. Fenghua Xiaoxue sitting beside him grew increasingly puzzled. Aren't you a Konoha ninja? Why are you eating on your own? Jing Liangjie chuckled lightly. How rude of me. You should try some too, it's quite good. Fenghua Xiaoxue was taken aback. What was with this person? But this move actually bridged the distance between them, making her feel as if they were old friends meeting again. After hesitating, she picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. Gradually, the two grew more familiar. Fenghua Xiaoxue looked at Dahe the wolf sitting on a stool nearby. Dahe ate the grilled meat quietly, its behavior unlike that of an ordinary wolf. Fenghua Xiaoxue hesitated, then reached out her hand. Is this a real wolf? Can I touch it? Her hand was already above Dahe's head, but in an instant the wolf bared its fangs, its eyes fixated on Fenghua Xiaoxue. The intangible killing intent made Fenghua Xiaoxue shiver. Jing Liangjie smiled and patted Dahe's forehead. It's alright. He's just a bit shy. Dahe whimpered, lowered its head and resumed eating the grilled meat, completely shedding the fierce aura from moments ago. Fenghua Xiaoxue tentatively rubbed Dahe, and when it didn't resist, a brilliant smile bloomed on her face like a warm sun in the winter night. A radiant smile spread across Fenghua Xiaoxue's face. Dahe continued to eat with his head down, paying no attention to Fenghua Xiaoxue's movements. It was under these circumstances that the distance between them gradually closed. After a long while, Fenghua Xiaoxue finally spoke. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I don't want to return to the crew or shoot this film, so please go back. Jing Liangjie raised an eyebrow and said, Who said I came to bring you back? The mission we received is an escort mission. That is to say, I only need to ensure. A gleam of joy appeared on Fenghua Xiaoxue's face. Yet the sorrow on her face remained unresolved. It's a pity that Santaifu will come looking for me, but I can delay it for a while. On Jing Liangjie's recommendation, Fenghua Xiaoxue also ordered a glass of rum and took a small sip. Immediately she made a clicking sound. This taste is so spicy. As she spoke, Fenghua Xiaoxue fanned her mouth with her palm, as if trying to remove the spiciness. Jing Liangjie sat by the side, a faint smile on his face. Uncle, another serving of edamame. As they ate and chatted, Fenghua Xiaoxue suddenly spoke. From your appearance, you must be from the Quanzhong clan of my village, right? Startled, Jing Liangjie nodded. A trace of envy appeared on Fenghua Xiaoxue's face. Perhaps a ninja's life is more interesting than mine now. Isn't being an actor also good? Jing Liangjie raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. Fenghua Xiaoxue sighed. Then she closed her mouth as if unwilling to say anything. But Jing Liangjie knew everything clearly. On the surface, Fenghua Xiaoxue was just an actor, but in reality she was a true princess. The reason she didn't want to return to filming was simply that she didn't want to go back to Shuezhigua. After the king of Shuezhigua died, Fenghua Xiaoxue's second uncle seized power. Strictly speaking, Fenghua Xiaoxue's country had been usurped by her second uncle. Perhaps Fenghua Xiaoxue felt that returning would only bring more sorrow, and there was also a certain danger. Although Fenghua Xiaoxue did not reveal her true situation, she still disclosed a considerable amount of information in her conversation with Jing Liangjie. From time to time, she also complained about the things she encountered while working as an actress. Perhaps Fenghua Xiaoxue felt that since they were two strangers who hadn't even exchanged names, they only had a certain obligation to interact. Thus Fenghua Xiaoxue could speak freely. But as time gradually passed, a flush appeared on Fenghua Xiaoxue's face, a moving blush. Throughout this process, Fenghua Xiaoxue kept eating and drinking beer. But not every girl was like Gang Shou. After a few glasses, Fenghua Xiaoxue was already a bit drunk. Not long after, she lay down on the table. A faint smile lingered on her face, as if she was somewhat happy. Jing Liangjie unhurriedly finished the food in his bowl. Uncle, I'll settle the bill here. After paying, Jing Liangjie picked up Fenghua Xiaoxue and headed toward the crew's direction. On the way, Jing Liangjie shook his head and said, How naive. It seems Santaifu has protected her well. Dahe, you must never be like her, or you'll be deceived without even knowing. Dahe raised his head and glanced at Fenghua Xiaoxue with some disdain. He let out a soft bark, as if seeking credit from Jing Liangjie. A smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face as he carried Fenghua Xiaoxue and walked faster. Seeing Santaifu come out with a look of surprise, Jing Liangjie chuckled and said, In the ninja for this mission. My companion should have explained me to you. Where is her room? I'll take her back. Santaifu was clearly worried. He looked at Fenghua Xiaoxue with her eyes closed and hesitated to speak. But after smelling the alcohol, Santaifu breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing serious, it seems she's just drunk. Lord Liangjie, please come this way. Seeing Santaifu's somewhat respectful demeanor, Jing Liangjie guessed that Kakashi had said something. He didn't mind and carried Fenghua Xiaoxue to her room. After gently placing her on the bed, he walked out. And as Jing Liangjie had guessed, Kakashi had introduced him to Santaifu as a high-ranking member of my village. It was just that the team lacked personnel, so he was temporarily chosen to participate in this mission. Thus Santaifu naturally became respectful. Jing Liangjie never cared about such small details, but it was fine as it saved him from Santaifu ordering him around. Jing Liangjie returned to the team, and the three were still the same as before. Zhuozhu glanced at Jing Liangjie, a strange expression on his face. Brother Liangjie, did you already know about these things and not tell us? Jing Liangjie was stunned for a moment, then quickly. The three had previously had a misunderstanding with Santaifu. Jing Liangjie turned his head and said with a light smile, as a ninja there are many aspects you need to improve and observation is one of them. Admittedly, this diversion was quite successful. Zhuozhu seemed to be motivated. He nodded vigorously and said, I understand, Brother Liangjie. I will definitely double my efforts. If Zhuozhu knew what Jing Liangjie was thinking, who knows how he would feel. The reason he didn't tell Zhuozhu and the others was simply that Jing Liangjie wanted to watch the fun. After all, it was just a misunderstanding and nothing would happen. It was fine to let them make a fuss for a while. Not long after, Kakashi came to Jing Liangjie's room with a frown. Lord Liangjie, this mission is a bit troublesome. The most important thing is that it's time-consuming. This time they had to escort her from the local area to Shuezhigua. It would certainly take a while longer, and Kakashi had also learned a piece of news from others. The actress playing the Snow Princess seemed unwilling to go to Shuezhigua and had a strong resistance to it. If not for Santaifu's earnest persuasion, Kakashi would have been inclined to give up on this mission. At this point, Kakashi didn't know Fenghua Xiaoxue's true identity. And Jing Liangjie didn't intend to reveal all the information at this time. So he just waved his hand and said, Don't worry, there's no big problem. If necessary, we can take her by force, but we must ensure her safety along the way. Kakashi's mouth twitched, but thanks to the mask, he didn't make a fool of himself. He couldn't help but think to himself, tying someone up and dragging them along seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? Soon the ship was ready. Taking advantage of Fenghua Xiaoxue's drunken state, Santaifu gathered the crew and decided to set off immediately. Kakashi had no choice but to lead the team and board the ship. The journey was calm and nothing seemed to happen. But as he gazed at the sea, Kakashi felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. At that moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue slowly regained consciousness. Seeing herself on the boat, she was momentarily stunned. Then as realization dawned, she stepped out of the cabin and cast a cold glare at Santaifu. Where are we heading? Kakashi asked, nonchalantly holding a comic book. We're going to the snow country. In an instant, Fenghua Xiaoxue's emotions became turbulent. The situation was unmistakably clear. She still harbored a strong reluctance to go to the snow country. At such a moment, Santaifu found himself at a loss for solutions. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained indifferent as this matter had little to do with him. Frowning, Santaifu murmured, We're only going for a short while just to film some scenes and then return. Nothing will go wrong, and we have the Leaf Village ninjas to protect us. And besides, we have to go eventually, don't we? Santaifu seemed to imply something. At that, Fenghua Xiaoxue's Fine, if that's the case, then I agree. Fenghua Xiaoxue finally relented. Kakashi was content to stay out of the matter, glad that the situation hadn't caused any trouble. Yet a flicker of doubt crossed Kakashi's mind. If it were merely a matter of danger with leaf ninjas, escorting them, the journey should have been entirely safe. The Snow Country was a small nation. Compared to the Leaf Village, it had far fewer ninjas, and their skills were As for pirates and bandits along the way, they could be easily dealt with by even a minor ninja village. It was impossible that Fenghua Xiaoxue was unaware of this. There must be something concealed. After a moment's thought, Kakashi let it go. This mission had shown signs of irregularity from the very beginning. Jing Liangjie had also joined this mission, though there was the additional matter of searching for Danzo. But if that were all, there would be no need for Jing Liangjie to be involved. Kakashi lifted his head, gazing at Jing Liangjie with a pensive look. Academy Queen, you surely saw this coming, didn't you? Jing Liangjie looked up. Why would you ask that? But I do know a thing or two. By then Sakura had already left the cabin. The spacious deck was already filled with crew members, each absorbed in their own tasks. Jing Liangjie strolled out slowly, hands clasped behind his back. Not bad, it's quite impressive. Sakura nodded vigorously. That's right. The Wind Princess is an excellent actress. Otherwise, she wouldn't have so many fans. Kakashi agreed wholeheartedly. It must be said, Fenghua Xiaoxue's portrayal of a princess is incredibly lifelike. Jing Liangjie's lips curled into a meaningful smile. I won't deny that, but Santaifu, I believe you have some. Jing Liangjie had no intention of keeping this to himself. The truth would eventually come out, and hiding it now would only lead to trouble later. Santaifu's expression turned uneasy. He wiped his sweat. What could there be? We're perfectly safe, aren't we? Before anyone could react, Sasuke's face turned cold. If Liangjie says you're hiding something, then you definitely are. Kakashi furrowed his brow and stepped forward. He knew all too well the dangers of withheld information. If this were a perilous mission and Santaifu had concealed the full story, it could lead to unnecessary losses. This was no trivial matter, just like the bridge construction mission before. What had seemed like a simple low-level task turned out to be fraught with hidden dangers. If Team 7 hadn't been the one to take it, and if Team 7 hadn't been so formidable, they might have met their end there. Kakashi's expression turned grave. Mr. Santaifu, if there is indeed something you're hiding, please speak up now. Otherwise we'll have no choice but to abandon this mission. This threat sent Santaifu into a panic. No, you can't do that. You accepted the mission, how can you back out halfway? By now Kakashi was certain that Santaifu was indeed concealing something. That's not our fault. If the information you withheld leads to casualties among our ninjas, the loss would be irreparable. I have to take responsibility for my team. Hearing this, Santaifu let out a sigh. So I have no choice but to tell you, do I? His eyes grew weary. He gestured toward the cabin and Kakashi nodded in agreement. They entered the room where only Santaifu Team 7 members and Fonghua Xiaoxue sat nearby. Santaifu glanced at Fonghua Xiaoxue. Kakashi found the look odd. Normally, as her manager, Santaifu should hold the dominant position. Yet his gaze toward her was like that of a subject addressing a princess. Only after receiving a nod of approval from Fonghua Xiaoxue did Santaifu dare to speak. Alright, I'll hide it no. In truth, the actress known as Fuji Yukiyuki no Setsu is actually Fonghua Xiaoxue, the princess of the Snow Country. Sakura was stunned. What? She's a princess. It was then that Sakura understood why Fonghua Xiaoxue acted the part of a princess so flawlessly. She was one in real life. Her performance was merely her natural demeanor. But then confusion set in. If Fonghua Xiaoxue is the princess of the Snow Country, why is she out here making movies? Even in a small nation like the Snow Country, a princess would not be expected to appear in public as an actress. Though popular in actress status was far beneath that of a princess. Even Sakura understood the difference. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said calmly, as far as I know, the current ruler of the Snow Country is Fonghua Nua Tao, the brother of the former king. And there has been no news of any princess. It seems your situation is rather precarious. Santaifu sighed, his face seeming to age several years. That's right. After the king's death, the government was seized by Fonghua Nua Tao, a traitor. Sakura gasped, covering her mouth. So you were driven out of your country by the rebels. Though blunt, Santaifu had to admit it was true. But what struck Sakura as odd was that Fonghua Xiaoxue sitting nearby showed little emotion, as if it all had nothing. More words lead to more mistakes, so Haruno Sakura chose to remain silent. After all, this was a matter of that country's internal affairs, having nothing to do with her. As for whether to continue accepting the mission, that decision rested entirely with Kakashi. Given the current situation, he would probably decline, wouldn't he? After all, it had already become entangled with an entire nation's politics. Kakashi locked his gaze on Sandai, his voice icy as he asked, so you're saying that our return to the land of snow this time will inevitably put us in danger? Yes, I'm truly sorry. But once the filming is complete, we will leave immediately. Sandai lowered his head, speaking with an uneasy tone. Kakashi said no more, turning his head to mutter softly, I hope so. As a small nation, the land of snow, though lacking in military strength, held a natural advantage due to its geographical position. If they were truly discovered by Fukudoto, they would likely have to face the might of an entire country. Bang! Just as this thought crossed his mind, the ship let out a violent shudder, rocking from side to side. Kakashi furrowed his brow. As he had said earlier, he had to take responsibility for the safety of his subordinates. Sandai's face turned pale. What's happening? He then stepped outside to see what was going on. At that moment, a sailor rushed in, panic-stricken. It's terrible, my lords. There are enemies outside attacking our ship. If this continues, the vessel will likely sink. Sandai's face was a mask of anxiety. There were many people on board. If the ship sank, the consequences would be severe. And under these circumstances, the only option was to face the threat head-on. Sandai turned and walked over to Fuka. Princess, please stay hidden here. We'll go out and see what's happening. Kyō Ryōsuke nodded to Sandai, signaling that he would stay behind to protect Fuka. The others followed Sandai. The room fell silent. You don't seem surprised at all. I still don't even know your name. Fuka said, standing up with a calm tone. Kyō Ryōsuke's lips curled into a bright smile. Why would I be surprised? I already knew about this. Haven't I introduced myself yet? Just call me Ryōsuke. Fuka gave a slight nod, then turned her gaze out the window without another word. Through the window, she could see the endless ocean. From this angle, there was no sign of enemies. The sea surface was as calm as ever. Kyō Ryōsuke sat nearby, his eyes slightly closed, one hand gently resting on Daiei's head. There seemed to be a peculiar understanding between the two. Neither spoke again, yet the silence was not awkward. Outside the room, Kakashi raised an eyebrow. On the sea ahead, several ninjas stood. From their appearance, they seemed to be ninjas of the Land of Snow. With no other choice, Sandai stepped forward and shouted, "What do you bastards think you're doing?" There were 7 ninjas in total, standing silently on the water, weapons in hand, looking far from easy to deal with. The masked ninja leading them stepped forward. "Hand over the princess or die." Sandai's face turned livid. He slammed his fist hard against the railing. Damn it. The news must have leaked. Sandai hadn't expected them to be discovered. He turned his gaze to Kakashi. The people he had brought were all ordinary civilians. They could handle a few thugs, but against these ninjas they were utterly... This time Kakashi didn't refuse. After all, the mission was to act as bodyguards, so it was only natural to ensure that... Just then Sasuke stepped forward from the side. "Kakashi, leave these guys to me." Kakashi looked up, sizing up the end. "Sasuke, can you handle them alone?" Sasuke's lips curled into a cold smile. Just a bunch of worthless... An aura of immense confidence radiated from Sasuke, as if those ninjas truly had no power to resist. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. Sasuke had been changing more and more lately. He seemed to be growing increasingly arrogant. Sasuke seemed to read the meaning in Kakashi's eyes. The young eagle has grown ready to soar the sky. One cannot be young without being wild. Hearing Sasuke's somewhat melodramatic words, Kakashi felt a bit awkward, but he knew Sasuke was telling the truth. "All right, go ahead." Sandai was stunned. He looked at Kakashi and Haruno Sakura, who remained unmoved. "Are you really going to let this boy face those enemies alone?" Kakashi nodded. "Don't worry. He may be arrogant, but he's got the skills. At least against these guys it shouldn't be a problem." Kakashi had already made a careful observation. These ninjas were at most Chunin level and far inferior to Sasuke in terms of techniques. No matter how he looked at it, Sasuke couldn't lose. Kakashi remained calm and composed while Sandai was growing more anxious, feeling a sense of unease. Sasuke leaped off the ship and sped forward, soon reaching the Land of Snow ninjas. The leading ninja ripped off his mask and laughed wildly. "Just a brat and you want to fight us? How utterly overconfident." This perhaps illustrated the difference between villages. In Konoha, young ninjas were already capable fighters and some prodigies possessed formidable strength. But in the ninja villages of smaller nations, the young were not yet battle-ready. This naturally led to a disparity in perception. A cold smile lingered on Sasuke's face. He continued to dash forward while a pale white flame flickered between his palms. "Never scorn a youth for being poor." Sasuke vanished in an instant, then reappeared. The flame in his hand slammed onto the back of the leading ninja. The lead ninja's body stiffened, clearly caught off guard. By the time he reacted, it was too late. The flame touched the ninja like a spark to kindling, blazing up fiercely. What terrified him was that although the fire grew, his body became increasingly cold. The flame was several times more frigid than ice. Hastily, he formed hand seals. Water release, water bullet technique. Surrounded by the vast ocean, a water bullet poured down from above, covering his entire body. But when he looked up, he saw the smirk on Sasuke's face. Now even more terrified, he realized that the flame couldn't be extinguished by water. It clung to him like a relentless curse, and no matter what he tried, it was useless. His breathing slowed, then faded away until it ceased altogether. But the other ninjas were far from pleased. Seeing their leader fall, the other 6 ninjas retaliated in fury. Ice release, ice dragon break. A water dragon emerged from the ocean, surging upward with layers of ice forming upon its surface. The ice dragon charged with overwhelming force. Sakura Haruno started, puzzled. "Kakashi-sensei, is this the unique bloodline limit of the snow ninjas?" she asked. After all, only Kakashi had been here before. If anyone understood this place, it would be him. Yet to her surprise, Kakashi shook his head. "This is not a true bloodline limit. The ice release they use merely exploits the unique geographical environment of the Land of Snow. Once they leave this place, their ninjutsu will change drastically." Sakura Haruno was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard of such peculiar ninjutsu. Yet the worry in her eyes had lessened considerably. Sakura Haruno waved and shouted, "Go Sasuke-kun." But Sasuke, engrossed in battle, merely curled his lips and ignored her cheers. Sasuke accelerated further, then punched fiercely toward the roaring ice dragon. Several ninjas stared in disbelief before bursting into laughter. "Am I seeing things? This kid is trying to counter ninjutsu with his bare fists. How foolish. Indeed, a child should stay safely at home, not become a ninja." But their mockery had barely faded when the scene before them transformed dramatically. The ice dragon, some 5 or 6 meters long, shattered under Sasuke's punch. Where his fist struck, the ice crumbled into powder, and under the sunlight, a myriad of ice crystals glittered in the air. The ninjas who had been laughing stood agape, their faces etched with shock. Is this guy even human? How can a body withstand ninjutsu? Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at them. Ever since his chakra had fully transformed into battle chi, he had noticed his physical constitution improving rapidly. That punch had nearly coated his body in battle chi before he struck. Even Sasuke hadn't expected the combined ninjutsu of these foes to be so fragile. To some extent, he had underestimated his own power. Sasuke's performance astounded not only Sandae's men on the ship, but even more so the snow ninjas themselves. But soon they made their next move. One by one they placed their hands on their collars and tore them open, revealing the armor beneath. The ninjas wore smug grins, and one of them boasted arrogantly, "This chakra armor is a unique invention of the land. I'll ask you one last time, will you hand over the princess or not?" Kakashi's expression turned peculiar. Sakura Haruno standing beside him also sensed something amiss. She turned to ask, "Kakashi-sensei, what's going on? Why do they look so confident just because they've revealed their armor? Is it really that powerful?" Kakashi's mouth twitched. As for its effect, it's indeed a remarkable creation. Chakra armor can effectively deflect enemy attacks, especially ninjutsu. It can absorb most of the technique's power. Only a very small fraction of the force actually lands on the wearer. Sakura Haruno glanced at Kakashi and no wonder his expression was so odd. The chakra armor was indeed formidable. But unfortunately for them, they were up against. As the name suggests, chakra armor ultimately defends against ninjas who use chakra. Perhaps a few days ago Sasuke would have been hindered by this armor, but now it was utterly impossible. Sasuke's body no longer contained any chakra, all his energy had been converted into battle chi. The chakra armor could only serve as ordinary armor now. Relying on their armor, the ninjas each grabbed a kunai and charged forward, seemingly unafraid of Sasuke's attacks. Sasuke channeled his battle chi and ruthlessly delivered a brutal collision against them. There was no technique involved, he simply used battle chi as propulsion to amplify his speed and deliver a crushing blow. Such crude application might have been unsophisticated, but the effect it produced at that moment was remarkably effective. The ninjas in the front were sent flying, and almost instantly blood oozed from their mouths and noses. In a single second, as they collided, their internal organs suffered massive damage. The remaining ninjas began to panic. What was happening? In just a moment, Heiji and the others are already like this. Sasuke wore a cold smirk, standing still and watching calmly. Two ninjas remained untouched, completely unharmed. They had not yet been attacked by Sasuke, yet their faces turned the most ashen. "Something's wrong, retreat immediately. We must report this to the Snow Shadow." But as they spoke, the smile on Sasuke's face sent chills down their spines. They thought Sasuke would strike directly, forcing them to flee. But the events unfolded too quickly, too unexpectedly, and the ninjas had no time to react. Once again, Sasuke slammed into them. This time he released a tiny flame which swelled as it met the wind, splitting into 3 sparks. Under Sasuke's control, the flames quickly ignited on the ninjas' bodies. The scene was spectacular. On the sea not far from the ship, several burning figures blazed. They wailed in agony. Perhaps the pain was too excruciating, as some chose to end their lives while others tried to save themselves. But no matter what they did, jumping into the sea or using ice release to extinguish the flames, it was futile. The fire still burned on their bodies. As time ticked by, their cries grew fainter, and one by one they lost their lives. They slowly sank into the ocean like discarded broken bottles. Seeing this, Sakura Haruno let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank goodness Sasuke-kun isn't hurt. That's wonderful." Kakashi chuckled softly. Setting aside the chakra armor and considering their performance, he had long anticipated that these snow ninjas were no match for Sasuke. The chakra armor was indeed impressive, but against Sasuke it was utterly useless, serving only as an extra layer of defensive gear. The single eye that Kakashi revealed carried a graceful curve at its corner, as if he was somewhat satisfied with Sasuke's current actions. Haruno Sakura looked triumphantly at Sandae, raising an eyebrow as she asked, "Well, isn't Sasuke's strength impressive? Those fellows didn't stand a chance against him." Sandae, well-versed in ninja techniques, naturally understood that despite Sasuke's youthful appearance, his prowess was formidable. And those opponents were rather underwhelming, their strength greatly exaggerated. Though their energy rivaled that of a Chunin, their combat ability was far from that level. Kakashi chuckled. This is the difference between villages. Though the ninja world had some strength classifications, they were only accurate within major hidden villages. But in the smaller nations, the rules were different. Those enemies were decent enough, but unfortunately Sasuke currently had no chakra in his body. Sasuke had already boarded the ship, arms crossed over his chest, with a half-dead ninja lying at his feet. This was a prisoner Sasuke had deliberately kept alive, hoping to extract information from him. Kakashi nodded slightly and walked over, standing beside the ninja. "Sasuke, you've done well. Leave the rest to me." Since they had captured a valuable survivor, it would be a waste not to extract some intelligence from him. As for the rest, Kakashi's skill in genjutsu was considerable, making it relatively easy to pry information from this man. Kakashi slowly drew his blade and approached the man. In an instant the ninja lifted his head, though his eyes were vacant, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. Kakashi stepped forward, longsword in hand. "Speak. Who sent you? And why were you trying to capture the prince?" The ninja hesitated, his gaze growing even more dazed, but he still parted his lips and spoke haltingly. "My name is Shirai Mitsuo, a shinobi of Hokage. We came here to take the princess away. This order was given by the Hokage." Kakashi paused, then understood. The so-called Hokage must refer to the current king of Hokage, Fukadodo. It seemed the situation was no different from what Sandae had described, and news had inevitably leaked. But Kakashi was puzzled. Why did Fukadodo want to capture the princess? According to Sandae, Fukadodo had seized the throne, meaning he had successfully usurped power. Under such circumstances, he would never have let Fukakoiki go. Yet she had been allowed to escape. Clearly this was Fukadodo's own decision. He had deliberately let Fukakoiki go. So, what was happening now? Why were they attacked before even reaching Hokage, and by ninjas sent by Fukadodo himself? Everything that had occurred was baffling. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to continue. With the obstructive ninjas gone, the ship sailed on, and after only a few hours it came to a halt. At last they reached their destination, Hokage. This land was perpetually shrouded in ice and snow. As soon as they stepped onto the snowy shore, a light snowfall began. It was no wonder the ground was covered in such thick snow and ice. The unique weather was responsible, and it filled Haruno Sakura with excitement. Fire Country was inland with a generally warm climate. Snowfall was rare compared to other regions, though it did occur a few times over the years. Sakura had a fondness for snow. Since stepping ashore, Kakashi's gaze had been fixed on Sandae. The man's behavior was too peculiar. After landing, Sandae's expression had grown strange, as if something was amiss. Kakashi didn't ask too many questions, simply following Sandae as they continued forward. But the farther they went, the more anomalies appeared. Suddenly Fukakoiki halted, turning to Sandae with a cold expression. "We're not going to scout locations, are we?" She gestured toward the group. "They aren't carrying any filming equipment." Though she had paid little attention to such matters, Haruno Sakura and Sasuke now realized the truth. Sandae had said they would leave after scouting, but it seemed he had no intention of doing so. Sandae's face changed, and he suddenly dropped to his knees. "Your Highness, I can no longer keep this from you. For years I have been gathering a resistance force to overthrow Fukadodo's regime. It is for this purpose that I brought you here. Ahead you will see what we have prepared over the years." But before he could finish, Fukakoiki turned and fled. Sandae was taken aback, but when he saw Kyō Ryōsuke give chase, his expression eased. Sandae let out a deep sigh and said no more. Kakashi, however, spoke with interest. "Since you've gathered a resistance force, why not take us there? My companion will bring Fukakoiki back." Sandae sighed deeply. It seems that's the only option. He knew that this was ultimately his own doing, and perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way if he hadn't been so secretive. Now that Fukakoiki had run off, he could only hope that the ninja would bring the princess back unharmed. Kyō Ryōsuke followed Fukakoiki from a distance. In truth, catching up to her would have been easy for him. But Fukakoiki needed an outlet for her emotions, and Kyō Ryōsuke had no intention of becoming the villain. Finally, she ran into a forest. Leaning against a tree, Fukakoiki let tears stream down her face. As footsteps approached, she looked up, and seeing it was Kyō Ryōsuke, paid him no mind. She wept in silence. Seeing this, Kyō Ryōsuke found himself at a loss. Comforting girls was not his forte. With no other option, he patted Daikoku. "Go on." Daikoku hesitated, then slowly approached Fukakoiki, gently rubbing his large head against her calf. As expected, the tears on Fukakoiki's face ceased. Fonghua Zyaksu's fingers unconsciously stroked the head of Dahe. "I truly envy you not having to think about so many things." Dahe whined softly, casting a puzzled glance at Fonghua Xiaoxue, as if unable to comprehend why Fonghua Xiaoxue had said such things. Jingliangjie watched silently. By now Fonghua Zyaksu's mood seemed to have eased considerably. Though tears still clung to her cheeks, Fonghua Xiaoxue had calmed down. A faint smile appeared on Jingliangjie's face as he said softly, "Feeling better now?" Fonghua Xiaoxue nodded, her gaze tenderly fixed on the distance. After venting her emotions, the resentment within her heart had diminished significantly. At this moment, Fonghua Xiaoxue was more consumed by confusion and fear about the future. Jingliangjie stepped forward, his eyes fixed intently on her. "Have you never considered overthrowing Fonghua Nodo's regime and reclaiming what is rightfully yours?" Fonghua Xiaoxue did not look at Jingliangjie, but simply shook her head vigorously. "It's impossible. Our strength is far too weak." Overthrowing Feng Huanodo's rule is an utterly unattainable. A trace of encouragement and confidence seemed to gleam in Jing Liangji's eyes. Things are achieved through effort. If you have never tried naturally, it cannot be done. But you have never even attempted it. How can you be certain that it is impossible? Feng Hua Xiaoxue fell silent. At that moment she found herself at a loss for words. In her heart she silently pondered, indeed I have never even tried. How can I deny all this? The falling snow in the sky had ceased. Time seemed to slow as well. Feng Hua Xiaoxue's heart was in great turmoil. To reclaim what was rightfully hers or to give up entirely. Feng Hua Xiaoxue knew she had been running away all along, fleeing from the snow country from her father's death from Feng Hua Nuteo. But now Sandai Fu had brought her back to the snow country, to this familiar place. Perhaps it was truly time to make a choice. In this situation evasion would solve nothing. Jing Liangjie gently patted her on the shoulder. Take your time to think. If you wish I might be able to help you. Feng Hua Xiaoxue was stunned in that moment. How could I trouble you with this matter? After all, it was Sandai Fu who tricked you into coming here. Though they had known each other only for a short time, a few hours at most, Feng Hua Xiaoxue had already come to regard Jing Liangjie as a friend. And Jing Liangjie's group numbered only 4. 4 people plus those brought by Feng Hua Xiaoxue. No matter how one looked at it, overthrowing Feng Huanodo's rule seemed impossible. A flicker of hesitation stirred in Feng Hua Xiaoxue's eyes. But when she looked up she saw Jing Liangjie's encouraging expression. Feng Hua Xiaoxue grew even more conflicted. Facing the might of an entire nation seemed to her to offer only one path. Feng Hua Xiaoxue slightly parted her lips, as if about to say something. At that moment Jing Liangjie smiled and said, there should be no secrets between friends. With that Jing Liangjie dispelled the effect of his transformation technique. Feng Hua Xiaoxue was taken aback as his appearance underwent a dramatic change. Jing Liangjie then explained, this is my true face. My name is Jing Liangjie and I am the current acting Hokage of Konoha. If earlier Feng Hua Xiaoxue's astonishment was due to the change in Jing Liangjie's appearance, now it was because of the information revealed in his words. You are the shadow of Konoha. Jing Liangjie offered a kind smile. What? Don't I look like one? Feng Hua Xiaoxue was at a loss for words, stammering for a long time without forming a sentence. A glint of cunning flashed in Jing Liangjie's eyes. Of course you could also accept another proposal of mine, the annexation of the snow country into Konoha. Under Konoha's protection the snow country might flourish even more. Jing Liangjie was not acting out of pure Naturally there was benefit to be gained otherwise who would willingly wade into troubled waters. Previously Feng Hua Xiaoxue had harbored some doubt. But after this proposal was voiced the suspicion in her eyes vanished. If there were no benefit, Jing Liangjie's help would clearly indicate a larger scheme. After all, this was the world of shinobi where no one was so naive. Now that Jing Liangjie had directly stated his demands, it inexplicably gave Feng Hua Xiaoxue a sense of security. She couldn't help but think. Perhaps merging the snow country into Konoha might have some advantages. At least it wouldn't be like this. On one hand, the snow country was currently under Feng Huanodo's rule. On the other hand, its unique geographical environment, though rarely invaded by other nations, resulted in a life of hardship for its people. Compared to the outside world, the disparity was like heaven and earth. However, once linked with Konoha, the situation would undoubtedly undergo a dramatic transformation. And this was exactly what Feng Hua Xiaoxue was pondering. After a long deliberation, Feng Hua Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. Seeing her nod, Jing Liangjie was visibly, after all, part of his objective had been achieved. Resuming his previous demeanor, Jing Liangjie lifted his head slightly and said calmly, in that case, let's head back first. Since you have decided to merge the snow country into Konoha, we must first take it back from Feng Huanodo's hands. Jing Liangjie walked ahead with Feng Hua Xiaoxue trailing slightly behind. They retraced their steps one by one along the path they had come. Biting her lip, Feng Hua Xiaoxue said uncertainly, can we truly reclaim the country? With only our strength it seems insufficient. In Jing Liangjie's mind he recalled the characters from the original story. A wry smile appeared on his face. No wonder Feng Hua Xiaoxue had never wanted to return. Who would willingly come back to such a situation? Sandai Fu had prepared a rebel army, but impressive as it sounded, the actual number was only 50 or 60 people. Relying on such a small force to overthrow a nation's regime was no easy feat. Though Sandai Fu was an utterly loyal retainer determined to restore the glory of his former master, his methods were far too unreliable. Meanwhile, Feng Hua Xiaoxue, seeing the expression on Jing Liangjie's face, misinterpreted it, and her own face showed she couldn't help but speak. If it's not possible now, we can take our time to plan. After all, this matter is always difficult. But Jing Liangjie had never intended to rely on Sandai Fu from the start. Rest assured. The fact that I have brought this up means I have confidence. Fenghua Xiaoxue began to panic, utterly bewildered as to where Jing Liangji's confidence stemmed from. If the entire Huoying village were here, perhaps she too would have felt assured. But as it stood, there were only 4 reliable combatants at most. Santaifu was unreliable and his subordinates were likely no better. Others might not know, but Fenghua Xiaoxue was all too aware. She had observed Santaifu's petty maneuvers over the years, yet these were nothing more than minor antics, so she had paid them no heed. Never did she expect Santaifu to be so audacious as to drag her to the snow country. This was no joke. Being discovered by Fenghua would lead to dire consequences. Humans are creatures that seek benefit and avoid harm. How could Fenghua Xiaoxue fail to see such an obvious choice? Moreover, from the very beginning, Fenghua Xiaoxue had no desire to reclaim her country. Under Fenghua's rule, the snow country seemed to have encountered no particular upheaval. The most critical issue was that the resistance forces Santaifu had prepared were far too meager. As they walked, the two returned to the spot where the group was stationed. Kakashi raised a hand to greet Jing Liangjie. Jing Liangjie responded with a smile. I've brought her back. What are your plans now? Jing Liangjie turned his gaze towards Santaifu as he spoke, clearly directing his words at him. At this mention, Santaifu perked up. My troops are assembled in the secret village. All it takes is one command from the princess, and we shall rise to reclaim. It must be said that Santaifu's thinking was exceedingly simplistic and naive. Not to mention the drastic changes Fenghua had wrought in the snow country, but even so, pitting a nation's might against a single village was a trivial matter. Unlike other great nations, the snow country was a small state where the ninja village and the nation were one. King Fenghua was also the current snow shadow. This cohesion was formidable. Just as Jing Liangjie had initially found no fault with the fire country system, after all his strength was still weak back then, now as his power grew incrementally, Jing Liangjie's heart began to stir with restlessness. In a world where strength reigned supreme, the great ninja villages still had to obey the commands of the nation and the daimyo who idled about all day. This situation infuriated Jing Liangjie. However, the time was not yet ripe, and he had no intention about it. But some arrangements had to be made, and the snow country was one of his pawns. One day Jing Liangjie would overthrow the existing order. Most importantly, Jing Liangjie had not forgotten that the true crisis in this ninja world was not the other ninja villages, but the Otsutsuki clan. Yet this did not affect Jing Liangjie's current plans. He followed the group as they advanced slowly, finding no boredom along the way. At that moment, a cave came into Jing Liangjie's view. Santaifu exclaimed excitedly, we're here. Once we pass through this well, reach the secret village, then everything will be fine. Jing Liangjie turned his head to look sideways. Beside the cave was a railway that seemed to cut straight through the mountain. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed Santaifu was even more clueless than he had imagined. Fenghua had already built a direct passage here, proving that this so-called secret village was as transparent as glass in his eyes. Unable to perceive such an obvious disparity in strength, Jing Liangjie could only attribute it to Santaifu's burning desire for. As expected, upon arriving at this so-called secret village, Fenghua Xiaoxu's face fell with disappointment. Not only was the village sparsely populated, at most 70-odd people, but only about 50 of them could be considered combat units. To overthrow a nation's regime with such a force, was that a joke? Moreover, most of these people were samurai, not ninja. In a world where the era of samurai had passed and ninja held dominance, what could ordinary samurai accomplish? Yet Santaifu began a pre-battle pep talk before these samurai. It must be said Santaifu was quite charismatic when it came to such matters. The samurai were all ablaze with fervor, as if they could hardly wait to march on the royal city. Santaifu's speech grew even more impassioned. Jing Liangjie glanced at Fenghua Xiaoxue, who offered him an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I never expected Santaifu's thinking to have become like this. These people were utterly insufficient to topple Fenghua's rule. Perhaps in Santaifu's fantasy, once Fenghua Xiaoxue stood up to resist, people everywhere would rise in support, crushing Fenghua underfoot and kicking him off the throne. But things would likely not go as Santaifu imagined. After all, people are creatures of habit, content with the status quo. The snow country had not descended into great chaos, and due to its unique geographical isolation, it was relatively closed off. Other nations had no reason to pick a quarrel with it. Nor was there any nation that would invade the snow country. Naturally, the citizens would not step forward to answer Santaifu. Fortunately, the day was already growing late. Santaifu decided to stay put in the secret village for now and wait until the next day to declare war on Fenghua. Time passed slowly. The group of ninja, each holding a manga in hand, except for Jing Liangjie, sat quietly reading. Fenghua Xiaoxue felt puzzled. Were all the ninja of my so indolent? But upon closer inspection she froze. On the side of the manga books they held were signatures, and the signature belonged to none other than Jing Liangjie. The 3 books all looked different. Could it be that these manga were indeed drawn by Jing Liangjie? At this moment a spark of curiosity about Jing Liangjie ignited within Feng Hua Xiaoxue. Biting her lip, Feng Hua Xiaoxue slowly approached and asked Liangjie, "What are they doing? Did you draw these?" Jing Liangjie did not deny her inquiry and answered bluntly, "Yes, I drew them. If you're bored you can take a look too." With that, Jing Liangjie handed over his backpack. Feng Hua Xiaoxue had always been curious about what was inside. Now was the chance to unveil the mystery. She eagerly took the backpack and began to peruse. Hearing the commotion, Sasuke couldn't help but glance over. Throughout the journey, Jing Liangjie had carried that backpack. Sasuke wondered if it was filled with manga. Everyone watched with eager anticipation as Jing Liangjie slowly opened his backpack. Sasuke was somewhat surprised, never expecting the backpack to be filled with comic books. Kakashi was not surprised at all. After all, the previous conversation had already hinted at this. Feng Hua Xiaoxue, however, looked at the comics in the backpack with great curiosity. All the comics had the same signature on their spines. Every single one was drawn by Jing Liangjie. Feng Hua Xiaoxue quickly stepped forward and exclaimed in astonishment, "I never knew you were a manga artist." A faint smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face. "How about it? Wanna pick one and take a look? There might be some surprises." Feng Hua Xiaoxue had no idea what secrets lay within. She raised an eyebrow slightly. What surprises could there be in a comic book? But it does look interesting. Feng Hua Xiaoxue simply thought it would pass the time, so she casually picked a comic and started reading. However, as she read on, she began to notice something. The themes depicted in these comics were quite novel. Although Feng Hua Xiaoxue was a princess, she had been making movies and she was striving hard to become a better actress. Naturally, she was more sensitive to such things. She was the first to notice what others couldn't. Feng Hua Xiaoxue lifted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes shining with a gentle light. She looked like a mischievous child who had found a beloved toy. "Liangjie, this comic is interesting, but am not really into this type." Jing Liangjie tilted his head slightly. The comic in Feng Hua Xiaoxue's hand was a hot-blooded action manga. Usually boys were more interested in these. No wonder she wasn't drawn to it. He spread his hands calmly and said, "Don't worry, there are plenty of other genres here." Jing Liangjie had prepared a wide variety of comics precisely for this occasion. Feng Hua Xiaoxue leaned in for a closer look. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. The backpack looked small, but it contained many comics. And just as Jing Liangjie had said, there were many other genres inside. This filled Feng Hua Xiaoxue with joy. "Then let me see what kind of comics you have here." Feng Hua Xiaoxue picked them up one by one, then took a certain book in her hands. She exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect you to draw picture books for little girls." In her hand was a comic. Judging from the cover, the characters were quite cartoonish. The composition was full of childlike whimsy, indeed resembling a picture book for children. Jing Liangjie paused for a moment, then did not deny it, nodding slightly. This comic was one he had prepared just in case for children, and it was also one of his early works. But he hadn't expected Feng Hua Xiaoxue to take an interest in this kind of comic. The corners of Feng Hua Xiaoxue's mouth lifted, and she said happily, "This Snow Princess comic is really not bad. I'll take a look at this one." With that, she put the other comics back into the backpack. Jing Liangjie's mouth twitched. But upon second thought, if the abilities in this book could truly be mastered, it wouldn't be a bad thing. At this point, Jing Liangjie already regarded the Snow Country as his own. Why would he be stingy with these comics? If Feng Hua Xiaoxue gained abilities, she could better govern the Snow Country, and his own power would grow stronger as a result. Seeing this, Kakashi and the others also put down their comics. They were now curious whether Feng Hua Xiaoxue could obtain the inheritance from the comics. But at that moment, Feng Hua Xiaoxue was completely absorbed in the comic and didn't notice the other strange looks. Even if she did, she might not have said anything. After all, there was little interaction between them. Feng Hua Xiaoxue and Kakashi's group were barely acquainted. She had only barely become friends with Jing Liangjie, and they had made a pact. Feng Hua Xiaoxue slowly opened the comic. On the blank title page were several large characters seemingly crafted from ice and snow. She dwells in the snowy mountains, accompanied by the lonely wind and snow. Frost and ice pile up into a castle guarding the Snow Queen. Then she continued flipping through. But the subsequent pages left her puzzled. It was set in a palace. The protagonist's attire was unmistakable. She was clearly a little princess. The elder sister and younger sister frolicked carefreely in the castle. Then one morning, the two sisters sneaked out of their room. While playing, the elder sister used her ability to create ice and snow. Feng Hua Xiaoxue was astonished. She continued reading and discovered that the protagonist Elsa had an innate magical ability to construct ice and snow. The two sisters built an ice kingdom on the spacious castle grounds. Being naturally lively, they frolicked and played wildly in the ice kingdom. But then the younger sister was accidentally struck by Elsa's magic. Time passed minute by minute. Fenghua Xiaoxue was thoroughly engrossed. Although the cartoonish art style and some logical issues existed, the comic undoubtedly satisfied the fantasies deep within her heart. Powerful magic, a princess in a kingdom, these were perhaps the things she yearned for deep down. After all, as a princess herself, Fenghua Xiaoxue's fate was vastly different, and as she read on, a look of worry flickered in her eyes. After healing her younger sister, Elsa struggled to control her powerful magic. So for years she hid in her room. Until the king died and Elsa came of age. As tradition dictated, she was to succeed the throne upon adulthood. But then another accident occurred. Elsa's sister Anna fell in love with a prince at first sight. They came together to meet. Elsa couldn't accept their hasty engagement, so she argued with Anna. In anger, Anna tore off Elsa's gloves. As her magic went out of control, sharp ice shards appeared on Elsa's hands. The hall fell into uproar. Amid the uneasy, shocked, and bewildered gazes of the crowd, Elsa, already lacking confidence in herself, could no longer bear it. She pushed through the crowd's resistance and fled into the North Mountain. This time, Elsa fully embraced her power. The wind and snow instantly turned wild, quickly covering the north. And as Elsa sang joyfully, winter arrived. She created snowman-like creatures. On the high mountain, she built a castle made of ice and snow. The crystal-like ice staircase appeared in an instant. Elsa stepped onto the ice stairs and her long gown instantly transformed into a magnificent dress made of ice crystals. Just at that moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue felt her vision blurring as if something was obstructing her sight. The instant she reached out her hand, she was frozen in astonishment. In her palm lay a snowflake, still and silent. The snowflake was pure white, sparkling and translucent. But how could there be snow here? Lifting her head to look around, Fenghua Xiaoxue was stunned. This was not the environment she knew. All around, a vast expanse of snow covered the ground. As far as the eye could see, there were endless snow-capped mountains. And she herself was halfway up one of those mountains. In an instant, panic filled the young girl's heart. Being suddenly transported to an unfamiliar environment was an extremely terrifying ordeal for Fenghua Xiaoxue. Although she was the princess of the snow country, she had never shown any talent for ninjutsu since childhood. Moreover, being a girl, her physical constitution prevented her from becoming a warrior. Thus, Fenghua Xiaoxue was an utterly ordinary person. A mountain wind swept by, carrying the biting chill of a winter night. Fenghua Xiaoxue couldn't help but shrink her body. She had been resting in her room earlier and her clothes were not particularly thick. Now in this icy wilderness, she appeared rather frail. Where is this place? How did I get here in an instant? Fenghua Xiaoxue uttered these words involuntarily. But no one could answer her at this moment. Looking around, everything was a vast white expanse, as if only the shade of white existed between heaven and earth. All around was silent and soundless. Fenghua Xiaoxue looked up and saw what appeared to be a house-like structure on the snowy mountain. She surveyed the surroundings once more. Fenghua Xiaoxue confirmed that apart from that place above, there was likely no one else around. She wrapped her arms around herself. She trudged up the mountain against the wind and snow. Regardless, her primary goal now was to seek help from others, otherwise she would truly freeze to death here. There were no pedestrians around nor any houses. The only option now was to go up the mountain. That building that looked like a house might have someone living in it, and even if not, it could provide some shelter from the bitter cold. Having grown up in the snow country, Fenghua Xiaoxue knew that the snowflakes were not only beautiful, but also extremely dangerous. Without shelter, it would be easy to die here. In fact, in such a situation, hiding in an igloo could maintain some body temperature. But Fenghua Xiaoxue was not stupid. If she built an igloo on the spot and stayed inside, it would certainly help regain some warmth. However, doing so would consume a great deal of physical energy. If no one came to rescue her, she would simply freeze to death here. The wind kept blowing, carrying hexagonal ice crystals in the air. The soft snowflakes driven by the mountain wind stung painfully against her face. At this moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue's eyes were fixed intently on the mountain. That was the hope in Fenghua Xiaoxue's heart. Despite the uncertainty, she still firmly believed that up there lay her only chance of survival. Fenghua Xiaoxue walked unsteadily, her steps uneven. Thump! With a careless step, she fell into the snow. It took great effort to climb back up from the snow. Fenghua Xiaoxue's body was covered with white snow. At this moment, the surroundings seemed less cold. She felt as if she was getting warmer. And the things her eyes saw were becoming less clear. Under such harsh conditions, Fenghua Xiaoxue's body had begun to react to the environment. If this continued, Fenghua Xiaoxue's eyes would develop snow blindness. And the warmth in her body was not a good sign. If it went on, she would only feel hotter and hotter. Gradually she would remove her clothes and eventually freeze to death in the snow. As her consciousness grew hazy, Feng Hua Xiaoxue seemed to hear a clear voice. Olaf, look. There seems to be someone ahead. Feng Hua Xiaoxue finally overwhelmed collapsed. At that moment she felt as if she were hallucinating, falling into a warm embrace. But how could there be anyone around here? It must be an illusion. After a long while Feng Hua Xiaoxue's eyelids twitched and she groggily opened her eyes. And the voice she had heard earlier came again. Olaf, look. She's awake. Feng Hua Xiaoxue opened her eyes wide. The first thing she saw was a pair of sky blue eyes seemingly made of ice crystals, exceptionally beautiful. Then came hair as white as snow. Feng Hua Xiaoxue couldn't help but shiver and scooted backward. At that moment a legend came to her mind. Legend said that when heavy snow blocked the mountains, the snow woman living on the mountain would descend. She would bewitch passers-by and claim their lives. The snow woman had hair as white as snow, fair skin, and a beautiful appearance. But beneath this beauty lay if anyone truly let down their guard, the snow woman would summon the wind and snow to take their lives. At this moment Feng Hua Xiaoxue's face was filled with fear. The person before her matched the description in the legend exactly. Could this be the snow woman of the mountain? The woman frowned. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, as if the look of fear had stung her. She slowly stood up. An ice blue dress shimmered with a diamond-like brilliance. Go away. Walk west and you might meet someone. But Feng Hua Xiaoxue was stunned. At first she did not react, but then she noticed something strange. This woman before her seemed somewhat familiar. White hair, an angelic face, bright eyes, and an ice blue dress. Feng Hua Xiaoxue remembered. She had seen this woman in a comic before. She was exactly the same as... Although hesitant, Feng Hua Xiaoxue carefully spoke, "In sorry, is your name Elsa?" Elsa was surprised. Feng Hua Xiaoxue's attire was completely out of place with the surrounding city's clothing. She should not be from around here, so how could she know her name? But Elsa nodded anyway. Yes, my name is Elsa. But why are you here? For an ordinary person being in this frozen wilderness without tools, a single misstep could lead to freezing to death. Feng Hua Xiaoxue was at a loss for words, unable to speak for a moment. But her heart was full of questions. How did she end up here inexplicably? At that moment Jing Liangji's warm smile flashed through her mind. Maybe there's a surprise in the comic book. Feng Hua Xiaoxue recalled Jing Liangji's words again. But now she wore a bitter expression. This was not a surprise, but rather a shock. Feng Hua Xiaoxue considered herself fortunate. At least she hadn't frozen to death in the snow just now. If she hadn't met Elsa, she might have already lost her life. Feng Hua Xiaoxue stood up and looked around. A magnificent castle appeared in her sight. This was probably the castle every little girl would dream of. Beautiful ice crystals formed an elegant chandelier, while the steps made of ice appeared crystal clear. Looking around, the scenery was beautiful, allowing a clear view of the outside world. But Feng Hua Xiaoxue was stunned. Elsa looked at her with confusion as she cleaned the castle. Olaf, standing aside, was equally puzzled. What exactly did this stranger want to do? But at that moment Feng Hua Xiaoxue suddenly understood. Everything here was so familiar, just like the plot in the comic book. If that were truly the case, things would be troublesome. Feng Hua Xiaoxue turned to Elsa and said, "Seriously, Elsa, though I don't know how I got here, I have to tell you some bad news." "What news?" "You might as well tell me." Elsa frowned slightly and asked doubtfully. Feng Hua Xiaoxue pondered for a moment. Then she introduced herself briefly. After weighing her words, she said, "Elsa, you may not know, but because of your magic, a blizzard has descended upon the entire kingdom. If it continues, your kingdom could suffer heavy losses." Hearing this, Elsa covered her mouth in surprise. But a flicker of doubt passed through her eyes. The news was too shocking, and it was inevitable for Elsa to feel this way. However, after careful thought, Elsa realized the news was likely true. She had been releasing her ice magic without any restraint earlier. As a result, the entire kingdom was covered in snow, mountains were sealed, and houses and land were blanketed in white. If it lasted only a day, it would be harmless. But if it continued for long, problems would surely arise. Elsa panicked and paced anxiously in the room. What should we do now? I don't have the ability to control any of this. Although Feng Hua Xiaoxue knew what would happen next, she furrowed her brow at this moment. Although the comic clearly described that the power of true love could melt the ice and snow, everything happening now was a real experience. Would the comic solution still work? Moreover, there was a prince with hidden ambitions in the kingdom. After thinking for a moment, Feng Hua Xiaoxue decided to tell Elsa what she knew. At first, Elsa was somewhat skeptical. But as she listened to Feng Hua Xiaoxue's account, she gradually believed it, until finally she was convinced. The wind outside suddenly turned fierce. The snowflakes in the sky turned into ice crystals. As Elsa's expression grew darker, The entire mountain peak was enveloped in a raging blizzard. At the critical moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue suddenly spoke. Actually, there's a way. We just need to play along and make that ambitious prince reveal his true colors. In Fenghua Xiaoxue's view, it was simple because she knew the subsequent plot. So they just needed to send the prince back to his territory and face due punishment. Then let Anna and Elsa reconcile. That way the ice and snow that had spread across the capital would melt. Elsa hesitated but finally agreed. After all, what Fenghua Xiaoxue said made sense. At a time like this, Elsa herself was at a loss. It was better to follow Fenghua Xiaoxue's advice. Soon Anna came to the mountain. The two began to argue. In her agitation, Elsa struck and injured Anna. Meanwhile, the treacherous prince and his men shot down the chandelier with an arrow, knocking Elsa unconscious. Afterward, ignoring Anna's pleas, the prince intended to execute Elsa for treason. At that moment, the prince's ambitious nature was fully exposed. Things seemed to differ little from the plot. The only difference was that one more person was locked in the dungeon. After a long while, Elsa woke up. She sighed as she looked at her surroundings. I didn't expect things to be exactly as you said. Elsa seemed to have matured. Despite the danger, Fenghua Xiaoxue remained calm and gave a playful smile. Princess Elsa, now it's your turn. Elsa nodded slightly and a piece of ice crystal appeared at her fingertip. The ice spread toward the manacles on her hands, quickly freezing the chains and cuffs together. As the temperature dropped, the iron manacles cracked. Elsa flexed her fingers and the ice spread toward the manacles on Fenghua Xiaoxue's hands. The two regained their freedom and broke through the wall. But the commotion soon attracted the attention of Prince Hans. Hans was tall and handsome, but his face was now shrouded in sorrow and gloom. I didn't expect you monster to escape. But because of you, Anna is dead. The plot had subtly changed. Elsa still wore a smile, but a closer look revealed the intense anger on her face. You despicable wretch, did you think you could achieve your goal like this? Taste the power of ice. Snow and ice rose layer by layer from beneath Elsa's feet. One after another, ice spikes spread outward from around her. The speed increased like a long dragon targeting Hans. A flicker of panic appeared on Hans' face. He had thought Elsa would give up resistance upon hearing the news. But he didn't expect this tactic to fail entirely. Hans drew his sword and roared, "Seize this monster. She is a..." After saying that, he quickly moved to evade Elsa's attack. The archers began to shoot arrows. Elsa calmly raised one hand slightly. She shielded herself and Fenghua Xiaoxue under a shield made of ice, while the soldiers were pinned to the ground by the protruding ice spikes, instantly losing their combat capability. Seeing this, Hans panicked and fled. But at that moment, an arrow flew and hitting the cloak behind Hans squarely. Hans stumbled and fell to the ground. Knowing what would happen next, Elsa had naturally made arrangements, having already informed Olaf. Meanwhile, Anna had recovered. It was Anna who had shot that arrow. Hans tried to untie his cloak. But as he stood up, a sharp piece of ice crystal was quietly placed against his neck. It seemed as if a period had been drawn at this moment. Hans was taken back to his own kingdom and subjected to the punishment meted out by the realm. Anna and Elsa reconciled, and Elsa finally understood what love meant. The troubles that had plagued the entire kingdom were resolved as well. The warm sun once again appeared over the snow-covered kingdom. The snow melted. Yet Olaf gazed at his own body with nightly sorrow. Elsa chuckled softly. A thick layer of ice and snow enveloped the entire square. An extraordinarily long slide made of ice slowly emerged. Before long, a group of children had gathered around the square. They frolicked and laughed around Olaf, shaping snow into balls for a snowball fight. The mischievous children joyfully played on the slide. Laughter and cheer once again filled the square. Elsa and Anna joined in the fun. They laughed and chased each other just like in their childhood. Fenghua Xiaoxue stood by smiling. Elsa glided across the ice, her song echoing through the capital. The entire kingdom was revitalized once more. At that moment, the realm welcomed their queen Elsa. But Fenghua Xiaoxue's expression suddenly darkened. It seemed strikingly out of place in such a scene of family reunion. Elsa's light voice rang out, "What's wrong, my friend? Is something troubling you?" Fenghua Xiaoxue let out a sigh. "I want to go back now, but I can't find any way. I have no idea what..." Elsa rested her chin on her hand, seemingly sinking into the same melancholy. But this feeling didn't last long. Tiny ice crystals appeared at the tips of Elsa's fingers, translucent and crystalline with a faint blue hue. She gently moved her fingers, then placed them on Fenghua Xiaoxue's forehead. "Though I'm not quite sure why I'm doing this, a voice tells me this might help you return." The pale blue ice crystals melted the moment they touched Fenghua Xiaoxue's forehead. In response, a diamond-shaped pale blue mark resembling crystal appeared on Fenghua Xiaoxue's forehead. She felt nothing unusual, only a cool sensation that seemed quite pleasant. The most noticeable change was the feeling itself. Fenghua Xiaoxue looked around in confusion. Snow still fell within this small area, yet she no longer felt the cold. Instead, she sensed a strange familiarity from the falling snowflakes. This was unprecedented. She tentatively reached out a hand. As she waved, the drifting snowflakes seemed to dance in rhythm with her movements. Fenghua Xiaoxue ran forward, then leaped suddenly. A petal made of ice crystals appeared beneath her feet. With a sweep of her hands, a slide of ice also materialized. Riding the wind accompanied by snowflakes, Fenghua Xiaoxue moved with agile grace, like a spirit of the storm. Elsa, watching from the side, abruptly reached out as well. The wind and snow enveloped Elsa, making her dance elegantly. After a long while, Fenghua Xiaoxue's initial excitement finally subsided. A smile graced her face, but she spoke with grave sincerity. "Elsa, my friend, I think it's time for me to leave." Elsa's face beamed with a sweet smile. "May you always be happy in the days to come." Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded slightly. A petal appeared beneath her feet, and the wind and snow gathered into a slide. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, Fenghua Xiaoxue grew farther and farther away, sliding higher and higher until she vanished from sight. At that moment, Santaifu stared at Fenghua Xiaoxue with intense concern. "Lord Liangjie, is the princess all right? Why hasn't she woken up yet?" If not for Jing Liangji's strenuous efforts to stop him, Santaifu would have already checked on the princess. Ever since she read the comic book, Fenghua Xiaoxue had fallen into this strange coma. Kakashi and the others understood that this was a special phenomenon from the history revealed through the comic, though their own experiences were limited. They knew this was inevitable. Therefore, Kakashi and the others also joined in restraining Santaifu. Earlier, Fenghua Xiaoxue's body had been trembling, and even frost had formed on her face. Despite Santaifu's extreme anxiety, he was held back by Kakashi and the others. After the frost finally disappeared, she still hadn't woken up for a long time. By now, Santaifu was no longer willing to wait. Kakashi stared at him with dead fish eyes and said, "This is a perfectly normal situation. Perhaps when she wakes, she'll thank us." Santaifu's face was a mix of anxiety and deep anger. "I don't care what you say. Right now I must ensure the prince's safety." Though his words were harsh, his concern for Fenghua Xiaoxue was genuine, and Kakashi had nothing more to say. Just then, Fenghua Xiaoxue's eyelids fluttered. She slowly opened her eyes. "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" Clearly still groggy, Fenghua Xiaoxue had heard their argument. Kakashi no longer blocked Santaifu. Santaifu, tears streaming down his aged face yet with joy in his expression, approached Fenghua Xiaoxue. "Princess, you're finally awake." Just awakened, Fenghua Xiaoxue was still a bit dazed, but she slowly extended her hand. A transparent ice crystal appeared in her palm. Fenghua Xiaoxue stared intently at the ice crystal, stunned. "This is real. I'm not dreaming." Kakashi, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes. If the ninjas of the Snow Country had achieved their snow release through expedient means, then what Fenghua Xiaoxue wielded was a true Kekkei Genkai. The power between the two was incomparable. At the same time, the system's voice resounded softly. "Fenghua Xiaoxue has acquired ice and snow magic. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of ice and snow. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 system energy points." A smile crept across Jing Liangji's face. In a sense, the ability Fenghua Xiaoxue had gained was immense. Ice and snow magic could control wind and snow naturally, including ice as well. However, Jing Liangjie could sense that Fenghua Xiaoxue could only control a small area for now. To affect an entire country would require much more practice. But for Jing Liangjie, the ice and snow power he possessed was somewhat different from ice and snow magic. It seemed to be an intrinsic part of his very being, flowing with remarkable ease. Moreover, its power was far greater, capable of influencing the weather of a small nation. Such an ability would be formidable in warfare. Jing Liangjie walked forward with a light laugh. "Santaifu, I told you not to worry. Perhaps Fenghua Xiaoxue will even thank me." Fenghua Xiaoxue lifted her head slightly and said earnestly, "I really must thank you this time." Boom! Something seemed to explode outside. The sudden change put everyone on alert. Santaifu was the first to react, hastily rushing out to investigate. Yet what he saw was the lifeless body of his comrade, which ignited a seething rage within him. However, Santaifu's strength was utterly inadequate. How could he possibly confront the assailant ninjas hidden? Fortunately, at that moment, Kakashi and his companions emerged. What happened here? Kakashi lifted his head, his dead fish eyes, instantly spotting the attackers of the village. Their attire was relatively uniform, each adorned with a distinctive forehead protector. These fellows were all ninjas from the land of snow. A portly man with arm guards stepped forward. "Hand over the princess or we'll kill you all." The fat man's gaze was malevolent, his eyes fixed intently on the crowd. Another figure slowly stepped forward. "I never expected it to be you." "Copy Ninja Kakashi." Kakashi raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his voice. So it's you, Langya Schwebing. The moment their eyes met, the animosity between them was palpable. Yet Kakashi's demeanor remained remarkably composed. In contrast, Langya Schwebing glared at him, gritting his teeth. He snarled fiercely. It's time to settle the score between us. Kakashi spread his hands. Regardless, we're on opposing sides now. Langya Schwebing lunged forward with ferocity. Kakashi did not flinch. Langya Schwebing's hands moved rapidly, forming hand seals. Ice Release Wolf-Fang Avalanche Technique. Whoosh! Whoosh! Gale force winds howled around them. The sharp peak of the towering snow mountain suddenly collapsed, triggering a chain reaction as the summit crumbled. A massive avalanche was imminent. In that moment, the cascading snow surged like a tidal wave rushing toward Kakashi. And in the midst of this, the snow transformed into countless giant wolves howling at the sky. Their razor-sharp fangs sent chills down one's spine, and their sheer numbers were overwhelming. These snow wolves charged toward Kakashi. Kakashi showed no trace of carelessness. His left hand rested on the scabbard while his right hand gripped the hilt. Scatter, mirror, flower, water, mirror. Langya Schwebing was perplexed. After drawing his longsword, Kakashi made no further move, standing there as if frozen. All of this left Langya Schwebing utterly baffled. How could the copy ninja Kakashi be reduced to such a state, not even attempting to evade? But Langya Schwebing could sense that Kakashi was no mere clone. At this point, regardless of the reason, he would no longer hold back. The giant wolves collided with Kakashi. Their fangs tore at his body. Blood began to seep out, staining the snow. Yet the expression on Kakashi's face remained utterly unchanged. The flesh on his arm had been completely ripped away, leaving only broken bones and jagged splinters. His internal organs were exposed on the ground. Langya Schwebing felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, as if it were all a dream. But it was happening, stark and real. And then in that instant, a chill ran down Langya Schwebing's spine. Danger. It seemed to come from behind. Langya Schwebing rolled violently to the left, narrowly escaping the attack in a most undignified manner. A deep gash had appeared on the ground. It looked as if it had been carved by a longsword. Yet Langya Schwebing saw no trace of the enemy. This defied. Langya Schwebing crouched slightly, focusing intently on the surroundings. Just then he felt something strike him from. He slammed face first onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. No. How is this possible? Langya Schwebing had mustered all his concentration, yet he detected not a single trace of the enemy's presence. Nor had he heard any sound when attacked. Such a fear should have created some sort of disturbance, yet it was utterly silent. Langya Schwebing felt his ribs there. In that brief contact, 2 of them had already snapped. Had it not been for his armor, the injuries would have been far more severe. But from an outsider's perspective, the situation had undergone a dramatic transformation. Dong Xiang Dongyu stared blankly at Langya Schwebing. Boss, what's going on? Chueishu had narrowed her eyes slightly and said, the boss must be under a genjutsu. The two watched helplessly as Langya Schwebing performed his jutsu, sending wave after wave of snow wolves charging toward a nearby cliff. Deep gouges appeared on the rock face, while Langya Schwebing's face registered bewilderment. It was almost laughable. Kakashi was right in front of him, yet Langya Schwebing had directed his technique at the cliff. Afterward, Kakashi moved around him with the ease of a leisurely stroll, launching attacks. Yet Langya Schwebing could not react in time. Only a genjutsu could explain this. Dong Xiang Dongyu shouted from the side, boss. He's on your left. Watch out. But despite the loud cry, Langya Schwebing remained oblivious, as if he had heard nothing. A hint of nonchalance lingered on Kakashi's face. Perhaps in the past dealing with these enemies would have been troublesome and tricky, but now there was no pressure at all. After all, they relied solely on the thick layer of chakra armor that could repel a multitude of ninjutsu. Yet at this moment, Kakashi also had no chakra within him. Although spiritual pressure and chakra were somewhat similar, both being forms of energy, the defensive capabilities of the chakra armor were not as effective. Moreover, if they couldn't even break a genjutsu, how could they possibly be a match for Kakashi? Just then Jing Liangjia waved his hand. Kakashi, I think this opportunity should be given to Feng Hua Xiaoxue. Feng Hua Xiaoxue was taken aback, a flicker of eagerness appearing on her face. After acquiring her abilities, she had never engaged in battle. With several powerful ninjas watching over her, nothing should go wrong, right? But Santaifu, standing nearby, grew anxious. Lord Liangjia, how can this be? The princess is just an ordinary person. Feng Hua Xiaoxue shook her head and said, Santaifu, step aside. I command you in the name of the princess of the land of snow, step aside. Though his face was filled with reluctance, Santaifu stepped aside. After all, it was the prince's command. By now, Langya Schwebing bore several wounds on his body. This was the result of Kakashi holding back. Kakashi slowly sheathed his long sword. Shatter, mirror, flower. The effects of the genjutsu faded. Lang Yishuebing saw the group once more. At that moment he felt immense relief. The sensations he had experienced were too agonizing and stifling. What he had heard and seen was completely at odds with reality. It was as if his senses were deceiving him. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly fight? Lang Yishuebing eyed Kakashi warily. As expected of the renowned copy ninja Kakashi, truly formidable. Though he was unsure why Kakashi had become so powerful. But Lang Yishuebing was now at the highest level of alertness. In the next second he froze. Kakashi yawned and walked back toward the crowd, seemingly no longer interested in fighting him. Fenghua Xiaoxue stepped forward from the crowd. Beside her, Santefu wore a look of deep concern. In Santefu's eyes, she was merely a young girl, not the formidable princess of the storm from the films. Now she had to face these vicious snow ninjas, 3 of them. It seemed utterly inconceivable. Santefu could not help but worry. His brow furrowed as his small unblinking eyes fixed on Fenghua Xiaoxue. His fingers trembled slightly as if he still harbored disbelief. Lord Liangjie, can Her Highness truly handle these men? Santefu recognized the 3 ninjas, or rather the armor they wore. The craftsmanship and defensive capabilities of their armor far surpassed those of ordinary ninjas. This was the armor Fenghua Nuteo provided for high-ranking officials in the Land of Snow. In other words, these 3 were leaders. Santefu would have been uneasy even against ordinary ninjas, let alone against the leaders of such ninjas. Jingliangjie, a confident smile on his face, slowly walked over to Santefu. He gently patted Santefu on the shoulder. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Do you not have faith in Fenghua Xiaoxue? Santefu was taken aback. No. Of course I have full confidence in Her Highness. But despite his words he sighed deeply. I hope everything goes smoothly. With several ninjas watching, Santefu felt that, even if an accident occurred, they had the ability to rescue her. Perhaps Santefu had not been so confident earlier. But now, having witnessed Kakashi's strength, his confidence had soared. The leader of the snow ninjas, clearly the strongest among them, had fought Kakashi without gaining any advantage and was utterly outmatched. This was proof enough. Lang Yishuebing stared in astonishment as Fenghua Xiaoxue approached him step by step. Your Highness, they sent the princess to fight us. A smug smile spread across Lang Yishuebing's face. If he had been cautious and fearful when facing Kakashi, now he was completely relaxed. After all, he knew something of the princess' background. Fenghua Xiaoxue, the princess of the Land of Snow, had left her homeland and become an actress, never training as a ninja. Thus she had no combat ability whatsoever. Lang Yishuebing grinned, holding a kunai casually. In that case, please come with us, Your Highness. Why should a princess of the realm associate with these rebels? As the leader of the snow ninjas, Lang Yishuebing knew the princess well. She was an ordinary person. Her stepping forward now meant he could easily take her away. The thought made his smile even brighter. After all, he was about to fulfill the Snow Shadow's command. But when he looked up and saw Kakashi's indifferent expression, his face darkened. Lang Yishuebing held a grudge against Kakashi, yet he could not understand how Kakashi's strength had grown so rapidly. And now Kakashi was not stopping him. Was there a trick? The previous encounter had terrified Lang Yishuebing. He had been utterly unable to retaliate against Kakashi, unable even to locate his true position. This was a deep humiliation for Lang Yishuebing. Through Dongxiang Dongjie's hushed explanations, he realized what he had done earlier. And he found Kakashi even more terrifying. Legend had it that Kakashi was the copy ninja, and he had fought him before without such overwhelming pressure. But now Kakashi seemed like a different person. His exquisite illusions left Lang Yishuebing unable to discern reality. Meanwhile, Fenghua Xiaoxue grew impatient, seeing Lang Yishuebing hesitating. Since you want to capture me, you are my enemies. If you want to act, don't blame me for being ruthless. Strictly speaking, these were all citizens of the Land of Snow. But they had chosen differently, siding with Fenghua Nuteo, making them Fenghua Xiaoxue's enemies. Lang Yishuebing's face. He could not believe he was being underestimated. He quickly formed hand seals. Ice release one-horned white whale. A massive snow-white whale, as if sculpted from ice, leaped out of the snow. Its piercing cry caused Fenghua Xiaoxue to flinch slightly. But she did not lose her combat ability. In a split second she recovered. Go! Fenghua Xiaoxue waved her right hand gently. The falling snow around them intensified. Lang Yishuebing sensed something amiss. It was not that the snow was falling heavier everywhere, only in this area. Elsewhere the snowfall remained normal. Lang Yishuebing frowned, a foreboding feeling rising within him. Although the ninjas of the Land of Snow all used ice release, it was a shortcut, not a true Kekei Genkai. They could not control the weather to summon more snow. But now everything had changed dramatically. Fenghua Xiaoxue had not formed hand seals yet. The snowfall in this area increased, and a thick wall of ice materialized before her. The wall seemed to be made of ice crystal clear, allowing one to see Fenghua Xiaoxue hiding behind it. Langia Shuebing. And here I was so wary, it's just a trick. Her Highness has quite a sense of humor. Creating such a massive ice wall out of thin air required a vast amount of chakra and a unique Kekii Genkai. Langia Shuebing knew this well. The land of snow, though nestled in snowy mountains, had no family with such a bloodline. Ice Release was a powerful Kekii Genkai. If the Fenghua clan possessed it, Langia Shuebing would have known. He commanded the white whale to charge, but he remained cautious, afraid of overdoing it. To his astonishment, the whale struck the ice wall. The wall remained intact and the recoil shattered the whale into ordinary snow. Langia Shuebing was horrified. Impossible. How could this happen? He shook his head wildly, unable to believe his eyes. Wait, Langia Shuebing thought of a speculation. Perhaps only one scenario could explain why he returned empty-handed. Only true Ice Release possessed such formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. Langia Shuebing also noticed a startling fact. Having accomplished such an astonishing feat, Fenghua Xiaoshue's face remained expressionless and her complexion appeared healthy. This did not align with the aftereffects of forcibly using such ability. In other words, Fenghua Xiaoshue indeed possessed the Ice Release herself. Langia Shuebing's pupils contracted. If this were truly the case, then Fenghua Xiaoshue held a certain danger and immense value. At the same time, it greatly increased the difficulty of this pursuit. Meanwhile, Jing Liangjie chuckled lightly, saying, "It seems these guys are scared." But at this moment, Fenghua Xiaoshue had no intention of letting them off so easily. She struck without mercy, swiftly shooting out transparent, rhombus-shaped ice shards from her hand. Although Fenghua Xiaoshue had never experienced real combat, she had learned a great deal during the filming process. Especially in such battles, Fenghua Xiaoshue knew she must never give the opponent any chance, otherwise even more unfortunate events would occur. The ice shards flew out like they cost nothing. However, due to her lack of combat experience, these attacks were effortlessly dodged by Langia Shuebing. Dongxiong Dongyu chose to withstand this wave of attacks with his armor and robust muscles. And he indeed managed to endure it. The ice blades cut into his armor, leaving wounds of varying depths, but these were merely superficial injuries. However, the only female ninja appeared much more distressed. On her arm was a deep wound that exposed the bone slashed by the ice shards shot by Fenghua Xiaoshue. Moreover, Haichueshue felt her body movements becoming stiff. It seemed to be caused by the ice shards Fenghua Xiaoshue had just shot. Haichueshue frowned and said, "Everyone be careful. The ice crystals shot by Her Highness have a peculiar effect, slowing down our speed." The expressions of the three changed. Only then did they look at Fenghua Xiaoshue with caution. The armor on Dongxiong Dongyu's hand transformed, forming a modest shield. This shield was just enough to block Fenghua Xiaoshue's attacks while protecting his body. The armor on Haichueshue shifted to form a pair of wings, granting her temporary flight. Santaifu's turbid old eyes were fixed on the battlefield. His slightly open mouth also revealed the shock within. "I never expected that Her Highness could actually achieve this." Santaifu had thought that if Her Highness could merely hold her ground against the three snow ninjas, it would already be commendable. But Santaifu did not know that Fenghua Xiaoshue still had strength in reserve. The abilities she had used earlier were merely experiments, yet the power was unexpectedly great. Now Fenghua Xiaoshue's eyes were fixed firmly on Langia Shuebing. Having gained a preliminary understanding of her own strength, she launched an even more ferocious attack. It was as if a blizzard had descended upon the place. The gale swept through the snowflakes, which now cut like knives against Langia Shuebing's body. His chakra armor could only block energy-based attacks. It seemed to be somewhat limited to chakra. Facing an attack akin to a natural disaster, Langia Shuebing felt a hint of despair, his eyes filled with profound shock. Langia Shuebing had encountered many enemies in his life, but never had he felt such despair as today. Those enemies either possessed formidable combat prowess or vast amounts of chakra. Yet when Fenghua Xiaoshue launched her attack, not a trace of energy fluctuation could be detected. She was like a deity born with the ability to command wind and snow. In an instant, the storm dismembered Langia Shuebing's arm. At that moment, Fenghua Xiaoshue seemed to be crowned amidst the blizzard like a high and mighty sovereign, pronouncing judgment on Langia Shuebing's sins. After the great storm, the pure snow was stained by dirty red. Dongxiong Dongyu and Haichueshue stared in shock, their legs trembling slightly. This had transcended the realm of ninjas. It was more like a god wielding the authority of nature. In a flash, Haichueshue suddenly kicked Dongxiong Dongyu hard. The force was immense, sending Dongxiong Dongyu hurtling toward Fenghua Xiaoshue. An ice shard suddenly appeared. Dongxiong Dongyu's eyes widened as he stared at the ice shard lodged in his chest. He turned his head with difficulty, staring at Haichueshue in disbelief. You. Dongxiong Dongyu lowered his head unwillingly, his body gradually stiffening. Meanwhile, Haichueshue seized the opportunity and turned to flee. Thanks to her flight ability, she managed to escape Fenghua Xiaoxue's attack range. Fenghua Xiaoxue wanted to pursue, but was stopped by Jing Liangjie. Forget it, let her go. Let Fenghua Nuteo be prepared. A meaningful smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face. Although Fenghua Xiaoxue was confused, she still followed his instructions. Back in the village, Kakashi said coldly, why did Fenghua Nuteo want to take the princess away? Kakashi was not stupid, and he could naturally deduce that there must be many hidden reasons. For instance, why Fenghua Nuteo was so determined to take Fenghua Xiaoxue. Santaifu was stunned, unable to speak. Meanwhile, Fenghua Xiaoxue slowly removed the necklace from her neck. What he wants is this necklace, right? My father left a treasure, and I suspect the switch to that treasure is this pendant. Fenghua Xiaoxue also knew that she herself was not of great value. Otherwise, Fenghua Nuteo would not have let her go back then. This was the real reason why Fenghua Xiaoxue had never wanted to return. Although Fenghua Nuteo had usurped the throne, he was still Fenghua Xiaoxue's. There was still a bond of kinship between them. However, when Fenghua Xiaoxue returned this time, that bond of kinship would vanish completely. What shattered all this was the treasure left by the old king. Kakashi took the pendant and examined it carefully, but could not detect anything unusual. This thing looked like an ordinary necklace, nothing special about it. Santaifu felt he had no place to interject. His eyes rolled, and he said, let's eat something first. Santaifu had his own calculations. From the previous performances, he had realized something. This team of Konoha ninjas seemed far from ordinary. If they could help Fenghua Xiaoxue, that would be for the best. Jing Liangjie waved his hand. Kakashi, I'm hungry too, so let's eat first. The agreement with Fenghua Xiaoxue was not suitable to be known by so many people. At least not at this time, and there was no need to make the atmosphere so serious. Kakashi paused for a second, but after glancing at Jing Liangjie, he nodded and said, all right then. The climate of Shui country was somewhat cold. What they ate was also hot pot. Thin slices of lamb were placed into the bubbling oil glistening hot pot broth. Within seconds, the meat was fully cooked. Jing Liangjie took a light bite, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Santaifu was constantly pouring wine on the side his face, wearing a flattering smile. He was a perceptive man, seeing clearly that although Kakashi was nominally in charge of the group, all decisions were actually made by Jing Liangjie. Santaifu's goal was also very simple. In this war to overthrow the regime, he sought the assistance of these ninjas, a failing that at least ensuring the prince's safety would suffice. Kakashi still wore an indifferent expression. During the hot pot meal, Jing Liangjie kept glancing at Kakashi from time to time, which puzzled Zhuozhu sitting nearby. Brother Liangjie, what's wrong? Is there something strange about Kakashi? Jing Liangjie chuckled lightly and said calmly, aren't you curious? You've been taught by Kakashi for so long, has anyone ever seen his true face? Zhuozhu's hand movements stopped. Xiaoying and Zhuozhu exchanged a glance, both seeming to share the same thought. Then as they ate, the two of them would occasionally sneak a peek at Kakashi. But unfortunately, Kakashi's movements were too quick. Neither of them managed to catch a glimpse of the face beneath his mask. Fenghua Xiaoxue wore a bright smile. She poured herself a glass of wine, raised it gently, and looked toward Jing Liangjie. I really enjoyed the surprise you prepared. This toast is for you. Fenghua Xiaoxue lifted her cup and finished the wine gracefully. Jing Liangjie did not stand on ceremony and downed his glass in one go. The sake seemed to carry a faint fragrance, and its slightly warm temperature was just right. Santaifu was somewhat astonished. The princess had never shown such a demeanor before. This was an unprecedented first. He couldn't help but think to himself, this Lord Liangjie is truly remarkable. Santaifu was well aware that Fenghua Xiaoxue had previously possessed no special abilities whatsoever. Because he had taken care of her daily life for so many years and no unusual circumstances had ever occurred. But within just a few hours, the princess had undergone a complete transformation. She had not only gained the power to control wind and snow, but more importantly, Santaifu now saw in Fenghua Xiaoxue the dignity and confidence befitting a princess. This seemed to make it even more favorable for Fenghua Xiaoxue to reclaim Shui country. Time passed unhurriedly and the meal was soon finished. Night in Shui country was very quiet. Perhaps due to the low temperature, there were no sounds of animals around. Just then a knock came at Jing Liangjie's door. Jing Liangjie was still awake. He turned his head slightly and looked at Fenghua Xiaoxue in the doorway. Is there something you need? Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded slightly. Indeed, there are some things I'd like to ask you. Jing Liangjie wrapped himself in a coat and stood up. The two of them walked slowly to the corridor outside. Jing Liangjie furrowed his brow slightly. What is it? He guessed it might be something not suitable for others to know, perhaps related to that agreement. Fenghua Xiaoxue hesitated for a moment before speaking. Tomorrow, are we really going to confront Fenghua Nuteo and overthrow his regime? I'm afraid I won't do well. After returning to her room, Fenghua Xiaoxue had tossed and turned, unable to sleep, thinking only of these matters. To her, governing a country felt distant and unfamiliar. Although Fenghua Xiaoxue was the princess of Shui country, she had left the country in her early childhood, never living the life of a princess, and never having been involved in state affairs. Now, with her newfound formidable power and Jing Liangji's assistance, they could certainly reclaim the entire Shui country. But then a problem arose. Jing Liangjia chuckled softly. So it's this. Some things you can only know if you can do them well by actually doing them. Moreover, this was always yours. I think you should take it back. Fenghua Xiaoxue gazed into the distance, pondering in silence. Her faint words seemed like mutterings in a dream drifting away with the night breeze. All of this feels unreal, like a dream. But I also want to see what treasure my father left me. Jing Liangjia smiled inwardly. If she knew that the treasure left by the old king was a large-scale underfloor heating system, he wondered whether Fenghua Xiaoxue would be delighted or stunned. But the fact that Fenghua Xiaoxue had such thoughts proved she had already accepted the decision. Fenghua Xiaoxue turned around, her eyes fixed intently on Jing Liangjia. After joining Konoha, what will become of Shui country? Having positioned herself, Fenghua Xiaoxue felt she should be responsible for the people of Shui country. A confident smile adorned Jing Liangji's face. Trust me, Shui country will only get better. Fenghua Xiaoxue beamed a radiant smile, just like the one she had when she first met Jing Liangjia. I don't know why, but I trust you. Fenghua Xiaoxue trusted her instincts. Moreover, what she had seen over the past few days led her to another speculation. The ninjas from Konoha had displayed overwhelming strength, far surpassing those of other nations. If it had always been this way, the world might not have been so chaotic. This was enough to show that the changes in Konoha had occurred only recently. Jing Liangjia, as the acting Huiying, was likely the one who had brought about all this transformation. If one were to say that Fenghua Xiaoxue trusted Konoha, it would be more accurate to say she trusted Jing Liangjia. With a wave of her hand, a snowflake flew from her palm into the distance. Riding the night breeze, it flew farther and farther away. Jing Liangjia nodded to Fenghua Xiaoxue and said, "It's getting late. Rest early and we'll begin the operation tomorrow." Watching Jing Liangjia walk away, a serene smile gradually curled at the corners of Fenghua Xiaoxue's mouth. May everything be as it should. The night deepened. The moon was shrouded by dark clouds, plunging the world into darkness. Time slipped away quietly. The sky began to lighten with the pale glow of dawn. Santafe nervously put on his armor. The heavy armor strained his body, but a brilliant smile shone on his face. The people nearby were equally excited. Santafe spoke nervously. Today is the day of our nation's restoration. Everyone must give their utmost effort. The people nearby responded loudly. Zuozhu stood by, watching quietly, curling his lips in disdain. With these people, they want to revive their country. He wondered if they were foolish or simply deluded. After all, with such a small force to confront the Snow Country's army, it was nothing short of a pipe dream. Let alone other matters, it seemed even a single ninja squad would be too much for them. Kakashi remarked from the side, "For once Zuozhu is right." Like Zuozhu, Kakashi was not optimistic about Santaifu's endeavor. However, Kakashi couldn't be certain whether Santaifu's restoration attempt would succeed. Kakashi rubbed his chin, turning his head to glance at Jing Liangjia, who stood aside with an air of nonchalance. The greatest variable was still Jing Liangjia. The group marched in a grand procession. Guided by Santaifu, they arrived outside the royal palace. Fenghua Nuteo had evidently secured his rule as the king of Snow Country through cunning means, for the group had only just arrived when Fenghua Nuteo emerged with his men. Those under Fenghua Nuteo were clearly stronger than Santaifu's followers. They were also more numerous. It was an utterly unequal battle. On the surface, Fenghua Nuteo appeared as a stern, middle-aged man. Clad in thick armor, he exuded an imposing aura that commanded respect. "Xiaoxue, I didn't expect you to come here after all. But this saves me the trouble of sending someone to find you." Hand over. Fenghua Nuteo remained calm and composed, as if utterly confident in this unequal battle. Before Fenghua Xiaoxue could speak, Santaifu roared from the side. "Fenghua Nuteo, you traitor. Today is your end." A sneer curled on Fenghua Nuteo's face as he said disdainfully, "Old man, with just these people behind you, I wonder where you find the courage." Fenghua Nuteo waved his hand. A machine loaded with arrows slowly began to operate. The sheer number of arrows loaded within was enough to send chills down one's spine. Santaifu, however, wore a calm smile. "Fenghua Nuteo, killing me is futile. I have already sent word to the various regions. Your regime is about to be overthrown." Haha. Fenghua Nuteo laughed heartily, then said coldly, "Do you think they will heed your command and raise arms?" Santaifu's face instantly darkened. "Fenghua Nuteo, what do you mean?" "A traitor deserves death by all." Fenghua Nuteo made no move to attack, merely standing by quietly as if waiting for time to pass. Time passed. The scouts Santaifu had dispatched returned to him. Lord Santaifu, they refused to send troops. The scout spoke in a low voice, his face filled with uncertainty. One by one the scouts returned, but none brought good news. Santaifu was stunned. How can this be? How did you traitor deceive them? Fengwa Nuteo walked with leisurely steps, as if he had never regarded Santaifu as a threat. As long as they can have a stable life, what difference does it make who is king? I have been watching your schemes all these years. They are nothing but petty disturbances. Old fool, it's time to wake up from your dream. The long sword slipped from Santaifu's hand. Yet, he had no mind to pick it up. Tears streamed from his eye. He knelt on the snowy ground. Princess, it is your servant who is incompetent. It is your servant who has failed you. Santaifu had long since secretly contacted the generals who held real power around the royal city. But at the critical moment, these people chose to stand by and watch. Santaifu knew that with the men he had brought, he was utterly no match for Fengwa Nuteo. He had led the princess into a trap. At this thought, Santaifu's sobs grew even more sorrowful. Fengwa Nuteo, wait. Since you refuse to cooperate, I have no choice but to resort to force. The machinery whirred and arrows flew out one after another. Despite the desperate resistance of Santaifu's men, the sheer number was overwhelming. This relentless, unceasing attack left them exhausted. Soon people were wounded and fell to the ground. Fengwa Xiaoxue, standing to the side, furrowed her brows and shouted, enough. A massive wall of ice rose before it, also blocked the flying arrows. Fengwa Nuteo looked at Fengwa Xiaoxue in surprise. I didn't expect my niece to have such abilities, but these are used. A gleam of light flashed across Fengwa Nuteo's armor. He charged straight at Fengwa Xiaoxue. His speed was fast approaching that of a jonin. Kakashi yawned, seeming to find the scene rather boring. Without any visible movement from Fengwa Xiaoxue, a fierce wind, mixed with snowflakes, swept toward Fengwa Nuteo. The snowflakes froze into ice midair, and driven by the wind, they became like countless sharp blades. They sliced at Fengwa Nuteo's armor. After the attack, Fengwa Nuteo remained standing unscathed. But it was clear that his face had darkened considerably. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. So this is the ultimate version. Not bad, it can withstand such an attack. A strange light shimmered on Fengwa Nuteo's armor. Perhaps it was this layer of light that caused Fengwa Xiaoxue's attack to miss its mark. However, it was not entirely ineffective. Fengwa Xiaoxue's attack was not chakra, and although the armor's defense was greatly enhanced, many parts were damaged. Fengwa Xiaoxue furrowed her brows. A massive snow monster rose from the snowdrift. The snow monster charged at Fengwa Nuteo, each step leaving a huge footprint. Fengwa Nuteo's face turned even uglier. He asked incredulously, what kind of technique is this? Fengwa Nuteo's discernment was sharp. He could naturally see that Fengwa Xiaoxue's technique was completely different from the ice release used by Snow Country ninjas. It was more like a Kekiai Genkai attack. And it contained not a trace of chakra. This was a severe blow to Fengwa Nuteo. Moreover, Fengwa Nuteo squinted as he looked at the ninja-dressed individuals beside Fengwa Xiaoxue. According to the information provided by Hoichueshue, these ninjas were undoubtedly far more powerful. This time Fengwa Nuteo felt he had been forced into a corner. In a moment of distraction, he was struck hard by the huge snow monster, sending him crashing into a snowdrift. Thus the actual ruler of Snow Country had changed hands. The group returned triumphantly. However, the events in Snow Country had stirred up considerable commotion. After all, it involved the succession of an entire nation. Tsunade could hardly believe what she saw. But the information she gathered from others was even more astonishing. In response to Tsunade's confusion, Jing Liangjia revealed a faint smile and slowly opened the locked room. Inside were even more manga books that had never seen the light of day.